In a valley, there were several players gathered. They are at a save point, or a safe place from monsters. While they were waiting, the players were suddenly startled by the appearance of a cat. He is a trading cat, which is an NPC character that sells certain items. They think that the cat is very cute. When a curious player asked what he was selling, the cat showed him a cherry tomato. The players were also disappointed, because the peddler's cat only sells cherry tomatoes. They thought the merchant cat would sell items such as weapons, armor, or other combat items, but he only sells a cherry tomato. The merchant cat smiled with a cynical face and said that they would be surprised by the status given by this tomato. The trading cat then told them to open their status window, hearing that they also opened the status of the cherry tomatoes. And sure enough, that tomato can increase 0.1 magic point for 10 minutes and can burn as much as 10 kilograms of fat. The male players there didn't think of it as a special item, but the female players were immediately surprised because the cherry tomatoes that the merchant cat was selling could burn 10 kilograms of fat. No need to diet, and no need to buy slimming drugs. One time eating cherry tomatoes, he can burn 10 g of fat. It was very lucky to have those tomatoes. The cat also said that the price of these tomatoes was only half PowerPoint. And after hearing the price, the female players immediately bought lots of cherry tomatoes belonging to the merchant cat. And the cherry tomatoes belonging to the merchant cat were finally sold out. In fact, there are players with big bodies who want it, but unfortunately it's gone. He asked where he got them and who made them, but the merchant cat replied that it was a secret and said goodbye because the sale had run out. Shown in an underground cave, there is a tomato garden, and there is a man who is harvesting tomatoes. He is accompanied by a rabbit who helps him harvest tomatoes. The man told the other rabbits to rest, and then he put the tomatoes and told the cute bee to give honey to the juice he made, and after cooking bee tomato juice with a very sweet taste. Tomato juice with honey tastes really good. The man and the 6 rabbits then drank the honey tomato juice they made. They look so enjoying it. After enjoying the honey tomato juice, suddenly an additional notification appeared, ordering to distribute honey water to tower managers. From the task, there is no compensation. Having no choice, the man sent it after the bee finished producing honey. From above the valley, suddenly someone jumped from above and called the man Park Sejun. The one who called the man turned out to be the cat selling the cherry tomatoes earlier. She jumped and landed in the man's arms. The cat then reported that the tomatoes had run out. He earned a lot of tower coins from his sales, and that made the man very happy. He was so happy he imagined this world he would rule with money. Then the cat ran to the black rabbit and asked the rabbit to refill his tomatoes because the cat wanted to resell them. However, it looked like he was looking for the big fish to eat. Seeing that, thinking that the cat is getting addicted to money. Then Park Sejun stood up, writing something on the wall. He did that to count the days. He calculated that it was now the 150th day. It turned out that he had been in the cave for 5 months. But he was happy now because of the company of some working animals. There are rabbits who are in charge of caring for the plants. There are bees that help produce honey, and the cute cat that helps sell their products to players. 10 years ago, a tower appeared in Korea. Not only in Korea, in America, in England, and even in remote countries also appeared Black Tower. In total, there are 100 towers in the world. Then one day a human came out of the tower, and there was news about a human in it. And apparently they were players who entered the tower. They survived by killing the monsters in the tower. 10 years later, the system has been created. Now the player in the tower is a prestigious job all over the world because he can earn millions of dollars every day. And now the government is given the authority to sell golden tickets to its residents. This golden ticket serves as an entry ticket inside, and only John Tower currently has the ticket. One ticket sold for $200 million. The journalists also protest because the price is very expensive. Then an assistant came, and he showed me something. He showed me a small box containing hundreds of gold coins, and there were also a lot of gemstones. Then the host said, "This treasure was obtained from the tower, and the value is around 10 billion. This was player C's earnings in 1 month. Then, the presenter offered, If today's ticket prices are discounted to just 150 million. If you are interested, you can buy it today because tomorrow the price will return to normal to 200 million. Then there was a woman who became a cashier. She was serving a young man who bought vegetables named Park Sejun, 26 years old, an office worker who dreams of becoming a player in the tower. But because he didn't have enough money, he had to save up for 100 years to get a ticket to enter the tower. Well, basically, he wants to be rich and become a tower player. The problem is, he is tired of living in poverty and has to work extra to live in this expensive Korea. Moreover, he wanted to propose to a famous artist in Korea. The woman is a K-pop girl who has recently become a conversation because her face is so beautiful. When he was imagining that he was meeting and proposing to the idol, he was awakened by a black hole that suddenly appeared behind him. When he turned around, he was shocked too, because it is a portal to another dimension like a black hole. Sejun did not understand what was happening. This should have happened 10 years ago, but now it appeared again and was right in front of his eyes. He felt very lucky. He also asked the black hole to take him. "Please take me," said Park Sejun. Park Sejun was happy, but the hole didn't take him. Instead, it got smaller. Due to panic fear that the hole disappeared, he barged into the hole. He then fell and he woke up from the fall. At that time he was happy because now he was in the tower. But where is it? Why is there so little sunlight in the cave? "Where is this and how is it?" Park Sejun asked. In that vast cave there is no exit or entrance. There was only a large high hole and even that was up in the sky. Park Sejun had to climb it to get out. But Park Sejun was confused about how to climb it. Trapped in a hidden hole in the tower's forest, he could only scream for help. On the other hand, in that forest was a black tower. On the top floor of the tower is a room. Inside the room was a crystal ball, and the ball detected a change in the tower, and the change made the tower system error. The monster controlling the crystal ball seemed visibly irritated because the crystal ball had detected changes in the tower and had found the cause. It has to find the error, because if not, he will be scolded by his manager, the monster. Inside the cave, it turns out that there is already a pool, the depth of which cannot be measured because there is no measuring device. And the height of the mouth of the cave is about 20 meters, and that is very high. Park Sejun also felt hungry because he had been in the cave for a day. He wanted to get out and he wanted to explore. Feeling hungry, he checked his stock. There are spring onions, apples, tomatoes, mineral water, and sweet potatoes. For the first time, Park Sejun decided to eat an apple first. He ate it until only the seeds remained. Because it would be a shame to just throw it away, Park Sejun thought, what if it was planted? Who knows, it might grow. Next, Park Sejun ate sweet potatoes. He ate it raw because there was no fire to cook. When eaten raw, I don't think it's delicious either. It was so delicious that he choked. Frantically, he grabbed a water bottle and drank it. Now it's finally over having his first breakfast in this tower. Now it's time for Park Sejun to plant apples. He buried the apple seeds in the ground. Then not only apples, he also planted chives. There are 10 spring onions in total. Then there were the 3 tomatoes he planted, and the 2 sweet potatoes he planted as well. Park Sejun hopes that his plants will grow, so he didn't have to worry about the food reserves he brought from the city. Suddenly something happened. In this tower there was a loud shake, and when he looked up at the sky, suddenly there was a solar eclipse. Hearing the sound of monsters screaming, Park Sejun's head hurt, and his body suddenly went limp. A moment later there was a black dragon flying over the cave. When Park Sejun saw it, he thought that the dragon looked beautiful. Park Sejun then fainted because he couldn't bear the pressure of the solar eclipse. The alarm on Park Sejun's cell phone finally went off, and it woke him up. Realizing from his fainting how shocked Park Sejun was when he saw the date. He has been unconscious for 2 days. When he tried to stand up, Park Sejun's waist hurt because he had been lying down for too long. He then leans on a plant stem. A moment later, how surprised Park Sejun was when he saw that the stem of the plant turned out to be the spring onions he had planted. Why are the onions so big? Park Sejun didn't understand. Various reasons crossed Park Sejun's mind. Is it because of the effect in the tower, or because of soil nutrition? Then Park Sejun also checked other plants, DDA tomatoes that turned out to grow a lot. There are 52 tomatoes growing. But Park Sejun felt that the tomatoes weren't exposed to the sun, so it took a while to grow. He also cut the green onions that were blocking the sun from shining on the tomato plants. And while cutting everything, Park Sejun was curious about the taste of the green onion. Park Sejun then hurriedly ran to drink in the pool because his mouth was really hot after eating the green onion. But his stomach didn't hurt. Only his mouth felt spicy. Then Park Sejun continued to eat. He ate the leftover cherry tomatoes yesterday. He also ate raw sweet potatoes while thinking about this tower, like how to get out of this place or how to make this tower. During the blue moon yesterday, Park Sejun, who saw a flying dragon, wondered what floor this was. 10 years ago, one of the big guilds, Phoenix Guild, managed to conquer the 37th floor. Information about floors 30 to 37 was a top secret because it was hidden in the other big guilds. However, information on floors 30 and below can be found on YouTube. There are only skeleton soldiers from floors 2 to 10. Floors 11 to 20 have goblins. Floors 21 to 30 have orcs. According to some rumors, there is a spider monster on the 31st floor. But no info about dragons. Park Sejun had not even heard of anything that looked like a lizard. When Park Sejun was lying down, suddenly liquid fell on Park Sejun's face. Then you can see that there is a monster above it, and it turns out that the monster is a cute rabbit. The rabbit then jumped. Park Sejun also felt panic because he could fall because of his height of 20 meters, but the rabbit instead stepped on Park Sejun's head and landed on the ground. The rabbit was curious about Park Sejun's leek, and he asked permission to eat the leek. Park Sejun allowed it, and he cut off one of the stalks of the green onion. The rabbit was happy and he ate it, but when the rabbit eats, it doesn't taste spicy because it eats from the base. It seems that only the tip is hot and not the base. Seeing that, Park Sejun also ate from the base of the leek, and he didn't find it so spicy. But the spiciness is still reasonable. Suddenly, Sejun was a little surprised because he saw the leeks growing very fast. He thought he might have to cut his leeks frequently so as not to cover up the light for the cherry tomatoes. Suddenly, the rabbit called something from the mouth of the cave. Park Sejun was confused because there was no one at the mouth of the cave. But suddenly, someone jumped from the mouth of the cave. The jumping figure turned out to be another rabbit. But this time the bunny was in an apron, and the bunny gave the first bunny a hat and a waterer. And it turns out that the rabbit is a couple of rabbits who are very cute, aka a pair of husband and wife rabbits. You can see that at the mouth of the cave there are green onions, and those green onions are being cut and then watered. All of that was done by the two rabbits and the couple. The two rabbits are very happy farming. They really enjoy their work, Sejun, so I can relax a little since the two rabbits and the couple. Then the rabbit couple approached and asked Park Sejun for permission to stay and make a home here. They begged while acting cute. Due to being weak to their cuteness, Park Sejun finally agreed, but on condition that they have to help him farm. The bunny couple was very happy and they hugged Sejun. Then Park Sejun thought again. Park Sejun is thinking about his next move, because he just realized that the two rabbits' ability to apron and water is very, very good. The apron of the lady rabbit can take out any utensil. The apron can get anything out as long as it is a household utensil. The hair was finally done with chopping the green onions. Park Sejun then ordered the rabbits to dry the green onions in the sun. Then Park Sejun looked at the development of other plants and saw that the one showing the development was cherry tomatoes. Cherry tomatoes develop very well and grow steadily. Sejun also felt very grateful to the two rabbits. Park Sejun also raised his thumb to the bunny pair. The bunny couple was very happy. Then the pair of rabbits immediately ran and stopped at the corner. Then they dug in that corner and built a house for them. The male rabbit made it so fast that the male rabbit was exhausted because he was speeding to build a house. Park Sejun also gave him a thumbs up and praised him. However, when the male rabbit is tired, the female rabbit invites him into the house for night activities. Then the rabbit man refused because he wanted to rest, but instead he was pulled by the rabbit woman. While waiting for the conjugal affairs between the male and female rabbits to be completed, Park Sejun wanted to take a nap first in a pile of plants that he used as a mattress. But suddenly, he was even hot. There was something hot on his back, and it turns out, it was the fire that appeared from the refraction of the water bottle, which served as a magnifying glass that emitted light and focused on the green onions, which finally burned the green onions that Park Sejun slept on. Park Sejun felt hot, but besides being hot, he was also happy because he finally got fire. Park Sejun doesn't need to eat raw anymore. He took his water bottle and shone it on the dried chives, but failed and only smoke came out. The fire didn't form at all. Then Park Sejun tried to blow the coals on the dry leaves. The rabbit couple who had finished their nightly activities were confused by what Park Sejun was doing, who was blowing green onions. Then the two rabbits came over smiling. They seemed willing to help Park Sejun. Park Sejun then immediately ordered the two of them to blow on the green onions while Park Sejun lit the green onions with a water bottle. Their cooperation finally paid off. A fire was successfully formed. Park Sejun immediately cut the green onions and burned the green onions on the bonfire. After it was cooked, he ate it and it was sweet. Only by burning the taste turns sweet. Both rabbits were so confused. They also tried to burn the spring onion and then eat it. The two rabbits were so excited because they got a different taste from the grilled green onions. Today, the three of them picked spring onions and burned them together. The next day, Park Sejun woke up from his sleep. He then washed his face in the pool. After washing his face, Park Sejun saw that his cherry tomatoes had grown big, and the green onions had been cut again, and the sweet potatoes had also grown well. Park Sejun was very happy, especially with the green onions, because this plant has helped him a lot, especially at night, where Park Sejun makes leek rolls and makes them torches. Park Sejun intended to put it near the pond to make it all clear. However, it turns out there are fish in the pond. From inside the pond, suddenly the fish appeared and wanted to eat the torch. But Park Sejun immediately dodged, and the fish fell ashore. Nocturnal fish seem to be attracted to light. And that's how Park Sejun gets fish in this cave. Park Sejun also ate it, and he was really happy after not eating meat for so long. The three of them ate together again. Previously, Park Sejun counted the days and hours on his cell phone, but his cell phone had died because the battery ran out. So finally, Park Sejun counted the days by writing on the wall of the cave, and now, according to his calculations, he has lived in the cave for 61 days, and it was a bit difficult in the beginning, but now he's used to it. Moreover, he can already eat grilled fish. The most surprising thing is the rabbit couple who now have cute children. Park Sejun was very happy because he had an additional friend. The rabbits who came out of the house ran to hug Park Sejun. Park Sejun was very happy because he was considered the uncle of the 5 rabbits. Then Park Sejun took the rabbits to the tomato garden. You can see the tomatoes have flowered, so it's time to pollinate them. Because there are no insects here, pollinate manually. When pollinating, it turns out that there is one rabbit who inhales the flower of the tomato plant. The young rabbits then get pollen and sneeze. After that, Park Sejun cleaned the rabbit's nose. And it turned out that Park Sejun also saw a tomato growing, but it was still not ripe. Park Sejun lifted the bunny happily, because after a long work they finally got the fruit. That day was the day before the blue moon. Park Sejun made a fire and hid it under a rock. Park Sejun then used green onions as hats and clothes for camouflage and warmth. It turned out that his leek clothes weren't thick enough to protect Park Sejun. He's still cold when the moon is blue. Suddenly there was a red bear and looked down at the cave, and it was the cave that Park Sejun lived in. He looked under the cave where there were leeks. It seemed he was interested in seeing the leeks. Park Sejun really panicked seeing the big bear. He was trembling with fear. Park Sejun was confused about what to do. Because of his panic, he dropped all the contents of his bag, which was carrying a bottle of water and cherry tomatoes, and all the contents of Sejun's bag fell. After seeing Park Sejun, the big bear stared at Park Sejun. The rabbits tried to wake up Park Sejun, the male rabbit who felt he had slapped him enough for being hard to wake up. Park Sejun was shocked and confused. He thought he died from being eaten by a bear. Park Sejun wondered what was going on. Isn't the blue moon over yet? Where's the bear? Park Sejun could only remember the incident. He actually saw a huge bear roaring at the mouth of the cave, and that made Park Sejun suffer a heart attack. But it was very strange why he was not attacked at all by the bear, and he was even intact, no injuries at all, no traces of attack. However, suddenly the bear disappeared. Looks like there are no more bears. But the fear still enveloped him until it chilled him. The wife's rabbit took the fire that was on the rocks and burned the bonfire with spring onions. Park Sejun also felt a little better because of the bonfire. The wife rabbit then brought Park Sejun the grilled fish he had been saving. Park Sejun was very happy, and he ate the grilled fish voraciously. And he then immediately finished his grilled fish. Because Park Sejun had returned to good health, then the male rabbit told Park Sejun that there was something in his tomato plant. When you look at the tomato plants, they turn blue. Park Sejun, who saw that, was immediately shocked to see the blue tomato. He also checked, and it turned out that this tomato is a tomato that is affected by light. A notification then appeared saying that Park Sejun's great achievements had caught the attention of the tower manager. The tower manager is watching you, and the current tower manager is not happy. Park Sejun, who read the notification, was confused why he was not happy. Then the manager of the tower said that he knew Park Sejun was not a valid invited guest. The tower manager then said that the tower manager wanted to hide his mistake. The confused Park Sejun asked what he meant by mistake. Park Sejun was very annoyed, and he asked the manager to get him out of this hole and take him home. However, the tower manager thought of killing Park Sejun and destroying the evidence. Park Sejun was even more angry and said that was outrageous. The manager then kept silent. Park Sejun thought maybe he had gone too far. The manager then suddenly said that Park Sejun would be resurrected. Park Sejun's body was surrounded by blue light, and it shocked him. It turned out that the tower manager wanted to give Park Sejun a job for him. Park Sejun also felt very happy. Park Sejun was really happy because he finally got a job. But suddenly, Park Sejun became very disappointed because his job was a farmer. Then came Park Sejun's job description. This job makes Park Sejun not sick and very close to nature. XP points will also be obtained from planting and harvesting crops. Park Sejun didn't understand why this happened to him. Out of frustration, Park Sejun was about to crush the blue moon tomato in his hand, but he stopped moving as soon as he saw the two rabbits that were helping him, and the cute rabbits looking at Park Sejun with a frightened look. Park Sejun also relieved his anger. After recalling his struggles to make fire, grow crops, and get tomatoes, Park Sejun felt comfortable here, and he felt that being a farmer in this tower was not bad either. Therefore, he decided to continue farming. When he saw the blue tomato in his hand, the tomato then issued a notification, and it was written that the cherry tomato could permanently increase magic power by 0.05. Seeing this statement, Park Sejun was very surprised. This is amazing, he thought. The blue tomatoes could increase status, but the increase was too small for one. But what about eating 100 pieces? Park Sejun was happy because of his extraordinary tomatoes. But the tower manager was getting annoyed seeing him. When Park Sejun lifted the rabbits out of joy, a quest appeared in front of Park Sejun. But seeing the consequences of failing the quest, Park Sejun was shocked because if he failed, he would die. While frightened, he asked if it was just a joke. Then at the same time Park Sejun was celebrating his farmer's job with the rabbits, Park Sejun got another notification. And it is a quest to give the tower manager a blue moon tomato, and if you refuse, then Park Sejun will die. You're right. This is robbing his name. Is it true that he can't ask nicely? Why does he use intimacy to kill everything? Park Sejun was angry and annoyed with the behavior of the tower manager. He was confused about what to do. But if he thought about it, it wasn't bad either way. This is a blue cherry tomato, said Park Sejun, while giving a tomato, and finally the mission was completed. Prizes were also given. Because Park Sejun was curious about what skill he got, and after opening it he got a skill showing. It's a skill that can increase seed sowing when it's planted. Because he is a farmer, so Park Sejun can't complain anymore. It's time to run this query. Then Park Sejun made a bonfire and again lured the fish that were attracted by the light from the torches. He then hit the fish, jumping towards the light, and it turns out that killing fish in the cave pool can get XP points. And thanks to catching lots of fish now, he is level 2. After getting a lot of fish, it's time for them all to eat. Park Sejun made the rabbits come before work. They will eat first, and after eating, they will return to farming. After finishing eating, Park Sejun and the rabbits began to see the farm that was planted. Seeing how many fruits were growing, the rabbits were happy with the growth. The plants they planted really became good plants. It made Park Sejun moved. Park Sejun also picked the cherry tomatoes. He really liked his very first cherry tomatoes. He was surprised to see that he got XP points from picking the fruit he planted. Then the cherry tomatoes gave off status, which is a very tasty and very nutritious tomato. Can increase 0.1 MP for 10 minutes and burn 10 grams of fat. Even though it can provide additional color energy, the status is not that great, but it can burn 10 grams of fat. If you eat 10 pieces, you can burn 1 kilogram of fat. Apparently this is suitable for girls who like diet. Seeing that, Park Sejun picked some cherry tomatoes and he leveled up to level 4. Out of curiosity, Park Sejun also wanted to eat 1 tomato. However, Park Sejun was glared at by the rabbits. Looks like they want the tomatoes too. They also started eating together. And when he fell asleep, Park Sejun was shocked by a loud noise and saw fireworks exploding in the sky. Park Sejun and the rabbits were also impressed. Park Sejun once again felt moved. Wow, the description is really amazing. It really tastes really good. I also want to try it. So I cried eating the cherry tomatoes and got into the rabbit. Cherry tomatoes. They kept them under a pile of rocks which they then covered with chives. Yes, because it was nighttime to sleep in a bed with green onions on the ground. Now the spring onions have become a mattress and blankets too. Sejun sleeps with green onions wrapped, but when he sleeps a notification appears, give 100 cherry tomatoes to the tower manager, a gift for farming skills, refuse to turn around. Yes, but I didn't see it because I was already asleep and the sound was really loud, startling Sejun. This manager has no morals. When I want to sleep, I'm also disturbed. Okay. Then he opened the skill prize hoping for the skill this time, op, but instead got a harvest skin, namely harvesting plants or fruit optimally even though they weren't ripe. Okay, this harvesting skill is really a dregs skill. I'm also really disappointed with this skill. Yeah, Rest and Sejun moved on the next day. Today, Sejun returned to harvesting tomatoes. The results were quite a lot, and it turned out that the harvest skin was not bad because it can ripen yellow tomatoes to be perfectly ripe. This house is better than that. Yes, than yesterday Sejun's estimate, and notifications appeared. The tower manager asked for 200 cherry tomatoes. There was no prize, but if you refuse, you can pay. Then after being given 200 cherry tomatoes, the quest appears again. Give 250. If you refuse, you can pay. Yes, even Sejun, who is eating grilled fish, is disturbed anyways. Why did the number increase? And yes, I even sold it and protested he didn't want to give 250 cherry tomatoes, and all of a sudden, the number increased by 500 cherry tomatoes. Give 500. Music. Why is it 500? This is called robbery. Just my woman. I don't want to be your slave. I don't want to say Sejun anymore. You plant the tomatoes there yourself, you bastard. Sejun said he was just angry. He was really angry. How come the tower manager asks for 500 tomatoes? Sejun also needs to eat coeg, giving the mission that makes sense. Don't be careless like this. Walidoff. Then a notification appears again. It's a farmer's problem, not a tower manager. Don't protest too much. Just bring the tomatoes. Read that olives are right. Really annoyed? He feels unappreciated as a farmer. He has to break this slavery. And he also says, I don't want to give it. Please just kill me. Please, Mongo, I'm desperate, Sejun. Just a few instructions went and harvested green onions with the male rabbit, which then continued eating grilled fish. But the notification kept appearing and forced me to give 500 of the tomatoes. The problem was, the notification kept popping up if I wanted to kill. I was really stupid. I've been talking non-stop since earlier. Hey, I'm a manager, so you have to obey my orders, say a notification. Yes, I'm even more annoyed, yes, even telling anyone who is arbitrary to his own subordinates. As a boss, you are very cruel. I also said that, the tower manager, so that's how heavy he is. He feels confused because killing Sejun is easy. But if you kill him, no one will give him good food. But how come I don't even want to give it cherry tomatoes? What's more, that's from the projector ball. From the projector ball that the tower manager saw, I wanted to make fun of it. He licked the cherry tomatoes, and those who wanted to eat them. Instead of being challenged, my looks really piss me off. I'll kill you right now. Never mind, because I pity you, I give you 50. You should know too. There are rabbits here. There's a family of rabbits that need to be fed, so don't be fussy. Sejun Peak gave 5 tomatoes. Yes, the tomatoes were taken and the manager didn't protest anymore, that's it. Yes, it seems he is starting to understand the situation. Moving now at night, I was having a blue moon. He wanted to observe the plants lit up by the blue moon. He looked at the tomatoes. It looks like that, huh? The light was shining on the tomato, and the blue light was shining on one cherry tomato, and the yellow turned into a blue tomato. Wow, wow, wow. So that looks like the change in cherry tomatoes exposed to the blue moonlight. Then the light shone again, and the yellow sweet potato was hit by the blue moonlight. I was also surprised that this time there were 2 of them hit by the blue moonlight. Jackpot Twice Eye June also checked the plants that were exposed to the light, yet Moon. He also ran to the sweet potato plants, and he immediately dug up the sweet potatoes. And it's true that the sweet potato is purple. Not purple. It seems blue. That's right. Blue is a magic sweet potato. The sweet potato is very tasty and nutritious. It increases 0.05 magic power permanently. And yeah, hooray, you got a magical sweet potato that was exposed to the blue moonlight. Very lucky. Here's the rest of it. Then I also saw the blue tomatoes. He picked them. Yes, he was very happy. Double Kill got 2 pieces of soulful energy and was confused, as usual. The tower manager asked for sweet potatoes and tomatoes, and yes, he immediately gave 2 additional quests. Wally Dao immediately gave 2 at a time, but I also didn't want to. Instead, he gave me 500 tomatoes, which he didn't give before. Wanjarit was even given 500, but the manager got angry. Why instead of normal tomatoes? He wanted tomatoes and sweet potatoes that were affected by the blue moon. But I was so stupid that I immediately ate the tomatoes, and yes, music. Tastes like watching a fireworks contest. While waiting for it to be cooked, I just told the manager, next month, I will give aged tomatoes and sweet potatoes, so be patient. Next month, not now, I want to enjoy it first. Okay, wrote. This time I do not protest. And yes, the moss was finished and morning came, the rabbit house was open and they came out because of that it smelled delicious. Then they approached Sejun, who was eating blue moon sweet potatoes. He also told me that he was burning sweet potatoes, not sure it was very good. This, let's eat, and yes, the rabbits are drooling, but the rabbit man forbids his family to eat sweet potatoes. Because only their boss can eat sweet potatoes. Because there is only one sweet potato, so only Sejun eats it. Yes, hearing that. Sejun was very happy. He praised the male rabbit for allowing his boss to eat well. And yes, it's time to eat sweet potatoes. On the fans, I used to have a fan, and what did I eat? But I also got so hot that I dropped the sweet potatoes. And yes, the sweet potatoes were scattered. And the children's rabbits took the little bits that were under it, which were scattered around, but they ate it, they vomited it because of that. Yes, it's hot. It's really hot for women. If you hold it, it's not hot. But if you touch your tongue, it gets really hot. How can the rabbits be like that? Yes, that question was not answered because Yasin also moved. The next day was scolding the bunny's children because they ate the sweet potato shoots. If you eat it until it's finished, the sweet potato won't grow anymore, Koi. Shoots food stock and you are forbidden to eat everything, said Sejun Woi. Stop eating the shoots if you are prohibited instead of fighting. It means you are prohibited eat anything, I said threateningly, and the words made the children of the rabbits mentally hit. And the bunny rabbits were angry and whining in front of him, but in exchange, Sejun will give them a delicious snack. But before that, you have to work first. The job is to replant sweet potato shoots. And yes, the rabbits immediately plant sprouts the sweet potato with alacrity, with great enthusiasm. Then Sejun told the mother rabbit not to cut the leek, because she wanted to make the leek bloom until the flowers appear and become new seeds. That's how we are shown the children's rabbits planting sweet potato shoots. They are very nimble to the point that they press the soil so that the plants grow well. After it was planted, Mr. Rabbit watered it. Yes, the sweet potato plants that the children had planted, and when a child was tempted by the sweet potato shoots, he immediately ate it. But he was also hit by Mr. Rabbit. Don't eat it, you idiot. It looks like I'm harvesting tomatoes cherries. He got a lot of cherry tomatoes, and thanks to that, he leveled up. Even his skills leveled up. Now he is level 8, And he has status points, which are useful for increasing his farmer's status. But because he is hungry, he immediately makes food. That's right from that, yes. From the cherry tomatoes, it looks like I also make the cherry tomatoes, yes, as satay and burn it after it's cooked. He called the bunnies to mukbang together. The bunnies came right away and immediately gave them grilled tomatoes, which were made into satay. This looks delicious. I also want to make tomato satay. Then Sejun looked for leftovers from yesterday's sweet potatoes, which he had not had time to harvest, and well got enough sweet potatoes. This is for food supplies, but the sweet potatoes have a status, namely strength potato. Maybe a delicious and nutritious channel that can increase strength by 0.1 permanently, as well as can burn 10 grams of fat. It seems that all of my plants can burn fat in the body. Everywhere is really delicious. This is automatically slim. In another place, namely at the tower manager's place, there's a dragon who is doing something, and it turns out that the dragon is imitating Senjun burning tomato satay. And he also eats the tomato satay he cooks. And the result is, yes, he even vomits, because the cooking turns out to be bitter. How did you do this? Why did the result turn out to be so bitter? I feel bad about making it delicious, he said while observing Sejun from the crystal ball. And yes, he was shown the figure of the tower manager, who turned out to be a dragon named Island Rush, a black dragon. We go back to Senjun and the rabbits who are eating sweet potatoes. They burn it, and they immediately eat roasted sweet potatoes when it's good to eat. Came out, guys, again. This time the manager asked for dirty sweet potatoes. Yes, I already understood that, but Sejun will give it. If he gets something he deserves, but yes, as usual, the reward is only farming skills. Well, okay, rather than no prize at all. I also gave roasted sweet potatoes to the tower manager, and the prize appeared. What turned out to be a skill that can buy seeds once for 1 month. Great soul. This is just a skill. This is an extraordinary farming skill. You can buy seeds. You don't need to bother looking for more seeds, okay? Great soul, I said. I just activated it immediately, which then failed, because I didn't have any money at all, and this store uses tower coins, and I don't have full tower coins yet, and this sector will open if I have tower coins, but manager power is kind, with give Sejun 1 coin tower. Yes, I also thanked the tower manager. He opened the sheet store, and the seeds appeared. There were 1,000 cauliflower seeds, 1,000 red chili seeds, and 1,000 minutes carrots. All seeds cost 0.1 tower coins. If included with 0.11 coins, the tower is worth 1 million won. Confused about where to buy it. But the rabbits were very happy when they saw that there were carrot seeds. The rabbits also wanted to buy carrots because they wanted to eat carrots. The woman was shining. They even begged for it with attacks of science. Science. Wadret can't even withstand the attacks of the cuties. Okay, just bought carrots. 0.1 tower coins are used to buy 1,000 carrot seeds, which you get from the carrots in the red container. Okay, I've got the carrot seeds. It's time to plant. Okay, cheers enthusiasm for planting carrots. Don't be lazy. Let's all plant. When they are excited, there is a cute bee observing them from above. It seems the bee is interested in the flowers that are planted. The next day, now that the bean carrots had been planted, and the rabbits were waiting for the carrot bodies in the garden, they even looked relaxed looking at the 2 lovebirds who were alone together. It seemed they couldn't wait to eat carrots anymore. Because I was tired yesterday after planting 1,000 carrot seeds, I wanted to sleep, but there was the sound of an insect disturbing him. He chased the insect away because it was too noisy. I couldn't rest, I said, because his sleep had been disturbed, and it turned out to be the bee earlier. Watching Sejun from the top of the cave, looking at Sejun with strangeness, seeing the bee smile very happy. Yes, it can produce honey, but after seeing its status, this bee is a very deadly, poisonous bee. A bee that can produce honey, but its sting is very poisonous. It immediately reacts if it is hit the sting. There was a danger of a deadly insect. Hearing that, the rabbits immediately ran away. Why was I even left alone? I screamed. Sherry, the Celebo, was also interested, and he ate the nectar from the cherry plant, which he really liked this nectar. He liked it so much that he immediately smiled full. He also felt that this bee was not dangerous. It was just a bee looking for food. I don't want War to see that I'm allowing the bees to eat as much flower nectar as they like. Okay, all of you have helped Sejun for the pollination process, so that it doesn't have to be manual anymore. Yes, it's pollination. And yes, the bees are very happy because the nectar is very tasty, and there's unlimited abundance of it. Wadret is really happy. The bees are happy to get additional energy. But yes, they are very annoyed with the rabbit. How dare they leave their boss when they are in danger? The rabbits want to make it delicious. Even after they are satisfied eating Sileba nectar, they approach Sejun and he even perches on my body. Then went to sleep as if Sileba was full after eating, went straight to sleep, and yes, I moved. Well, to be more precise, it was accelerated. You can see he was in front of the rock. He was looking at the writing on the stone. Now it's been 120 days. He's in the cave and having written it in Batu already 120 times, it turns out that the writing in Batu is that at this time I was harvesting, assisted by Mrs. Rabbit and Mr. Rabbit, who were watering the carrots that had started to grow. Then I also saw the children's rabbits running as if they were playing. There was also a honeybee perched on his shoulder. I seemed to be getting along well. And yes, with Sejun, and now it has become very broad. Wow, that's a lot of plants, right? Eat grilled fish while eating green onions covered in honey. And the honey comes out of the honeybee's mouth. Yes, the poisonous bee earlier became honey scallions, which are really tasty and sweet. I think that's it. I was going to eat honey scallions. And after eating, Sejun looked at the stone he wrote. He predicted that tonight there would be a blue moon. He had to prepare to start the preparations by putting his cherry tomatoes in a safe place. Then the rabbits looked strange. They let the rabbits accompany them. Sejun thanked him for accompanying him and did not enter the house. Instead, he was told to accompany Sejun. They hugged. Then Mr. and Mrs. Rabbit immediately ran into his house and left the baby rabbits outside, which they then greeted me to take good care of them. Home. This is why the child was left behind and not brought into the house. Suddenly, the little rabbits changed, and they became big and fierce. The frightened Park Sejun was confused about what was really going on. His bunny friends suddenly became bigger and more muscular. Not only that, they also became very vicious. They suddenly shone brightly. A moment later, they turned back into cute bunny rabbits. Park Sejun, who was shocked, asked if they'd just turned into adults, even their colors too. Since it was already the 5th blue moon after they were born, Park Sejun thought that this was like some sort of coming-of-age ceremony. Park Sejun cried and said that he thought something had happened to them. After the rabbits panicked, they approached Park Sejun and tried to cheer him up. But it turned out that Park Sejun only pretended to cry and started playing with them. The next day, the rabbit pair finally came out of their house. Park Sejun, who was hanging out with the rabbits, called the rabbit pair. The rabbit couple hugged their children because they were happy they were adults. Seeing this atmosphere, Park Sejun thought maybe he should prepare a coming-of-age ceremony for them. Then one of the rabbits raised their hands and suddenly a spade appeared. Park Sejun was very surprised and curious about what it was. The other bunny rabbits all got their own farming kit. Park Sejun was surprised because they could bring up items. He finally understood. So when the farm rabbits are grown up, they can get their own items. But sadly, he couldn't borrow it. Seeing a black rabbit, Park Sejun asked how it was. The black rabbit took out a hammer proudly. Park Sejun was confused because a hammer wasn't a gardening tool. But seeing his name, he was surprised because he was a warrior. The farmer rabbits finally started doing their chores with their tools. When one of the farmer's rabbits brought him a cart of tomatoes, Park Sejun thanked him and told him to put it where he pointed. Park Sejun was very touched because the bunny children were now helping their mother and father with their work. He thought that the adorable babies who used to run around here and there had grown up well. But when he looked at the black rabbit, his work was just idle. Since the black rabbit was a warrior, its job was to fight. But since they were in a cave, there wouldn't be any monsters that would harm the estate, so there was nothing to fight against. The hammer also cannot be used to help with gardening. Park Sejun began to think about what they should do. Seeing Park Sejun, who was thinking, the black rabbit also came up with an idea. The black rabbit then got an idea and pointed his hand towards the pond. Park Sejun also understood what he meant. He can hunt in ponds. Since hunting was also part of fighting, he could also be useful. Because of that, Park Sejun said that he would lure them with the torch and the black rabbit would catch the fish. Mick started shaking his torch in front of the pond. A moment later, a fish came jumping. At Park Sejun's signal, the black rabbit jumped up and hit the fish with its hammer. The fish that was hit by the hammer hit the wall and was crushed. The black rabbit then proudly showed its thumbs up. Park Sejun, who saw this, panicked and shouted. Park Sejun and the rabbits finally got together, and in the middle of them was a fish that the black rabbit had destroyed. Another elf looked angry and the black rabbit looked sad. Park Sejun also tried to comfort the black rabbit and said that he would definitely get better if he continued to practice. Therefore, do not be sad and invite him to eat. And just like that, the rabbits got used to their roles. Seeing the black rabbit, who started to understand how to catch fish, also praised him. After 125 days, the seed shop has finally reopened. Park Sejun was curious what he should buy this time. In the seed shop, there are 3 choices, namely 10 watermelon seeds cost 5 tower coins, 50 sweet pumpkin seeds cost 1 tower coin, and 200 waxy corn seeds cost 0.5 tower coins. Park Sejun was surprised to see that the price of the seeds on the list now was very different from the previous list, because currently Park Sejun only has 0.9 tower coins. With this, he can only buy wax corn seeds. Park Sejun wasn't sure what he should do. If the price got higher, then he wouldn't be able to buy anything later. What's more, he didn't even have anything to earn money from. The first method is to get rewarded after clearing a floor. Even though there are a lot of them, the reward is given only once on each floor. So the percentage of the original profit that the hunters get is not that much. The second method is hunting monsters, selling monster bodies to peddlers or shops on the first floor. This is the best source of income for hunters because it can bring long-term profits. Then the third method is completing missions and getting rewards. Rewards for various missions, so it's hard to guess. Among these 3 things, clearing 1 floor is impossible for Park Sejun. He couldn't even get out of this cave. Because of that, the way he has now is just a robbery-level mission given by the tower manager. After he finished thinking, Park Sejun asked if the tower manager could hear him. He then asked if he could give him a tower coin in return for completing his mission right now. But the tower manager replied that he didn't know what Park Sejun meant, and said that he would give it to him after Park Sejun grew up. Seeing the message made Park Sejun confused why the tower manager didn't know about tower coins. He also became curious about the tower manager's age, but the tower manager replied that it was a secret. Then, Park Sejun asked how many more years until he was declared an adult. The tower manager said that at least Park Sejun needed to be 300. Park Sejun was annoyed and angry because that meant his 7th-generation grandson was only then he could receive his quest prize. Then again, Park Sejun wasn't even in a state where he could make offspring right now. Park Sejun, who was annoyed, tried to calm himself by saying that he loses if he gets angry. Finally, he tried to prioritize what he could do for his survival now. First, the item that Park Sejun can buy is corn seeds. Corn wasn't a bad choice for him either. Corn is delicious to be boiled and grilled. She could also grind it into flour and make something like bread, though she wasn't sure if that would work. Therefore, Park Sejun chose to buy wax corn seeds. After buying waxy corn seeds, 0.5 tower coins were withdrawn from Park Sejun's seed bank account, and he earned 5 shop mileage seeds. The seed shop was closed, and Park Sejun could use the seed shop again in 30 days. A bag full of waxy corn seeds appeared in Park Sejun's hand. After taking out some seeds, Park Sejun asked what the farmer rabbits thought. He was sure the seed looked solid. The rabbits seemed to agree. Park Sejun also asked the rabbits to start working, but suddenly he changed his mind and asked them to eat something first. They also began to burn fish to eat. After cooking, they eat grilled fish with cherry tomatoes. Park Sejun and the rabbits felt very full. He felt that he should dry the rest of the fish and store it. After eating, Park Sejun greeted the honeybee who came. He then said that lately he spent a lot of time in this cave. Because of that, Park Sejun asked if it would be okay if he didn't come home. Since Honeybee didn't come home, Park Sejun was happy to welcome him here. Park Sejun thought that the bee was really cute. But suddenly, Honeybee and the other bunnies noticed the presence of something. Park Sejun also thought that a monster was attacking. But in a panic from my mouth, someone asked Park Sejun and his friends not to misunderstand, and said that he is not a shameless cat who came to steal their food. The black rabbit and honeybee looked very alert while the other rabbits looked scared. Park Sejun also asked why he came here. Upon being asked, the cat jumped in and stuck out his hand. The cat then asked if Park Sejun was a customer named Park Sejun. He then introduced himself as Theo, the peddler, in Park Sejun's diary who got lost in the tower. He met the peddler's cat. The cat that suddenly appeared came and introduced himself as Theo, a peddler. Hearing his introduction, Park Sejun remembered that he had heard that sometimes when people went up the tower they would meet peddlers, but he did not think that he was a cat. Park Sejun also saw Theo's 2 shiny eyeballs and soft, chubby cheeks. Plus, he wanted Theo's springy palms to massage his face. Park Sejun really likes cats, so he feels very happy with Theo. Theo, who saw Park Sejun was silent, also called him. Park Sejun finally answered that he really was Park Sejun and asked Theo what was wrong with him. Theo said that he had heard a new rookie had made a transaction at the seed shop. That's why he came here to meet and make a pact with Park Sejun. Park Sejun became curious and asked what he meant. As Park Sejun looked interested, Theo opened his pouch and said that he had a very good item. But suddenly there was the sound of Theo's stomach growling loudly. Theo also apologized because he hadn't eaten at all today and embarrassed himself in front of a customer. Seeing Theo like that, Park Sejun started to grin evilly. He then asked if Theo wanted to eat fried fish and offered it with a face that looked like a good person. Theo also looks very tempted by the fish. Park Sejun said that he didn't need to be embarrassed, but Theo refused and said that he shouldn't touch customer food. But Park Sejun insisted and said that the fish was really good. He kept teasing Theo to accept the fish, which made Theo drool. Finally, Theo accepted and ate Park Sejun's grilled fish. Theo, who was full, was now lying on the ground. Because Theo had eaten 5 fish, Park Sejun said that he must be very hungry. Theo was also very grateful because his customers even bothered to serve food for him. He then said that he didn't know what to thank. Park Sejun replied that it was okay. Instead, he said that he was the one thanking him because Theo had come all the way here to meet him. When Theo was about to discuss the agreement, suddenly Park Sejun asked Theo for 0.5 tower coins. Theo was so confused. Park Sejun then said that he should pay for the grilled fish he had eaten. Theo was surprised and asked if the fish wasn't free. Park Sejun then said that there is no such thing as free in this world. Because Theo said that he came here to make a deal, Park Sejun threatened that for sure Theo would not just leave after eating his customer's grilled fish. Around Theo, the rabbits that surrounded him looked threatening. Feeling that he had no choice, Theo gave Park Sejun 0.5 tower coins. Park Sejun and the rabbits were very happy because they got tower coins while Theo looked very gloomy. Theo, who was sad, thought that he came here to collect customers' money, but somehow it's the other way around. It's just a loss-making business for him. But he felt that he couldn't lose with just this. He was sure he would definitely sell all his things. Theo then showed various items and said that these were hit items from other floors. Seeing the item Theo was showing, Park Sejun asked if this was an item from outside the tower. Theo also explained that his tumbler had magic in it. That way he can store hot or cold items in it, and when he opens them again, the temperature of the items is still the same. And his mini fan has wind magic. If he overheats, just push the button and the wind will come out. Park Sejun also interrupted Theo's explanation. Theo asked what was wrong, and Park Sejun said that all the items he brought were trash. Theo was angry and asked what he was talking about. Theo is sure that these items come from outside the tower, and he is sure that he will lose because these items are very valuable. But Park Sejun said that he came from outside the tower. Theo was so surprised to hear that. Park Sejun then explained that there was no magic in the tumbler. The tumbler simply prevents heat transfer by blocking contact with the outside of the tumbler. Then he explained that if he kept the mini fan and hand warmer on all the time, then they would definitely die from running out of battery. Theo also said that Park Sejun must be lying. He said that Skaram said that in these items there must be magic. A moment later, Theo's fan died running out of battery. Theo also beat his mini-fan and told him to move. Park Sejun said that Theo must have been tricked by the rascal Scarum who sold these things to him. Theo became very gloomy because he thought that Scarum was very good to him. Annoyed, Theo beat the ground and cursed Scarum as a damn goblin. Park Sejun, who saw Theo who was sad, was surprised to see Theo's accent changed and added the word his at the end of each sentence. To calm Theo down, Park Sejun said that he should first tell what happened first. Theo began to tell his story. He was from the 75th floor. That floor was one of the neutral zones. He had always admired Meryl, the prettiest girl in the village of Graner. With a bouquet of fish, Theo confesses his love for Meryl and asks her out on a date. But Meryl rudely rejects Theo's bouquet of fish and knocks Theo's bouquet down. He also insulted that the fish smelled of cheap rice fish. Theo didn't understand why he was so mean to him, even though he had gone to great lengths to buy the fried rice fish. But Meryl just ignored it. A moment later, from behind Theo, there was a voice laughing at him and saying that he should have come to his senses. Theo, who heard the man's words, was shocked when he saw Oren, the son of the richest cat in the village, who came to insult him. Oren, who had just arrived in the suit, brought a large fish tied with a ribbon. Oren then said that Theo really had the heart to give a cheap rice fish to a woman, at least give him a high-quality salmon. Oren also gave the fish he brought to Meryl. Theo, who was furious, said that Meryl didn't like greasy food because he was afraid he would gain weight. But Meryl actually looked very stunned by the fish and said that the fish was very beautiful. Theo was very shocked to see him. Oren then laughs and invites Meryl to go over to his house and eat a salmon steak. Theo tries to stop them and catches Meryl's hand. He then asks if everything they lived together, their memories, is meaningless and just a lie. He also says that he can see the tears in her eyes and asks if Meryl dared to tell him about those unforgettable days. But Meryl slapped Theo's hand and asked what nonsense he was. Meryl tells him to stop dreaming. He later said that he only smiled at her a few times, and Theo became delirious from a distance. Theo continued to follow him even after Meryl told him he didn't like her. Meryl really felt annoyed with Theo. Meryl finally says that she really hates cats that smell like cheap rice fish like Theo. Theo became very shocked. As soon as Meryl leaves with Oren, the son of the richest cat in the village, Theo decides to go and become a traveling salesman in the belief that he will become rich so he can get revenge. Hearing Theo Park Sejun's story and the rabbits could only sweat hearing Theo's stupid story. Theo has even bought the license and equipment needed to become a traveling salesman using his life savings of 50 tower coins. At first, Theo intended to buy something from other traveling merchants with his 5 tower coins and then resell it. But Scarum approached Theo, who was still a beginner, and introduced himself, then said if he had any questions, just ask him. Theo told him that items from outside the tower were valuable items, and he only told Theo. He said if Theo took this item to a higher floor, then he could make a lot of profit because creatures from higher floors like collecting these items as a hobby. Theo asked him why he was selling him cheaply, and Scarum replied that he liked Theo's personality. He then said that if Theo didn't want it, he could sell it to another trader. Theo finally panicked and agreed to buy it. Since he was in a good mood, Scarum gave Theo a map. He said that it was a map with the location of the new user from the seed shop. Since they were new, Scarum said that Theo would be able to make big profits with them if he was lucky. Scarum finally left and told Theo to pay for the drinks this time, as he had already provided a lot of important information. Theo thanked him too. In the end, Theo gave his money to Scarum to buy all his items, hoping maybe he could sell these items until he fasted and almost died coming here. But Theo started to cry because all this stuff was trash. What's more, his customers even took all the remaining money he had. Park Sejun thought that Theo was really a pushover. As he was thinking, Park Sejun also remembered another way to get tower coins. Park Sejun also told Theo to calm down and relax while eating grilled fish. But Theo refused because he was sure that Park Sejun would order him to pay again. Park Sejun said that he would give the fish to him and told him to treat everything he ate earlier as a treat from him. But instead, Park Sejun asked him to work together. In Park Sejun's life diary, who got lost in the tower, he finally found a partner. As Sejun hopes for his cherry tomatoes to gain popularity, the hunters who buy the magical cherry tomatoes begin to experience the effects. Dad, we have to buy more of these next time. Understand? We have to. This is very good. Kim Dong-sik, the leader of the Phoenix Guild, bought 20 magical cherry tomatoes to satisfy his curiosity, and for his daughter, who was hungry every day because of her diet. Her daughter stopped being grumpy due to dieting after eating cherry tomatoes, and peace returned to their home. Initially, he ate 3 meals a day, but now he only ate 1 in the morning to save them. The option to break down 10 g of fat and give vitality to the body comes with it. This vitality effect lasts for a long time, and with less food, the body feels energized and less tired, making it move more and consume additional calories, helping its diet. I shouldn't have held it back then. He didn't know he would like it this much. He had given up when the other team members wanted to buy some and only bought 20, but seeing his daughter's reaction, he regretted not buying more. I understand. Trust me. I will definitely get more for you. It had been a long time since his daughter asked for something like this. Kim Dong-sik really wanted to get the magic cherry tomatoes for him. Entering the tower in 3 days, Kim Dong-sik sent a text message to gather his teammates earlier than planned to enter the tower. He expected his teammates to be dissatisfied, but he planned to wait around the area where they encountered the wandering merchant on the 38th floor while hunting spider monsters, because he didn't know when the wandering cat merchant would appear again. I have to ask for a fixed deal when I meet the wandering merchant this time. Then, doom, his teammates answered. Yes, ready. Let's go today. At the moment, Kim Dong-sik anticipated grumbling from his teammates, but they seemed to have waited and agreed to enter the tower. They even urged him to go faster. They were in a similar situation to Dong-sik. After completing her hunt, Jessica immediately handed the magical cherry tomatoes to her younger sister Anna. He didn't have high hopes. But, Cassis, where did you get these cherry tomatoes? Anna, who had eaten about 20 cherry tomatoes, excitedly pointed at the magic cherry tomatoes and asked Jessica, "Why? Is there something wrong with them?" "No, they are amazing. I'm not depressed anymore. I feel so energized I just want to move." Jessica looked at Anna in disbelief. It used to take hours of nagging and begging for Anna to move for just 10 minutes. Now, he wants to move out on his own. "Cassis, I want to go for a walk." "Okay, let's go." That day, Jessica and Anna walked around the neighborhood for 3 hours before returning home. After a few days, Anna's weight quickly dropped to 80 kg. Now, without being told, Anna eats diet food and magic cherry tomatoes for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and walks around the neighborhood 3 times a day alone. At first, he needed to eat 20 cherry tomatoes to feel energized, but as his body became lighter, the number reduced to 13. In just a month or 2, Anna seemed to be able to return to normal life. But they ran out of magic cherry tomatoes. I have to go back to the tower and meet the wandering merchant. Then, entering the tower in 3 days, he received a message from the leader to enter the tower. Jessica hurriedly replied and started preparing her equipment. "I managed to get out, but what should I do, meow?" Theo, descending the lower floors of the tower, was lost in thought. "When will I reach the sales amount of 1,000 tower coins, meow?" This time he filled his bag with magical cherry tomatoes, carrying 1,500 of them. However, even if he sold 1,500 at once, he would have to come and go more than 10 times. "I need to make money as fast as possible, meow." He needed a way to quickly reach 1,000 tower coins in sales and become a mid-level merchant. He didn't want to be demoted again if Sejun found out that the farmer's name had been hidden because of his trader status. "I want to become a representative quickly, meow." Having had it once, he wanted it even more after losing it. So, Theo carried a bag full of magic cherry tomatoes, trudging to the 38th floor where he had traded with humans a few days ago. He thought about stopping by the place where he traded for the first time, and if no one was there, he would go downstairs. At the time, "Hey, wandering merchant is here. Why are you so late? We've been waiting." The human who had traded with him a few days ago ran towards him. "Human, are you waiting for me? Meow. Theo looked at the human curiously and asked, "Yes, we waited for 3 days. Is it very meow?" Seeing the human waiting for him, an idea came to his mind. "Do you have magic cherry tomatoes?" "Heh, I did, but the price has gone up, meow." Theo's bargaining skills have improved, driven by his desire to regain his representative position. "The price has gone up." "That's right, meow. How much does it cost?" 0.07. Tower coins. Meow. Theo with heart. The heart speaks while observing human reactions. His shy nature cannot be avoided. Attitude. Theo's heart seemed charming to the hunters due to his cat-like filter, and they easily accepted the increase in the price of magic cherry tomatoes. Then they said, "It makes sense to raise prices." He didn't seem very happy when he sold it cheaply last time. Look at that clueless expression. He must have lost money. That's definitely a fair price. Theo's naive appearance and racial characteristics truly earned him the favor and trust of the hunters. "Okay, I will buy 200. Kim Dong-sik handed over 14 tower coins. His original plan was to buy only 100, but when he entered the tower, his wife came up to him and was silently asked him to buy some for her too. "Dear princess, believe me, Kim Dong-sik has 200 tower coins now. That's enough money to buy 1,000 miracle cherry tomatoes." Since magic cherry tomatoes have a shelf life of 30 days, Kim Dong-sik would have bought them all for his wife and daughter if there was no expiration date. Of course, other hunters were no different in their thoughts. "Oh, I want 500. I want 200. I want 400 too." As Kim Dong-sik took the lead, Jessica and the other hunters quickly took out their money and started announcing the amount they wanted to buy. And then, sold out, Maya. "All 1,500 miracle cherry tomatoes I brought today were sold. Meow. The last hunter who called 400 could only buy 250. When will you come next time?" At Kim Dong-sik's question, all eyes turned to Theo. They want to trade again next time. Especially the hunters who couldn't trade this time were even more focused. They have to buy next time because they couldn't buy this time. "Will you wait here next time, meow?" "Yes. Then it will be about 10 days from now, meow." There was no time to rest if he wanted to become a mid-level wandering trader before being captured by Sejun. "Okay, see you in 10 days. As soon as the leader, Kim Dong-sik, finished speaking, several female hunters approached. "Kitty, can we take a photo together?" "My name isn't Kitty, it's Theo Meow." "Oh, your name is Theo. Theo, can we take a photo together? If you do, I'll give you this." The female hunters held out a wet pouch. "What is that, meow?" "It's called churu. You peel it like this and lick it." "Is it really, meow?" "It smells meow delicious." So Theo took photos with the female hunters and received churu in return. Day 149 of being stranded. A few moments later it squeaked, "Peek bang rabbit." The rabbit came out of its burrow and gave Sejun a cheerful morning greeting. Correct. "Hello." The day started with great enthusiasm again. Today, Sejun has one more task besides harvesting cherry tomatoes in the afternoon. It taught the black rabbit how to swim. The black rabbit, who had been able to hunt piranhas on his own a few days ago, leveled up again yesterday and became so arrogant that he walked into the pond alone and almost drowned. The black rabbit didn't realize that he was like a fish out of water. If Sejun had noticed a little later how quiet it was and gone to the pool, the black rabbit would have been torn apart by the piranhas. That's why Sejun decided to teach the black rabbit how to swim. So after lunch, the black rabbit stood in front of the small pond with the leaf earplugs that Sejun had made to prepare for Blue Moon. "Are you ready, Bang?" the black rabbit answered enthusiastically. "Well, let's start with the kicking." Sejun gently held the black rabbit's body and immersed it in the middle of the water. "Now straighten your body and kick. Bang, splash, splash." Following Sejun's instructions, the black rabbit kicked the water hard. "Hey, you're splashing everywhere. You have to kick underwater. Bang!" At Sejun's words, the black rabbit immediately corrected his kick. And as soon as Sejun let go, rowing. The black rabbit quickly swam forward, reaching the end of the small pond in no time. "Very good. Now let's practice breathing." Moments later, rowing. The black rabbit takes over Sejun's swimming class and casually swims around the small pool. The black rabbit, which mastered swimming in just one day, started hunting piranhas while swimming the next day. And the 6th blue moon is approaching. The rabbits had already entered their burrows and blocked the entrance, and the poisonous honeybees had also entered their nest and blocked the entrance. The little monster seemed to avoid Blue Moon in this way. Today, as usual, Sejun ate breakfast, hummed, and harvested cherry tomatoes. You have harvested ripe miracle cherry tomatoes. Your work experience increases very little. Your harvesting proficiency, lovey, 2, increases very little. You have gained 10 experience points. Swoosh. The sound of the white rabbit watering the plants and bang, the sound of the black rabbit hitting the wall pushed the silence in the cave along with Sejun's hum. Then peak. Strange sounds began to echo. Ha, squeak, bang. Not only Sejun, but the other rabbits also looked confused at the unknown sound, looking in the direction where it came from. A nest of poisonous honeybees that have been living in the house for days is causing concern. 10 bees, the size of a thumb, were flying around the beehive. Baby honeybees are poisonous, so they raise the babies. Sejun finally understands why the poisonous honeybees don't leave their nest. A moment later, buzz. Poisonous honeybees also come out of the nest. Its size did not change much, but its body became more colorful, and its belly became plump. And the poisonous honeybee queen's name has changed. Buzz. Peep. When the queen poisonous honeybee flew to Sejun's side, the baby poisonous honeybee followed him as if to escort him. However, the purpose of baby poisonous honeybees is to protect their queen. Snap. When they saw Sejun, they withdrew their stings. Squeak bang. When Sejun and the rabbit were shocked by the actions of the baby poisonous honeybee, Buzz Buzz Queen, poisonous honeybee stopped and started scolding the baby poisonous honeybee with strong wing beats. Fortunately, after the queen's discipline, the baby poisonous honeybees understood that Sejun was not an enemy and got rid of their stings. Poisonous bees are carnivorous insect-type monsters in towers that hunt their prey using poison. Sejun was surprised how he could change the poison that he knew was very cute before to now become a queen bee, and has now changed a lot. It turns out that after the day where he ate nectar from Sejun's cave for the first time, every time he ate nectar, his body released a strong aroma, and his weight increased besides. Even if it wasn't easy, there was still a solution for it. But this made the queen bee wary of him. However, he quickly understood why the queen's attitude changed, because she was able to lay eggs. That's when the poisonous bees decided to go it alone and make a beehive inside Sejun's cave, the safest place he could think of. In her new nest, she suffered from illness, and after some transformation, she turned into a poisonous honeybee queen, and her appearance was very different from before. That's how she became the poisonous honeybee queen that we know. The poisonous honeybee queen rubs her body against Sejun to show affection, and as he begins to suck the honey peak, rub, rub, rub. The poisonous honeybee babies also followed the poisonous queen bee, rubbing their bodies against Sejun to show affection, and then sucking the honey from the cherry tomato flowers like a queen. In this way, Sejun's cave family grew. The baby poisonous honeybees rubbed their plump bodies against him as if answering him. Those who couldn't rub Sejun's face rubbed themselves on his hands. "You're such a cute little thing." The baby poison honeybee had grown to about the thickness of 3 fingers in just one day. It was curious how they could grow so big just by eating honey. Buzzing sound. The baby poison honeybees stamp their presence with Sejun and go to suck the honey. The poison honeybee queen has returned to the hive after confirming that the babies were sucking honey well yesterday. End these days. There are no threats, and the tone isn't as harsh as before, so Sejun happily agrees. And on the 152nd day of stranding, when the date changed, the blue moon began, and blue light came down through the hole in the cave ceiling. In anticipation of the monster's roar, Sejun, who had prepared earplugs and cherry tomatoes, held his breath and watched the corners of the cave for any changes in the plants. How much time has passed? Sejun woke up with a slap from his rabbit husband after a long time. As soon as Sejun opened his eyes, peek, meow pong. The rabbits were in chaos. What happened? The black rabbit urged Sejun, who was rubbing his eyes. "Let me write the date." Sejun draws a line on the cave wall with a piranha spine. marking the start of the 152nd day, and he followed the hare to where they took him. Ah, there are carrots, shyly showing their blue tops on the ground. Peeking Meow Pong Rabbit, the rabbit was drooling and urged Sejun to immediately dig up the carrots. They seemed to want to taste it straight away. Okay, swoosh. Sejun grabbed the stem of the carrot and pulled it up, easily extracting the blue carrot. The carrot was as thick as glass, peeking Meow Pong. The rabbit was happy with the size of the giant carrot. You have harvested agility carrots infused with blue moon energy. Your work experience increases significantly. Your shooting in harvesting lovey. 2 increased significantly. You have gained 70 experience points. Sejun easily checked the carrot he was holding. Blue Moon's energy-infused agility carrots grown in towers are delicious because of their complete nutritional intake. It tastes even better with Blue Moon energy. When consumed, agility permanently increases by 0.05. Grower, Farmer Tower Park. Sejun expiration date, 45 days, value, E+. The value is E+. It seemed like he had gained 70 experience points instead of 50 for harvesting high-quality crops. Here, enjoy. Sejun handed the carrot to the rabbit. He was curious about the taste, but he decided to save it for later. The rabbits who have helped the farm deserve it. Gulp. Take a peek, Meow Pong Rabbit. The rabbit tasted the carrot and let out a joyful cry. Talk, talk. Meanwhile, Sejun harvests magical cherry tomatoes infused with blue moon energy. 5 blue cherry tomatoes. Here, take this. Sejun handed 1 blue cherry tomato to the tower administrator. You have completed the quest. It seems the previous quest has been completed. The tower administrator thanked him. Be grateful and give me other skills later. The tower administrators think they might be able to get you one soon. What can they give me soon? Sejun, confused, put one of the harvested blue cherry tomatoes into his mouth and took a bite. Pop! Gah! It exploded. It exploded. The sweet and sour taste set off fireworks in Sejun's mouth. You have consumed magical cherry tomatoes infused with blue moon energy. Magic power is permanently increased by 0.05. Sejun ignored the message and focused on the taste. Pop! He put the remaining blue cherry tomatoes into his mouth one by one. Cherry tomatoes disappear in no time. On a sick day, I returned. Meow. But he was frightened by the large number of poisonous bees in the cave. Theo, who managed to sell for the second time, returned. After selling out and running tirelessly, Theo had arrived. However, the Wang Wang baby poison honeybees had withdrawn their stings and surrounded Theo. Since Theo wasn't there when the baby poisonous honeybee was born, it was natural for them to regard Theo as an enemy. Please don't do this, Meow. We're on the same side, Meow. Sejun, please tell the poisonous honeybee not to attack. Meow. Theo wrapped his head with his front paws, squatted down, and asked Sejun for help. It doesn't matter. We are family. Wang Wang. At Sejun's words, the baby poisonous honeybee got rid of its sting and started sucking honey from the cherry tomato flowers again. Phew. Thank you, Sejun Hyung. What, Sejun Hyung? Why, Meow? Aren't we family, Meow? You're just an employee. Where can you call me that? Sejun lightly pinched Theo's cheeks with both hands as direct punishment. Ouch, it hurts, Meow. I'm sorry. Meow, Theo screamed, even though Sejun didn't pinch him hard. Sly. Sejun's hand tightened on Theo's soft cheek. Honestly, he needed a reason to hold them any longer. The feeling of Theo's cheeks stretching like cheese was very interesting. Hey, it tastes good. No, he should be angry now. Sejun almost let go of the magical cheek that melted his heart and calmed him down. He held back the corners of his mouth that were trying to rise and put on a hard face again. Theo, let's settle the account first. Show me the money from selling cherry tomatoes. This is it, Meow. Theo handed the money to Sejun with a firm shoulder. 75 tower coins. That's right, Meow. A confident voice. Eyes that didn't avoid Sejun's gaze. Ears stand straight. Theo is full of confidence. Something's fishy. At that time, the tower administrator reported that Theo was lying. The tower administrator reported that Theo sold each magic cherry tomato for 0.07 tower coins. The tower administrators are looking forward to seeing your scary side. Timely messages. The tower administrator had also been keeping an eye on Theo. A new fact was revealed. Is that so? Sejun looked at Theo closely. It's not that he embezzled. Theo's personality wouldn't allow him to act so confidently if he had embezzled money. If he did something wrong, it would show on his face. Then, what is impossible? When Sejun thought about Theo's confident attitude, surprise, meow. Because humans have been waiting for days to buy magic cherry tomatoes, I charged an additional 0.02 tower coins each, meow. Did I do well? Theo took out an additional 30 tower coins and said, aiming for dramatic effect by unexpectedly taking out more money. However, here's your incentive. Sejun, who had studied the information, was not surprised. Sejun handed Theo the 4.2 tower coin. Ha, that's it, meow, I did well, but you won't promote me, meow. It's impossible with just this. Theo, work harder, meow, yeah. Theo decided to work harder because being a representative was difficult. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A strange sound came. Sejun looked where the sound came from and saw Theo busy licking something. Theo, what is this? Meow, this is churu, meow. Churu, where did you get it? I got it from humans by taking photos with them, meow. This one is tuna-flavored and... Sejun thought about how the churu that Theo ate could get into the tower. There are two ways for items from outside to enter the tower. One way is through disappearing. Currently, you can take the items you hold directly to the tower. However, you don't know when or where you will disappear, and since you were called to the first floor, the trade is already there. The other was when an awakened hunter entered the tower with his belongings. When a hunter entered the tower, they could only carry around 1 kg of outdoor items. Tower goods items are excluded from the weight limit, and when they leave, they can take things without restrictions. When hunters usually enter the tower, they carry simple things like the hunter's smartphone called Hunter Phone and simple instant food. Hunter phones are an essential item for hunters because, in addition to existing smartphone features, they also have a solar charging function that takes into account the tower's always bright environment and the ability to communicate with team members at close range. Sejun confiscates all the churu he had taken. Ha, why, meow, I got this by taking pictures with humans. Meow. When churu was confiscated, Theo protested loudly with foam at his mouth. Even the innocent Theo became defiant. Churu is really a special medicine for cats. However, Sejun has the legal right to confiscate churu. That's right. You got it through trading by taking pictures, right? That's right. Meow Special Provisions 3. Party B cannot form additional trading partners without Party A's permission. This is a clear breach of contract, Sejun said, showing the contract. When Sejun's hand stopped, Theo, who fell asleep while eating churu, asked, "Your 1 hour is over." Already Theo, disappointed, took the remaining churu and left Sejun's lap. Theo had misunderstood sitting on Sejun's lap and being petted as a privilege of being a representative. Next time, bring something useful, and you'll be Representative Theo again. Menya. Meow. At that time, Theo, how did you get up to the 38th floor without fighting monsters? Sometimes he was curious, but tried not to care. He didn't want to care about the outside. There's no way out anyway. So he had tried to ignore it, but when he thought he could get something from the outside, his curiosity about the outside aroused involuntarily. That's because I have a wandering merchant license, meow. Wandering merchant license? That's right, meow. Theo raised both hands to his waist and spoke proudly. The Wandering Merchant License requires an expensive annual fee to be paid to the Wandering Merchant Association to maintain qualification, and as the value increases, so do the annual fees. On the other hand, the benefits received also increase. Merchants who pay fees are protected by the Wandering Merchants Association and can use various convenience facilities. That's why they weren't attacked by monsters. So Theo, can you bring the hunter here? That's impossible, meow. Monsters just don't attack wandering merchants, meow. Additionally, hunters cannot use the merchant route, meow. Merchant route. That's right, meow. That's a shortcut that traders take, meow. A wandering merchant license is required for merchant routes, meow. A shortcut. That's right, meow. It's impossible to get here from the 38th floor in just 5 days without using the merchant route, meow. What floor is this? Sejun asked, then realized he shouldn't have asked. This is floor 99, meow, Theo answered with a bright voice. In the end, he found out what he least wanted to know. This is floor 99, meow. Don't you know? Meow Theo kindly repeated his answer and even confirmed it, in case Sejun heard it wrong. Theo went down to the 38th floor in just 5 days, much to Sejun's relief. He thought that if Theo, who couldn't use waypoints like a hunter, could go back and forth in just 10 days, this place wouldn't be far from the 38th floor. So he asked without much thought. And that is right on the pain point. Enthusiasm. His enthusiasm for new business deals had disappeared. While Sejun was aside for a moment, Sejun, my weekly salary burned. Theo, who was secretly licking the remaining churu, immediately called Sejun when he smelled the smell of burning fish. Ah-oh, Sejun realized when Theo screamed. I can't lose focus. Nothing changes. Just knowing which floor this place is on. Ha! Is that really meow? Yes, you secretly build additional trades. Theo was shocked by the fact that he had to lose his churu. Don't be too disappointed. Let's talk about our new trading method, Representative Theo Ha. Will I be a representative, meow? I'll let you be one for an hour. If you do well in future trades, I'll give you Theo Pass Rep for an hour. Sounds good. Meow. Call me that again, meow. Representative Theo. Heh 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 heh. Once again, wow. Representative Theo. Theo loved sitting in the representative's chair, even if only for an hour. Theo quickly sat on Sejun's lap. I want to eat churu too, meow. Okay. Sejun took out churu and offered it to Theo. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Being fed is a great perk for being a rep. When Sejun stroked Theo's head, which was true, rightly won, they talk about a new business using Theo's image rights. It seems like there will be a way to bring in items from outside the tower sooner than expected. Sejun comforted himself and took out the grilled fish from the fire. He got a little burn on his hand while doing it, but he didn't even know it hurt. And he thought of another breakthrough. Theo, is it possible for me to become a wandering merchant? If Theo's words are true, that means one can safely descend from the tower just by becoming a wandering merchant. However, Sejun cannot be one. Only creatures born in the tower can become wandering traders. Another blocked breakthrough. Damn, Sejun shouted angrily at the impossible reality. Hiccup! Why, Hiccup! You do this! Startled by Sejun's scream, Theo hiccuped. Poison rabbits and bees are no different. Rabbit. The rabbits perked up their ears and stared at Sejun with wide eyes, while the poison bees flew around busily flapping their wings. Even the queen bee peeked her head out of the hive to see what was going on. Phew, sorry for shouting. Sejun apologized to his cave family. Still, the screams helped calm his heart a little. And Sejun made a decision. I will eat well and live well here. Meanwhile, at the failed food company, the president of the company asked the woman who was sitting in front of him and showed him a magical cherry tomato, then asked if this was a mysterious item that was popular among hunters. Then he answered that it belonged to his sister, one of the good next members. He said that he met a traveling salesman and bought it. Then Jenny asked the president what he was going to do with the bad stuff. And he asked if Michael, the vice president of Gagel, who controls 39% of the global food market, had lost his business sense. Then Michael said that even though Jenny was the CEO of Easter Food Company threatening him, did he want to know what would happen if he opened his mouth carelessly? Then Jenny showed her system where she explained the benefits of consuming magical cherry tomatoes, including dissolving 10 g of fat, increasing the basal metabolic rate by 5 to 10%, repeated consumption dissolving 10 g of fat, and providing an additional increase of 0.1% in the rate. Basal metabolism, where basal metabolic rate is the number of calories you burn when your body performs basic functions to maintain life, such as breathing, digesting food, and so on. The then president of Rutan was shocked to see this fact, and then Jenny added that, as expected, they failed to extract the compound from the item they got from the tower, but the results of the data they obtained during the research period exceeded their imagination. Then the president sat back in his chair and asked what the reason was for showing him this. "Jenny, isn't this business your monopoly?" Then Jimmy said, "Lord Vice President, I just need a tower farming project that you didn't succeed in doing before." Then the president started to get nervous and asked how he knew about that. Jenny woke up from her chair and laughed and headed towards the president. Then she said, "Don't you think you should regain your father's trust?" She added that I heard the board of directors will choose the next chairman on behalf of the current chairman who is sick. Then he took a magical cherry tomato that was on his table and gave it to the president and said, "These cherry tomatoes don't look very tempting." Seeing this made the president think. Then he took the magical cherry tomato and ate it and said that it was very sweet and very delicious. Then he laughed out loud, then asked Uni if he had any more, but Uni told him to go to the tower and take it and buy it himself. Sejun made a decision. He will make this place his home. With that determination, Sejun grilled the remaining piranhas for Theo. Crackle, crackle. Watching the fire burn, he thought. What do I need to live well? He didn't think about using the tower coins that appeared because he believed he would eventually leave this place. He thought that hunters would come to save him if he just waited a little longer. So he didn't add anything except for the plants and the cave family. However, now that he decided to settle down here, he thought he needed to fix the inconveniences he experienced one by one and explore the cave environment. "Theo, are there any monsters near the cave? There are none nearby?" As Sejun's mood brightened, Theo answered cheerfully. "But there are some further away. What kind of monsters are they? Red giant bears? Crimson giant bear?" For some reason, he thought of the red-furred monster that tried to attack the cave during the third blue moon. "It was a very scary creature. It glares at me every time I pass by," Theo said, shivering. "Getting out of the cave is still dangerous, but the situation will change in about a month." Sejun looked at the 732 cherry tomato trees growing rapidly and felt proud. Soon, thousands of flowers will bloom on the cherry tomato tree. As more flowers bloom, the queen poison bee will lay more eggs, and the number of poison bees will increase dramatically, if it happens. If he could increase the number of poisonous bees patrolling around the cave, he might be able to create a safe zone where monsters couldn't get close. And if I have poisonous bees, pick me up using a string made from green onions. Sejun thinks of a way to leave the cave. Luckily, the magical cherry tomatoes had broken down the fat, so he didn't have any belly fat. Theo, this time. Sejun gave Theo some instructions before he left for another trade. "Menya, trust me, Nov, Wonbin Theo takes a big mission and comes down from the tower again." As Sejun expected, the diligent Theo had come down from the tower and arrived at the 38th floor. "Oh, he's here, is that his cat? Ovelba 1. The Phoenix Guild hunter who found Theo ran, but the number of hunters has doubled since before. Some members of Kim Dong-sik's party have spread rumors about miracle cherry tomatoes causing an increase. The magical cherry tomato that makes you lose weight just by eating it is attracting the curiosity of hunters. I'll buy them all," a hunter who couldn't buy last time shouted. "That's not allowed, Meow. We're changing the way we sell it starting today, Meow." Theo has received new instructions from Sejun. "Starting today, we will sell 500 cherry tomatoes to the person who offers the highest price." Meow, meanwhile, Sejun shares the cherry tomatoes with the rabbits as they all take a short break, enjoying the fresh and delicious taste together. This peaceful life with his cave family makes Sejun feel more content than before, strengthening his resolve to protect and preserve this place. Sejun shares cherry tomatoes with the rabbits during their break. Slurp, slurp, slurp. The rabbits started sucking on the cherry tomatoes one by one. "I also want to drink it." Sejun jealously watched the rabbits. Sejun suddenly had an idea and stood up. He took a glass and started squeezing cherry tomatoes into it. Squeeze, squeeze. After squeezing about 50 cherry tomatoes, he got a mouthful of juice. Gulp. He could fully enjoy the rich juice of cherry tomatoes in his mouth. Yum Sejun squeezed another 50 cherry tomatoes into the glass. Then, drizzle. She mixed in a drizzle of honey. He took another shot. Yum. The sour and sweet flavors are enhanced by the addition of honey, which encapsulates both flavors seamlessly. Honey fills the gap between sour and sweet flavors, making the transition between the two flavors smooth. This is delicious. At this moment, all his worries disappeared. Peek, peek, peek. The rabbits looked at Sejun's face and offered them their cherry tomatoes to add honey. All right. Sejun carefully dripped a drop of honey onto each cherry tomato without letting it spill. Slurp, slurp, slurp. The rabbits' eyes widened as they ate cherry tomatoes with honey. They discovered a new flavor combination of honey and cherry tomatoes. Then, the tower administrator, who had been watching, sent a message. New quests have been added. Quest: serve a glass of magic cherry tomato juice infused with honey to the gift tower administrator. 1 job skill rejection. Deep disappointment. I have to get back to work now. He is resting. Now it's time to get back to work. I'll give it to you later. The tower administrator asked to have a drink together to share experiences. The tower administrator stressed that the skills given as rewards for this quest were good ones. Is it true that the tower administrators are vehemently asking you to trust them? Good. Even though he couldn't completely trust them, Sejun decided to give it a try. Sejun squeezed 100 cherry tomatoes into a glass and poured honey into it. The tower administrators flapped their wings, expressing their curiosity about the taste of the juice. Did they really like him? Sejun realized that the tower administrators had wings, learning one more piece of information about them. Here he is. When Sejun sent the cherry tomato juice to the tower administrator, the juice in the glass disappeared cleanly. The tower administrator praised the juice, saying it was very delicious. You have completed the quest. You have acquired special job skill Beekeeping LV. 1 as a quest completion reward. Special job skills Beekeeping LV. 1 registers the user's poisonous honeybee hive to the skill. The maximum number of hives that can be registered in the beekeeping special job skill ELV. 1 has been achieved. The poisonous honeybee nest in Sejun's cave is automatically registered for its beekeeping skills. What is this? Sejun checked the details of his beekeeping skills. Beekeeping special job skill of 1 allows beekeeping with existing hives. Honeybees in owned hives do not show hostility towards their owners. Special instructions can be given to honeybees in owned hives. The range of activity of honeybees in owned hives increases slightly. The laying speed of the queen bee increases slightly. The speed of bee honey collection increases slightly. The possibility of increased humidity increases slightly. The nests currently owned are 11 poisonous honeybee nests. Wow. Sejun had been worried about whether the poisonous honeybees would understand and follow his patrol orders, but with this skill, he felt a little more relieved. The skill effect was indeed subtle. However, the good thing is that many aspects are influenced by these skills. And although the effects were subtle now, he had a feeling that they would grow like seeds and eventually bear significant fruit. Thank you. Sejun talks to the tower administrator. The tower administrator asks that you make another glass of honey-infused magic cherry tomato juice if you are grateful. I have to work now. I'll give it to you in the evening. The tower administrator agreed and scraped off the remaining juice stuck to the cups and put them into their mouths. Sejun continues to harvest cherry tomatoes. Theo has received new instructions from Sejun. Starting today, we will sell 500 cherry tomatoes to the person who offers the highest price. Meow. It's like an auction for magic cherry tomatoes. 40 tower coins for 500. As soon as Theo finished speaking, Kim Dong-sik shouted, 0.08 tower coins per cherry tomato. Kim Dong-sik, whose position at home had improved due to the magical cherry tomatoes, couldn't let it go. However, the other 41 Hunter Tower coins that couldn't buy last time immediately increased the price. 45 tower coins, 45.5 tower coins. Other hunters who came to watch also joined in, raising the price. At that time, 100 coins tower. It turned out to be Michael, the vice president of the Gaggle Company. Everyone was shocked how Michael, the vice president of the company, failed to be there. Then Kim Dong-sik asked Chris how he got there. Then he answered that he was there because his sister Jenny asked him to take Mr. Michael to the traveling salesman's location. Chairman Kim Dong-sik realizes that Chris's brother is the CEO of a pharmaceutical company. They really didn't think that this rumor would spread that quickly. Chris screamed a huge amount. 0.2 tower coins per cherry tomato. He bought 500 cherry tomatoes for 200,000 won each. Chris had purchased 30 miracle cherry tomatoes in the first transaction and given them to his sister, Jenna, who was the CEO of a pharmaceutical company. He thought of her complaining about gaining weight from sitting all day. Jenna tried some cherry tomatoes and was amazed by their effects, so she started researching miracle cherry tomatoes. However, he kept failing to extract the ingredients and asked Chris for more magical cherry tomatoes. He said he would pay for it. So, without any burden, Chris spent a total of 273 tower coins to buy all 1,500 magic cherry tomatoes. When the auction ended, the huntress approached. "Theo, can we take a photo with you?" "That's okay, Meow, but give me coffee, Meow." Coffee. The female hunters, who had brought Churu a lot of cat treats, were confused. "Wait a moment. Max, give me coffee." The huntresses snatched coffee from their friends. "Or even spices like pepper are okay, Meow. If you want to take a photo with me, show your sincerity, Meow." Theo becomes more and more like a merchant cat because of his ambition to become a representative. "Line up, Meow." Theo ordered the huntresses to line up and take photos with each of them. "Give me my gift, Meow." After taking the picture, Theo stretched out his front paw and said, "Oh my, look at these pink feet." Catherine was mesmerized as she gently touched Theo's front paw. Theo was a little uncomfortable, but he waited because he had to receive compensation from this human. "Here." Catherine handed over a bag containing white powder. "What is this, Meow?" "This is salt. Good, Meow." Theo quickly put the salt into his bag. "Puh-hut." With this, I secured 1 hour of Theo's representative time. Meow. At that time, "Theo, take this too. I feel healed thanks to you." Catherine handed Theo a pack of churu that she had brought. "You gave this to me for free, Meow." "Yes, you let me touch your paws." Gasp. "Is that Meow?" Theo was very surprised by Catherine's words. "Humans give you food even if you let them touch your paws, Meow. Next human, come on, Meow." Theo took a picture with the next human in line. Click. While taking the picture, Theo subtly placed his front paw on the huntress's hand. "Hurry and touch, Meow." Following Theo's intention, the huntresses who were taking photos with him couldn't help but touch his front paws as if they were bewitched, and they offered churu like Catherine had done before. Puhuhut. "Are my claws that attractive to humans, Meow?" Theo licked his front paw clean and said, "Puhuhut." With this, Park Sejun's lap is mine, Meow. Thanks to the female hunters, Theo had a big misunderstanding. My status. Kim Dong-sik, who loudly claimed that he would take home 200 magical cherry tomatoes, had his shoulders slumped. At that time, "Is there a human from Korea here?" Meow, meanwhile in the cave, "You have obtained 1 ml of honey from cherry tomato flowers. Beekeeping prowess. LV. 1 has increased slightly. You have obtained 1 ml of honey from cherry tomato flowers. Beekeeping prowess LV. 1 has increased slightly. A message appears every time the honeybee puts honey into the water bottle that Sejun has stabilized it with soil so it won't fall. Are you all right?" Sejun looked at the message with a proud expression. At that moment, buzz buzz. 5 new baby honeybees emerged from the beehive. Maybe because of the skill effect, the baby honeybees didn't emit their stings even though they saw Sejun for the first time. And then, whir, buzz buzz. Baby honeybees start sucking honey following the adult honeybees. As a result, honey production increased by around 20 ml. Even though it was only a little at a time, the situation in the cave was gradually getting better. While Sejun was watching the baby honeybees working hard to suck the honey, squeak, squeak, bowing, excited rabbits gathered in the carrot field and called Sejun. The reason the rabbits were excited about the carrot field was clear. That's the carrot. Are they ripe? When Sejun went to the carrot field, some of the carrots looked ready to be picked as they revealed their orange bodies above the ground. Finally, it was time to harvest the carrots. Squeak, squeak, bowing. The rabbits looked at Sejun, exhaling hot breaths. With a sharp gaze, the rabbit said, We are ready to eat, okay? With a tug, Sejun grabbed the carrot stick and pulled it up, and the orange carrot came out smoothly. This time, the carrots were thinner than those harvested during the blue moon. However, at about 3 fingers thick, it was an excellent carrot. You have harvested agility carrot. Work experience has increased slightly. Harvest love. 2 proficiency has increased very slightly. You have gained 10 experience points. Sejun checked the carrot options. Carrot dexterity. Carrots grown in towers are delicious because they absorb nutrients completely. After consumption, it breaks down 10 g of fat in the body and increases agility by 0.1 for 10 minutes. The effect can be stacked up to 10 times in 1 hour. When non-awakeners consume it, it breaks down 10 g of fat and improves eyesight. Sejun Tower Farmer's Garden Cultivator Expiration Date, 30 days E-value OK. After checking the options, Sejun handed the carrot to the rabbit. Shake, shake. The rabbits shook their heads and urged Sejun to eat. They had eaten the blue moon-infused carrots first, and they seemed to feel sorry for eating this one first, too. However, drip, drip, drip. When they drool, eat first, I can eat later. When Sejun urged them again, squeak, squeak, bowing, the bunnies collectively bowed to thank him and took the carrot from Sejun's hand. Is this really something to submit to? Sejun hurriedly took more carrots and distributed them to each rabbit. Munch, munch. The rabbits began to eat the carrots they were holding excitedly. The taste of carrots must have been pleasant, because the smile never left the bunny's face. Sejun also noticed the happy rabbits, rinsed the carrot with water to remove dirt, and took a bite. Crunch. With a refreshing sound, the unique taste of carrots spread in his mouth. And then, munch, munch. The sweet taste that comes out with every bite is delicious. Bowing. The black rabbit held his carrot and sat next to Sejun, pressing his plump belly against Sejun's side, as if asking whether it was delicious. Yes. Sejun gave a thumbs up in response. On the 153rd day of stranding, they could eat carrots every day. Meanwhile, the black rabbit, who had been scolded by his mother and was depressed again, saw Sejun patting the tail of the poisonous honeybee. Blink, blink, the black rabbit also stuck out its butt at Sejun, as if to say, if it's a plump butt, I won't lose either, all right? Sejun patted the black rabbit's butt, and they had a short healing time together. Eat carrots. And then, where are you going? After the break, Sejun caught the black rabbit, which was secretly trying to escape into the pond, and made it carry carrots again. Just as Sejun is excited to harvest carrots again, you have harvested well-ripe agility carrots. Job experience has increased slightly. Harvest ability lev. 2 has improved slightly. You have gained 10 experience points. You have leveled up. You have gained 1 bonus stat point. Sejun's level had risen to level 10. He increased his health with bonus stat points. As his health improved, his body felt a little lighter. A search has been created. What happened? Didn't you see I was busy? Sejun complaining to the tower administrator without checking the content of the message. The tower administrator felt it was unfair to be accused that it wasn't him. Ha! That's not you. Sejun checked the search message more carefully. Job quest. Expand the farm by more than 50 square meters. Level 11. Reward, 10 tower coins, 1 additional job trait. Come to think of it, it seems familiar. Job quest at level 10. He needs to pass that quest to get a new job trait and move on to the next level. Other hunters' quests usually involved hunting some monsters, but his quest was different since he was a farmer. Expanding a farm should be easy. That's not difficult for Sejun, who has expanded the farm several times. It just means more work. The tower administrator said he was disappointed. Excuse me, I'll make cherry tomato juice for you later. Sejun calms the tower administrator. Then he hurriedly finished harvesting the carrots and started making a new field. While the rabbits dig with their shovels, Sejun plants cherry tomatoes. He ended up planting too many cherry tomatoes, but since cherry tomatoes were the only thing he could grow at the moment, he had no choice. He had just finished planting cherry tomatoes right before bed. He planted 1,000 cherry tomato seeds. Because he did, he went a little overboard and the scale increased a little. The search has been completed. You have reached level 11 as a quest completion reward. You have gained 1 bonus stat. You have obtained 10 tower coins as a quest completion reward. You have acquired 1 job trait as a quest completion reward. With the nature of this job, you can gain experience points every time you create a 1 pyong field or rice field. TL1 pyong equals sign 3.3 square meter. Units your local measurements. So far, he only earned experience points when harvesting crops, but now he can earn experience points by creating fields or rice fields. At that moment, "Is there a human from Korea here?" Meow Theo, who had finished photo time with the female hunters, shouted. "Korea, the leader is Korean." The hunters looked at Kim Dong-sik. "Human, are you from Korea?" Meow. Theo approached Kim Dong-sik. "Yes, I come from Korea. I have something to talk about alone, Meow. Follow me, Meow." Theo took Kim Dong-sik to a remote place where other hunters could not eavesdrop. "What do you want to talk about? Let's make a deal." An agreement. Theo issued a contract. Contracts made in the tower can also be enforced outside, making it a commonly used trading method. Kim Dong-sik checked the contract, which contained content that Sejun had prepared. Sending 50 million won to Park Sejun's family at New World Apartment 305, Building 701 in Sosagu Bushin. That's right. And you have to tell Sejun's family that he's okay. The prize is 200 magic cherry tomatoes and 50 tower coins. Theo took out the cherry tomatoes he had set aside. "I'll do it," Kim Dong-sik, who needed 200 magical cherry tomatoes, shouted. "But who is Park Sejun? Park Sejun is an extraordinary man. He saved my life on the 40th floor. That's why I ran errands for him." Theo's conversation was written with Sejun. "What 40th floor?" Thus, rumors about an unofficial genius hunter reaching the 40th floor were created. If I became friends with a hunter family like that, it will help later. Meanwhile, in the cave, the rabbit couple sent their children out of the cave. Peek, squeak. Children are made independent. The 6 rabbits that were thrown out of the house started to make their own burrows. Why do you have to be independent? Could it be? Did they do it again? Sejun prayed it wasn't like that. Since cherry tomato levels drop quickly if harvest time is missed, Sejun quickly harvests the cherry tomatoes first. Today is an important day, where today is the day the seed shop opens again. The seed shop is now open. The 3 types of seeds available for purchase today will be displayed randomly. You can only purchase seeds once every 30 days at your current level. Seeds available for purchase today appear: potato seeds 105 tower coins, strawberry seeds 100 0.5 tower coins, lettuce seeds 1000 0.1 tower coins. I wouldn't buy lettuce because it doesn't have any meat. The remaining options are seed potatoes and strawberries. Because he had a lot of money, he didn't consider the price. It's hard to decide. Sejun imagines a scene of eating potatoes and strawberries while trying to decide which one to buy. When you wrap a potato in foil, bake it, and peel it while blowing it, the smooth texture and subtle, salty taste of the steaming hot potato flesh. Grr, just imagining it makes his stomach feel warm. How about strawberries? When you pick a ripe, bright red strawberry and bite into it, the unique strawberry flavor, combined with the sour and sweet taste as if sprinkled with sugar, fills your mouth. Slurp. Sejun wiped his drooling mouth while looking at the seed shop window. What should I buy? After a long hesitation, Sejun tearfully chose seed potatoes. He's been craving carbs lately. You have purchased 100 potato seeds. 5 tower coins have been deducted from Sejun's seed bank account. You have earned 50 seed shop loyalty points. You now have a total of 56 seed shop loyalty points. Thank you for using the seed shop. You can use the level 1 seed shop again within 30 days. Mash. A bunch of 100 potatoes appeared in front of Sejun. Good. Sejun is in a hurry. Hurry up to finish harvesting cherry tomatoes and carrots and start planting seed potatoes. Since he had asked the rabbits to prepare the field first, all he had to do was plant the potato seeds. He thought about Theo, who seemed to have finished his business. Meanwhile, Theo arrived at the merchant district where the headquarters of the wandering merchants were located. This time, he wasn't here to play but to run an errand for Sejun, who asked him to buy some things. Pot, ladle, bowl, ladle, dagger, pan. Theo walked through the shopping area, muttering about the things Sejun asked him to buy so he wouldn't forget. Sejun, not trusting the gullible Theo, Simply asked him to buy the 5 most important and cheapest items first. Welcome. Theo entered the general store, picked up the necessary items, and took them to the store owner. The pot is 1 tower coin, the spoon is 0.2 tower coins, the bowl is 0.3 tower coins, the spoon is 0.1 tower coins, so the total is 1.6 tower coins. Give me a discount, meow. Then I'll give it to you for 1.5 tower coins. More discounts, meow. Customer, we give it to you at the lowest price we can. I understand, meow. Theo responded and then immediately turned around to leave without hesitation. I give up. I'll give it to you for 1.3 tower coins. 1.2 coin tower. Or I'll just leave, meow. Sigh. Okay, 1.2 tower coins. Here, meow. Theo buys things, the item, and left indifferently. However, thump, thump, Theo's heart beat fast. Phew, I did it, meow. Sejun has instructed Theo to bargain bid at least 3 times as a minimum precaution against being a sucker. Once your opponent quotes a price, ask for a discount, and if they refuse, walk away without hesitation. If they hold you back, haggle more and buy after a total of 3 discounts. Following Sejun's instructions, Theo went to the blacksmith and also tried haggling 3 times, finally buying a dagger 20 tower coins for 13 tower coins. Poo-hoo-hoot. Now I'm a wandering merchant who knows how to bargain, meow. As Theo was about to head to the 99th floor, feeling proud, this was an item from outside the tower. From the outside, yes, if you take this upstairs. He heard a familiar voice. When Theo turned his head, there was a scarum goblin wandering trader trying to cheat another novice fox, wandering trader. That bad guy. This is an item from outside the tower. From the outside, yes, if you take this upstairs. He heard a familiar voice. When Theo turned his head, there was a scarum goblin wandering trader trying to cheat another novice fox wandering trader. That bad guy. Don't believe Scarum's words, meow. That guy is a fraud, meow. Theo interferes with Scarum's deception to prevent the new wandering merchant from being fooled like he was. Sejun had prevented Theo from being a sucker in their dealings, but he hadn't anticipated Theo's interference. What, do you have proof that I am a fraud? Scarum looked at Theo in confusion for a moment, but quickly raised his voice and shouted. He must have said that the glass had preservation magic on it, right? Don't believe him. These tumblers simply block contact with the outside and prevent heat transfer, causing the temperature to drop slowly. Theo recalled Sejun's words and spoke confidently. That's proof. Since Theo's words were correct, Scarum stepped back, thinking the deal was off this time. Thank you. Thanks to you, I didn't fall for the scam. What's your name? My name is Theo. Oh, so you're Theo. Thank you so much for your help. Yes, heart. Don't be a sucker. Okay. Goodbye. Theo saved the potential victim and happily went up to the 99th floor. In the merchant area where Theo disappeared, a novice fox wandering merchant entered a shop in a quiet alley. Welcome. What can I get for you, Eternal Gold? The novice wandering fox trader passed by the shop owner and pressed the shield hanging in the corner. Dentor. The shield slid back, revealing stairs leading underground. As they descended the stairs, they saw bustling merchants. Agent Zareth, how is the operation to capture Scarum going? I'm sorry. It failed. Zareth, a member of the Secret Inspection Bureau of the Wandering Merchant Association, is on a mission to catch Scarum, who is defrauding novice wandering merchants by posing as a novice merchant and catching Scarum in the act. If it weren't for that person, gritting his teeth, Zareth thought of Theo. Haha. Just thinking about Scarum's embarrassed face made me feel good. Without realizing it, Theo ended up helping Scarum. Zareth then ordered his subordinates to compose 100 letters of apology to him. Then they returned to the bureau. Recently, they have received many reports of fraudulent traders at the local Sellers Association, and after a long time, they managed to trace the movements of the Scarum Goblin. Scarum knows where and how to get items that can only be found outside the tower. They didn't know if he got it through illegal means or not, so it was impossible to get Scarum in a hurry. And somehow Zareth was able to contact Scarum while disguised as a novice seller. But when they started to make it to the capture area, they were interrupted by Theo. so he intended to revise his plan and also investigate Theo. Meanwhile, Sejun hurriedly finished harvesting cherry tomatoes and carrots and started planting seed potatoes. Since he had asked the rabbits to prepare the field first, all he had to do was plant the potato seeds, cut like this. Sejun asked a rabbit with a scythe item to divide the seed potatoes. He could see the spots growing, so all he had to do was cut them, so that part was included. Sejun planted seed potatoes cut into quarters. You have planted seed potatoes due to the effect of sowing seed lava. 2. The possibility of seed potatoes growing increases. Kamiran seed sour leaf. 2. Slightly increased. Sejun planted all 400 potato seeds in just 1 hour. He had now become truly proficient at his job. Swoosh. The rabbit with a watering can watered the potato field, and the potato planting was completely completed. Oh, I'm proud. While Sejun proudly looks at the field where he planted 400 potato seeds, you have created a 10 pyong potato field. You have gained 10 experience points. 1 experience point per pyong. It wasn't much, but it felt like extra income. Isn't that amazing, my agricultural technique, planting 400 potato seeds from just 100? Sejun makes a big announcement in front of the bunnies who are eagerly eating their morning carrots. Beep bue boing. The rabbits didn't know what Sejun was talking about, so they stared at him with wide eyes. What day is it? Today is the day we dig sweet potatoes. It feels like just yesterday they planted 450 sweet potato sprouts. But now the sprouts have grown roots and it's time to harvest the sweet potatoes. Beep, bue, boing. The rabbits were excited at the mention of sweet potatoes, remembering the taste of the roasted sweet potatoes they had eaten before. And the best part is that they don't have to do anything. Sejun will be the one who harvests everything himself. However, the rabbits couldn't remember what they had done before eating the roasted sweet potato. So we will finish our work in the morning and plant sweet potato sprouts in the afternoon. Before digging up the sweet potatoes, Sejun had to remove all the sweet potato vines. He couldn't just throw away the sweet potato sprouts that could produce sweet potatoes if planted. Beep, no, v/. Elbin Bue Boang Rabbit rushed to check the sweet potato field. Sweet potato sprouts have grown thickly in the fields. Sejun's plan to cut them all and plant them has shocked the rabbits, but they are relieved. Both harvesting and planting sweet potato sprouts are Sejun's responsibility. However, there was another big announcement. I've decided not to monopolize the excitement of planting sweet potato sprouts today. As the field expands, Sejun's workload has surpassed what he can do in a day, so he decided to give up on increasing the proficiency of his seed sowing skill. Farming is all about timing. He couldn't ruin the farm just for the sake of skill proficiency. Thus began the morning farming session. 2 rabbits with watering cans water the field, while the rabbit's wife and a rabbit with a scythe cut sweet potato leaves. Rabbits with carts carry the leaves away, and black rabbits and hares with shovels prepare furrows for planting sweet potato sprouts. Wang, wang. As everything progressed, the black rabbit, who thought of all this as warrior training, leveled the ground by dragging the flat part of the hammer along the ground. Pook, 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 puke. 2 rabbits with shovels dug a trench and piled soil next to it. Knock, knock, knock. Sejun hurriedly harvested cherry tomatoes too. To get all the work done in the morning, they have to move quickly. With the morning farming session over, phew, beep, bwah, boing. Sejun and the rabbits were all exhausted from hard work. It's finished. A field of 1,500 sweet potato shoots has been completed. You have created a 150 square meter sweet potato field. See TL notes below for measurement changes. You have gained 150 experience points. You have leveled up. You have gained 1 bonus stat. Sejun found some good information. Even if he didn't grow any crops himself, he could still gain full experience points for creating a field. He had raised his strength stat by 1 at level 11, so this time, he raised his stamina stat by 1. And then now, let's dig up the sweet potatoes. Finally, the highlight of the day, the sweet potato harvest, begins. When they removed the sweet potato vines, about 270 of the 450 sweet potato shoots planted had successfully grown. Thump thump, the rabbit with the shovel pushed the shovel deep into the ground, raised the soil for a while, then took out the shovel and continued. and Sejun dug up the sweet potatoes. He had tried doing this with rabbits too, but since sweet potatoes were the size of rabbits, Sejun ended up having to dig them himself. Thud, thud. When he was lucky, he could pull out the stem and get 10 sweet potatoes at once. You have harvested power sweet potatoes. Your work experience increases very little. Harvest glory lava. 2. You improved very little. You have gained 10 experience points. What a wonderful feeling. Sejun had a proud look on his face when he looked at the 10 sweet potatoes he harvested at once. Beep tilde vea tilde bing bing. The rabbits hummed as they wrapped the sweet potatoes in leaves to make roasted sweet potatoes. The tower administrator shouted, roasted sweet potato, excitedly. Sejun continues to harvest sweet potatoes himself. Next to him, there was a pile of sweet potatoes he had harvested, about 3,000 of them. He harvests about 10-13 sweet potatoes per stalk. When the harvest was almost over, golden light emerged from the ground. Sejun hurriedly dug out the glowing object, sparkling. The light was so bright that it hurt his eyes. Wow! Sejun quickly shielded his eyes from the bright light with his hands. You have harvested golden sweet potatoes. Your work experience increases very little. Harvest glory lev. 2. You improved very little. You have gained 10 experience points. A humble message compared to a dramatic appearance. Then, you have achieved the achievement of creating a new variety in the tower. The tower recognizes your exclusive cultivation rights to new varieties. No one can cultivate golden sweet potatoes without your permission. Your work experience increases rapidly. Your work experience is now full. Your Tower Farmer E rank increases. You have become Tower Farmer D. Your job rank has increased, and your job characteristics have been improved. Misty Harvest Love. 2. You are improving rapidly. Harvest Skill Lev. Your 2 is now full, and its level has increased. Whether it's because of the new variation, the job rank and skill level have increased at once. Sejun quickly checked the options for golden sweet potatoes. Golden sweet potato. A mutant sweet potato that has absorbed sunlight inside the tower, containing solar energy. It was delicious after growing on the tower and absorbing enough nutrients. When consumed, it breaks down 100 g of body fat and increases fire resistance for 1 hour. When unprotected people consume it, 100 g of body fat is broken down and their resistance to cold increases for 24 hours. Sejun Tower Farmer's Garden Cultivator Shelf Life. 30 days. Value. E new variety. Sejun looked at the golden sweet potato in his hand. Being a new variety meant that he was the only one in the tower with this sweet potato. Additionally, he was given exclusive cultivation rights, so even if Sejun harvested and sold sweet potatoes, no one else could grow golden sweet potatoes. Meanwhile, a luxury foreign car arrives in front of an apartment in Bushin. Is this Sejun's house? Sejun continues to harvest sweet potatoes himself. Next to him, there was a pile of sweet potatoes he had harvested, about 3,000 of them. He harvests about 10-13 sweet potatoes per stalk. When the harvest was almost over, golden light emerged from the ground. Sejun hurriedly dug out the glowing object, sparkling. The light was so bright that it hurt his eyes. Wow! Sejun quickly shielded his eyes from the bright light with his hands. You have harvested golden sweet potatoes. Your work experience increases very little. Harvest glory lev 2. You improved very little. You have gained 10 experience points. A humble message compared to a dramatic appearance. Then you have achieved the achievement of creating a new variety in the tower. The tower recognizes your exclusive cultivation rights to new varieties. No one can cultivate golden sweet potatoes without your permission. Your work experience increases rapidly. Your work experience is now full. Your Tower Farmer E rank increases. You have become Tower Farmer D. Your job rank has increased, and your job characteristics have been upgraded. Misty Harvest Elvav 2. You are improving rapidly. Harvest Skill of. Your 2 is now full, and its level has increased. Whether it's because of the new variation, the job rank and skill level have increased at once. Sejun quickly checked the options for golden sweet potatoes. Golden sweet potato. A mutant sweet potato that has absorbed sunlight inside the tower, containing solar energy. It was delicious after growing on the tower and absorbing enough nutrients. When consumed, it breaks down 100 g of body fat and increases fire resistance for 1 hour. When unprotected people consume it, 100 g of body fat is broken down and their resistance to cold increases for 24 hours. Sejun Tower Farmer's Garden Cultivator Shelf Life, 30 days value E, new variety. Sejun looked at the golden sweet potato in his hand. Being a new variety meant that he was the only one in the tower with this sweet potato. Additionally, he was given exclusive cultivation rights, so even if Sejun harvested and sold sweet potatoes, no one else could grow golden sweet potatoes. I have to grow this. Although Sejun was curious about the taste of golden sweet potatoes, he decided to plant them first and increase the harvest. Grow quickly. Sejun carefully planted the golden sweet potatoes and watered them until the soil was soaking wet. Now, let's dig up the sweet potatoes. Finally, the highlight of the day, the sweet potato harvest, begins. When they removed the sweet potato vines, about 270 of the 450 sweet potato shoots planted had successfully grown. Thump thump. The rabbit with the shovel pushed the shovel deep into the ground, raised the soil for a while, then took out the shovel and continued, and Sejun dug up the sweet potatoes. He had tried doing this with rabbits too, but since sweet potatoes were the size of rabbits, Sejun ended up having to dig them himself. Thud thud. When he was lucky, he could pull out the stem and get 10 sweet potatoes at once. Sejun had a proud look on his face when he looked at the 10 sweet potatoes he harvested at once. Beep, va-va, bing, bing. The rabbits hummed as they wrapped sweet potatoes in leaves to make roasted sweet potatoes. The tower administrator shouted, roasted sweet potato, excitedly. Sejun continues to harvest sweet potatoes himself. Next to him, there was a pile of sweet potatoes he had harvested, about 3,000 of them. He harvests about 10-13 sweet potatoes per stem. The black rabbit called Sejun immediately. The smell was burning. Rabbit became anxious when the burning smell started. Okay, let's go. The rabbit stared at the sweet potatoes in the fire with excited eyes as Sejun approached the campfire. However, the smell is not yet fully mature. Sejun watched the sweet potatoes and waited for the right time. Now, Sejun took the roasted sweet potato out of the fire. The tower administrator wiped his saliva and waited his turn. Here, 10 roasted sweet potatoes. There were a lot of roasted sweet potatoes, so Sejun gave 10 of them to the tower administrator. The tower administrator gratefully said that they would enjoy eating it. All right, let's eat too. Sejun unwrapped the sweet potato and peeled the skin, giving it to the rabbit. Hoo-hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo-hoo, poo-hoo. The rabbit blew on the roasted sweet potato to cool it. Then the rabbit started eating the roasted sweet potatoes. Peek, bwap, bang! Rabbit cheered happily from the sweetness of the roasted sweet potato. Wow! Sejun also took a bite of the roasted sweet potato. Sejun talked to the tower administrator and then peeled the remaining roasted sweet potatoes. And then, can you cut this for me? Sejun asked the white rabbit, holding a scythe to cut the roasted sweet potato into little finger-sized pieces. The black rabbit was asked to place the sweet potato slices on dry leaves without stacking them. Now what we have to do is dry it well. The roasted sweet potatoes were basking in the warm sunlight, turning into dried sweet potatoes. Meanwhile, Kim Dong-sik took out a Korean beef set from the trunk and entered the apartment. And then ding-dong. Kim Dong-sik pressed the doorbell at Sejun's house. Who is it? A young man's voice came from behind the door. Ah, I came on behalf of Mr. Park Sejun. What, mother dear? The inside of the house became noisy at Kim Dong-sik's answer. What's going on here? When Kim Dong-sik wondered if he should break down the door and go in, he banged. The door lock opens. And sorry to keep you waiting. Please come in. A man in his 20s opened the door from the other side. Sejun's younger brother Kim Dong-sik entered the house carrying a gift set of Korean beef. The house shows signs of age but is warm and well-maintained. In the living room, there was a man in his 50s who looked similar to the man who opened the door. Sejun's father. It seemed Sejun's mother was in the master bedroom because of the previous commotion. I would like to formally introduce myself. I am Kim Dong-sik, leader of Team 5 in the Phoenix Guild. What is the Phoenix Guild? Tadadadak. Sejun's younger brother Sadol hurriedly started searching on his smartphone. Guild members like Phoenix will each appear on TV and be interviewed at least once. They were famous figures, especially the leader. If he was the leader of the Phoenix Guild team, there would be tens of thousands of photos of him on the internet. And after completing his search, Sedol alternated between looking at the smartphone photo and Kim Dong-sik's face. Yes, that's right. This really was Kim Dong-sik, the leader of Team 5 in the Phoenix Guild. Then, Sejun is. Of course, my brother is. It seems like Sejun's family misunderstood the situation. I have come to convey this on behalf of Mr. Park Sejun. Kim Dong-sik is in a hurry hurriedly handed over the envelope to clear up the misunderstanding. However, Sejun, Hyung, that causes errors greater understanding. It's not a will. It's 50 million won. What? Sedol quickly took out the contents of the envelope. What came out of the envelope was a dazzling check with 50 million won written on it. Mr. Park Sejun asked me to tell his family that he was fine. And this is my gift. Kim Dong-sik offers a Korean beef gift set. Is our Sejun really okay? Yes, he's okay. Ah, thank you, darling. Sejun's father, Park Chunho, quickly snatched the check from Sedol's hand and ran to the master bedroom. After Sejun sent a message saying that he had entered the tower, his family asked the Korean Awakening Association to check whether Sejun was still inside the tower when he had not returned for more than 3 months. However, because there was still no contact after 2 months, they started to think negatively. In that situation, when Kim Dong-sik said he came on behalf of Sejun, they misunderstood that he came to convey the news of his death. A moment later, Park Chunho, who had gone to the master bedroom, came out with his wife, Kim Moran. Thank you. Our Sejun is really okay, right? But why hasn't he come out? Because of his search, he can't come out. Auntie, you don't need to worry, Kim Dong-sik confidently answered. The search was an idea that Kim Dong-sik came up with spontaneously. Sometimes there are quests in towers where, if you leave the tower, the quest will be cancelled. Additionally, he had a brief conversation with Sedol, who said that it had been more than 5 months since Sejun entered the tower. In 10 years, no hunter had reached the 40th floor of the tower, and Sejun had reached it in just 5 months. He was a genius from the ages. Kim Dong-sik began to fantasize more and more about Sejun's talent. Then, he also noticed Sedol. Sedol had a good physique, and if his older brother had extraordinary talent, there was a big possibility that the younger brother had talent too. He was tempted. He wanted to personally give Sedol a ticket to awaken his power. However, he didn't because he didn't know what Sejun might be thinking. Becoming a hunter provides the opportunity to gain fame and money, but to achieve that, one must risk their life. That's why many hunters do not recommend their family members to become hunters. Without permission, awakening Sedol's power could worsen their relationship. Well then, I'll be on my way. No, please at least eat before you go. No, I came here straight away after leaving the tower. My family is waiting. Oh, I'm sorry for holding you back. Please be careful on your journey. Okay, I'll go now. Kim Dong-sik left Sejun's family and left the house. The contract that Kim Dong-sik had started to burn with a blue flame, indicating that the contract had been fulfilled. It was magic fire, so it didn't burn anything. Mission accomplished. Vroom. Kim Dong-sik started his car and headed home. Now it's time to pick up the magic cherry tomato and secure his position as head of the family. Sejun dug up the soil and planted the carrot top so that the stems wouldn't be buried in the ground. You have planted the top of the carrot root. The probability of carrot root surviving increases due to the effect of seed sour love. 2. Seed sowing success love. 2 increases very little. After accidentally discovering that carrot tops can grow on their own, Sejun forbids the rabbits from eating the tops. He plants about 35 carrot shoots left behind by rabbits every day. Of course, some previously planted carrots are preparing to flower and produce seeds. When planting the 3rd carrot top, Kamuran seed sowing of 2 increases very little. Seed sowing skill of 2 is filled and the level increases. Oh, sowing seed skill level increased. This is what is great about farming. When you work hard, little by little, it builds up and provides unexpected rewards. Today was a fruitful morning. Today's breakfast menu is dried sweet potato slices, which were dried yesterday, and carrots. He had turned the sweet potato slices over once before going to bed to make sure they dried well. Sejun picked up the dried sweet potato with his fingers to see if it was dry well. It dried well on the outside, so it didn't stick to his hands. Good. Sejun was satisfied and put the dried sweet potato into his mouth. Chewing it, the unique aroma of dried sweet potato and the dense, sweet taste of sun-dried moisture delighted Sejun's taste buds. And the chewy texture, unique to dried sweet potatoes, adds to the enjoyment of eating. The rabbits, after finishing their carrots, looked at Sejun with eyes full of hope, as if asking if they could eat the new food. Sejun nodded, and the rabbit rushed towards the dried sweet potato. With a joyful expression, the rabbit began to eat the dried sweet potato, apparently intoxicated by the enhanced sweetness. The tower administrator asks if you forgot something. I understand. Sejun filled the plastic bag he used for apples on the first day with dried sweet potatoes. Eat. The entire bag of dried sweet potatoes disappeared. The tower administrator was pleased with the sweetness of the dried sweet potatoes. Sejun quickly started eating the dried sweet potatoes too. He had dried 40 sweet potatoes, and they would most likely be gone by the end of the day. Before the poisonous honeybee entered the hive, it placed something that looked like yellow candy in Sejun's hand. You have obtained 10 G of cornflower pollen clumps. Muran beekeeping Lovi. 2 has improved slightly. Cornflower pollen plumes. It seems that poisonous honeybees come and go to cornflowers because of this pollen, not honey. Sejun put a lump of cornflower pollen from his hand to his mouth to check. Fine. As soon as it entered his mouth, wisps of cornflower pollen melted in his saliva like cotton candy. This is sweet. While Sejun smiled, poisonous bees were busy flying near the tall cornstalks. Ha! As Sejun approached, he noticed that the cornstalks, which he hadn't paid much attention to before because they grew like weeds, now had flowers blooming at the tips. Apart from that, the seed potato sprouts he bought from the seed shop also grew. Sorry, friends. I haven't paid much attention to you lately. Tuk. You have obtained 10 G of cornflower pollen clumps. Muran beekeeping Lovi. 2 has improved slightly. Poisonous honeybees deposit 1 clump of cornflower pollen each in Sejun's palm and return to their nest. Before he knew it, Sejun had one hand full of 15 clumps of cornflower pollen piled high. As Sejun pops another glob of cornflower pollen into his mouth to enjoy the taste. I'm back. Meow. Theo is back after finishing the 3rd sold-out event and Sejun's task. Announcing his arrival, Theo jumped down from the hole in the cave ceiling as soon as he heard the buzzing of poisonous bees. We're on the same side, Meow, he shouted and ran, slipping into Sejun's clothes. Then, Theo poked his head out of Sejun's collar. Are you stretching my collar? Poisonous bees are scary, Meow. Don't worry, they won't come. The adult poisonous bees told their offspring that Theo was on their side, so it was okay. Phew, that's a relief, Meow. Theo finally got out of Sejun's clothes after making sure the poisonous bee didn't sting. Did you do what I asked? Of course, Meow. I completed all the tasks and sold them all, Meow, Theo answered confidently. So, the contract to send news to my family went well. It should, Meow. Here's the contract, Meow. Theo handed over the contract to Sejun. When Sejun takes the contract, whir. At that moment, the contract burned with blue flames, indicating it had been fulfilled. That means that Sejun's welfare and 50 million won have been successfully sent to his family. Sejun thinks about his family. Of course, the magical cherry tomato was already known outside, so they would know that he was still alive. So he wanted to send money to let them know that he was really okay. He thought about them and he said that I was in an emergency when I entered the tower, and it bothered me that I couldn't reach them, because they are very worried about him. They wouldn't imagine that I went to the tower and farmed with rabbits even in their dreams if I told them that my job was a tower farmer. What expressions would they make? While laughing, he imagined that the boy Sedadol would definitely be busy with my Malolo. After all, annoying is his specialty. Meanwhile, my father had a hobby of growing flowers, so he would definitely ask about nutrition and give me some tips. Now come to think of it, I definitely inherited that talent from my father. Meanwhile, her mother always served a table full of food along with kimchi soup. I really miss them. And looking as far as silence, looking up at the sky in the cave, the black rabbits touched him, and they all approached Sejun with smiling and happy faces, and Sejun realized that now these animals were also all of his family. They all approached Sejun, and the Ames started to pet, stroking their heads. They have also helped in their lives all this time, of course, if they are like my family. The only competent employee is cat trader Teo. Then Teo said, "Then look at you in the tower, and the item I got is like your family brought meow. I used 50 tower points for the contract fee and 14.2 tower coins for the errand boy, and I still have 208.8 tower coins left." Theo handed Sejun the amount spent and reported 208.8 tower coins. Sejun was surprised by the amount, which was more than double what he expected. "I met a sucker this time and sold everything at a high price. Meow, what if a sucker was called a sucker by Theo? How much would that sucker be?" Not knowing the trading situation, Sejun was confused about whether to believe Theo's words. "Okay, here's the incentive. It was originally a 10.92 tower coin, but I gave it a little more." Sejun playfully handed Theo 15 tower coins. "Thank you, Sejun. And I also have this." Theo, who seemed to want more praise, quickly stood up and took out the contents of his bag. Pot, ladle, bowl, ladle, dagger. They are items for cooking and eating. Sejun first took the pot to check it. Cast iron pot made of cast iron, sturdy. The handle is wrapped in wood for comfortable use. Usage restrictions. None private creator. Private D-grade Sejun also took a spoon to check it. Cast iron gel. Made of cast iron, sturdy. The handle is wrapped in wood for comfortable use. Usage restrictions. None personal maker rated. D-rest of the bowl and spoon are the same. Everything is personal, that's weird. Chew, chew, chew. Theo's churu eating speed slowed down significantly as he observed Sejun's reaction. Sejun finally took the dagger to check it. He intended to ask Theo why the maker was private after checking this item too. The dagger was heavier than Sejun thought. Malaysia usage restrictions. EV 10 or higher. Strength 5 or higher. Personal creator value EHA. Why is there a question mark where there should be an item description? There are only 3 question marks. Snap. Sejun, meeting the usage restrictions, gripped the dagger and cut some dry leaves laid out for the bed. Iris. Although thin, dry leaves, which become as hard as wood when dry, are cut too easily. Seems like enough for cooking. Representative Theo, where did you get this? Ha. I bought it from the blacksmith's lottery corner. Theo was confused when Sejun asked about something other than the personal maker. Interesting draw corner? That's right. The blacksmith was selling it at a discount, so I bought it there. The blacksmith owner told Theo to choose one from the lottery corner, a collection of equipment that they couldn't appreciate when Theo asked for a knife to use when cooking. Give me a discount, Theo, after learning from Sejun, tried to bargain for a discount 3 times in the lucky draw corner, and managed to reduce the price from 20 tower coins per draw to 13 tower coins, getting 1 knife. Good work. It doesn't matter what kind of knife it is, as long as it's cheap and works. It's heavy, but as long as it cuts well, it's enough. At that time, the tower administrator said that using an unknown item might cause problems, and offered to appraise it for you. Really? Then do it. A search occurs. Pananan send the unknown knife to the tower administrator. Prizes none, if rejected. Unable to rate additional searches occur. Suppressor give dried sweet potatoes to the tower administrator as a gift. Prize knife assessed if rejected cannot accept knife. Do we have to do this? The tower administrator said that using search is necessary for items to be sent and received. The tower administrator strongly denied that they wanted to eat dried sweet potatoes. The strong denial was confirmation, not the tower administrators wiping their saliva away. I know it. The tower administrator admitted that although they had little desire for dried sweet potatoes, it was also true that searching was necessary. Good. Sejun decides to appraise the knife. Listening to the tower administrator made him feel uncomfortable using items with unknown information, and providing some dried sweet potatoes was not a difficult task. I'll give them more later, but this is enough. Take that. The knife disappeared from Sejun's hand. You have completed the quest. The tower administrator used the appraisal skill on the knife. The tower administrator said that, fortunately, it was not the item that caused the damage. Is it true that Sejun took a handful of dried sweet potatoes from the leather bag where he kept his potatoes? Here he is. As the dried sweet potato disappeared from Sejun's hand, the knife appeared. You have completed the quest. As a reward for completing the quest, you have obtained the blade-rated Keen's Training Dagger. En's Training Dagger. The equipment now has a name. Then this must be named Equipment. Outside, the starting price for named equipment is hundreds of millions. Sejun is in a hurry, hurriedly checked the dagger. Keen's Training Dagger. This is the dagger used for training by Red Mountain Ranger Keen's. Heavy for a dagger, using black iron to give it a heavy feel. When making a dagger, a small amount of mithril is mixed in so that its sharpness lasts longer after being sharpened once. Restrictions on use: LV 10 or higher, Strength 5 or higher, Creator Blacksmith. Revian Black Hammer Dwarf Grade B, Skill Proficiency Increase, LV. 1 Proficiency Increase, LV. 1 proficiency of all skills used with this dagger increases 5% faster. All information, including information about the creator being restricted by the Wandering Merchant Association due to the powerful appraisal skills used by the tower administrator, was revealed. It's about Keen's training short dagger. The weapon was used by Keen's rangers from Red Mountain for training during his childhood. The blade is made of black iron to provide weight, making it quite heavy for a dagger. The weapon had been laced with a small amount of mithril during production. Thus, after sharpening, the sharpness means it is maintained for a long time. Sejun is shocked to hear the name of the dagger, and he says that this makes it a named piece of equipment. And if I go out, the equipment named starts with a base price of 100 million won. This is a rare and valuable item, so it is called named equipment, and Teo got this from a lottery shop. Sejun looked at that and asked Teo, "This kid, I thought he was just a naive pushover." Then he smiled at Teo and said that he really had talent. Meanwhile, in the forest, a red bear was looking for something in the bushes. He sniffed the trees and bushes there. He looked very cute. Who was he? Sejun cut the green onions with incredible speed. With Keen's training dagger, Sejun can be called an almost unrivaled leaf cutter in this cave. The white rabbit with the cart alone couldn't keep up with Sejun's speed in cutting the green onions, so the white rabbit with the sickle had to help carry the green onions too. In just an hour, Sejun finished cutting the leaves and immediately started harvesting cherry tomatoes. Recently, his stamina had improved, so it wasn't as challenging for him. Thanks to this, Sejun's thoughts of asking Theo about the creator disappeared. Cut, cut, cut. Churu. Theo's eating speed increased again. He must have sensed Sejun's good mood. And novel BDI Sejunim. Please scratch my back too, meow. Theo boldly asked. Okay. Pat, pat. Sejun, fascinated by Keen's practice dagger, scratched Theo's back and looked at Theo again with newfound appreciation. I thought this guy was just a pushover. But Theo has other talents. To have such golden hands, no, golden forelegs. This world is fair. Suddenly Theo's front paws looked very beautiful. Representative Theo, do you want more? Churu Sejun touched Theo's plump foreleg and asked. Of course, meow. Hurry up and give me more, meow. Theo arrogantly replied. Sejun had touched his front paw first, which he had kept as his secret weapon, and then that affectionate voice followed. Foot. As expected, Park Sejun. You are human after all. I knew you would do this, meow. He falls in love with her. As expected, all the humans knelt before its front paws. Meow. What is this? This naughty attitude. Sejun became uncomfortable with Theo's arrogant attitude, and his thoughts of permanently reinstating Theo as a representative began to fade. Theo missed the opportunity to become Theo's representative right in front of him. Cut, cut, cut. Not realizing that he had just missed the opportunity to become a representative, Theo diligently sucked up to Churu. Theo, apparently wanting more praise, quickly stood up and took out the contents of his bag. Thud. Sejun's spices, churu, and stuff had asked Theo to run errands because they had spilled out of the bag. What is this? Sejun carefully tasted the powder in a transparent bag. Salty. A wave of salty taste filled his mouth. With this, grilled fish. Sejun mentally simulated different ways to use the salt when Theo asked how he was doing. Theo confidently climbed onto Sejun's lap. Ha! Am I a representative now? Only then did Sejun realize and pat Theo's head while checking the things Theo had spilled. There are only 2 seasonings, salt and pepper, and 15 packets of coffee mix. At first glance, it looked like Theo could get around 20 rep coupons an hour. Okay, I will appoint you as a representative for 24 hours. Since Theo had taken care of his request without any problems, Sejun decided to spend a little more time. Well done, Representative Theo. Good job. Sejun picked up the dropped tuna-flavored churro, tore off the end and held it in front of Theo. Chomp, chomp, chomp. As lunchtime approached, the black rabbit called Sejun to move the piranha he had caught. Today, he caught more piranhas than usual to pay Theo's weekly salary. Before wrapping the piranhas in leaves, Sejun seasoned them with salt and pepper. He grilled 3 fish first, seasoning each with salt, pepper, or both, not knowing which spices the rabbit and Theo could eat. If there's leftover food, I'll just eat it. Finally, they could eat spiced food. Sejun, with a fluttering heart, wrapped the remaining piranhas in leaves and placed them in the fire. Then, he waited for the grilled fish to finish. Today there are many interesting things. After a while, the smell of grilled fish began to fill the cave. Let's eat, Sejun called the white rabbit. Peek meow. At Sejun's words, the white rabbit answered and prepared the rest of the food. The wife rabbit roasted green onions, while the other white rabbit brought sweet potatoes and carrots from storage. Choking. While the rabbit ate carrots and waited for the other dishes to be ready, Sejun didn't put anything in his mouth. When you are hungry, your taste buds become more sensitive. Sejun waited and waited, focusing all his appetite on the spiced grilled fish, and finally, it's finished. After a long wait, the grilled fish that Sejun has been waiting for is finally ready. When he removed the leaves covering the fish, steam rose and the smell of pepper spread. The first grilled fish he brought out was piranha seasoned simply with pepper. Sejun inhaled the aroma deeply in. Let's try it. Would you like some Sejun to cut the grilled pepper-marinated fish into small pieces and distribute them to the rabbits? However, cough, cough. The white rabbits started coughing as if the pepper was too hot for them. Bang! Fortunately, the black rabbit seemed to have discovered a new world and was eating it enthusiastically. And then, Representative Theo, would you try? I'll pass. You thought I would play with fish. Theo is a pure fish lover. Luckily, the white rabbit enjoyed grilled fish seasoned with salt. Thus, pepper became a seasoning only for Sejun and the black rabbit. As expected, the named dagger dug into the ground well. Weapons called billions dollars, which were used to cut monsters, had fallen into the farming tools in Sejun's hands. Swoosh! Sejun planted one of the carrot tops in the hole he made with the dagger. You plant the tops of the carrots. Sowing effect LV. 3 increases the chance of carrots taking root. Your work experience increases very little. Moran Sao Elvav. 3 increased very little. Elv. Proficiency enhancement effect 1 adds a 5% increase to sowing proficiency love. 3. Ha! This also increases Sejun's proficiency, who thought it only applies to combat rereading Keynes's training dagger options. Proficiency increase LV. 1. All skills used with this dagger increase proficiency by 5% faster. All skills used with daggers. Indeed, the items are named differently. I have to work hard to improve my proficiency improvement skills. Sejun's enthusiasm soared. Sejun quickly planted the remaining 3 carrot tops and went to the cherry tomato field. Sejun cut the stem with several cherry tomatoes on top using a dagger. Swoosh! The firm stems of cherry tomatoes are cut very easily. Recently, there were a lot of cherry tomatoes to harvest, so they harvested them by cutting off the entire stem. You have harvested 7 ripe cherry tomatoes at the same time. Your work experience has increased slightly. Ease of harvesting, LV. 3 slightly increased, LV. Proficiency enhancement effect, 1 increase. Harvesting proficiency LV. 3, with an additional 5%. You have gained 70 experience points. Wow, it's a pleasure to work. Snip, snip. Sejun diligently cuts the cherry tomato stems and harvests several cherry tomatoes at once. and the task of separating the cherry tomatoes from the harvested stems was Theo's responsibility. Theo took out the cherry tomatoes and put them directly into the bag. When Sejun handed the cut cherry tomato stem to Theo, "Why am I doing this when I am the representative?" Theo groaned as he asked, "Then what about me? I am the president and I also work." "What, Sejun? You are the president?" "Yes, so hurry up, Representative Theo." "Okay, but was the president taller than his representative?" Theo's eyes glistened as if he had found a new goal to aim for. "Hey, when I become president, I will monopolize Sejun's hands and knees." Theo imagined himself lying on Sejun's knees, being stroked on his stomach with one hand and being fed snacks with the other. "That's right. Oh, I've learned something good. I'll work harder. Eat while I work. I do not like this. Theo doesn't like cherry tomatoes." Sejun thus motivates Theo and returns to harvesting cherry tomatoes. Once Theo filled his bag with cherry tomatoes, he prepared to descend from the tower and saved the remaining time for Representative Theo to use later. He planned to sell the carrots and sweet potatoes after the next harvest, as there were not enough for the rabbits and himself. "Have this grilled fish with you. Thank you." Theo with heart. Hati put the grilled fish that Sejun gave him as his weekly salary into his bag. When you stop by the shop district, be sure to visit the repair shop and try your luck in the lottery corner. Congratulations. Sejun made Theo buy the necessary items from the shop again, and on the way, he also made him try the equipment lottery at the blacksmith. Sejun doesn't want to waste Theo's dazzling talent. "I'll be back, meow." Theo goes down the tower again for the fourth transaction. While sending Theo away and harvesting cherry tomatoes, you have harvested 6 ripe magic cherry tomatoes simultaneously. Your work experience increases rapidly. Harvesting skill, ELV. 3 greatly improved, due to the effect of proficiency increase LV. 1. Harvesting proficiency, LV. 3 increases by an additional 5%. You have gained 90 experience points. 90 experience points. That's not the experience points that can be gained from harvesting 6 cherry tomatoes. Sejun checks the harvested cherry tomatoes. 3 are true cherry tomatoes, but the other 3 are different. Magic cherry tomatoes. Cherry tomatoes grown in towers that have absorbed sufficient nutrients and have a delicious taste. When consumed, it breaks down 20 g of fat in the body and increases magic power by 0.2 for 10 minutes. The effect can be stacked up to 10 times in 1 hour. When a non-awakener consumes it, it breaks down 20 g of fat and revitalizes the body. Its taste had improved because it was cultivated by a tower farmer who had just mastered farming. Sejun Tower Farmer's Garden Cultivator Expiration Date, 60 days grade D. It is a grade to plant. Fat damage, magic power increase, and expiration date are all doubled. But what caught Sejun's attention was something else. It tasted better. Sejun immediately put the grade magical cherry tomato into his mouth. Pop! Crunch! As soon as he bit into the cherry tomato, a stronger sweet and sour taste swept through his mouth. "This is delicious!" Gasping, Sejun quickly came to his senses and hastily put the grade cherry tomatoes into his pocket separately. He didn't know where the tower administrator was probably watching greedily, and the black rabbit too. But he's been caught. Peong, the black rabbit who had been watching Sejun some time ago, rushed over and shouted, "What are you eating alone? Shh." Sejun put his index finger to his lips and kept quietly took the black rabbit to a corner of the cave. There were only 3 grade D cherry tomatoes, and the other white rabbits might feel abandoned if they knew about it. "You should eat quietly. Understand? We are accomplices now." Sejun warned the black rabbit and gave it a D cherry tomato grades. The white rabbit with the cart alone couldn't keep up with Sejun's speed in cutting the green onions, so the white rabbit with the sickle had to help carry the green onions too. In just an hour, Sejun finished cutting the leaves and immediately started harvesting cherry tomatoes. Recently, his stamina had improved, so it wasn't as challenging for him. He diligently cut the stems of cherry tomatoes with his dagger and gave the stems to his wife's rabbit to harvest the tomatoes. Since harvesting D-grade magic cherry tomatoes yesterday, most of the cherry tomatoes he harvested were degrade. That's because the crops that grew after Sejun became a top D-grade farmer were also D-grade. Ha! I feel a bit left out, meow. Theo came down from the tower, feeling strangely abandoned. Meanwhile, the great black dragon, Aelin Pratani, had been in a good mood lately. The humans who entered the nest through their own fault turned out to be a blessing in disguise. I want to brag, but I have to restrain myself. He couldn't risk exposing his mistake. Krung, krung, krung. Aelin hummed as she went to the collection warehouse, where the Pratani family had stored the items they had collected for generations. The warehouse was enchanted with a preservation spell, so the items inside would always maintain their current state. Rattling. Aelin opened the door to the warehouse. On the shelves inside were items worth billions after being released on Earth. Aelin walked past the items on display and stood in front of an empty shelf. Then, rustling. He carefully placed the item on the shelf, making sure it didn't break, and looked at it with pride. The newly added collection is labeled in Korean as Yosan washed apples. It was a bag of washed apples that Sejun used to hold dried sweet potatoes. The Yosan washed apples bag has the honor of occupying a place in the Pratani family collection, which has millions of years of history. I have to check what delicious food humans are making now. Aelin left the warehouse and sat in front of the crystal ball, watching Sejun's cave. The bear sprained its leg and suddenly fell into the cave. Park Sejun quickly ran to catch the bear. Fortunately, the bear's body fell right into Sejun's hands. The status window popped up and told him that it was a giant baby crimson bear. Park Sejun gaped in astonishment at the giant crimson bear baby in his hand. He wondered if this was the baby of the same monster he saw during the blue moon. He thought that for such a monstrous appearance, the baby was very small and cute. Instantly, the status window popped up and said that the tower manager asked why Sejun caught the falling baby bear. Seeing the question made Sejun surprised, because the reason was clear that it was very dangerous if he let it fall. The status window said that the manager told him to immediately drive the giant crimson bear baby out of the cave. That was because the mother might be around and looking for it, so Park Sejun put it down immediately. Sejun was hesitant to throw it out because the baby was still very small. It would be better to let the mother come to pick it up. The status window popped up and reminded Sejun that the giant crimson bear was a ravenous monster. It would eat all the food in the cave. But Sejun was incredulous at the fact. Sejun thought that the information was very exaggerated with the small crimson baby. The crimson baby saw a beautiful queen bee flying by. Then he immediately approached the queen bee. However, the other bee soldiers immediately wanted to attack the crimson baby to make it scared. Sejun immediately came to separate them. Sejun told the bees that this crimson baby was not an enemy. The crimson baby cried in front of Park Sejun. Seeing this, Sejun immediately calmed her down and gave understanding to the crimson baby. Sejun thought that the crimson baby approached the bees because it smelled the fragrant scent of the young lady bee. Then Sejun asked the queen bee for help. Instantly, the queen bee released honey powder from her mouth. The honey was immediately given to baby Crimson. Now the crimson baby's face looked happy. He ate it with gusto. Park Sejun had guessed that this giant crimson baby bear came here because of the smell of honey, because bears love honey. But suddenly, a status window popped up and announced that a quest had arrived. It was a mission to drive the giant crimson bear babies out of the cave. The reward was one job skill, and if they refused, they would starve to death. The tower manager was angry at the giant crimson babies. Park Sejun was surprised at the tower manager, even though he was just a baby. Sejun wondered how much this crimson baby had eaten to make him act like this. The tower manager said that he was just chasing away monsters that might be a threat to his tower farmers. Park Sejun thinks he's overreacting. Sejun said that he wouldn't have gotten involved in this if the tower manager hadn't startled him. The tower manager said that it was an unintentional mistake, then ordered Sejun to listen to him immediately. Park Sejun hugged the crimson baby. Sejun felt very hesitant. They all looked at him with great pity. So did the black dragon who was looking at them from the purple ball. Instantly, the quest window displayed that the tower manager told Park Sejun to do whatever he wanted. Sejun was relieved. He muttered to himself, how much did this little guy eat that the manager was being so jealous? Park Sejun decided to send him away when the time came. Then Park Sejun held the crimson baby. However, it turned out that the crimson baby was fast asleep. Park Sejun looked at the cute face of the crimson baby. He would let it sleep in the cave today and would take it out tomorrow. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly on the cave. But Park Sejun had yet to wake up from his sleep. The crimson baby, who was already awake, looked around. Not long after, the black rabbit came out of his small building, still sleepy. Instantly, he widened his eyes and cried out as he saw something in front of him. Hearing the shouting, Park Sejun finally woke up. He wondered why they were fussing in the morning. Park Sejun realized that the crimson baby was no longer beside him. Then Park Sejun got up and immediately approached those who were crowding. Instantly, Park Sejun was dumbfounded at the scene in front of him. His mouth gaped wide and his eyes widened. He was very surprised to see a crimson baby eating the contents of their food warehouse. Immediately, the rabbits immediately stopped it. Meanwhile, Park Sejun checked the contents of the stockpile. About a third of the sweet potatoes and carrots were gone, but the crimson baby hadn't touched the cherry tomatoes at all. Then the crimson baby ran straight to Park Sejun while crying. Park Sejun immediately held the crimson baby's body. Sejun immediately realized that the crimson baby had grown bigger. Sejun really didn't expect this crimson baby to grow this big in a day, whereas yesterday it was almost the same size as a rabbit. But immediately, Park Sejun remembered that he was in the tower. This was a place where eating could cause faster growth. There was no question about it. Park Sejun regretted not listening to the tower manager. The status window popped up and informed him that the tower manager said that the crimson giant bear cub was the greatest monster that was very greedy. They can easily eat 100 kilos a day as long as they have food. Park Sejun was immediately dumbfounded and apologized to the tower manager. At first, Park Sejun thought that the tower manager was just jealous that Sejun was feeding the cubs, but Sejun didn't even think that deeply. The tower manager said that the most important thing right now was to get rid of the giant baby bear. With a heavy heart, Park Sejun had to do it. Park Sejun was seen tying a rope to the baby bear's body. After that, Sejun waved his hand to the rabbits who were already at the top to prepare to pull it. Park Sejun immediately gave the code to them with a countdown to pull it simultaneously. They all worked together and exerted all their strength to bring the crimson baby out. Slowly, the crimson baby's body began to lift, but the crimson baby looked sad and rebelled a little. Finally, Park Sejun gave him some honey to cheer him up. Sejun gently told the crimson baby that he had to see his mother now. The crimson baby waved his hand to Park Sejun with a big smile. The status window popped up and informed that, as a reward for completing the mission, Park Sejun obtained a seed collection job skill with level 1. The rabbits were exhausted after removing the crimson baby. Sejun praised them for doing a good job. Then they all sat down and just stared ahead, where their storehouse had been depleted by the baby bear. Sejun suggested that they should just eat some cherry tomatoes. A few days later, while they were doing their activities, a shadow suddenly appeared, making the cave dark. Suddenly they immediately looked up. How surprised they were to realize that they had the figure of the crimson baby again, but this time he came along with his mother. They were all surprised and panicked to see the giant mother bear who was also there. Park Sejun thought that the bear had come to eat him. Sweat poured down Sejun's face because he was so panicked that he thought he was going to die. Then Park Sejun begged the bear not to kill him. The status window appeared to relay the tower manager's words that the bear wasn't planning to eat him. The giant crimson bear's intention was because she wanted to feed her cubs honey. Sejun did not expect that. The giant bear seemed to be saying something to Sejun. Then the tower manager translated the bear's words that the bear would protect the surrounding area in exchange for the honey. Happily, they all agreed to give her some honey. Then the giant bear extended her hand into the cave. The tower manager told Sejun to climb into the giant bear's palm. Not thinking for long, Sejun finally climbed straight into her palm. From up there, Sejun could see the entire plantation that he had built so far. There was a smile etched on his lips as Sejun finally got out of this place, into the real world from the tower and out of this cave. There was a light that was very dazzling to the eyes, a very bright light that was far ahead. Park Sejun was very stunned to see a very large place. Sejun didn't think he was really in the tower. Sejun's attention turned to the light in front of him. The tower manager told him that the place was a waypoint. Waypoints were the only devices that allowed hunters from outside the tower to move between floors. If Sejun could use the waypoint, then he could leave the first floor and exit the tower. But Sejun hadn't thought of how to get there. Then the giant bear lowered Park Sejun down. Park Sejin asked the giant bear for help to take him to the beam, but the giant bear refused. That's because the giant bear thinks that it's not her territory. She had to defeat about 3,000 monsters to reach the waypoint. Sejun did not expect that there would be many monsters on the way there. The giant bear pointed towards the forest beside them. Then the status window appeared and translated the giant bear's words, saying that her power extended from the forest to the area around this place. Most monsters did not come to the place that led to the wilderness. The bear said that it might be difficult to protect Sejun if he left this area. Not long after, the black rabbit came out of the cave carrying Sejun's bag. Then the baby bear immediately hugged the black rabbit tightly. Instantly, the mother bear sniffed the smell of honey. Realizing this, Park Sejun immediately took out a jar of honey from his bag and invited them to eat the honey. Park Sejun put some honey in the crimson baby's hand and then offered the mother some too. The bear said that there was nothing to eat in this place, so the cub didn't grow well. But the cub had grown so much in one day because it was with Sejun a few days ago. Park Sejun instantly remembered the incident where his baby ate the entire contents of the storage in their warehouse. Park Sejun apologized to her that there was nothing to eat in this place. Then Sejun asked if she was starving. From what Sejun heard from the tower manager a few days ago, the tower manager said that the giant crimson bear ate a lot. The bear was frank if she had been hungry for 3 days looking for this cave. Immediately, Sejun was dumbfounded to realize this. He thought that although the baby was important, the mother should not behave like that. Park Sejun wasn't going to let the bear go hungry, so he grabbed his cooking utensils to show off his chef skills. The rabbits also helped Sejun to make his food. They worked together to create a delicious problem. Not long after, there was a bowl of carrot fish tomato soup that was very appetizing. Seeing the delicious food in front of them made the crimson babies and their mother tempted. Sejun explained to them that fish tomato soup is rich in nutrients. Sejun admitted that he was short on ingredients, but he could assure them that it would be delicious. Sejun reminded them that the mother must eat well for the baby to grow well too. The mother bear was deeply moved by Sejun's kindness. Then the bear hugged them all very tightly as a sign of her gratitude. On the other hand, the black dragon was watching them from a magic orb. He had been watching them since the giant baby bear left the cave a few days ago, because he was worried that the baby would call its mother and attack the humans. For some reason, he felt that the giant bear seemed to want to establish friendly relations with humans. So the black dragon came forward and told him that he would deliver his message. But the black dragon didn't expect the picture to turn out like this. The black dragon seemed happy because he imagined that he would eat more if Sejun came out of the tower and his fields increased. The black dragon thought that if the giant bear became their guardian, he would have less work to do. At the headquarters of the Traveling Merchant Inspection Bureau, inside one of the rooms, there was a fox looking at a paper about Theo's cat bio. He felt that information about Theo was still lacking. The same goes with the Scarum situation. According to him, when viewed from his personality, Theo Cat is not so skilled as a merchant. He became curious how Theo could get this number of sales. Not long after came the figure of a white dog who called out to Mr. Zerath. The dog reported to Mr. Zerath that there were stolen goods entering the black market in small quantities. Then the white dog gave a note containing a list of stolen goods that the director requested. Mr. Zerath realized that it was the grid landlord. He thought he was a cruel landlord who ate the farmers' backs. While examining the list of stolen goods, his men suddenly came into Zerath's room to report something. He said that they received a report from the Inspection Bureau agent, who ran the hallway that the traveling cat merchant was suspected to be Theo. Theo had just arrived at the 75th floor through the peddler's passage. Mr. Zerath immediately got up and prepared. Mr. Zerath decided to leave immediately and would check his list when he returned. Zerath would find out about Theo while putting his honor as Zerath of the Traveling Merchant Inspection Bureau. It's been 3 days since Park Sejun made a deal with the giant mother bear. Every day she visited the cave. Sejun gave the mother bear food to eat while she patrolled. The giant mother bear left her cubs in the morning and went on patrol. After coming out of the cave, Sejun and the rabbits began to move their belongings little by little and started cleaning up the area around the cave. But the situation was very different with the lower ground being more fertile. On the ground above the cave, there were many small rocks and the ground was too dry. Sejun judged that it would be difficult for plants to grow here. Instantly, the giant baby bear skated on the ground. It was like he was making the soil fertile. Then the rabbits immediately worked together to collect the stones. Seeing that made Sejun feel happy, because now it would be easier to pick up the stones. Because the giant baby bear had helped him, Sejun gave him a yam for the bear to eat. Sejun was stunned as he watched the cub eating with gusto. Sejun couldn't believe that in just a few days, the cub had grown almost to his height. Sejun couldn't imagine what if the cub lived in a cave. Just thinking about it gave Sejun goosebumps. Now the soil looked very barren, so Sejun decided to plant root crops first. They should plant cherry tomatoes for later. But suddenly, the big bear cub seemed to be digging in the ground, which was the ground that Sejun had planted. Suddenly, Sejun became very annoyed and told the bear cub that they were not playing treasure hunting. As a result, Sejun had to rearrange the entire field now. The bear cub bowed his head in guilt. Sejun thought that if the cub wanted to stay here, then he should understand the concept of planting. On the other floor of the tower was the 38th floor. There was Theo, the cat, promoting his wares to the people. Today, Theo's cat would auction off 300 magical cherry tomatoes, totaling 1,800 tomatoes. Suddenly, all those people immediately competed to offer the highest price to Theo's cat. They looked so enthusiastic. Later, when the auction was over, Theo's cat received a bag of coins, but he thought it was very little from the previous gold. It would be nice if an extreme boost came like last time, Theo thought. Not long after, a man approached Theo. That man was Kim Dongshik. He asked if Theo had checked the contract last time that had been filled out. Then Kim Dongshik also left a message to tell Park Sejun that he from the Phoenix Guild had talked to his family, so they wouldn't worry. Then Kim Dongshik also asked Theo for permission to take a picture together because his daughter really liked cats. Theo's cat accepted, but with a catch. Kim Dongshik took something out of his pocket and gave it to Theo's cat. It was red chili powder, which is a basic ingredient often used by South Koreans. Because he was happy and enthusiastic about seeing the red chili powder, Theo's cat immediately tasted it. Instantly, Theo was surprised because his tongue felt sick. A few moments later, Theo came out of a building in the center of the market. His face looked happy because now his capacity had been increased so that he could load hundreds more cherry tomatoes. He thought it was worth investing all the incentives he got from Mr. Sejun to increase his bundle. At this rate, Theo would collect 1,000-coin tower and also become a middle-class merchant. Not only that, Theo could also make Mr. Sejun kneel before him. Then Theo decided to stop by the small street shop and finish Mr. Sejun's business. On the way, Theo's attention was drawn to a stall selling various types of food in front of him. Theo could smell a very delicious aroma from there. Suddenly, Theo immediately approached the stall. Moreover, Theo felt that he had to calm his sore tongue with it. Then Theo immediately bought it by offering a discounted price to the seller. Theo continued his journey while eating the grilled fish he had bought. A moment later, in the midst of Theo enjoying his food, a fox wearing a blue robe greeted Theo. It was Mr. Zareth. But Theo knew him as a submissive who was almost fooled by Scarum. In his mind, Zareth muttered something annoying to Theo. Then Zareth smiled at him while introducing himself. Then Theo asked Zareth what business he had coming to him. Zareth said that he had not returned the favor for saving him last time, so Zareth wanted to treat him to a meal. Before Zareth could finish speaking, Theo rejected the invitation and immediately left him. Hearing this rejection, Zareth did not give up. Then he immediately caught up with Theo and persuaded him to treat him to tea instead. Theo refused again on the grounds that she couldn't drink anything hot. Not yet feeling like giving up, Zareth persuaded Theo and invited him to eat a very famous dessert around there. But again, Theo refused and said that he didn't like sweet food. Seeing Zareth's attitude made Theo uncomfortable because Zareth seemed a little forced. Because of Theo's continuous rejection, Zareth became very furious. Finally, inevitably, Zareth decided to use his last resort. Zareth immediately knelt before Theo while pleading with him. Zareth begged Mr. Theo to listen to him. Zareth confessed to Theo that not long ago he became a traveling merchant to make a living. But he was completely lacking in the skills of a merchant. With a very convincing face, Zareth confessed that he was very impressed with Theo, who could figure out the evil tactics of the cruel Scarum and save himself. Zerath pleaded before Theo that Theo was willing to learn his trading skills. Zerath even praised Theo as the great traveling merchant, which was cool and amazing. Hearing this praise made Theo look happy. Because Zerath said it like that, Theo was finally willing to teach him a little of his knowledge. There was a sly smile from Zerath, who had successfully tricked Theo's cat. According to him, begging with this technique never fails on someone. Theo told Zerath that there was something he wanted to buy, so he would go to the blacksmith shop. Then the two of them walked together to their destination. A few moments later, they had arrived in front of the shop. Seeing the shop, Zerath felt familiar. Then the two of them went inside. Zerath learned that this place was a place with goods that could not be valued or could not be separated. In short, a shop to pick up necessary items as trash. Zerath wondered what kind of merchant skills Theo would teach him here. Theo then walked to a cashier's desk, where there was a shopkeeper reading a newspaper. Theo came to confirm that all items in the place were sold at 20 tower coins, like the information in front of the entrance. This was confirmed by the cashier. Most of the items here were not graded, so they could not know the price. If he paid for an item that was rotten due to its age, they would fake it for him. Then the cashier let Theo choose the items he liked. Theo immediately kicked the counter and asked for a discounted price. Suddenly, Zerath, who was behind him, looked very dumbfounded. He didn't expect that this was his trade skill. Zerath didn't expect Theo's cat to ask for a discount at a place that sold discounted goods. What's more, Theo seemed so very confident. Casually, the cashier agreed to it. He gave the price of 18 tower coins to Theo. Unexpectedly, Theo asked him to lower the price again. After some time of negotiation, Theo finally managed to get a very cheap price of 13 tower coins. Zerath, who saw this, only gaped because he was in shock. Then Theo glanced at Zerath while bragging about his skills just now. Zerath also gave a big smile to Theo and praised his skills. In his mind, Zerath thought that his behavior was a little pushy. Then they wandered around the shop looking for something they wanted to buy. After looking around, Theo found a straw hat. Theo felt interested in the hat and wanted to buy it. Seeing that, Zerath became confused as to why Theo wanted to buy it, even though according to Zerath, it was just a straw hat and not a weapon. Zerath thought that it was a zonk item, but Theo still wanted to buy it because he really liked the hat. Moreover, Theo remembered that Mr. Seijun had told him to buy whatever he liked. Then they left the shop. Theo told Zerath that he had shown Zerath everything. That was Theo's trading technique. Then Theo patted Zerath's shoulder as he encouraged him to be a good merchant. Then Theo said goodbye to him. Zerath was silent as he watched Theo leave. He couldn't hold Theo back anymore because he thought it was unnatural to follow him any longer than this. Zerath decided to retreat from now on. However, Zerath suddenly remembered something. He just realized that the hat Theo was holding was the same as the one on the list of stolen goods he saw earlier this morning. Zerath couldn't believe it. On the other hand, Park Seijun seemed to be harvesting the crops in his field. Seedlings had sprouted from the carrot flowers earlier than expected. Park Seijun decided to plant half of them in the cave and the other half on top. They decided to reduce the number of carrots in storage by half because of the baby bears, as the rabbits had started to get skittish again. The rabbits at the back were working together to bring in some fish. Seijun realized that it was time for them to eat. Seijun decided to make fish soup today. Seijun asked the rabbits to clean the fish. Meanwhile, Seijun picked a fresh cherry tomato. While Seijun was picking, the status window suddenly appeared. Seijun realized that there was a new effect added. He thought the possibility of very low was ambiguous, but Seijun didn't think he could harvest one level higher. Seijun felt happy just thinking about being able to eat a juicy cherry tomato. Then Seijun watched the system screen carefully. He was curious about the additional skill effects if his job skill level rose to level 4. Seijun wondered if he could find out just by leveling up another skill. Instantly, the rabbits in the back called Seijun to tell him to come back immediately. Without thinking for a long time, Seijun finally approached them. According to him, this was not the right time to be distracted by something like that. Park Seijun seemed focused on cooking. It didn't take long, and Seijun finally finished making clear fish soup. It was a special clear fish soup, for the pregnant mother rabbit. Sejun reminded the mother rabbit to eat properly, even though she had no appetite, because health is very important for pregnant women. Then the rabbit father immediately fed his pregnant rabbit wife. They all looked like a happy family. Not long after, there was an approaching baby bear who appeared above the cave. He came at just the right moment. Then Sejun immediately got ready to go upstairs and eat together. Sejun would give the harvest in the cave to the wagon rabbit and the sickle rabbit. Then Sejun tied his body with a rope and then gave the code to the baby bear to pull him up. A few days ago, with the help of the giant mother bear, they built a manual elevator using rocks as pulleys. They started their day with the giant baby bear leaving for work in the morning, taking Sejun up to the top of the cave for his breakfast. Sejun thinks that the giant mother bear is amazing, even though he only asked for a rock to tie a rope to. But thanks to that, Sejun can climb it comfortably. Then the giant baby bear immediately approached Sejun because he couldn't wait to eat his breakfast. Seeing that, Sejun opened his basket to feed it. It was a roasted sweet potato, as the baby bear had never tried anything roasted before. After there was only one sweet potato left in the basket, the baby bear thought of an idea. Unexpectedly, the baby bear planted the roasted sweet potato in the ground. Sejun and the rabbits were dumbfounded by the baby bear's innocent action. Instantly, they all burst out laughing. Sejun explained to him that it wouldn't grow because it was planted in the ground, because it does not apply to food that has been cooked with fire. They were amused by the funny behavior of the giant baby bear. Sejun had tears in his eyes because he was so satisfied laughing. It's been a long time since Sejun laughed out loud like this. When Sejun's hand was leaning behind him, suddenly Sejun accidentally touched a fish carcass embedded in the ground. It turned out that there were many fish carcasses already embedded in the soil around them. Sejun thought that they might need an extra class. A big baby bear was seen playing with a black rabbit. Sejun, who was busy with his activities, was surprised to see the behavior of the two of them. At the same time, a white rabbit came pushing a cart filled with carrot juice. The white rabbit offered it to Sejun. Sejun immediately took the carrot juice and thanked him, because he was also thirsty. After that, the bees were seen coming out of the cave. Seeing that, Sejun thought that it looked like poisonous bees were patrolling. Then, the poisonous bee queen approached Sejun and gave him something. Sejun was surprised to see the queen bee, who also came out, because Sejun knew that the queen bee was laying eggs. Then Sejun was even more curious about something the queen bee gave him. The queen bee left Sejun just like that. Because he was curious about what the queen bee actually gave him, Sejun finally opened it immediately. It turned out to be a poisonous queen bee cocoon. Suddenly, Sejun was immediately stunned to see this. Not long ago, the queen bee became queen, so their place of power as a beehive was not so strong. Having a new queen born in a beehive that wasn't ready to be broken up, it meant that the already small power would be further weakened. A look of pity crossed Sejun's face as the queen bee gave him this cocoon. Sejun was sure that this must be a precious child for the queen bee. Instantly, Sejun decided to work harder to make this cocoon hatch into an extraordinary poisonous queen bee. Sejun was looking forward to the first day of their meeting. On a sunny afternoon, Theo's cat was walking leisurely while humming happily. Theo cat was walking to the cave to meet Park Sejun. He couldn't wait to see Park Sejun, who would be brought to his knees to make him feel like he was truly enjoying the CEO's authority. When Theo arrived at the cave, he saw a giant baby bear playing there. Theo immediately shouted at him and asked what he was doing. When the bear looked back at him, it seemed to be biting Park Sejun's bag. Realizing this made Theo very surprised and thought that Park Sejun had been killed by him. Theo looked down while holding back his emotions. He took out his sharp claws. Theo immediately jumped at the giant baby bear to get revenge. Right at the same time, Park Sejun came out of the cave and greeted Theo's cat. Suddenly, Theo stopped his attack. Seeing Sejun's appearance, Theo immediately jumped on Sejun's face. He made sure Sejun was okay from the giant baby bear's attack. Theo seemed very worried about Park Sejun's condition. Park Sejun introduced the giant crimson bear cub to Theo. Sejun explained how he found the baby bear. Sejun also told Theo that he agreed to give the baby bear some honey and food in exchange for its mother protecting the environment. Theo initially thought that Seijun had been eaten by the giant bear, which was understandable given the baby bear's large body. At once, Theo thought of naming the giant crimson bear baby. Seijun seemed to be thinking hard to find a name that suited him. The giant baby bear beside him couldn't wait to be named by Seijun. After thinking for a long time, Seijun finally found a suitable name for the baby bear. Seijun was going to name him Queng. The reason was because the baby bear kept saying Queng all the time. Seijun thought it was the perfect name for him, while the rest of them seemed to put on a flat face because they felt the name was nothing special. Theo taunted Seijun that he was the one who sucked at naming people. Without further ado, Theo immediately took something out of his bag. Theo informed that he had completed all the missions this time and sold everything. Then Theo asked how much time was given to him with this much. Seijun praised his good work. Seijun replied that it was about 38 hours, when combined with the remaining time. Hearing that, Theo's cat became very happy. He was going to use it all up now and asked Seijun to give him a cat snack. Park Seijun gave the cat snack to Theo, who was on his lap. However, Queng immediately tasted the cat snack without permission. Seeing this made Theo very upset and annoyed. He immediately hit Queng for daring to touch his food. Park Seijun also lifted Theo's cat's body to hold his anger. Queng immediately burst into loud cries and tears. It created a huge wind like a hurricane that came instantly. Even the whole forest was shaken by the roar of the Queng. Not long after, a mother bear emerged from the forest and approached them. The mother bear's face looked very angry because they had disturbed her child to cry. Queng pointed at Theo's cat to tell his mother. Suddenly, Theo's whole body became trembling with fear. Park Seijun realized that they were in big trouble. The mother bear's face was very angry, while Theo's cat in front of her was very frightened. In a stammering tone, Theo greeted her and introduced himself that he was a traveling merchant cat. Theo admitted that there was a slight misunderstanding with her baby. Immediately, the mother bear roared loudly in front of them to create a very strong wind, like a storm. The mother bear seemed to be advising Theo. Crying, Theo apologized to her and promised that they would not fight again. Park Seijun also explained to the mother bear that it was just a small quarrel and assured her that nothing would happen to her child. Finally, the mother bear believed Seijun's words and went back into the forest. Park Seijun sighed and felt relieved. He thought that it would be a big problem. Then Seijun approached Theo, who was crying. Park Seijun tried to calm Theo down and hugged him. The rabbits also comforted him by licking Theo's face. Finally, Theo was amused and laughed. They looked like a happy family. The baby bear, who saw them hanging out, immediately came over to them. He also felt a little guilty for Theo and licked him to comfort him. Theo apologized to Queng and invited him to be friends from now on. After going through that incident, they all looked tired and sleepy. Finally, they all took a good nap together. After a while they were fast asleep, 2 rabbits emerged from the cave. Then the rabbit's father accidentally saw a straw hat in Theo's cat bag. He took it to protect Park Seijun's face from the sun. Then they both went to sleep with them. On the other hand, in a palace located in the galaxy, there was a man who was controlling an object until it emitted a huge lightning bolt. The man chuckled in annoyance because his efforts had been in vain. He wondered why the tower didn't open. That man was Kaiser Fratani. Behind him was a man named Anton Fratani. He tried to calm Kaiser Fratani down, but Kaiser Fratani snapped at him, feeling that he could not calm down in this situation because he could not see Aileen anymore. Kaiser Fratani held his head. He looked like a frustrated man. It had been 10 years and a few days since her last seizure. He was finally able to get the medicine, and now the portal was not working for some reason. The tower's emergency system didn't react either, so there was no other way for them to cross. They were stuck here without knowing what was happening there. But according to Anton Fratani, the fact that the Black Tower emergency system was not working proves that Aileen did not have a seizure. Anton was sure that they still had time. Anton understood how Kaiser felt. After all, they were all Fratani. Anton said that they were all here for Aileen, and of course they were worried about him. The tower manager's cabin is at the center of all the mana that supports the tower. The dragons take turns managing the tower and use this place to become stronger. Anton told us that all the dragons improved the place for the sake of the ailing Aileen. Even in order to find a cure for Aileen, they had to endure many dangers and losses. And these dragons gathered to restore Aileen's body that had been damaged by the dragon heart. Anton said that all the dragons here felt the same way about Aileen. Kaiser's face looked pitying as he listened to Anton's words. Then Anton called Kaiser, who was his father. Anton understood his father's meaning, and that's why he felt calm. Aileen was Anton's child, so Anton believed in him more than anyone else. Anton was confident that Aileen could fight the seizure well, which made Kaiser feel calm. Then Kaiser warned the Fratani dragons to be ready until the tower opened. This was well past their expected seizure date. Anton hoped for a good change with Aileen's dragon heart. Kaiser hoped so too. His face looked very glum as he worried about his grandchild. Kaiser hoped that his grandchild was eating well. The black dragon, Aileen, was seen relaxing while eating a cherry tomato. He seemed to be enjoying his time by reading a book and sitting on a soft beanbag. Aileen really liked the taste of the cherry tomato. He guessed that the taste became stronger because the rank of the cherry tomato rose to rank D. Previously, Aileen could only taste it when he filled his entire mouth, but now he only had to take a little bit. Aileen was instantly startled by the strange feeling in his dragon heart. His dragon heart had never beaten even once in the last 200, but just now it moved on its own and absorbed mana for a moment. Aileen just realized that he should have had a seizure by now. Aileen guessed that it was because of the cherry tomatoes she ate. Then the status windows appeared and explained this. Aileen just remembered that human plants could indeed slightly increase mana. Aside from its delicious taste, the plant even had the ability to heal the dragon's heart as well. Aileen was happy about that. The great black dragon, the 200-year-old Aileen Fratani, had finally found someone he wanted to protect. Aileen decided to protect the tower farmer, Park Sejun. Then Aileen immediately approached his magic ball to see Park Sejun's situation in his field. Aileen saw Park Sejun, who was sleeping wearing a hat. Aileen did not expect that even Sejun could get an item that had not been rated. Park Sejun slowly opened his eyes and seemed to see a shadow of the status window in front of him. Instantly, Park Sejun widened his eyes wide in surprise to see a very large status window right in front of his face. Park Sejun screamed hysterically that the status window was so close that Park Sejun couldn't see it. The status window gave a message to Park Sejun. The status window startled Park Sejun while Park Sejun was peacefully asleep. Seeing the contents of the message, Park Sejun wondered what was meant by the item that was not valued. Park Sejun picked up the straw hat that was on his head. Park Sejun looked confused why the straw hat was suddenly on his head. Then the rabbit told him that the hat was from Theo's bag. Feeling curious and wanting to ask Theo directly, Park Sejun tried to wake Theo up from his sleep. But the cat seemed reluctant to wake up and asked Park Sejun to let him sleep longer. Finally, Park Sejun placed Theo on Queng's soft body and let him fall asleep. After that, Park Sejun took the straw hat back to look at it. The system screen popped up and told him the details of the straw hat item. It was a farmer's straw hat that had the protection of Mother Earth's skill. Park Sejun looked stunned at the information. According to him, there was no limit on the size of farmland. It was really a good item, but the usage limit was only level 20. Suddenly, the status window popped up again saying that the tower manager asked Park Sejun to rate the straw hat first. Then Park Sejun asked him to give a quest. Not long after, a new quest appeared, which was to send the ungraded straw hat to the tower manager. Instantly, the straw hat was taken from Park Sejun's hand, and Park Sejun had completed the quest. The straw hat is now in Aileen's hands. Aileen will also show off his skills by using the assessment skill. There was a bright blue light that enveloped the straw hat. Aileen smiled widely at the item. Park Sejun saw the status window that said that the tower manager saw the appraised item and was pleased. The tower manager also congratulated Park Sejun on how good the item was. Park Sejun did not expect the tower manager to congratulate him. Then a new quest appeared. The tower manager wanted Park Sejun to promise that Park Sejun would present his harvest full of blue moon energy on the next blue moon. If Park Sejun thinks about it, it will soon be blue moon time. In addition, his field was getting bigger, so Park Sejun was confident that he could give that much. Finally, Park Sejun promised him. The status window said that the tower manager told Park Sejun his name and wanted Park Sejun to know how honorable it was. The tower manager was named Aileen Fritani and then told Park Sejun to raise his little finger and make an appointment. Park Sejun smiled widely and called him Aileen Fritani. Park Sejun said that it was an honor to know his name. Then, Park Sejun raised his little finger and made a promise to give his crops to Aileen Fritani, while harvesting his crops with full blue moon energy during the next blue moon. The tower manager said that this was their first pledge. Seeing that made Park Sejun look confused. On the other hand, Aileen also raised her little finger while looking at Park Sejun on the screen. Aileen smiled and said that it was their first appointment. Park Sejun completed the quest and obtained the St. Patrick of Earth straw hat artifact. Park Sejun then raises his hand to take the straw hat. The status window displayed a detailed explanation of the St. Patrick of Earth straw hat artifact. It was a straw hat always worn by Farmer Patrick, who was called the Saint of Earth for saving many starving people through agriculture. It was one of the 10 artifacts that only existed in the Black Tower. Depending on the occupation level of the artifact user, restrictions would be lifted. The look on Park Sejun's face was one of astonishment as he realized that the straw hat was one of the tower's 10 artifacts. It was the first time Park Sejun had heard of named equipment being classified as artifacts. The level and stat restrictions that were originally written as usage restrictions disappeared, and in their place were restrictions against those with occupations related to agriculture. Given that the ability will increase depending on the user's job level, it seems like they will be determined when worn. Then Park Sejun immediately put the straw hat on his head. Instantly, a status window appeared that brought up a notification. Seeing that made Park Sejun so dumbfounded that his mouth gaped wide. Park Sejun thinks that the choice of items is very good. Park Sejun smiled broadly after learning of such an extraordinary item. He thought it was an important skill to cultivate the barren desert outside the cave. That skill will be very helpful. Park Sejun then looked at Theo, who was fast asleep, with a big smile. As Park Sejun suspected, Theo had golden hands. Park Sejun immediately hugged Theo tightly. Theo is his sales cat, who is very adorable and also proud. You can see Park Sejun playing with Theo's hand anxiously. Theo, who just woke up, looked confused by what Park Sejun was doing. Then Park Sejun told Theo excitedly that Theo would be a sales cat for the next week. Hearing that made Theo happy. Park Sejun immediately picked up Theo and swung his body. They looked very happy. Theo's expression was very radiant because he was Theo's sales cat. A while later, in the cave, they were all silent as if they were waiting for something. The black rabbit was wiggling his legs and his expression looked panicked. Likewise with Park Sejun, his whole body was shaking and his legs couldn't stay still. It made Theo, who was sitting on his thigh, shake too. Theo asked Park Sejun to stop shaking his leg. Park Sejun didn't realize it because he was too anxious. They were sitting in front of the rabbit house from earlier, but there still seemed to be no news. Then, with a pleading face, Theo asked Park Sejun to give him 1 churu while waiting for news from the rabbit. Park Sejun would give it to him, but it seemed like it would take longer, so Park Sejun invited him to take a short break. But at the same time, the rabbits finally came out of the house. Suddenly, Park Sejun immediately approached them enthusiastically. Park Sejun seemed excited to ask the rabbit about the newborn baby rabbits. Then the white rabbit showed 3 baby rabbits. Not long after, 3 more baby rabbits came out. Park Sejun's eyes lit up at the sight of the newborn baby rabbits. There were 6 baby rabbits in total. Park Sejun needed to make soup to help Mother Rabbit recover from her hard work this morning. It was a very happy event. The baby rabbits looked so adorable. Park Sejun called Theo to come over and look at the beautiful baby rabbits. Theo looked very impressed to see them. Park Sejun told him that Theo was now an uncle. Park Sejun asked him to take good care of his baby rabbits. Hearing that made Theo excited. Then Theo took out churu from under his robe and would give the churu that he liked the most to the baby rabbits. Park Sejun explained to Theo that the babies were too young to eat churu. Theo just realized that. Park Sejun realized that Theo was secretly hiding churu again. Theo reasoned that it was for an emergency. Theo asked Park Sejun to let this one time only. Since today was a good day, so Park Sejun would let him. It was the 179th day of being stranded in the tower, and also the day a new family member had been born. In another place, there was a group of monsters gathering. One of the monsters standing at the front was saying something to its members. The monster told them that the blue moon would arrive soon. The monster asked his colleagues not to give to the hungry. The monster also ordered all his comrades to find everything they could eat in the barren desert. The monster was the 99th floor ox demon king, who was the boss monster. The status window popped up with several messages. Bees were seen passing by on a field with many flowers. Park Sejun stood in the middle looking at the field. Park Sejun judged that there were more flowers than usual. That was a 50% increase in yield. The 7th blue moon they would face since entering the tower made Park Sejun wonder if Kwang and Kwang's mother were preparing for the blue moon. Today, neither of them had come. Park Sejun also had to go to work and get ready quickly. There was a small commotion from back there. It was Theo who was looking after the baby rabbits. Theo looked worried and tried to keep the baby rabbits away from the fire because it was very dangerous for them. Park Sejun didn't know that Theo had the talent to be a guardian of children. Then Park Sejun approached Theo and asked his opinion about his role as Uncle Theo. Theo found it quite tiring, but Theo was also happy to be an uncle. Park Sejun and the pair of rabbits exchanged smiles and gave thumbs up. Park Sejun reminded Theo to come back before dinner. Theo was going to take the baby bunnies on an adventure. A few moments later, the bees were seen sealing the holes and doors tightly. Park Sejun had also finished preparing. Then Park Sejun glanced at Theo, who was doing something. Seeing this made Park Sejun confused and asked Theo what he was doing. Theo said that he would go in there to avoid the blue moon. The bundle has a feature that can block blue moon energy. Theo said that it was only the size of a simple tent, but other peddlers used bundles that were as big as houses. Park Sejun looked amazed at the explanation. He didn't expect the bundle to have more features than he thought. Therefore, Park Sejun asked Theo to bring the queen bee's cocoon. Theo's facial expression looked dumbfounded at the queen bee's cocoon. Finally, Theo will keep it safe in his soft fur. Not long after, the blue moon has finally begun. As the sun was covered by the moon, the sky became dark. Park Sejun looked out of the cave and wondered if King and King's mother were okay. Suddenly, there was a very loud noise from out there. Hearing it made Park Sejun a little panicked. This was the first time Park Sejun had heard such a loud noise. Park Sejun suspected that other monsters had entered Kwang and his mother's territory. Just in case, Park Sejun had to use cherry tomatoes and earplugs. Suddenly, Park Sejun was surprised to hear a scream, but not long afterward, the sound had disappeared. Park Sejun felt that the sound was like a cow crying. There were cherry tomatoes that became blue in color. Park Sejun guessed that this time the blue moon energy became stronger. Then Park Sejun looked around again to find out how many there were. There were corn plants in front of there that gave off bright light. Park Sejun did not expect that corn also absorbs blue moon energy. Seeing that made Park Sejun feel happy. Because the field got the effect of good harvest skills, the blue moon harvest also got a good harvest. A short while later, the sky was clear again and the sun was shining brightly. Theo looked around him to see the situation. Then Theo told Park Sejun that there was no one there. Finally, the two of them went up to the top of the cave. Theo thinks it's better to go out after Kwang and Kwang's mother come. Theo thinks it might still be dangerous out here. Park Sejun tells him that when the blue moon appeared earlier, there were monsters roaming around the cave, so Park Sejun should check if his field is safe. Park Sejun asked Theo not to worry. Park Sejun will just look and go back into the cave, because Park Sejun had to harvest the crops in an area drenched in blue moon energy. Therefore, Theo will go with Park Sejun even though he is tired. Then Theo immediately crawled up Park Sejun's body. The vast barren fields already looked messy. It was as Park Sejun had expected. The monsters were rummaging through the fields planted with sweet potatoes. Park Sejun was surprised to see footprints on the ground. Seeing the size, Park Sejun was sure that the monsters were very large. Judging by how deep and high the pile of soil was, Park Sejun thought they were very strong. Park Sejun suddenly realized something and climbed onto the pile of dirt. Park Sejun held the soil and watched it carefully. Theo asked how much longer they would be there. Theo invited him to return to the cave now, but Park Sejun said that there was something he had to check first. Park Sejun smiled widely at the soil in his hand. As Park Sejun had expected, the texture was different from the usual barren soil. It was not crumbly, soft, retained moisture, and had just the right consistency. It was soil that was full of nutrients. Park Sejun didn't expect such soil to be under the barren land. The possibility of rebuilding the barren desert had opened up and they could create bountiful fields. If they could turn the whole field upside down and mix things up, then they could make a field. But Park Sejun didn't have any farm equipment like a forklift or tractor. Digging that deep into the ground was too much for a rabbit shovel. Then the status window popped up with a message from the tower manager asking Park Sejun what he was doing there. The tower manager said that the blue moon may have disappeared, but the monster territory had spread. So the tower manager warned Park Sejun that it was still dangerous and advised Park Sejun to return to the cave immediately. Finally, Park Sejun immediately got down from there and was about to return to the cave. Park Sejun asked the tower manager, Aileen, if he was okay last night. The tower manager told him that he was fine and asked Park Sejun not to worry about him. The tower manager told him to think more about Park Sejun's own safety as a tower farmer. Park Sejun felt that the tower manager was more worried about him today than usual. Instantly, Park Sejun remembered the blue moon harvest. Park Sejun told Aileen to look forward to it. They arrived back at the cave. Theo immediately went to sleep because he felt tired. Meanwhile, Park Sejun went to the cornfield. Park Sejun had harvested stamina corn that contained blue moon energy. Park Sejun looked amazed at the blue corn. It was the stamina corn that contained blue moon energy. Perhaps because it was a grade D plant, its stat boost was twice that of a grade E plant. But that wasn't important to Park Sejun. Right now, all that mattered to him was the crunchy texture and flavor of the corn. When Park Sejun was about to eat the corn, the tower manager suddenly sent a message and mentioned their appointment. Park Sejun just realized it. There was saliva dripping in his mouth. Park Sejun couldn't help it. Then Park Sejun picked the blue cherry tomatoes. This time it was a good harvest for the blue moon plant. Park Sejun gave 5 fruits to the tower manager. The tower manager thanked him, and the tower manager made sure to return the favor to peck Park Sejun later. Park Sejun will look forward to it. The cherry tomatoes were now in Aileen's hands. If ordinary cherry tomatoes could make the dragon heart beat fast, then blue moon cherry tomatoes were definitely more effective. Then Aileen immediately swallowed the 5 cherry tomatoes in one go. Aileen really liked the taste of those delicious blue moon cherry tomatoes, but for now, the taste was not important. Aileen would focus on the flow of the mana. There was a blue aura enveloping Aileen's body. Instantly something happened to the dragon heart. Then Aileen fell on the floor and whimpered in pain. Park Sejun picked corn that contained blue moon energy. Then Park Sejun boiled the corn on the stove. It was time to use the panic that sales cat Theo got. The corn husk would form an air layer between the panic and the corn, so it would steam. Park Sejun should dry the corn leaves well and make corn silk tea. That way, there was still one more drink that Park Sejun could drink. Park Sejun smiled broadly to greet the rabbits and wished them good morning. Park Sejun asked how the baby rabbits were doing. Then the rabbit with the hat pointed to his house and told him that they were still sleeping together with Mother Rabbit. After that, Park Sejun showed them the harvest of the blue moon crop. Park Sejun also told them that they got new blue moon corn too, and now Park Sejun was boiling it. They will share it together. Then the rabbit said something to Park Sejun. The rabbit intended to take just 1 cherry tomato and told Park Sejun to eat the blue moon corn alone. Park Sejun laughed amusedly and then petted the rabbit. Park Sejun was grateful for the rabbit's father's good intentions. But still, Park Sejun couldn't eat it alone, so Park Sejun invited them to have breakfast, harvest the corn, and have dinner together. After a while, the corn was finally ripe. The corn looked really good. Then Park Sejun immediately picked it up while blowing on the hot corn. Since it was a D-grade plant with blue moon energy, Park Sejun was sure that the taste must be much more delicious. They ate it together with gusto. Rabbit Dad brought 2 Blue Moon cherry tomatoes in his hand to bring into the cave and shared them with Rabbit Mom. After that, Park Sejun immediately enjoyed the corn. Park Sejun's face beamed to feel the sweetness of the corn. Every kernel of corn was very delicious. The savory taste increases if Park Sejun chews it. Park Sejun looked very eager to eat the corn, while the rabbits just stood staring at Park Sejun with expressions that seemed to want to try it too. Park Sejun ate the corn until it was gone. Then Park Sejun threw it into the flames. After finishing eating, Park Sejun immediately moved from there. Now Park Sejun intends to go harvest some more corn. The rabbits were excited and cheered. Then Park Sejun picked some corn that was ready for harvest. The status window displays the details of the stamina corn. When stamina corn is consumed, it can eliminate 20 grams of fat in the body and increase physical strength. The effects can be stacked up to 10 times within an hour. When consumed by an unawakened person, 20 grams of fat was eliminated and skin elasticity was increased. Knowing that the corn could increase skin elasticity, Park Sejun was sure that his mother would definitely like it. Next time, Park Sejun would send news to his family. At the same time, while harvesting corn, Kwang and his mother suddenly arrived. Seeing their arrival, Park Sejun immediately went upstairs to approach them. Then Park Sejun gave Kwang honey. It must have been hard for them because they couldn't do anything yesterday. Park Sejun will bring grilled fish for Kwang's mom later too. Theo came in while rubbing his eyes after waking up. Theo said goodbye because Theo would be leaving first. Theo couldn't waste his time as a sales cat by sleeping. So, Theo will work because Theo is the best of all professional sales cats. Park Sejun thought that was the mindset of a true sales cat. Then Theo immediately crawled up Park Sejun's body and asked him to deliver to the peddler line. Suddenly, Kwang immediately pulled Theo. Kwang was willing to drive him. Until Kwang returned to drive Theo, Park Sejun thought it was better for them to organize the destroyed fields. In another place, there are ox monsters gathering in front of the boss monster. The atmosphere seemed tense there. The monster boss then called them one by one to show the results they got. The first ox brought mud, then the second ox brought dry soil. Seeing this made the monster boss very angry and scolded them all. Even though the monster boss told them to bring food to eat, but all they brought was mud. One of the oxes explained to the boss monster that it had been a long time since they had seen grass in their territory. Even if they rummaged through everything, there was only mud. The monster boss clucked in annoyance and then sat back in his chair. The boss monster's face was downcast as he closed his eyes. He wondered in his mind why this had happened. It used to be a green meadow full of high-quality grass. The strongest monster in the Black Tower guarding the waypoint area on the 99th floor is the Black Minotaur. If they didn't replenish the energy depleted by the blue moon, they would lose muscle. So, King Ox ordered his subordinates to scatter throughout the region and eat grass during the blue moon. But the Minotaur race is a large-sized monster with a very strong appetite, so the speed of eating grass is much higher than the speed of growth. In the end, the place became a barren land where not a single blade of grass grew. The monster boss complained that the muscles of the young newborn minotaurs did not look good at all. In order to maintain their immense strength as great and proud minotaur warriors, they must consume high-quality grass. After that, the boss monster summoned the next ox, the third ox, to collect the results. But the third ox was not seen there. The boss monster suspected that the third ox entered another territory and could not return. Then not long after that came the third ox who had just arrived there. The third ox apologized to the captain for being late. When the blue moon ended and the third ox opened his eyes, it turned out that he had gone too far. But the monster boss didn't mind because the important thing was that the third ox had returned safely. Suddenly, the boss monster widened its eyes as it saw something above its head. The boss monster sniffed at the fragrant scent on its horn. There was a yam root stuck under the third ox horn. They wondered what the plant was. Meanwhile, in another place was Aileen, who had just woken up from his stupor. Aileen's head felt very painful and then tried to move from there, but Aileen's head accidentally hit the lamp above him. Aileen looked confused as to why the light was so low. Suddenly, Aileen realized that it wasn't the lamp that went down, but his body that became taller. Aileen was puzzled by the sudden growth. The cherry tomatoes from the blue moon must contain 10 times as much as the magic cherry tomatoes. Moreover, Aileen had eaten 5 at once. Aileen guessed that it caused a chain reaction in his dragon heart and brought changes to his stalled growth. But that was only temporary. His dragon heart was now no longer reacting. Aileen became visibly depressed because he felt that permanent treatment was impossible. But still, Aileen had confirmed that his dragon heart could heal even if only slightly. Aileen was very grateful to his dear tower farmer Park Sejun. But suddenly Aileen was surprised to see Park Sejun from inside the magic pearl ball. Aileen thought that Park Sejun ate all the delicious plants while he was unconscious. Aileen brought the magic pearl ball closer to see what Park Sejun was eating, but Aileen couldn't see it because it was so small. So, Aileen decided to take the bigger magic pearl ball that his grandfather used to have. Aileen was seen struggling to get out of the place because his big body was stuck in the small door. Aileen screamed hysterically because he also really wanted to taste the delicious food. Quang came to greet them all from the top of the cave. Quang waved to those who were busy harvesting the corn. The white rabbit was carrying a cart of corn to give to Park Sejun. Park Sejun looked back at them with a big smile. It just so happened that Park Sejun had steamed the last of the corn. So, Park Sejun told the white rabbit to tell the others to gather there for dinner. Then Park Sejun opened the lid of the pot. The corn smelled very good. Park Sejun judged that they steamed perfectly. Then the status window popped up and said that the tower manager wanted to taste the corn too. The tower manager asked if he could have some too. Then a new quest appeared, which was to share the corn with the hungry tower manager. Park Sejun told Aileen that Park Sejun also intended to give him some. Park Sejun asked if Aileen wanted to wait a moment. The roasted corn was also cooking, and Park Sejun was going to give it to him. Aileen replied that she could wait. Then they all worked together to collect the cooked corn. There was an abundance of steamed corn and grilled corn. The seasoning that Theo brought was something unexpected to season the grilled corn. It was unfortunate that Park Sejun couldn't cook the original buttered grilled corn, but Park Sejun was satisfied with this one. Spread sugar on the corn and grill until it turns brown. Then sprinkle Parmesan cheese over the cooked corn. No one thought that someone would bring cheese to the tower. Then Park Sejun rummaged around in a black bag for something. To complete the last step, he added chili powder. Park Sejun found it while looking through Theo's bag after returning with the straw hat. Park Sejun immediately sprinkled the chili powder on his grilled corn. The grilled corn looked very appetizing. Sweet, savory, and spicy, it was the taste of Park Sejun's home world that he could taste in the tower. Park Sejun's face was beaming. Then Park Sejun immediately gave it to Aileen. Park Sejun had completed his quest, and the tower manager was very grateful. Park Sejun asked the rabbits about the taste. It was seen that the father and mother rabbits looked overwhelmed to feed their babies first without tasting it. So Park Sejun took the initiative to separate the corn kernels with a spoon and put them into a bowl. That way, the bunny mom and dad wouldn't have to feed them the grains one by one, and the babies would be able to eat on their own. Park Sejun allowed the bunny mom and dad to enjoy their meal comfortably, while Park Sejun would look after the babies. When Park Sejun was about to enjoy his roasted corn, he was suddenly surprised by the behavior of the baby rabbits. Park Sejun laughed out loud at their funny behavior. The baby rabbits stuck the corn to their bodies. Park Sejun helped them to release it. Park Sejun realized that working while taking care of babies is not easy. Park Sejun missed Sales Cat Theo, his diary about getting lost in the tower. They harvested and enjoyed the corn together with everyone. In another place, there was a man who looked annoyed while pounding the table vigorously. The man felt angry because the traveling merchant had not arrived yet. It was known that the people were members of the Phoenix Guild on the 38th floor. Then one of the men asked his partner if he wanted to buy more cherry tomatoes. Then the man told him about the rumors that were circulating right now. where the rich people outside the tower were buying magic cherry tomatoes at a high price. The man explained that one cherry tomato costs more than 500,000 won. So, he thought they should start before more rumors spread and more people flocked to it. A long-haired woman asked the team leader what they should do, while they had to get ready to enter the tower because of the scheduled attack. The leader was seen thinking hard. The woman said if this went on any longer, they would run out of supplies. They also had to report to the guild. The chairman told them that they had no choice. He told them to leave the minimum number of people to participate in the auction. Meanwhile, the rest would go to the tower to get ready. The chairman admitted that he knew the peddler, so he would stay there just in case. Then they all immediately carried out orders according to their respective duties. The chairman thought that Jessica would stay. The chairman did not expect Suha to be there. Suha said that Jessica told her that she didn't need the cherry tomatoes anymore and handed over her share to Suha. The chairman asked if Suha wanted to come to the auction and was interested in cherry tomatoes. But Suha was more interested in giving the churu to Theo. The chairman laughed at that. Theo was quite an important creature. Meanwhile, in another place, there was Theo who was walking happily while humming. Theo would hurry because the babies were waiting for him. Finally, not long after Theo arrived at a place. That place was the 60th floor traveling merchant aisle. According to Theo, the lane in that place was the biggest lane. It felt like reaching the sky. Theo walked up to the guard at the front of the hallway. The guard asked Theo to tell him his agency and grade. Theo then told him that he was a novice peddler. Theo said that he wanted to use the regular merchant lane that connected to the 38th floor. Behind there were several sinister black shadowy figures with eyes glowing red. It was a pack of wolves watching Theo. The wolves confirmed that Theo was the cat that looked like the photo. One of the wolves was a little annoyed with the blacksmith owner who gave a very bad photo image. The two wolves, named Elko and Elki, were arguing. According to Elko, the cat up ahead was not holding a straw hat. But according to Elki, the cat must have put it in his bundle. They asked Chief Elka why the grid landlord was looking for a straw hat. With a serious look on his face, Chief Elka said that it didn't matter. They were the Silver Wolf tribe who were the best freelance mercenaries in the tower, so they had to act according to the commissar's orders. For now, they would follow Theo from behind. They would enter there using the Mercenary Association ID. Meanwhile, there was a fox watching the mercenary wolves from behind a tree. It was Zareth. Zareth wondered why the Silver Wolf tribe was chasing Theo. Zareth instantly remembered the straw hat that made those people follow Theo. Zareth was curious about the grid landlord who thought the straw hat was so important that he had to call in a group of mercenaries. Zareth decided to follow them. Zareth didn't know what might happen. On a very bright afternoon, the sun was shining brightly in the sky. The rabbits were busy doing something vigorously. They were all working together to repair the field on the ground that was damaged during the blue moon. With the help of Quang and his mother, the pile of dirt that had piled up like a hill disappeared in no time. Park Sejun was seen holding a small red bag in his hand. Today they will plant the plant in the ground. There were peanut seeds in the bag. Park Sejun harvested all the remaining corn this morning and leveled up to level 6. It was useful to increase his agility to increase work speed. Park Sejun could plant all the peanut seeds in just a few hours. What's more, there was a slight change at the seed shop. Park Sejun looked at the system screen carefully. Peanuts are a good crop that can restore soil fertility. They grow well even in the harsh environment of the soil. Park Sejun selected 1,000 peanut seeds with 5 tower coins. Then several notifications appeared after Park Sejun bought it. A dumbfounded look appeared on Park Sejun's face, knowing that he could increase his tier. Park Sejun's tier has increased from rookie to commoner. In the commoner tier, 4 types of seeds will be randomly displayed. In the commoner tier, Park Sejun can also purchase as many seeds as Park Sejun wants, with a total of 5 tower coins. Then, the red bag of peanut seeds was in Park Sejun's hand. Park Sejun looked very happy and cheerful. From rookie Park, Sejun became a commoner. The total types of seeds that Park Sejun could buy increased from 3 to 4. Park Sejun couldn't wait to use the next seed shop. Park Sejun seemed to be becoming greedy. Park Sejun was curious and wondered how many types of seeds he could buy. Park Sejun needed new and more seeds. Corn plants that have been harvested once cannot bear fruit again. They collected the used corn plants in one place. Kwang was seen, who was still excited and carried a lot in his hand. Park Sejun thanked him while gently stroking Kwang's head. They cut down all the maize plants and moved them above ground to cover the area around the field planted with groundnuts. This was to prevent moisture from evaporating due to the sun shining all day. Since Park Sejun could delay the watering time a bit, Park Sejun took the time to use the labor elsewhere. Park Sejun was seen busy shelling corn kernels and collecting them in a container. A while later, Park Sejun finally finished collecting corn seeds to plant later. Park Sejun looked tired while wiping the sweat from his face. The quest window popped up a notification telling him that Park Sejun had obtained corn seeds. Job proficiency has increased slightly. The level 1 seed collection proficiency has been met, and Park Sejun has leveled up. Park Sejun will soak them in water for one day and plant them tomorrow. Then the baby rabbits approached Park Sejun. They seemed to want to eat the corn seeds he had collected. Seeing this made Park Sejun surprised, and then immediately lifted the container. Park Sejun told them that the corn seeds were not to be eaten. The babies were seen crawling up Park Sejun's body as if they were inviting him to play. Park Sejun realized that the baby rabbits must be very bored. Since they were all busy expanding the land outside the cave, the babies had no adult rabbits to play with. Immediately, a brilliant idea came to Park Sejun's mind. After that, Park Sejun invited the baby rabbits to come closer. Park Sejun would give them a fun job. Park Sejun was seen looking for something in his black bag. Park Sejun laughed widely at the baby bunnies' excitement. They had all been wearing small bags like school children. Park Sejun told them to tie their bags as he went around and gave one piece of carrot to each of the hard-working adult rabbits and bears. But the baby rabbits immediately took it out and ate the few pieces of carrot. Seeing their behavior made Park Sejun laugh. Park Sejun will refill his pockets and will fill them again until they are full. After that, Park Sejun ordered the baby rabbit army to carry out the action. With enthusiasm, the baby rabbits ran forward and then gave several pieces of carrots to the adult rabbits. Park Sejun planned to talk to Theo when he arrived to buy cute clothes for the baby bunnies. There was a big smile on Park Sejun's face as he imagined the baby bunnies wearing nice clothes. Park Sejun was sure they would be adorable. Park Sejun regretted not being able to take pictures in a barren desert. There was an ox who seemed to be looking for something there. The ox kept trying to remember the place. His memory was interrupted because of the blue moon, but the ox was sure that it should be around here. In his mind, the ox chuckled because the captain told him to do this. At the previous moment, the captain asked sternly where the third ox got the grass and roots from. Seeing the captain's expression made the third ox panic. In a stammering tone, the third ox said that it seemed to be somewhere near the border of the area. Suddenly, the captain was surprised because he thought that the third ox had left their territory. The third ox said that he had lost his memory because of the blue moon, so he didn't really remember. The captain felt that he had never seen anything like it in his area. Because it smelled good, the captain was curious about the taste. Then the captain immediately gobbled it up. When the captain chewed it, the captain immediately widened his eyes in surprise at the delicious taste. The more he chewed, the sweeter and tastier it became. The captain felt something different about himself. He felt more energized. His muscles felt like they were being pumped. Suddenly, the captain immediately ordered the third ox to find the place where the grass was. The future of the Minotaur race was under threat. With the honor of a warrior, the captain said that this was an order. The captain was relying on him now. There was a panicked look on the third ox's face. If he couldn't find him, the third ox was afraid that the captain would beat him up with his giant muscles. Then the third ox began to continue his search around that place. That place was the border point where the forest met their wilderness area. If it continued like that, the third ox was at a loss as to what he should do if he met the red feather later. The third ox didn't have the confidence to fight. Then suddenly the third ox smelled a very delicious aroma from behind the boulder. Feeling curious, the third ox checked it out. How surprised the third ox was when he saw what was in front of his eyes. It was grass. Moreover, the ground was full of grass that looked very delicious. The third ox immediately picked up the grass and ate it. The third ox's face was beaming because of the deliciousness of the grass. Then the third ox gathered all the grass very excitedly to bring back to the base. The third ox was sure that the captain would definitely praise him. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, Queng's mother seemed to realize the presence of intruders who entered her territory. It made her very angry and furious. Her sharp canines and blazing eyes were visible. Elsewhere, Aileen is seen relaxing with a glass of his drink. Aileen is seen sitting in the warm spa pool. Because of his growing body, Aileen can now comfortably use the adult spa. In the past, Aileen struggled because his body was too small. Not long after, a status window appeared in front of Aileen, telling him that the giant crimson bear was calling him. Seeing this made Aileen a little annoyed, because it had interrupted his time. With a stern tone, Aileen asked what the problem was. Suddenly, Aileen was surprised to see the status window telling him about the problem. Meanwhile, in another place, seen Park Sejun, who was sleeping soundly. But suddenly Park Sejun woke up because there was an incoming message from Aileen. Park Sejun widened his eyes when he read the message saying that the giant crimson bear had detected traces of other monsters around the cave. Knowing this made Park Sejun surprised. Suddenly, Park Sejun immediately got up from his sleep. Not long after came Queng's mother, who stood on top of the cave. After that, they all went straight to the field located above the cave. How surprised Park Sejun was to see what had happened in front of there. Park Sejun held his head. He looked like he was frustrated. The corn leaves that had been placed in the field had all disappeared. On the other side, Theo was seen waving his hand and greeting the humans there. Theo had arrived at the 38th floor. Minotaur apologized because he did not expect that he had stolen. Therefore, he will apologize to Park Sejun because he did not know it. But apologizing with words after stealing won't work. Therefore, Park Sejun asked him to pay 100 tower coins. So, he asked for it as compensation because he had messed up his field and ate the grass. The Minotaur was surprised to have to pay for the very expensive grass, 100 tower coins. Therefore, being a thief is very scary. So Theo asked him to pay him at that time for 100 tower coins. But when Theo looked for money in his pocket, he didn't have a single coin, so he was confused about what to do with it. So Park Sejun said that he should pay with his body if he didn't have any money, so he asked the Minotaur to come to the place every day and work for him. Then he will give her 1 tower coin every day, so he can pay his debt with that. Minotaur asked if he wanted him to work at that place to pay all his debts. Then Park Sejun will also give him food, because he really likes leeks. Therefore, he would let him eat as much as he wanted. Because Park Sejun just didn't want to be a bad employer. Moreover, he felt that it was a pretty good idea. With enthusiasm, the Minotaur will do anything so that he can eat. Therefore, they both finished their contracts, and he could start working tomorrow. Theo was very happy to see the two of them shaking hands. He also thought that if someone doesn't have money, then they can pay with their body. That's why Park Sejun is so amazing and can teach him a lesson. So, Theo must write it down so as not to forget it. After the Minotaur left, Park Sejun praised Theo for doing a good job. Because he managed to catch the thief, and also thanks to him, he got a worker. Theo asked if he was going to get a good job. If so, then Park Sejun would give him Theo's sales scat status for a month. However, Theo was not at all satisfied with that, and he hugged his legs to add more. But Park Sejun asked him to step aside because his pants were about to tear. The next day, Park Sejun and the Black Rabbit were looking for lobsters in the water. After Park Sejun made them all fly, and it was time for the Black Rabbit to hit the lobsters with his hammer. It wasn't long before they finally got a lot of catches and asked the Black Rabbit to end the day's hunting. Because he had seen the food that should be enough for Queng and his mother, he praised the Black Rabbit who had worked hard, and also his skills had slowly improved. Suddenly, the Black Rabbit's body emitted rays and his hammer changed. Therefore, he was already different from normal leveling up, and was his second awakening, which was very extraordinary. So, Park Sejun will completely leave the lobster hunting to him. Then Kwang's mother appeared above the cave, and Park Sejun asked what she said. Kwang explained that on the rock there was a beehive. However, he did not realize when there was a beehive in that place. Then the second generation queen bee who hatched at that time came out of the nest. He hugged her and said that he was very happy to meet her. He asked where the queen bee had gone all that time, when he was listed as the owner. It made him anxious, not being able to see her again. So the queen bee left to form her swarm, but she luckily returned safely. Park Sejun asked Kwang to greet her, who was the second generation queen bee that had recently hatched, so Kwang must also protect her home. That way the queen will work hard to make the honey that Kwang likes so much. It wasn't long before the Minotaur came to work, but suddenly Kwang's mother went berserk and alerted him. Then the Minotaur also had to prepare against her, and he also did not expect to meet her in that place. Park Sejun asked Mrs. Kwang not to fight and asked her to listen to him. However, Kwang's mother beat them all to retreat. Then the three of them went upstairs, because they heard a noise. Theo asked what was going on, but Park Sejun asked him to stop them both, because he couldn't say anything else, and they would get hurt if they fought. That's why Park Sejun asked the two of them not to fight, because the Minotaur came to that place to work and he wasn't her enemy. But Mrs. Kwang didn't listen to him and continued to growl. Theo translates that she wants Minotaur to return to his cave, because she can't tolerate Minotaurs invading his territory. Then the Minotaur said that himself as a warrior who would avoid fighting was not an honor. Therefore, Park Sejun was confused about what else to do. But Theo asked him to scold Kwang because he wanted another snack. Then the status window appears if the tower manager asks for something to eat because his mouth is bored. But they were busy at that time, because the Minotaur and Mother Kwang were fighting. But the tower manager asked what the Minotaur was doing in that place. But if he wanted to finish it quickly, because at that time he was starving. Park Sejun was very upset, because if it was that easy he could make them reconcile. But they didn't listen to him at all. However, Kwang said that he was starving. Suddenly the situation between the Minotaur and Kwang's mother got worse. That's why Theo invited him to return to the cave. But Park Sejun covered his ears because they were all whining and it was very noisy. So, he shouted, if they wouldn't listen to him, then he wouldn't feed them. They all panicked because they didn't get any more food. Theo cried and said that he was wrong. Then Park Sejun asked them all to sit quietly. After that, Park Sejun said that if the two of them raged again like that, then not only the fields and crops would be damaged, but those in that place could also get hurt because of them. So he would make the two of them clear up the misunderstanding. So he asked the rabbits to go eat. Then the black rabbit is catching fish, the white male rabbit is cutting leeks, the female rabbit is roasting corn, and the rabbit is carrying the roasted corn. After that, Park Sejun cooked the leek stalks with the fish. Soon the dish was cooked and they all ate together. Then Park Sejun also sent roasted corn to Aileen, who thanked him. Then the Minotaur was about to take the roasted corn, but his hand came into contact with Kwang's mother. So the two of them stared at each other with resentment. Park Sejun, therefore, he cleared his throat and asked them to listen to him while eating. So he asked Kwang's mother to protect their fields and caves together with Kwang. Then the Minotaur's name is Third Ox Minotaur. So he will help with the work in the field. Moreover, if they understand, then they must not fight in that place, because if they do, then he will not allow the two of them to eat anything. They were both very panicked by the word not being able to eat anything. Therefore, they both agreed to make peace, and the negotiation was successful. However, Theo asked him to focus on stroking his body. The third ox asked what work he had to do. Park Sejun said that if the job was clear, he would dig up the vast land during the blue moon. So he just needed to turn the soft soil in the ground evenly before lunch. Therefore, he only had to do that, but he didn't know if Park Sejun would also give him lunch. But Park Sejun was not a cruel employer and would give him lunch. Then the third ox bent down to put his horns on the ground. After that, he ran to clear the land, but he was strangely happy with his work and would work hard. So now they could plow the land easily. Then after that, they would plant leeks. But it would be a hassle if they went down to the cave and picked them up one by one. However, he did not know why he felt the need to increase the yield of leeks. However, it will not be difficult to increase the yield of leeks because all they have to do is harvest and cut the leeks that have grown sufficiently and leave the roots. So, over time, the leek roots will split and grow from the cut side. After that, they only need to replant the split roots. Moreover, the roots are very strong. The status window appears if he has made 2,000 pyong of leek fields and he has earned 200 exip. It wasn't long before the leek field was finally completed. Moreover, the leeks grew very fast in the tower. So from then on, the field would grow several times in a short time if they divided the plants every time the stems grew. Then, they only had to solve one more problem, which was watering them. But there was a limit to the amount of water in the watering can, so there was no way he could water all his plants. So, it was a problem, even though he had expanded the field. But suddenly light came out of the white rabbit's father's body, and the sprinkler turned gold. So, the white rabbit had a second awakening just like the black rabbit. It was therefore a very good time as he had repeatedly used it until it reached its limit. Moreover, the water has doubled. Therefore, they were going to expand their fields. Then Captain Minotaur sighed as he waited for the third ox who had yet to return. Then that day was the first day the baby rabbits came out of the cave. So, after he took them out of the bag, he introduced Queng, who became a big brother, and was very happy with them and licked them. The baby rabbits were also very happy, and Park Sejun said that Queng could take care of babies, but Theo laughed at him for just being a big brother, because he had become an uncle. So he asked Baby Rabbit to come with him, because he was going to take them on an adventure outside the cave. But the baby rabbits didn't listen to him and played with the Queng. That made Theo cry because they had forgotten their uncle. Park Sejun said that they grew up quickly, but Theo was very sad because he had gone through a lot to raise them. But Park Sejun held him and asked him not to cry. So, he asked her to sit down and eat Churu's snack. Park Sejun asked if it wasn't almost time for him to go downstairs to trade. Actually, Theo wanted to go downstairs, but he felt that it was not like usual. Park Sejun was very surprised to hear his story about a group of wolves who were looking for the straw hat. Therefore, making Theo unable to go down and everything became troublesome. But Park Sejun wondered why it had to be the straw hat that they were after. Because the straw hat was an artifact and had a good effect. Because if he wasn't a farmer, then he wondered what they needed from that item. But he assumed that there was another tower farmer like him on the floor. So he asked Theo not to worry if the problem was the hat, because he had an idea to solve it. Theo was very curious and asked what his idea was. So since Theo could hire mercenaries, then he could hire a third ox as his freelance mercenary. Theo was very happy because he didn't know there was such a way. Then freelance mercenaries, a job that only those born in the towers could have, such as traveling merchants. So, through an agreement between the Freelance Mercenary Association and the Peddler Association, then the freelance mercenaries are allowed to use the peddler's line at any time by paying a fee. However, it depends on the demand of the traveling merchants, since what they need is not about mercenaries who can be hired as temporary freelance mercenaries. Then, they will be given the right to use the passage. That's why Park Sejun also wanted to go down the tower as a freelance mercenary, but just like a peddler. But freelance mercenary jobs can only be taken by those born in the tower. But Theo asked if the third ox could become a freelance mercenary. Because by looking at it, but the third ox is a monster from the 99th floor. But Park Sejun had another idea for that. So, if the third ox agreed to protect Theo as a freelance mercenary, then he will give her 3 tower coins, which goes as his daily wage. Theo asked if he was a genius because he had a smart brain, because Theo never thought about it. But Park Sejun said that he could do that, and he changed the subject to whether he wanted Churu again. So, that time Theo would follow his idea and use it someday. Then in a place, the third ox was sneaking behind a rock. But there was one minotaur who asked where he was going, because she had been looking for him everywhere when she hadn't seen him for the past 3 days. The third ox was very panicked to see the fourth ox who approached him. He was very panicked and tried to hide it, but he asked the fourth ox to leave. The fourth ox suspected that seeing his very delicate face, he had secretly eaten somewhere. Therefore, the fourth ox asked him to take him to that place too, while shaking his body. But the third ox replied that it was just a conspiracy, but he could tell just by glancing at her. Moreover, the captain was looking for her, and he had to tell her everything. Reluctantly, the third ox would tell her, and that made her happy. So, the third ox will take her to that place, but she must calm down and keep the secret. Not long after, Park Se-jun and Theo were surprised by the arrival of new guests brought by the third ox. Then the fourth ox greeted him and introduced himself. She asked if Park Se-jun was the one who would feed them, if she plowed the land. That's why the third ox asked if he could allow her to work too, because if not, then he would be in trouble. However, the matter of plowing the fields was not urgent at that time, so he didn't need many more workers. After Park Se-jun thought about it, he would hire him on the spot, and he would also ask for his help. So at that time, their very important traveling merchants were being threatened by the wolf pack. Therefore, if she agreed to protect the freelance mercenaries, then Park Se-jun would give her 3 tower coins, triple the third ox's wage. But the fourth ox refused because she couldn't eat it. Therefore, Park Se-jun will give her 3 meals a day as well as her snacks. So with that, the fourth ox agreed to his wage. But the third ox wanted to come too. Park Se-jun said in his heart that they were crazy about food. Therefore, the two of them should be more reliable. So he would also pack the food so they could eat while working. Then the fourth ox hugged her and thanked her for introducing him to the place, which was very nice. But the third ox was also very happy if she came with him. Then Park Se-jun harvested all the leeks, but he didn't know if it was enough. Theo asked if he had to bring it all. Then Park Se-jun also didn't know if it would be enough with his small bag. It didn't look like there was enough room to put the tomatoes. But Theo told him not to worry, because when he threw the bag, all the seaweed went into his bag, which was bigger than usual. Theo confidently said that he was a mid-level peddler, so when he was promoted to a mid-level merchant, his bundle capacity would also increase. Park Se-jun also noticed his slightly changed badge. Theo was very upset that he only realized it then, but he pulled his cheeks and asked him to get ready quickly. Then he also said that he had a gift to send to his family. So he asked if Theo knew what to do about it. Theo replied that he understood and asked him to leave everything to him. Therefore, the 3 of them will leave, and Park Se-jun asked the third ox and the fourth ox to protect Theo well. After that, the black rabbit on his shoulder was surprised to hear he praying for Theo not to be eaten by them, because the leeks ran out. Then in the Lorong village, it is a Lorong residence owned by a traveling merchant. Then one of the wolf's colleagues came to bring grilled fish for all of them. However, the money they all have is almost gone. Elka asked Elko who was on the edge of the bridge to eat it. But Elko had no appetite and how long they had to stay in that place, because he was tired of standing all day watching people passing by. So, he invited Elka to return to the 85th floor at that time, but that made Elka angry and asked if he wanted to keep saying that nonsense. Moreover, why didn't he think of the tribe members who were starving and waiting for them on floor 85? Therefore, if they did not complete the task, they would not receive rations from the grid. So, the survival of their tribe would be at stake. Elko cried and apologized to him and not to be angry anymore because he was wrong. Then his partner who had bought the food asked Elko to eat it if he didn't have an appetite, because it was a precious food bought with the money collected by their tribe in that task. So Elko had to eat it, to increase strength together with the chief of Elka. But suddenly Elka looked down, because he had seen Theo the peddler. So he had to get the information about the straw hat to him. Then the animals in that place were stunned to see the minotaur who was walking dashingly. A dog said that he did not expect to see a black minotaur in that place, because it was the first time the fox saw the monster from the 99th floor. The dog wondered which merchant hired them as freelance mercenaries, and he wondered how great the merchant was. Then they both saw a very short Theo asking if they were looking for him, but they didn't know what he was doing. Theo introduced himself as a traveling merchant who hired the Minotaur as a freelance mercenary. However, the dog only found out that he was his employer, but he also heard his name for the first time, therefore he cannot lie at all. So Theo called the two of them to solve it, but they suddenly disappeared. So they were looking at the cabbage stall of a little mouse who was crying in fear. It was great to see the delicious cabbage and have the mouse sell it, but the mouse asked them to spare his life. It wasn't long before Theo came after looking for them all around. But they were his mercenaries, and they were supposed to protect him. Moreover, he didn't know what they were doing there. The third ox apologized to him because they couldn't help it because it looked so good. Theo asked if it was the first time going to the passage village. The third ox answered that they had never gone from the 99th floor. But he was very curious why that place was called the Merchant's Lane, because the road to the tower is not only used by traveling merchants, but anyone born from the tower can use it. But Theo laughed at him, because he didn't know anything because he was a unique monster on the 99th floor. Then Theo climbed onto the pile of boxes and explained it to them nicely. So, a long time ago, all the paths in the tower from the first floor to the 99th floor. All the paths lay haphazardly like branches, but because there were too many paths, none of them were safe, and no one knew which ones were safe, and no one knew which ones were dangerous. So, the first great traveling merchant founded a traveling merchant association and organized the paths. So he cut down the dangerous paths and chose the safe ones. Then the freelance mercenary association that later became the main force in the tower and joined together with their magic tower. So they had made a deal with each other. They have therefore provided the necessary resources and manpower to manage the line, but because the lane is still managed under the Peddlers Association. So it was referred to as a merchant's lane. That impressed the two of them and asked how he could get information about it. Theo said it was the basic knowledge of an intermediate peddler, because it was on the first page of the guide for beginner peddlers. Therefore, it was fortunate that he had been able to read it. So, as he had explained, all tower residents could use the path. However, there was a paid path that only traveling merchants could use, called the shortcut. But they had to pay to pass through the shortcut, because they were traveling merchants. But if they managed to get through the passage, then they would probably be able to take a longer time. The passage village, however, was the center of the branch where the paid lane would be concentrated. So they had to go to the 38th floor, and they would use the paid path to go down to the 40th floor from that place, then transfer to the regular path. But the third ox didn't understand, because it was very complicated. Theo said that before leaving then, they would go eat first. Then they were both very happy and would go to his favorite fish restaurant. So he asked if they liked fish. Suddenly Elka appeared above him with very long claws. He was very happy because he finally found Theo in that place. At that time, Theo was very scared and shaking because he was a wolf at that time. Elka asked him to answer where he got the straw hat. Then Elka dodged the third ox's punch very quickly. He didn't expect that there would be a minotaur in that place. The third ox asked who he was. Theo said that it was a wolf that was chasing him. That's why they were going to get rid of him. Suddenly, the two of them jumped in to catch up with Elka, but suddenly the fourth ox punched them both in the stomach, sending them flying far away. At that moment, he clenched his fist and saw one puppy left. So he asked the third ox to protect Theo, and he would take care of the ones in that place. But at that time, Theo was worried about he would fight them alone. But the third ox asked what he thought of them. But they were monsters from the highest floor of 99. So, the wolves were no match for them, and the fourth ox was stronger than him. Therefore, Theo asked she not to kill them. Then the fourth ox walked towards them and would try not to kill them. Elka asked if they were okay, but fortunately they were okay and what they should do, but they couldn't retreat because they had no chance. So if they lost Theo again in that place. Therefore, he asked Elko and Elki to attack him at once. Then the white rabbit was scratching its head with a scythe. At that time, the beauty skill of the scythe rabbit was really extraordinary. Therefore, Park Sejun will cut his long hair covering his eyes to make it comfortable. So he only needs to adjust the length and will be in the care of the white rabbit. Then suddenly, the rabbit sneezed loudly. After that, they were both very panicked, because part of his hair had been bald as a result of sneezing. However, Park Sejun can't wait for the results of his hair. Then the wolves started running and attacking at the same time. Elka jumped on his face and was followed by Elko, who managed to bite his arm. Then Elki came to bite her leg. Elka took out his claws and hung on her horns. After that, he bit her neck. But his teeth couldn't penetrate her very strong skin. The fourth ox asked if she was surprised that its skin could not be pierced easily. So, that was the uniqueness of the Minotaur. So, she elbowed Elki, causing his nose to bleed. She pulled him and slammed him far enough. Suddenly, she kicked Elko until it bounced away. It made Elka become upset because she finished them both with just one punch. Therefore, Elka would not let go. Then the fourth ox slammed him and pointed her fist at him. At that time, Elka couldn't move and remembered the chief of the wolf tribe, who asked him to listen carefully. If they were a tribe of pure-blooded silver wolves, so when they died and became spirits, then they could take one of the guardian spirits that protected their tribe. So they were much stronger than other tribes, and they were able to increase their ability to track and hunt prey. So by inheriting the protection and will of their ancestors, their honor is the honor of their ancestors as well. Therefore, they must behave well and live proudly. It is used so that they do not harm the honor of the ancestors who guided them. So one day they will all receive the answer. Therefore, he will do it for the honor of their ancestors. Then the water in that place dried up and the fish died. Therefore, in the event of a prolonged famine, there would be nothing for them to eat. Moreover, the Western tribes had already begun to plunder and slaughter each other. Eventually, their village was all destroyed and burned by fire. It was then that his grandfather was scratched by his enemy and asked Elka to run away. After Elka became an adult, he succeeded his grandfather as chief. At that time, they all asked if he would go to work under the grid, but they asked if he wasn't ashamed of their ancestors who were watching them. Moreover, the boar was the one who caused all these things to happen. But Elka asked them all to be quiet, because if they had no other way, then they wouldn't know if they could survive until tomorrow. So all they could think about at that moment was for the good of the children, because he could also leave honor and everything else at any time. Because surely the ancestors would also understand it, carrying out the order by hooding the animals under him. He also felt that his grandfather also understood him killing others. That time the fourth ox didn't hit him in the face, but the ground. But Theo approached him and asked if he had fainted and was delirious, all for the sake of the children. The fourth ox asked if he should break his leg so that he couldn't follow them. But Theo felt that it was too sinful if he had taken his life. But it was too cruel to break his leg. Therefore, they would just take him, and Park Sejun would break them. So they tied the legs together and carried them on their shoulders. Then they both still panicked as they saw the light coming out of Park Sejun's balding hair. Kyung panicked and asked if they should tell him, but the rabbit shook his head. After that, Park Sejun touched his head and asked if it was finished. However, he was very surprised and shocked because there was a sign that his hair was gone. But he couldn't see it at the time, and should have if it was going to happen. Then he should have asked Theo to bring him a mirror. At that moment, the rabbit panicked and looked down at him. But Park Sejun was okay with it, because all creatures had made mistakes. Moreover, no one wanted to see him, and there was only one person in that place, and the rest were monsters. Therefore, if he wore the straw hat, no one would be able to see him. So he asked them to take it easy, and he was fine with it. But suddenly, he squatted at the end, pensively. Then Rabbit Mom and asked what was going on, but she was surprised to hear Rabbit Dad's explanation. Then they both persuaded him and said that he was okay while crying. After that, Park Sejun sat back down and Rabbit Mom brought scissors. Then Aileen was reading a book and eating a snack, which was fun. However, she had run out of cherry tomatoes, but as she grew older, the amount she got became less and less to satisfy her hunger. Even so, if she asks Park Sejun for more, then it is clear that he will misunderstand like last time, because Park Sejun said that she was a flying pig, but she didn't care and also needed a snack. Therefore, she was in front of the crystal ball, but she was confused, asking what was going on. So she had seen his changed appearance. Park Se-hoon said that his hair was too long, so Mrs. Rabbit shaved it off. He took off his hat and asked if she thought his short hair was a little strange. However, it made Aileen surprised. But Park Se-joon just smiled and scratched his cheek. But Park Se-joon was confused by she who just kept quiet and didn't answer his question. Because on the side, Aileen was very taken aback and her face was red, because he was very handsome from the crystal ball. But she screamed even more when he put his face close to the screen. So, she asked him not to come any closer, and Park Se-joon asked what was going on with her. But she was fine, and he couldn't take his eyes off her for a second. But she asked if he could give her some of the crayfish he ate yesterday. Park Se-joon thought that something had happened, but she just asked him for food. But they had to save food for a while, because the shrimp population was declining. Moreover, it was still only 1 to 3 shrimps that came out. So he had also never seen piranha, because there were crayfish. So lately he could only eat vegetables and they tasted a little hollow. Therefore, it would be nice if Aileen also took care of herself. But in return, he would give her corn and tomatoes. Moreover, Park Se-joon knew that she had also run out of dried potatoes. But Park Se-joon was surprised because she said that the hairstyle didn't suit him. But Park Se-joon was confused about what happened to her, and she knew how to praise too. Therefore, they will focus again. Then Aileen had received a bag of corn, and she didn't know why her heart was beating so fast. But she assumed it was an anomaly of the dragon's heart. But she shook her head that it wasn't true. But actually, she was just surprised, because Park Se-joon suddenly changed his appearance. But she saw the corn and remembered Park Se-joon, who asked her to take care of him. So, she was looking for a book in that place, and finally she found a cooking book. So she had to do that especially for him with all her might. Then Theo returned with a beaming face. Everyone had gathered around and said welcome. Moreover, they were very curious about how many cherry tomatoes he had brought. So they asked him to show them quickly because there were many people who wanted them at that time. Then Park Se-joon took out a big basket of grade D cherry tomatoes, so he would auction them in batches of 4,000 each for a total of 3,600. So they started the auction with 120 tower coins for 400 pieces, and someone gave 160 coins. Then Theo closed the auction, when someone bid 200 tower coins. But suddenly a brown-haired man came and said that he would buy the remaining magic cherry tomatoes with 1,600 tower coins. The man asked if no one would fight Gagel with money. Then finally, all the cherry tomatoes were sold and he would leave the place. Everyone else in the place was out of cherry tomatoes, and they couldn't sell them outside the tower either. But how could a big company monopolize everything? Kim Dong-shik said that hunters like them wouldn't be able to buy them, but he planned to buy some for the meeting with his future in-laws next month. Kim Dong-shik was very relaxed because he knew Theo. Then a man in a suit asked them all to take a look at the cherry tomatoes, because the cultivator who was not shown before was revealed. Then if they look at the name, it looks like he is Korean. So, Park Se-joon Tower Farmer Cultivator. Then Kim Dong-shik forcibly took one tomato because he also wanted to see it. Then the status window appears if the cherry tomatoes grown in the tower are nutritious and delicious. So, when consumed tomatoes will destroy fat in the body, funds increase MP by 0.2 for 10 minutes, and can revitalize the body up to 10 stacks can be applied within an hour. The cultivator is Tower Farmer Park Se-joon, with a shelf life of 60 days and grade D. Therefore, Kim Dong-shik was very surprised that Park Se-joon was a tower farmer. Then the man asked them to go back to the first floor camp and find out Park Se-joon. Since they had to put him on their side, they would send hunters in America to South Korea. With that, he was very happy because he had obtained valuable information and received praise from the guild representative to get a promotion. But if it continues like this, Kim Dong-shik will lose his precious talent. But Park Se-joon's family is also in danger, because for the rich people outside the tower, cherry tomatoes are more precious than jewels. If the cultivators are inside the tower, then they will most likely extort and kidnap his family for monopolization. Because he had seen what Theo said the other day. If Park Se-joon would never come out of the tower at all because of a mission. Therefore, since Park Se-joon only received information from Theo about events outside the tower, Then he must not know the situation that is happening. Then Theo came and finally found him after looking everywhere. But suddenly Kim Dong-shik picked him up and took him away from that place. Soon they arrived somewhere and Kim Dong-shik looked around. But Theo didn't understand and asked what was wrong. Kim Dong-shik asked what was up with the sudden revelation of the cultivator. Because before, his name was tightly sealed, and why did it suddenly appear? Theo explained that at that time he had become an intermediate-level merchant. Therefore, to protect novice peddlers, the name of the cultivator or producer would be closed. Theo therefore asked what was wrong. Kim Dong-shik said that Park Sejun's family was in danger, but he didn't know about the situation inside the tower. But at that time everyone was in an uproar because of the cherry tomatoes outside the tower. So, as long as it will be fine because the name of the cultivator is closed. However, at that time Park Sejun's real name was revealed, and there were many people who did not hesitate to do a bad deed in order to monopolize cherry tomatoes. Therefore, everyone will definitely look at Park Sejun's family and be in danger. Theo panicked and felt that it was all because he had become a mid-level merchant. If that happens, Theo asks what he should do in that big problem and he will be scolded by Park Sejun. But Kim Dong-shik asked him not to worry, because he will protect Park Sejun's family even if he has to risk the honor of the Phoenix Guild. Theo thanked him. After that, Kim Dong-shik had to hurry up and return to the bottom floor of the tower, but Theo had something to ask for before he left. Theo took out a basket full of corn and carrots, so it was Park Sejun's gift to his family, but on the same condition as before, 200 of his magic cherry tomatoes. Kim Dong-shik was surprised to see stamina corn and agility carrots. It was amazing. Theo interrupted him and asked if it was dangerous, but Kim Dong-shik told him not to worry because he would send it all to his family. After that, the two of them parted ways, and at that time he had to tell his master about it. Later, at the entrance to the 38th floor hallway, the two of them were waiting for Theo while eating grass from the Wolf Guard Fund. Elka yelled and said that they were small-headed cows. He asked if their pride had been destroyed in that small brain. However, Elka wondered how they could be hired by such a traveling merchant. Moreover, they were both asked to wait and leave if asked. Hence, they had become legends of the 99th floor, and were all lies. The fourth ox asked if he should hit his head one more time, but he would die if the fourth ox did that. Then Theo finally came and went straight to the next floor. Because there is an urgent situation. That is, Park Sejun's family will be in danger and he will explain it on the way. Then they will go together with the wolf on his back and rebel, asking to be released. So at that time the fourth ox will go up and after that eat grass again. However, Theo asked them both to wait there for a while, because they will stop by the peddlers. Theo asked how much the crystal bee necklace cost. The fox merchant sold it for 2 tower coins. Theo asked if he could give him a discount, but the fox panicked, seeing the two of them so big.
The black rabbit leapt forward, lifting its hammer with purpose, eyes locked on the large boulder. With a fierce swing, the rabbit smashed the rock, sending heavy fragments crashing into the water below. Chunks tumbled down violently, splashing into the blue pool as the tunnel opening widened with each impact. Sejun praised the rabbit's effort, noting the broken stone finally created enough space for safe passage. Without hesitation, the rabbit stepped into the water, preparing to dive through the now expanded hidden passageway. Sejun watched as the black rabbit resurfaced, splashing water, and asked if the path was clear. The rabbit shook its head quickly, signaling the tunnel ahead was far too dark to navigate safely. Sejun stepped closer, wondering if visibility was the issue, and asked if the darkness blocked the view. Thinking aloud, Sejun asked Theo if he had anything that could help, maybe even a lantern. Theo responded proudly, boasting that he needed no light. His vision remained perfect, even in complete darkness. Theo casually dumped items from his bag, claiming they were leftovers he picked up during recent travels. Among the trinkets, Sejun noticed a shining purple gem, and asked curiously about its strange appearance. He picked it up, revealing a scratched gemstone necklace, its description too vague to offer clear meaning. Sejun turned to Aileen, wondering if she could inspect it just like she had done before. A voice echoed softly, assuring him the item was useful now, and already in trustworthy hands. As Sejun washed the tomatoes, a sudden notification popped up. Surprising him with a completed quest, he received the Necklace of Light as a reward, its golden form glowing brightly in his hand. The dull gem transformed instantly after the system inspection, revealing a brilliant pendant that pulsed with golden energy. Now clearly labeled Necklace of Light, its detailed description showed it could illuminate darkness in wide areas. Excited, Seijun explained to the others that the necklace could now brighten their entire surroundings when worn. Seijun turned to Theo with a proud smile, ready to acknowledge the cat's efforts and loyalty. He praised Theo warmly, calling him Golden Paws, and reached out to offer a congratulatory handshake. Seijun announced that Theo would now be exempt from hourly fees, earning a more permanent position. He officially appointed Theo as the farm's head of distribution, recognizing his dedication and effective management. Excited and proud, Theo cheered loudly, celebrating his new title as the official CEO of Tomato Logistics. Seijun handed Theo an item, praising his success and calling it a well-deserved CEO-level reward. He explained it could help communicate across Meow realms, urging Theo to lead trade with pride. Turning to Black Rabbit, Seijun asked if they were ready to start exploring the tunnel passage. As they moved forward, Seijun's necklace glowed brightly, lighting the area with its newly unlocked power. He looked ahead and smiled, saying the shining tunnel entrance was more beautiful than he imagined. Seijun called out to Black Bunny, surprised by a sudden flash of light glowing from below. The necklace reacted to the rabbit, shining brightly, causing Seijun to shield his eyes in confusion. Realizing the bunny had higher magical power, Seijun sighed, frustrated by being outmatched by a rabbit again. He handed the bunny a detoxifying green onion and a rope, preparing for the tunnel dive. Seijun explained the rope signal pull it if trapped or in danger, and waited for Black Bunny's nod. Seijun double-checked the rope and necklace, confirming Black Bunny was ready to begin the underwater journey. Wishing safe travels, Seijun gave a final thumbs up while the bunny prepared to enter the pool. Black Bunny gave a determined nod, holding the rope tightly, and activating the glowing necklace of light. With a splash, the bunny dove into the deep water, quickly disappearing beneath the rippling surface. Illuminated by the necklace, Black Bunny swam deeper into the dark tunnel, rope trailing safely behind him. With the necklace lighting the way, Black Bunny swam forward through the cold, winding underwater tunnel. The narrow path extended deeper, and he followed the glowing rope carefully without losing his sense of direction. A bright opening appeared ahead, drawing Black Bunny closer as light shimmered from the unknown exit. He emerged into a chamber filled with glowing crystals, coral-like rocks, and soft currents guiding his path. A giant fish swam by gracefully as the bunny stared, stunned by the vast, hidden underwater world. A swirl of glowing fish circled in formation, creating a path deeper into the mysterious aquatic domain. From above, a massive whale descended slowly, its presence calm but powerful within the glowing water. Black Bunny stood motionless, staring at the enormous creature that swam peacefully through the crystal-covered cave. Surrounded by strange sea life, he floated quietly, watching as more creatures passed through the glowing ring. Suddenly, a new current pulled nearby, and Black Bunny turned, eyes focused on the moving shadows ahead. Black Bunny swam quickly past sea creatures, sticking close to the whale as danger stirred behind him. He dodged a shark's strike, barely avoiding its jaws, gripping the rope as the necklace swayed wildly. The shark's attack scraped the whale's skin, leaving a rip that stirred glowing energy from beneath. Suddenly, the necklace reacted to the wound, releasing a bright flash that filled the water around them. Drawn by the light, Black Bunny floated still, staring ahead as the necklace pointed towards something new. Gliding down the whale's back, Black Bunny noticed something lodged in its skin near the wound. A notification appeared he had retrieved the inner core of an electric eel, glowing brightly in hand. He imagined Seijun cheering for him, proud and smiling, calling him the best bunny in the world. Tightly gripping the eel core, Black Bunny floated beside the whale, checking the rope still trailed safely. Satisfied with the discovery, he began swimming upward again, ready to return with the item in tow. As Black Bunny turned to ascend, he sensed movement and spotted a shark rushing directly toward him. The shark sliced through the water at high speed, its mouth wide open, teeth fully exposed. Reacting quickly, Black Bunny kicked upward, narrowly dodging the charge thanks to the rope's sudden tension pull. The strong current from the dodge flung him sideways, disorienting his path and throwing off his balance. Eyes wide, Black Bunny gasped as the rope tightened further, jerking him into another unexpected direction below. The shark's sharp fins slashed the rope, tearing part of it and sending vibrations up the line. Black Bunny managed to grab the remaining rope, kicking hard as fish scattered across the glowing water. He clenched his jaw and gave the rope 2 strong tugs. Just as they had planned, above water, Seijun felt the rope tighten, alerting him something had gone wrong deep down below. Recognizing the signal, Seijun shouted immediately, preparing to respond fast as Theo stood alert beside him. Without hesitation, Seijun gripped the rope and started pulling with all his strength toward the surface. Yanking harder, he leaned back as Theo and several others gathered to assist with the urgent pull. Everyone grabbed the rope, working together as it tightened and dragged something up from the water below. A splash-erupted black bunny emerged suddenly from the water, still gripping the glowing necklace and eel core. Sejun knelt quickly, pulling him in fully and calling his name. Checking if the bunny was okay, Sejun held Black Bunny tightly, shaking him gently and calling out, worried about his unresponsive state. Looking up through the open ceiling, Sejun shouted again, desperate to wake the silent bunny in time. Sejun panicked, asking the others what they meant by waiting a minute while Bunny lay still. They explained his body needed time to adjust after staying too long in the cold water. Growing more anxious, Sejun held the bunny closer, declaring that he needed to warm him immediately. Suddenly, Black Bunny coughed up water with a loud sound, surprising everyone nearby with his sharp gasp. Sejun shouted joyfully, announcing that Black Bunny was alive, while the others cheered and gathered around him. Sejun laughed with relief, joking that Black Bunny had worried him more than anything ever had before. Black Bunny tried to protest, but Sejun cut him off, pointing out who risked their life rescuing him. Sejun imagined a dramatic moment teasing the bunny about nearly giving his first kiss for a water rescue. He gently patted Bunny's head, expressing honest relief that he wasn't hurt and had returned safely. A system message appeared, explaining Black Bunny had entered the Sea of Dimensions, shocking Sejun with its meaning. A message confirmed the water's saltiness was from dimensional influence, not the freshwater source they expected. Sejun realized the new species came from Black Bunny diving into the Sea of Dimensions earlier. He asked if Black Bunny found anything valuable. The bunny nodded and revealed the glowing orange core. A system message confirmed it was a giant electric eel's inner core, classified as a rare item. Surprised, Sejun held it up and asked in shock if Black Bunny really encountered such a creature. Black Bunny gave the rope a strong pull, signaling that something large was coming up next. A splash burst from the water as something massive began to surface, shaking the entire pond. Everyone braced themselves as the current intensified. Sejun grabbed the rope, eyes wide at the rising shape. The giant eel's head emerged from the water, leaving Sejun stunned at the sheer size. Before he could react, a wave of sea creatures surged out behind it, spilling onto land. Sejun stared in disbelief as dozens of sea creatures wriggled across the ground outside the pond. He wondered aloud if they'd all been trapped inside the eel's head during Black Bunny's dive. Excited, Sejun declared a feast would happen tonight, and praised Black Bunny for the unexpected seafood supply. He announced the main dish would be giant eel stew, made from the catch of today. As the stew boiled gently over the fire, the smell drifted upward through the open ceiling above. Sejun paused, his expression tense, as he asked if his family outside the tower was in danger. Theo confirmed it confidently, explaining they organized protection efforts the moment Sejun's worries reached their trading network. Sejun looked at the bear nearby and admitted he hadn't realized even his tomatoes were at risk. He asked Theo to investigate directly next time he traveled, needing reassurance that his family remained safe. Theo agreed without hesitation, while Sejun considered sending a landmark or signal to help track their safety. Sejun sat down with Theo, offering a reward for his efforts, and gently placing him on his lap. He rolled over a glowing orb, announcing treat time, and said Theo had earned an extra bonus. Theo sniffed it curiously as Sejun explained it came from a special fish he recently discovered. When Sejun called it an electric skull, Theo hesitated, concerned about what it might do to his fur. He politely declined, saying his hair might get sticky or messy, and wandered off to rest instead. Sejun stretched proudly, announcing the end of another successful adventure, and holding the core like treasure. Theo questioned the claim, pointing out Sejun hadn't even used the core or consumed it yet. Sejun admitted he couldn't eat the core right now, causing Theo to ask for an explanation. A message appeared. Sejun's magic level was too low to absorb the giant electric eel's inner core. Theo burst into loud laughter, teasing Sejun for lacking enough magic to even eat a single item. Sejun raised an eyebrow, questioning if Theo really had more magical power, and asking for his number. Theo avoided the question, twirling confidently before walking away with a proud flick of his tail. Sejun gave up asking, but Theo smirked and showed off the glowing necklace around his neck. Suddenly, the red bear appeared in a flash of speed, grabbing Theo protectively in one paw. The bear declared proudly that he had the highest magic level and would protect everyone, especially Theo. Sejun looked at the red bear and asked if he planned to join the dinner feast. Theo clarified that the bear wasn't included. 2 larger warriors would help with meat preparation instead. The group gathered around the cooked food, and Sejun thanked the wolves for their contribution to dinner. He asked how they liked the taste, watching as the wolves sat peacefully around the shared meal. In unison, the wolves bowed their heads and praised Sejun as the dear great black dragon. Sejun offered the food confidently, asking if the wolves liked it and gesturing toward the cooking pot. One wolf, Yuka, complimented the dish but seemed distant, lost in thought as others continued eating nearby. Seijun noticed Yuka's expression and asked if it reminded him of something from the 85th floor. Yuka apologized, saying he couldn't forget the past and missed the people from that floor deeply. Seijun encouraged him, promising help in reaching the Blue Moon and plenty of rice for the journey. Seijun thanked Theo for his constant help, holding him proudly as they prepared for their next move. Theo replied with confidence, saying he'd help any time, while the wolves stood at attention nearby, awaiting orders. At Seijun's command, the wolves lined up, and Theo cheerfully shouted for them to follow together. Seijun approached the warriors, asking if they'd be ready to escort him on a journey tomorrow. With a determined grin, Seijun declared his destination clearly. He was going to earn money back from Kino. The earth trembled suddenly, startling the warriors as they looked around, sensing something unusual had just shifted. Far in the distance, a towering structure gleamed under the sky, marking a new point of interest. The group gathered around bundles of fresh green leaves. Shocked at such abundance in this dry region, they exclaimed in disbelief, amazed they hadn't seen green leaves in weeks, praising their unexpected delivery. Elsewhere, Kino sat in silence, regretful and anxious, whispering to himself, "What have I done?" Kino reflected on his past choices, regretting how he ignored the crazy bear and his companions. He admitted he was overwhelmed by reality then, too afraid of the future to act properly. Lowering his head, Kino blamed himself for lacking the courage expected of a rightful black Minotaur warrior. Yet, as he gripped the green leaf, he reminded himself that he had contributed something meaningful. He wondered if the grass and creatures he'd seen were truly linked to that strange farming man. Kino looked closely at the white rabbit, realizing it matched the rare creature from Seijun's group. He nodded to himself, confirming this strange animal came from the farming man's team he once ignored. As a warrior, Kino couldn't steal territory, even from a small creature, without risking his honor. He admitted the Blue Moon ruler would eventually notice the grass patch and investigate the region. Kino flexed his arm, grateful for the steady supply, but now questioned what price would be demanded. Kino stared at the glowing crystal, overwhelmed by doubt, wondering how he could ever repay them. As light pulsed from the crystal, it began to react, hinting at an unexpected answer forming ahead. Tall green onions swayed under sunlight. The underground farm shimmered quietly, hiding life unknown to outsiders. A sharp leaf fell slash, cut cleanly through stalks. The peaceful silence broke with sudden motion. Two rabbit-like creatures appeared, armed with blades. They swiftly harvested vegetables, working with focused coordination and rhythm. One paused, holding a basket. He smiled proudly, satisfied with the day's harvest in their field. Beyond the crops, sunlight poured from a hole above. Freedom and fresh air felt closer now. Seijun harvested ripe tomatoes beside rabbit helpers. Their teamwork in the underground farm grew stronger each day. He wiped sweat from his brow, joking with the rabbits. Even underground, hard work brought satisfaction. Seijun turned back to pruning when a soft chime echoed. A new message screen appeared instantly. He read the updates aloud, his skill increased, stats improved. Then came the title, "You Became Farmer." Eyes wide, Seijun realized he'd leveled up. Farming wasn't just survival, it was growth, progress, and potential. After gaining the new ability, Seijun received a system alert announcing a rare skill, animal communication. Confused yet intrigued, he instinctively tested the power on a nearby rabbit working beside the crops. To his shock, the rabbit clearly acknowledged him, proving the skill worked. Seijun froze, stunned by success. His body reacted before thought. Startled by the talking rabbit, he slipped and fell backward onto dirt. As he hit the ground, Seijun realized this power could reshape his farming methods completely underground. Another rabbit approached, concerned about Seijun's strange behavior after he unlocked the new communication skill. Excited by the talking rabbit, Seijun grabbed it playfully, eager to test more of his skill. The rabbit warned him sharply, threatening retaliation if Seijun continued squeezing without permission or respect. Seijun accidentally rubbed the rabbit's head, causing unexpected embarrassment by revealing a sensitive bald patch. The rabbit flinched in disbelief while nearby bunnies looked on, surprised by Seijun's unintended but awkward discovery. Seijun suddenly stood, energized. Realizing his power worked, he wanted to inform every rabbit about it. The rabbits looked at each other, surprised by Seijun's tone. Something had clearly changed in him. Hubby gathered the others quickly. Seijun's sudden announcement drew attention from rabbits across the underground field. Confused chatter spread. The rabbits murmured disbelief Seijun could now fully understand and speak their native language. One rabbit accused Hubby suspiciously. "Did you mess with Seijun again?" Hubby flinched but nervously denied everything. Seijun's claim was tested. A rabbit angrily called him out, but he repeated their words perfectly. The rabbits gasped in awe. Seijun's new ability meant their thoughts and ideas could be heard. The black rabbit jumped into Seijun's lap, thrilled. He had been waiting to share important thoughts. Seijun looked over the gathered crowd. This breakthrough could change their entire work routine and relationships underground. Turning to Queen Bee, Sejun tested limits. "Can you understand me too?" The air grew still. Queen Bee hovered closer and gently tapped Sejun's head, signaling approval and testing his new understanding. Sejun smiled confidently and replied clearly, confirming he could now understand even the dungeon's insect leaders. Queen Bee's expression softened. She finally felt heard, something she had longed for since their alliance began. Without warning, she hugged Sejun tightly. Her guards buzzed nervously, startled by their queen's sudden affectionate move. Dozens of bees swarmed the area, rushing toward Sejun in a panic to protect their leader. Covered in bees, Sejun smiled nervously. Their gentle rubbing showed acceptance rather than a threat. He decided to shift focus, preparing to expand the underground road network for future trade connections. Grateful, Sejun received his straw hat back. A system notification sound echoed just as he placed it. Multiple blue screens appeared, announcing new traits, passive effects, and Sejun's growing synergy with underground creatures. Sejun read the updates carefully. A new challenge or promotion seemed to be unlocking automatically again. Inspired by the new system messages, Sejun's expression lit up. He was struck by a sudden idea. He gathered everyone's attention, announcing plans to test something outside their usual farming methods for improvement. Outside light beamed over fresh crops. Sejun envisioned replicating that environment deeper within the underground farm. He began carefully planting new seedlings, ensuring spacing and placement aligned with what he learned above ground. As he pressed the soil gently, more system screens popped up, confirming successful adaptation and optimized technique. Sejun activated a new ability. A warm light spread from his hands into the soil below. System messages confirmed success. His growth acceleration skill activated, enhancing water and light absorption for nearby crops. The plants responded immediately, stretching higher. Sejun watched carefully as his test batch reacted faster than expected. He analyzed the effect. If timed correctly, the growth boost could double yields without exhausting the field. Light flashed again. Sejun's experiment worked. He confirmed this method could revolutionize underground farming for future dungeon harvests. The newly planted crops absorbed the light energy. Their leaves shimmered, as growth visibly accelerated again. Each stem expanded upward. The leaves stretched wide, signaling an active response to the energy enhancement. Sejun noticed something new. Sweet potato plants were reacting differently under the effects of his growth skill. System windows appeared, explaining the unusual synergy. Sweet potatoes now benefited from multiple overlapping growth enhancements simultaneously. Realizing his fortune, Sejun smiled. A rare double buff had triggered, increasing production far beyond normal. While checking crop progress, Sejun heard a loud roar behind him, breaking the peaceful farming moment. A giant red bear suddenly charged toward him, shouting "Daddy!" as it closed the distance rapidly. Before reacting, Sejun was lifted off the ground in a powerful and unexpected bear hug. Confused and alarmed, Sejun shouted, unsure how or why he was being embraced by a bear. The bear asked sincerely if Sejun remembered her, suggesting a past bond Sejun had completely forgotten. Sejun froze as the giant bear clung to him, repeating "Daddy" with deep affection and joy. He shouted in shock. "Daddy?" His mind raced. There was no memory of raising a bear. Despite his confusion, the bear continued licking him affectionately, convinced Sejun was her long-lost parent figure. Sejun questioned the situation out loud, unsure if this bear actually understood or was just acting wild. The bear calmly confirmed she understood everything. Sejun's skill had fully connected their thoughts. She felt truly accepted. The giant red bear respectfully bowed before Sejun, thanking him sincerely for accepting their presence underground. Sejun smiled at her gesture. He joked about suddenly gaining a massive and overly affectionate son. The bear eagerly requested pictures and food, expressing a heartfelt wish to share more moments with Sejun. Impressed by her enthusiasm, Sejun invited her to join in something special he had planned that day. Excited, Sejun revealed he had successfully harvested a brand new crop variety, ready to share with everyone. Sejun pulled hard on the stalk. A large cluster of golden potatoes burst free from underground. He raised the harvest with pride. These were unlike ordinary crops, thicker, brighter, and unusually packed together. As he examined the batch, the glow confirmed it. This was a special, stat-enhancing variety. System details appeared. Strength potatoes. When consumed, they boost physical power for 40 minutes. Limited to 10 uses, Sejun carefully stored the glowing potatoes. This batch could help defend the farm if danger ever returned. Sejun finished cooking over the fire. The golden potatoes sizzled as rich aroma filled the field. He called everyone to eat. Animals gathered quickly, excited by the smell of freshly prepared dungeon food. Rabbits, bears, and bees sat together peacefully. Each creature held their portion, eating joyfully without hesitation. Watching them laugh and eat, Sejun smiled. This was only the beginning of something even greater. As the group prepared to leave, a baby bear suddenly cried out loudly, clinging to Sejun. The little bear pleaded to come along, not wanting to be separated from Seijun after bonding. Nearby, the wolves confirmed they had packed everything, including essential herbs and supplies for their journey. Seijun reminded the bear gently she was already big and needed to act more responsibly now. He repeated his promise. He would protect all of them, especially the children, no matter what. Seijun gently comforted the little bear, assuring her he would return safely after finishing important tasks. He asked for her trust. With big teary eyes she nodded, finally letting him go peacefully. A wolf approached and offered to accompany Seijun. Grateful for the support, Seijun agreed without hesitation. Seijun climbed onto the large wolf's back. Wind rushed as they launched forward into the open field. Reunited with the Minotaur brothers, Seijun gave a signal. Together the group set off on their journey. Seijun and his companions walked across the dry plains, heading toward their next destination with determination. Their journey continued under the banner of Top Dungeon Farmer, seeking growth beyond the safety underground. The group pressed forward across a vast desert. Wind howled, carrying dust and heat across the path. Seijun reflected aloud it had only been days since the festival, yet everything already felt so different. Ahead, shimmering waters appeared. It was their first target, a forgotten oasis buried beneath dungeon sand. Seijun asked why they couldn't visit the west. The Minotaur hesitated, warning of hidden danger. He explained the 69th floor was divided. Each race held distinct lands, ruled independently with boundaries. Their destination belonged to the Minotaurs, while Seijun lived in grizzly bear territory near the canyon. He pointed west toward the corrupt Miko's land. Its reputation for trouble kept everyone else away. Seijun asked what corrupt meant. The answer wasn't clear, but the warning was don't go near them. Out of nowhere, something struck Seijun's head hard. He staggered, caught off guard by the impact. The wolf carrying him stumbled. Seijun tumbled forward, landing face first in the dirt before anyone reacted. Everyone rushed over. The Minotaur yelled, "Are you okay?" while others checked the situation for threats. Seijun sat up groaning, brushing dirt off his face. Something strange had landed beside him silently. He picked it up carefully. "What's this, mud?" The wolf tensed, sensing something dangerous hidden nearby. The group observed unfamiliar creatures chewing leaves. Seijun wondered if desperation had driven them to act wildly. One Minotaur guessed they were starving. Another noted their queen leaf supply had probably run out recently. A wolf apologized for not noticing sooner. Seijun's food pouch had also mysteriously gone missing during travel. Loga arrived with his brother. He scolded the wolves, suggesting their carelessness may have triggered aggression. Frustrated, Loga struck one of the attackers aside, demanding answers. He wanted control before the situation worsened. As Seijun's group arrived, surrounding beasts stirred. The Minotaurs tightened formation, ready for any sudden threat. One Minotaur stated clearly they had no reason to fear the others as long as King Mu stood. A lookout shouted that Loga and Losa had returned this time with unknown creatures by their side. The alert spread quickly. "Strange creatures?" the guards repeated, preparing for orders from the king himself. Loga stepped forward and declared they returned with guests from the canyon territory, friends, not enemies. Seijun and his group arrived at the Minotaur capital. Dozens of warriors formed a guarded reception. King Mu mistakenly expected a rabbit envoy from the grizzly bear tribe. Unaware, Seijun came instead. Seijun stepped forward alone, watched closely by skeptical Minotaurs, breaking their expectations with his human appearance. The crowd reacted quietly. Confusion grew as Seijun clearly didn't match the species they were anticipating. Despite tension, Seijun calmly introduced himself as a merchant, signaling peaceful intent with a confident presence. King Mu recognized Seijun from his earlier broadcast. He assumed Seijun was weak, but clever enough. The king speculated Seijun's alliance with the grizzly bears meant he served them as a subordinate. Seijun listened, quietly preparing his reply. The king underestimated him based on assumptions and past impressions. Seijun firmly corrected him. He clarified the bears weren't his masters, they were simply allies who helped. Then, Seijun stated his real purpose. He wasn't there to report, but to request support. Seijun continued confidently, accusing the Minotaurs of taking something that rightfully belonged to his group. The Black Minotaur leader erupted in fury, slamming the ground and demanding Seijun repeat his bold claim. He roared, insulted by the accusation. No one had ever dared question his strength or reputation before. Seijun stood firm, reminding him that something important had disappeared, and they suspected the Minotaurs were responsible. With tension rising, Seijun challenged their pride directly, questioning if warriors of honor would ever steal. As murmurs spread among the Minotaurs, their leader realized the leaves might have been unintentionally taken. He stepped forward, explaining he'd hurriedly taken the goods without notice due to urgent time constraints. He claimed he always intended to pay, but circumstances forced him to leave without explanation. The king laughed off the tension, asking Seijun what he truly wanted in return for compensation. Rather than gold or goods, Sejun simply requested access to the Minotaur's teleportation waypoint system. Sejun formally requested access to the waypoint, choosing it as his compensation for the stolen supplies. The king led Sejun to the ancient teleportation platform, a glowing circular gateway powered by arcane energy. The Minotaur king paused, observing Sejun quietly. He weighed the risk of granting such trust. Finally, he agreed. The king accepted Sejun's request and prepared to activate the teleportation system himself. He acknowledged Sejun as a guest of honor, granting full access to the portal with respect. Sejun's face lit up with joy. After everything, the waypoint was finally within his reach. The Minotaur king looked on as Sejun realized he could now leave the tower's confinement. Standing before the glowing structure, Sejun confirmed this was it, the ancient waypoint he'd fought hard to access. He stepped forward carefully, staring at the radiant blue crystal that powered the teleportation mechanism. Just as he raised his hand to activate it, a heavy noise erupted behind him suddenly. Sejun placed his hand on the crystal. The system activated, scanning his status and coordinates. The waypoint recognized Sejun but paused. His data showed no registered destinations outside the current floor. An error appeared. Sejun couldn't teleport, he lacked linked waypoints beyond the 99th floor's boundary. Stunned, Sejun realized he was trapped. The system wouldn't let him travel to unknown locations. The king observed thoughtfully. Suspecting Sejun's origin was external, perhaps he hadn't been born inside the tower. The system's rule became clear. Multiple connected waypoints must be registered to unlock interfloor travel rights. The king explained without previous waypoints linked, Sejun's current access was locked to this single floor. He called it a conditional invitation, not a right. Sejun hadn't earned the system's full recognition. Hearing the truth, Sejun clenched his fist. He came so far but remained trapped within one zone. Silently, his hopes of leaving the tower faded for now, yet he refused to give up. Sejun knelt silently before the crystal. His journey stalled, and for the first time he felt hopeless. The tall warrior stood silently, watching Sejun near the glowing portal, his presence heavy with tension. Sejun turned around, holding Theo firmly in his arms, unsure how to answer the sudden call. He explained he only wanted to confirm rumors he'd heard about the tower's dangerous 6th floor. The warrior apologized but reminded Sejun that he had accepted the risk when using their waypoints. Sejun admitted they owed each other nothing anymore, stepping back as the portal light began swirling. The warrior paused, his single eye widening as Sejun suddenly raised a hand with quiet determination. He was shocked Sejun dared to suggest a deal, his gaze locked on the farmer's face. Sejun leaped forward while holding Theo, calmly asking if the warrior could open his rucksack quickly. The rucksack burst open, and a massive pile of green grass tumbled out onto the floor. Everyone stared in disbelief as grass completely covered the stone platform, hiding Sejun and Theo from view. The beasts mooed excitedly, unable to resist the fresh grass scent filling the air around them. Sejun calmly explained the grass was a friendly gift, hoping to ease the rising tension immediately. The warrior hesitated, surprised by Sejun's offer, swallowing hard while eyeing the tempting pile of grass. Sejun shared his farm's expansion plans, hinting they could graze freely if cooperation was agreed upon. With a confident wink, Sejun proposed a deal, holding Theo close as the beasts listened carefully. The red bear sat quietly on the field, staring at the bright sky above the hills. Theo rested on its head, sighing deeply, feeling worried about the long journey ahead of them. Suddenly, Theo's ears perked up as he sensed a familiar presence approaching from the distance. A cloud of dust appeared on the horizon, revealing Sejun riding quickly back toward the waiting pair. Sejun waved cheerfully, shouting their names, relieved to see both friends safe and waiting for him. The red bear ran fast toward Sejun, shouting excitedly that their daddy had finally returned home. Sejun dropped his bag as Theo flew ahead, eager to greet him with cheerful energy. Sejun hugged the bear tightly, asking if everyone had been safe and eating proper meals lately. Ruffling the bear's fur, Sejun explained he had traveled far to trade with new merchants. He smiled and tapped his bag, saying the new seeds inside would help them grow stronger. The Minotaurs arrived in a group, declaring they didn't need orders and were ready to help. Sejun explained calmly that the Minotaurs would assist in working the field and growing supplies together. He lifted a hand, offering instructions so everyone knew exactly where to begin planting new seeds. One Minotaur grumbled he only wanted his weapons back, feeling awkward in the crowded farming scene. Another Minotaur admitted Sejun was stronger than expected, impressed by how much he could organize alone. And the Minotaurs stomped forward in unison while Bayu cheered, eager to finally start the work. Sejun smiled, thinking Bayu was a brilliant helper, always encouraging everyone to do their best. He asked if they should prepare food, and the Minotaurs quickly agreed to keep spirits high. Theo mumbled in his sleep, dreaming about treats and sweet melon while resting on the Minotaur. Two minotaurs faced off by the portal, shouting rock and scissors to decide the next task. A minotaur complained loudly about losing his weapons, feeling uneasy without them hanging on his shoulders. Another minotaur asked if they would finally meet the human leader everyone talked about so much. The red-caped minotaur admitted he hadn't personally seen that farmer in quite a long while himself. He explained the field must have grown because of Seijun's work, wondering about new neighbors nearby. While they talked, Theo flew ahead, buzzing happily, eager to inspect the trees and fresh plants. The bees buzzed around happily while filling bottles with fresh golden honey near the curious red bear. Seijun noticed they had already finished making tea, impressed by how quickly the work was completed. He wondered if the honey's quality improved because the colony grew larger in recent warm seasons. Seijun handed the bear a bottle, reminding him not to finish it too quickly this time. He asked if the grizzly planned to visit the woods again before evening came and darkened. Seijun paused with the honey jar, turning to look when the wolves suddenly called out to him. One wolf mentioned the black dragon, reminding Seijun to prepare supplies for the blue dragon's arrival. Seijun smiled reassuringly, saying he had already planned extra food so nobody would be left hungry. He explained the black bunny brought a huge pile of fish from the Sea of Dimensions. The wolves bowed politely, thanking Seijun and the black bunny for sharing such an impressive harvest together. And Seijun listened as the wolf explained they needed many helpers to move the fish quickly. With a loud splash, piles of fresh fish and crabs fell through the shimmering blue portal. The wolves gathered together, preparing baskets and ropes so nothing would be left behind or wasted. The red bear nodded firmly, saying he would wait for the blue dragon to arrive soon. Seijun waved while everyone marched off, watching them disappear into the trees carrying their heavy loads. Then, Seijun paused thoughtfully, feeling a strange tension in the air he couldn't fully explain yet. A message appeared, warning that a dangerous event called the Moonlight Predation was starting soon. He sighed, deciding he should hurry and finish preparations before everything turned difficult and chaotic again. Another message confirmed the event could not be delayed, urging him to prepare for the threat. Under the dark moon, beasts' eyes glowed red as they gathered, ready to hunt without mercy. Seijun stood silently by the field, realizing the danger of leaving it unprotected during the night. A message warned that monsters would soon attack unless proper measures were taken to guard everything. Under the dark sky, the vulnerable crops stood exposed, waiting for protection before enemies appeared. Seijun remembered the promise of a mysterious ally, unsure how she would keep everything safe. And determined, Seijun whispered to himself that he trusted the black rabbit would protect the field. Seijun smiled with relief, trusting the promise that someone strong would help protect his precious farm. The black dragon watched the crystal ball glowing softly, listening to Seijun's words echoing in memory. She promised she would grow crops faster than anyone, proving her power was worthy of respect. Turning away, she said it was time to prepare everything before the dangerous blue moon rose. The dragon pushed open the heavy door, stepping into the bright hall to begin her task. The black dragon walked down the quiet stone stairs, her claws clicking steadily against the cold steps. She paused near the doorway, taking a deep breath before stepping into the chamber filled with light. Inside, a massive blue crystal floated above the floor, humming softly with hidden, ancient magical energy. A bright flash erupted over the landscape, signaling that powerful forces were about to awaken soon. From high above, the manager's section on the 95th floor overlooked forests and towers in silence. The black dragon walked down the quiet stone stairs, her claws clicking steadily against the cold steps. She paused near the doorway, taking a deep breath before stepping into the chamber filled with light. Inside, a massive blue crystal floated above the floor, humming softly with hidden, ancient magical energy. A bright flash erupted over the landscape, signaling that powerful forces were about to awaken soon. From high above, the manager's section on the 95th floor overlooked forests and towers in silence. Sunlight poured into the cave entrance, lighting up ripe vegetables growing beside thick green leaves and flowers. A small brown nut lay on the ground, waiting to be picked up and used soon. Seijun reached down, grabbing the nut carefully before dropping it into the pot over the fire. He stood back with satisfaction, confident there was enough fuel to keep the cooking going. Suddenly, he turned, startled by a loud meow echoing through the dark cave behind him. Seijun spotted Theo surrounded by small bees, all gathered close as if needing his quiet protection. He thanked Theo for helping during the Blue Moon event and keeping the cave safe inside. Seijun reminded Theo to take care and promised to check in if anything strange happened nearby. The bee queen proudly announced she'd produced more of her precious poisonous honey without any delays today. Seijun welcomed the extra honey, though he wondered how much larger her hive would eventually grow. Seijun looked up in alarm, feeling a chill as shadows stretched across the cave entrance suddenly. He whispered that the blue moon was rising, knowing the night would bring dangerous creatures again. A title appeared boldly, declaring Seijun as the top dungeon farmer among countless challengers and rivals here. In the dark clearing, dozens of beasts gathered, their red eyes shining hungrily under the moonlight. They shrieked in unison, surrounding a lone figure who sat waiting calmly for their inevitable attack. Seijun stayed calm, relieved the blue moon's strange power usually faded faster than anyone expected it. He heard a loud growl behind him and turned, rubbing his neck nervously in the dark. Seijun wondered if an ancient monster had appeared, hoping nothing worse had slipped past unnoticed tonight. A group of small bunnies materialized, their red eyes gleaming as they stared silently back at him. He remembered these harmless-looking rabbits transformed into white demons before. Tightening his grip on the torch, the white bunnies bared their teeth, shrieking as they surrounded Seijun with wild, furious red eyes. They crouched low, growling in unison while Seijun slowly backed away, holding up both trembling hands carefully. He asked the bunnies if they were hungry, hoping to calm them before they lunged forward. Seijun flinched as they shrieked again, covering his face while he braced for their sudden attack. A blue light whooshed overhead, making Seijun look up as energy poured down to the ground. Seijun called out to Aline with relief, hoping her arrival would help drive the creatures back. A large shadow thumped onto the ground, shaking the soil as Seijun stared in nervous curiosity. The branch monster emerged, its glowing eyes fixed on Seijun as leaves rustled around its body. It crept closer, branches moving silently while a deep roar began to echo across the clearing. Above them, the blue dragon descended swiftly, her wings spread wide to shield Seijun from danger. The blue dragon landed with a heavy gust, sending the smaller creatures scurrying away into the shadows. Electric sparks crackled along her scales, filling the clearing with a warning of her hidden strength. She declared proudly that her image was an advanced projection made possible by her grandfather's ancient magic. The dragon explained the magic allowed her to appear here since she couldn't leave the tower. She added her power let her monitor everything up to the 99th floor without leaving safely. The blue dragon watched the land below, promising she would help until the moonlight threat ended. With a roar, she suggested the monsters needed more fear to keep them from returning soon. Seijun glanced around, realizing the creatures had vanished as soon as Aline's powerful form appeared overhead. A bright flash lit the cave, making Seijun flinch and cover his eyes in surprise quickly. Suddenly, all the bunnies transformed back into harmless animals, blinking as their red eyes turned normal. Seijun gasped with relief when he saw the bunnies normal again, their eyes soft and calm. He hugged them all at once, overjoyed they were safe, despite their squeaks about being squished. One curious bunny asked what had happened, tilting its head as Seijun tried to explain everything. He looked up as a warm breeze swept through the cave, brushing past the rows of plants. Smiling, Seijun knew the worst had passed, and the bunnies were finally safe beside him again. Steam drifted up the rocky walls, carrying the smell of freshly cooked food through the cave air. Seijun lifted the lid, revealing purple potatoes and roots that had been steaming slowly over fire. He smiled down at the bunnies, announcing proudly the vegetables were perfectly cooked and ready now. A message appeared, naming them solar sweet potatoes infused with rare blue moon energy from the night. Another message called them mighty potatoes, explaining they held special power to strengthen whoever ate them fully. A message appeared, describing the magic cherry tomatoes also infused with strong blue moon energy tonight. Seijun thanked Aline, explaining the harvest included tomatoes, potatoes, and sweet potatoes enhanced by the event. He reminded everyone to eat slowly and store extra portions, since they were especially potent when fresh. More messages confirmed the administrator approved, promising they could rely on help during future blue moons. Aline stretched tiredly on her cushion, admitting she felt exhausted but satisfied after the long night. Aline tossed a sweet potato into her mouth, swallowing it quickly with a satisfied little gulp. Her chest began to glow faintly, and she placed her claws together, feeling a rising energy. Eyes wide, Aline declared her dragon heart was beating strongly, pulsing with steady, warm magic currents. Now, she felt relieved it wasn't unstable anymore, unlike the last time she consumed rare, enchanted food. Noticing a message, Aline read aloud that honey-dipped potatoes had just been restored as a recipe. Aline held the glowing orb tightly, feeling the strange warmth pulsing through her claws in surprise. Seijun calmly poured honey over a purple potato, humming as he prepared another special dish nearby. Fuming, Aline shouted Seijun's name, accusing him of saving better food for himself without telling her. She read the message saying honey-dipped potatoes granted a rare occupational skill to whoever ate them. Her eyes narrowed as another screen appeared, revealing new special occupational skills she could finally unlock. Aline smirked, deciding the new skill would be perfect for any dragon determined to farm seriously. Seijun lifted the shimmering potato, reading that it was fully soaked with blue moon honey energy. He announced proudly that sweet potatoes tasted great with salt but even better paired with something sugary. The bunnies gathered around, their eyes wide as Seijun offered the glowing treat to them first. One bunny raised a paw, reminding the others they should remember what their dad had warned earlier. One bunny insisted Seijun should eat first, while others asked why that rule was so important. The bunny explained quietly that Seijun always ate last because he was weaker than everyone else. Seijun sighed, apologizing for being such a weak uncle, tears welling up in his tired eyes. The bunnies encouraged him to start, promising they would eat the regular sweet potatoes instead this time. He took a big bite, savoring the flavor as messages confirmed he gained new Blue Moon skills. Seijun blinked when a message announced he had unlocked a new recipe hidden inside the tower. He read that honey-dipped potatoes were a forgotten dish, now restored thanks to his simple cooking. Chewing slowly, he wondered how dipping plain steamed potatoes in honey could count as special cuisine. He stared at the potato, insisting it was still just an ordinary vegetable with some honey added. Sighing, he decided to accept the quest anyway, curious to discover the new occupational farming skill. Seijun carefully poured honey over the golden potatoes, making sure each piece was evenly coated everywhere. A bright notification confirmed he had completed the quest he accepted earlier without any extra effort. Another message announced he gained Cooking Level 1, improving taste and benefits of tower-grown ingredients. Seijun stared in disbelief, repeating that cooking had become a special occupational skill. Just from this, the final screen appeared, listing his new recipe for mighty honey-dipped potatoes with Blue Moon energy. Seijun read the recipe details, learning the potatoes slightly boosted strength for a short, limited time. He thought maybe cooking could be his second job, feeling oddly proud of the simple achievement. Standing up, he asked the bunnies if they wanted help preparing more honey-dipped potatoes together tonight. As dawn broke, Seijun recorded that the 8th Blue Moon had finally passed without any trouble. On the 99th floor's western woods, strong winds swept through the towering trees, carrying strange sounds. A small creature with glowing eyes emerged cautiously, clutching a stick while scanning the darkened forest path. The creature heard rustling behind it, froze, and slowly turned, sensing something moving between thick trees. Distracted by fear, the creature tripped over a root, its tiny body crashing hard onto dirt. Falling flat, the creature winced in pain, realizing it must act quickly before danger drew closer. The creature lifted its head slowly, hearing the faint rustle again, heart pounding harder in fear. It glanced up at the thick branches, whispering softly, uncertain if something was truly watching it. Suddenly, a loud snap echoed above, forcing the creature to twist its body in surprise alarm. It stumbled backward, clutching the stick tightly, eyes wide as cracking sounds grew louder in darkness. Above, the heavy branch split apart, sending splinters raining down as the forest trembled around everything. The massive roots crashed down, sending dirt flying as the ground split beneath the creature's feet. A thick branch thumped heavily, barely missing the creature as it scrambled away from the falling debris. From the shadows, a red glow flared, revealing the corrupt NT rising with a hollow roar. The NT's huge legs stomped forward, cracking the earth while dark energy pulsed through its trunk. The creature turned to run, heart racing as daylight flickered between the monster's enormous twisted limbs. More corrupt Ents emerged together, their red eyes glowing as they advanced slowly across the broken clearing. Far away, Seijun calmly ate lunch, unaware of the danger spreading deeper into the western woods. A stalk of corn fell nearby, making a soft sound that startled a resting creature from sleep. Under the bright sky, the village bustled with activity as animals and people traded harvested supplies peacefully. One wolf child received roasted corn, bowing respectfully while quietly thanking Chief Kai for the fresh food. One wolf elder asked softly if the traveler was leaving right away without resting a little longer. The traveler nodded, explaining he must depart soon because the Blue Moon Festival had finally ended peacefully. Another elder suggested kindly that he should say goodbye to the children before disappearing from their lives. He looked away, remembering when they knelt before the great black dragon who commanded their entire future. Spreading his cloak, he announced departure for the 99th floor, promising to return safely very soon. In the pathway village, warm light streamed through branches as everyone prepared for the coming evening. Suddenly, children scurried past shouting, urging each other to hurry before the older ones caught up. They dashed across wooden bridges, small paws pounding, determined not to be overtaken by any rivals. One smaller child cried out, pleading for the others to slow down and wait for him. A larger wolf sprinted forward, overtaking everyone, while the littlest ones squeaked in surprise at his speed. The large wolf lunged forward, reaching out as the smallest child squeaked loudly and jumped aside. Everyone turned to watch, their paws skidding across the floor while worried gasps filled the warm air. Red eyes glowed from the wolf's face, making the children freeze in place, unable to move. One child trembled, panting nervously, as they realized this was no ordinary playful chase anymore. Hearing the squeak, a nearby elder perked up, instantly sensing something strange happening inside the village hall. The elder's ears twitched, asking calmly what that noise was and why everyone had gone silent. He looked down, concerned, gently asking the trembling child if they were hurt or needed any help. A rough paw clenched the small rabbit, the larger wolf glaring down with cold, unfeeling yellow eyes. The wolf sneered, scolding them for thinking they could escape without being caught by stronger hunters here. Opening his jaws wide, he growled that eating one frightened bunny tonight would not cause trouble. Before the wolf could bite, a loud roar shook the hall, making everyone flinch in shock. A powerful paw struck down, smashing the floor as the elder landed between them without hesitation. With one swift motion, he grabbed the rabbit child safely, holding them gently in his strong arms. Glaring coldly, he demanded to know why Elka worked for Gear, hunting helpless children like prey. Voice steady, he declared he didn't care if Gear was told or threatened about this matter. The elder bared sharp teeth, growling low that he'd rip Elka's throat out if necessary. Elka swallowed hard, unable to meet the elder's eyes as fear tightened in his chest. Another wolf called softly, urging Elka to leave quickly before things grew even worse for everyone present. The elder exhaled, relieved it was over, and admitted he hadn't wanted to intervene so forcefully. He glanced down, wondering what to do, since the bunnies weren't safe staying in this place. The little bunnies huddled together, trembling from fear and exhaustion after everything that had happened today. One elder spoke firmly, suggesting they bring the bunnies along instead of leaving them behind alone. He added the bunnies might even prove useful if presented before the powerful and watchful Black Dragon. Meanwhile, Sejun stood proudly, announcing he had an important declaration to share with everyone in attendance. Smiling, he declared he'd reached magic level 5 after crafting so many blue moon carrots successfully. Sejun raised his hand, stopping the group, declaring loudly he wasn't finished speaking to everyone yet. He explained he could now consume the giant electric eel's core and unlock hidden powerful abilities. A tired cat asked if it could finally go to bed, yawning and looking exhausted. Sejun insisted the cat watch first, determined to demonstrate his new skill before anyone wandered off. Taking a bite, he smiled, saying the core tasted just like sweet orange soda when chewed. Sejun watched as text appeared, confirming he had finally learned the skill called Lightning Level 1. He frowned, realizing he'd learned the ability but hadn't actually earned any mastery points with it. Reviewing the screen, he complained about needing more magic before summoning proper rain clouds and strong thunderbolts. Throwing up his hands, he shouted in frustration, questioning why lightning required creating clouds first to work. Determined, Sejun extended his arm and commanded the air to swirl, beginning to form thick clouds. A small cloud popped into existence, drifting slowly above Sejun as he stared up in disbelief. Nearby, the red bear clapped cheerfully while the rabbits joined in, watching the lone cloud hover overhead. Sejun complained he'd spent a third of his magic, yet produced only one tiny floating cloud. The bear reassured him, saying he was still the best, even if his power looked unimpressive. A little bear beamed, telling Sejun he was amazing because he made nice shade for everyone now. Sejun smiled as the little bear rubbed against him, feeling happier despite the failed magic attempt. He admitted the tiny cloud helped keep the sun out of his eyes, which felt nice. A cat grumbled, asking if Sejun could move the cloud slightly because it was annoying now. Just then, Elka returned, bowing respectfully to Sejun and addressing him as the Great Black Dragon. Sejun blinked, puzzled, and asked curiously who the two trembling gray bunnies were behind Elka. The gray bunnies shook uncontrollably, begging Sejun not to eat them and to please spare them. Sejun's eyes widened as he noticed deep scars covering their small bodies from countless past injuries. Concerned, he turned to Elka and asked where exactly these two frightened creatures had been found. Before Elka could answer, a wooden cart suddenly thumped to the ground near Sejun's surprised feet. Two other bunnies appeared, calling out "Hubby? Wifey?" While staring nervously at the trembling gray pair, one white bunny's eyes grew wide as recognition dawned, voice trembling with sudden hope and disbelief together. The gray bunny gasped, stammering uncertainly while asking if it was truly their long-lost mate speaking. Everyone stood silently watching as the two pairs slowly stepped closer, unsure what might happen between them. Sejun blinked, looking around in confusion, wondering what was going on between these reunited little rabbits now. He asked softly if they all knew each other, as the bunnies embraced and quietly cried together. Sejun watched quietly as the bunnies gathered near, while Elka stood beside him with curiosity. The bunnies eagerly munched roasted vegetables, savoring every bite as fresh food filled their empty bellies quickly. One coughed from eating too fast, but Seijun only smiled gently and told them to relax. A gray bunny looked up, gulping water gratefully and thanking Seijun as the great black dragon. Seijun sighed, correcting them kindly, insisting they just call him Seijun and not any grand title. Elka bowed slightly, thanking Seijun sincerely as the bunnies nestled closer and whispered the word family. Seijun watched them, thinking aloud that these gray bunnies seemed special and might have hidden talents. One bunny tugged his sleeve, asking shyly if there were any sweet treats left to share. Seijun observed carefully, noticing labels appear above each bunny showing their unique skills and different work abilities. Sitting down, he asked if they had escaped the farm area that moved around the tower. A bunny spoke softly, explaining they had lived hidden on the 65th floor all this time. Seijun jumped up, surprised, repeating the words loudly and asking if they truly meant the 65th floor. He pressed further, wanting to know if monsters and the princess had been there the whole time. Blinking, Seijun wondered what this talk of heroes, ancient times, and hidden royalty was really about. He sat back down, listening closely as the bunny began telling a story about the 65th floor. The bunny took a breath, eyes distant, remembering the day everything changed on the 65th floor. Seijun leaned closer, asking quietly what happened to the kingdom and the people who once thrived. Another bunny spoke solemnly, explaining that a few decades ago, their peaceful kingdom began to collapse unexpectedly. Their voices lowered as they described the moment red corruption burst forth, destroying everything in its path. Long ago, in the Red Brick Kingdom, many creatures once lived safely together before tragedy struck hard. The bunnies described happy days, playing together under bright fields that stretched beyond their peaceful kingdom walls. Inside warm halls, they crafted beautiful art and learned many trades that strengthened their small community bonds. They sculpted statues honoring heroes who defended the land, working side by side without fear or hunger. Some trained bravely as knights, wielding swords to guard the gates while others gathered food and supplies. But one day, a black-furred scout burst in, eyes wide with dread, bringing terrible urgent news. A swarm of red demons poured from the sky, covering everything in a tide of shrieking chaos. The black scout froze, realizing the monsters were already descending on the village before any warning spread. Horrible screams echoed as demons attacked, scattering bunnies who tried to defend their homes with swords. Despite their bravery, the kingdom burned quickly under endless waves of claws, fire, and relentless destruction. Sitting quietly, the bunny explained their kingdom fell because no one expected such a sudden, brutal assault. Seijun listened closely as the bunnies explained everything that happened after their kingdom had been destroyed. He frowned, realizing the 99th floor had always seemed unsafe and filled with hidden dangers everywhere. The bunny said they believed monsters had wiped out all life, but some survivors managed to hide. Many bunnies stayed alive by using tunnels and secret paths to escape the monsters' endless hunting. Before finishing, Elka suddenly growled the word greed, his voice tense as Seijun stared in confusion. One bunny whispered that Greed, the Lord, appeared in red smoke and seized control of everything. Greed crushed those who challenged him, claimed the great uncle's land, and took power over the floor. He then forced all remaining bunnies into farming villages, using them only for food production without mercy. The bunnies explained they couldn't hide anymore, so they ran until escaping into the deeper floors below. Seijun nodded sadly, asking if that was why they were so desperate to survive and flee. Elka confirmed Greed had built an industrial farming empire, pushing everyone to produce food without rest. Seijun frowned, disgusted. Greed exploited desperate creatures, taking advantage of their impossible situation for selfish gain alone. Elka admitted he suspected orphans and refugees were also forced to work in Greed's fields without choice. Most of the food was shipped across the tower, making Greed wealthy through constant forced production lines. Seijun sighed heavily, realizing Greed likely wanted his farm too if he refused to hand it over. Inside Greed's towering castle, once the Red Ribbon Kingdom, the halls now echoed with cold authority. A wolf guard burst in, shouting angrily that Elka the Silver Wolf had betrayed them all completely. He claimed Elka stole the bunnies they hunted and attacked them without any hesitation or fear. Greed listened calmly, agreeing Elka had never been trustworthy and would eventually return for more supplies. He turned slowly, asking in a low voice how preparations were progressing for the coming food crisis. Greed's red eyes glowed as he planned carefully, determined to seize total control over the tower. He clenched his massive paw, calling this chance more important than anything that happened decades before now. With a cruel smile, Greed swore no one would stop him from ruling every floor completely. Laughter filled the throne room as Greed's voice echoed, certain his victory was finally within reach. Far away, Seijun stretched tiredly, unaware of Greed's schemes as he enjoyed a moment of peace. Seijun sat up slowly, rubbing his neck while the little cat beside him mumbled about more sleep. He walked toward the cave wall, blinking in surprise as something caught his eye in the corner. Leaning closer, he gasped in wonder, realizing someone had built a small wooden sink filled with water. Holding up a bright cup, Sejun wondered if the gray bunnies were the ones who built it. Laughing, he splashed cool water on his face, thinking this would make chores much easier. Sejun wiped his face dry, turning as a cat approached carrying something that smelled delicious and warm. He followed the scent to a corner where the bunnies were gathered around a bubbling cooking pot. Leaning in, Sejun's eyes widened as he realized they had built a real stone cooking stove. He grinned, amazed they'd added a low table and proper utensils to make meals feel complete. The cat bragged the bunnies even made a bowl with its paw print stamped right on top. The cat lifted a paw proudly, announcing the bunnies had something special to share with everyone today. One white bunny stepped forward shyly, holding out a folded cloth while its ears twitched nervously. Sejun tilted his head, curious, as the bunny giggled and thanked him softly for last night's help. He looked around, seeing the other bunnies gathered together, all watching him with bright, hopeful eyes. They bowed low, speaking in unison to thank Sejun sincerely for everything he'd done to protect them. Sejun gently reached out and grabbed the bunny's small paw, feeling how it trembled with uncertainty. He smiled warmly, leaning closer to ask if the little bunny might need steady work or purpose. The bunny's ears perked up in surprise, stammering a confused "what?" as its friend gasped beside it. Then, Sejun gazed at the hole above, knowing sunlight would help the crops flourish more strongly. He smiled and thanked the creatures gathered before him, recognizing their loyalty and silent cooperation daily. Determined, Sejun raised his fists, promising to protect their home and help everyone grow together. He asked the creatures to watch over the seedlings, ensuring nothing disturbed them while he worked. Sejun explained the plants must stay safe, as the future depended on this harvest's perfect success. Sejun handed them carrots, reminding everyone to carry their rucksack in case of sudden danger appearing. One small creature proudly declared it could build a cat tower, eager to help their community. Nearby, a rucksack and bottle rested beside fresh vegetables, waiting to be gathered for daily supplies. A curious rabbit asked if Sejun owned a house, wondering where he usually spent each night. Sejun admitted he slept outside, so they offered to build him shelter using wood found above. Sejun considered building near the field, believing it would help him watch over the vegetables easily. He thanked the animals for guarding the seedlings and tower, feeling safer with their constant silent support. Sejun accepted their offer, asking what materials were needed to start constructing a proper sturdy house quickly. A creature suggested checking the cliff for clay or sand, which could strengthen the newfound. Smiling, Sejun stood ready with allies, asking them what they thought about gathering supplies together soon. Sejun spoke confidently, telling everyone they could build strong walls by mixing clay with straw together. A minotaur asked if he really needed the clay, since the minotaurs often liked eating it. Sejun proposed a fair trade help produce bricks, and he would pay them with fresh green onions. The minotaurs cheered loudly, excited to start working, calling out their teammates to form a rock brigade. Sejun smiled, satisfied, knowing the minotaurs would stay occupied for hours while he prepared other tasks. A giant red bear carefully pushed a fallen tree, while small rabbits watched in quiet amazement nearby. The bear lifted the thick trunk easily, preparing strong beams that would support Sejun's new sturdy shelter. Far away, minotaurs dug clay from the ground, determined to gather enough for many bricks. Rabbits carried buckets and tools, organizing everything so they could help with building and planting together. Sejun watered the crops while rabbits worked around him, ensuring vegetables grew healthy under the warm sun. The red bear raised its paw, warning the wolf not to interfere with the heavy timber delivery. Suddenly, the bear charged forward, startling Sejun and the others, who scrambled to clear the way. Sejun stepped between them calmly, placing a hand on the bear's shoulder to ease the tension. The bear stopped moving and accepted a fresh carrot, chewing it slowly while watching the wolf. Sejun offered the wolf a jar of honey, hoping to restore peace between both loyal helpers. Sejun handed the honey jar to the wolf, grateful for its help carrying supplies every morning. Rabbits gathered around Sejun with baskets, eager to assist in harvesting the ripe vegetables from rows. Sejun pulled a large bundle of carrots from the earth, feeling their weight in his hand. Blue messages appeared, announcing his farming skill had improved and granting him more experience with harvests. He wiped sweat from his forehead, amazed by the progress and thankful for everyone's patient cooperation. Sejun checked the smoking container, relieved that all the crops remained safe and properly fertilized today. A blue message confirmed his farming skill advanced further, granting efficient harvest bonuses for every gathered vegetable. He thought about building a storage space to organize supplies, making work smoother alongside the future house. A small creature greeted Sejun warmly, asking when he planned to visit the lower floors again soon. Sejun offered to share green onions, hoping hunters below would appreciate fresh food stored safely in rucksacks. Sejun patted the cat's head, suggesting they gather onions now and share lunch afterwards together peacefully. The cat trotted toward the green pile, wondering if the vegetables would bring enough money for trade. He watched Sejun working hard every day, feeling a little proud to help collect supplies again. Sniffing the sack carefully, the cat frowned, complaining the smell wasn't appealing to his sensitive nose. Sejun called out not to eat anything. As the cat grabbed his bag and scampered away, the cat tightened his grip on the sack, determined to protect everything from curious hands nearby. He called for a moment, gathering everyone bears, rabbits, minotaurs to prepare for their next important expedition. A sign appeared declaring the group as the top dungeon frontier, ready to conquer any floor. Deep inside the 67th floor, a green frog waited silently, sensing movement approaching from the entrance. The frog's eyes widened as something slashed past, leaving a red trail across its smooth skin. A lizard man approached the wounded frog, watching it struggle to stay balanced on the damp branch. He crouched lower, observing quietly, while the frog tried to leap away deeper into the shadowed grove. The lizard man straightened, gripping his weapons tightly, prepared to catch anything fleeing from his territory quickly. Suddenly, a massive red insect landed on the frog's back, its legs bracing for an attack. Sticky slime oozed across the frog's skin as the insect's mandibles clicked, ready to bite down. The red insect screeched loudly, digging its claws deeper into the frog's back to hold tighter. The lizard man grabbed the insect, yanking it away as its legs scraped against the frog's scales. He bit the insect's shell with sharp teeth, crunching through it while the frog watched in shock. Suddenly, 2 more insects flew upward, wings beating rapidly as they prepared to attack the intruders together. The lizard man flinched, bracing himself, knowing he must fight both creatures without any hesitation or fear. A massive swarm of red insects burst forward, covering the trees and ground in a moving carpet. The lizard man swung his arm back, preparing to strike as the insects buzzed closer without stopping. Their eyes glowed fiercely, and the air filled with a sharp hum as they launched together. A whirlwind of red bodies spiraled around, forcing the lizard man to shield the injured frog. Suddenly, an explosion of chitin erupted, scattering insect pieces across the clearing in a violent blast. A red vortex of insects spiraled upward, their wings buzzing so loud it shook the nearby trees. The swarm formed a giant column, reaching above the forest canopy as smaller creatures fled in fear. In the darkness below, an ominous purple light pulsed, echoing like a warning bell through stone chambers. A massive dragon stirred awake, its scales brushing rock as it lifted its head to listen carefully. The dragon growled, declaring the path must remain sealed or all intruders would be destroyed without mercy. The dragon tapped the glowing orb, causing it to flash brightly, signaling the arrival of important messages. A series of urgent notifications appeared, indicating over 1,000 unread alerts regarding the dungeon's current status. The dragon stared, his eyes wide in disbelief, as the system displayed a shocking message read locusts. The dragon growled, realizing the locusts were from outside the tower, dangerous invaders never seen for centuries. He began pacing, warning that if these locusts reached the 67th floor, it would lead to disaster. The dragon tapped the screen, frustrated, as the communication channel failed to connect with any response. A notification rang out. 0.01% of the 67th floor was already destroyed by the red locusts. Another alert popped up, this time showing 0.02% of the floor had been devastated. Growing fast, the dragon's expression darkened, realizing the locusts were spreading rapidly, and he had no way to stop them. Sejun sliced the large fish with practiced hands, preparing a fresh meal before the evening sun. He placed the fillets in a pan. Oil popped as golden skin crisped under steady heat. The smell of grilled fish filled the air. Sejun smiled, satisfied with the simple cooking process. He sprinkled herbs and watched the colors brighten. It was almost ready to serve his guests. As animals gathered beside the fire, Sejun brought food, knowing mealtime always brought them closer together. Sejun examined the basket, sensing something odd. These sweet potatoes looked fresher than anything he'd grown. Curious, he explained their name. These were honey-flavored sweet potatoes, an extremely rare variant with mysterious origins. He carefully dropped the golden chunks into oil. They sizzled instantly, soaking in heat and flavor. As they fried, Sejun stirred gently. He smiled, recalling where he had once discovered the seeds. Each piece was flipped with care. Soon they would be perfectly crisp, soft inside, golden outside. Sejun poured golden syrup over the sweet potatoes, finishing the glaze as the pan hissed softly. With the final stir, the dish was complete. Every piece shimmered under the glowing campfire light. A system alert appeared, registering his creation. Honey-glazed sweet potatoes was now an official dungeon recipe. More notifications followed, granting him bonuses and unlocking new effects from the recipe's high-quality completion rank. Sejun smiled proudly. The rabbits were eager again, and he readied another batch for frying. The system recognized another dish, fried fish with herbs, boosting his culinary mastery with yet another reward. Sejun realized his food was gaining attention. He sensed more than rabbits would arrive today. Without warning, forest creatures appeared, drawn by the scent. He stood ready, meals served with care. 3 completed dishes sat before him: grilled fish, fried mackerel, and sweet potatoes, each cooked to perfection. Beasts gathered peacefully, eating side by side. Even fierce monsters softened under the magic of shared food. The wolves ate happily, tails wagging as they finished every last bite with quiet satisfaction and gratitude. Empty plates lay on the grass. The feast had vanished faster than Sejun could have imagined. Sejun leaned back, full and content. Beside him, Teo licked his paws, equally satisfied with lunch. Teo asked if it was time to descend. Sejun nodded, ready to resume his tower duties. Sejun packed up leftovers with care. These were saved especially for Aileen, someone important to him. The food was ready, but Aileen didn't appear. Sejun grew worried as silence stretched on. He wondered if she was ignoring them, or if something worse had happened beyond their reach. Elsewhere, a terminal blinked with warnings. The system whirred, attempting a connection that would not complete. A creature stood before the console. Its efforts failed repeatedly, errors flooding every corner of the screen. Holding its head, the figure trembled. It couldn't reach Aileen, and it couldn't fix the problem. The dragon remained alone in the dark tower chamber, surrounded by failing systems and warning lights. The guild's emergency beacon flashed. A silent call for aid was sent to trusted allied forces. At dawn, the guild council building opened its doors. A confidential crisis meeting was immediately scheduled. Tension filled the council hall. Representatives from every race arrived, prepared for news of serious disruption. One official confirmed the emergency. All eyes turned toward the speaker, a hamster known for strategy. Representatives from major factions entered the hall. Even the reclusive Wizards Association had sent someone important. Whispers filled the chamber. Few had seen her before, yet her reputation preceded her arrival silently. Tension rose. The heads of multiple towers rarely met unless a cross-floor threat was truly imminent. Reports confirmed a major incident. Red cultists had emerged again, spreading chaos across several dungeon floors. Defenders held the waypoint, but barely. Leaders questioned the cult's motives and their sudden coordinated expansion. The Tiger stated it clearly: the Red Locusts weren't natives. Their presence violated the tower's laws. Another leader confirmed the danger. The invaders could exploit the waypoint to launch attacks between levels. They traced the cult's direction. All signs pointed toward one critical area, the 80th floor's inner sector. The council stirred. That zone held the hidden Lizard Kingdom's dragon farm, a site of importance. Realizing the implications, they grew tense. A second major floor-wide conflict might break out very soon. A quiet murmur spread through the room as council members reacted to the sudden famine warning. The hamster recalled the past, the collapse of the Red Ribbon Kingdom during an earlier locust outbreak. Back then, the invaders overwhelmed their food reserves, forcing smaller communities into disorganized survival clusters across floors. That ambush exploited their weakest moment, spreading chaos just as harvest cycles had reached their lowest. In the aftermath, survivors acknowledged Risa's leadership. She united the scattered farmers and stabilized essential supply routes. Criticism echoed from across the table. Jonah dismissed Risa's legacy, accusing her of selfish control. Others jumped in to defend her. Hannibal's outburst forced a quick intervention to restore order. Attention shifted as someone questioned the Black Dragon's absence, wondering why no divine aid had arrived. Several council members expressed blind faith, trusting the ancient being would intervene at the last moment. Risa quietly exhaled. She hid her frustration behind calm eyes, aware no help was coming soon. The council room quieted as Risa stepped forward, reminding them this wasn't the first locust invasion. Under the Black Dragon's protection, outbreaks were always contained before they reached critical damage or spread. Despite efforts, recovery had always been slow. Progress was fragile and scattered across isolated farming regions. Even now, disturbances had already reached the 58th floor. The situation threatened wider destabilization again. Urgency filled the air. Leaders knew swift cooperation was needed before disorder rippled through the entire tower. Risa raised her voice with authority, declaring she would dispatch 200 elite mages for defense. Meanwhile, distant villages remained unaware of the urgency. Wolves rested calmly, unaware of what approached their fields. A young scout arrived in haste, breathless from running. His message shattered the silence immediately. Lying on the ground nearby, someone had collapsed. Their presence alone hinted something worse had begun. From the path ahead, a group of kittens cautiously approached, asking if they'd found the dragon. Teo stepped forward and introduced himself, clarifying he served as the right hand of the dragon. Excitement erupted from the kittens. Their eyes sparkled with admiration for Teo's impressive-sounding title. Pride filled Teo's chest as they reacted. He repeated the title louder, basking in the praise. Kittens celebrated with cheers and playful energy, tossing snacks and ribbons toward their newly idolized hero. Teo couldn't hold back his joy. He laughed out loud, overwhelmed by the sudden attention. Teo paused mid-celebration as something unusual caught his attention tucked deep inside his cloak pocket. Carefully, he pulled out 2 small buns. A strange glow pulsed faintly from within them. Confusion set in. Teo couldn't recall packing these. They definitely hadn't been there earlier today. Before he could react, someone asked if he was all right. His tail twitched in surprise. Teo quickly smiled and deflected the concern, insisting everything was completely normal with nothing suspicious at all. The wolf picked up speed across the plains. Teo gripped tightly, bracing for rapid travel. Concern grew inside him. He urgently recalled the glowing buns and their unexplained appearance during packing. Without delay, they headed toward the 38th floor. Teo knew answers, and danger, were both waiting there. Tall blades of grass whipped around as Seijun searched frantically, the missing item nowhere in sight. He dropped to the ground, heart pounding, realizing he needed to replant everything before time ran out. Clutching his head, panic surged. He had forgotten to open the field menu before harvesting began. Around his feet, scattered stalks and broken leaves lay useless, the missed item likely lost forever. He exhaled slowly, accepting the setback. Farming required patience, not panic. Tomorrow, he'd try again, properly prepared. A system alert echoed as Seijun's interface blinked. Today, the long-awaited seed store had finally opened. He recalled hearing about this feature before but had completely forgotten it existed until now appeared. The menu displayed limited seed types, restricted by his level and available dungeon coins for trade. He paused, eyes fixed on plume beans, calculating the risk of using all his funds. Carefully, he chose safer seeds instead, tomatoes, green onions, and peppers, to ensure a stable first harvest. Seijun smiled as the harvest dropped into his arms, proof that his seed choice paid off. He dashed forward, eager to replant more chili and bell peppers while the soil stayed fresh. His companion kept up easily, its steps light as they moved across the farm rows. The land was growing fast. Each planted section showed sprouts reaching upward in even green lines. Meanwhile, far above Seoul, the mysterious tower loomed, untouched by the farmer's quiet daily efforts. Above the city, 2 men stood on the rooftop, admiring the calm skyline of Seoul. The larger man stretched proudly, savoring the rare peace he'd earned through years of brutal work. His companion, more cautious, reminded him their positions came with duties that weren't to be ignored. The old man grinned, knowing his subordinate cared, but rules never stopped him from enjoying small moments. Talk shifted quickly to business. The domestic deal was set, and the new floor awaited inspection. Deep underground, monstrous spiders stirred as orders were passed down through ancient webs laced with magic. They began to march, their movements silent, coordinated, and lethal, ready to execute their master's will. Crawling from tunnels, they gathered in numbers, preparing to strike the dungeon's upper floors without warning. Above ground, unaware of the threat, agents monitored other issues, prioritizing political deals over dungeon surveillance. One agent voiced concern, hinting that recent changes below might be more dangerous than they thought. The agents moved carefully, gathering intel while avoiding attention from curious customers and casual store-goers. News had surfaced that Seijun's brother, Seol, was approached by foreign groups seeking alliance discussions. Attempts were made to persuade him, through charm and promises, but no agreement had been made. Despite pressure, Seol declined their offers, staying loyal and choosing silence over risk or reward. Hearing the update, Taejun laughed heartily, only to break into coughs, his condition quietly worsening again. Taejun brushed off concern, lifting a small tomato confidently, as if it alone could steady him. With practiced ease, he popped it into his mouth, the fruit pulsing softly with magical energy. Recognizing the glow, the agent asked, those were no ordinary crops. They had powerful restorative properties. Useful beyond nutrition, these tomatoes help suppress ailments, something countless others might rely on soon enough. Before leaving, he mentioned offering Seijun a formal position, believing the young farmer's potential shouldn't be wasted. The agent stared upward, voice steady with hope, thinking Taejun might overcome the flame's cruel burden. Looking toward the tower, he believed someone inside, maybe even Donjak, could uncover the long-sought cure. Though uncertainty lingered, determination outweighed doubt as he urged fate to reveal a path forward soon. At that moment, a warrior launched upward, slicing through air with speed and practiced aggression. Energy cracked behind his blade, striking with sharp force, his arrival a promise of strength and motion. Enemies poured in from all sides, forcing the team to stay locked in constant chaotic defense. Despite their coordinated strikes, more spiders emerged, faster, stronger, and showing no signs of slowing down. Shouts rang out as danger escalated. One fighter spotted a spider lunging straight from above. Reacting instantly, Dongshik twisted his body and pushed off, barely avoiding the fangs aimed for him. Muscles tensed midair, he flipped over the threat, landing hard but alive beside his teammate. Steel met claw as Dongshik blocked the spider's strike, feet skidding across the ground from impact. Gritting his teeth, he ducked low, narrowly avoiding a second swipe that sliced the air above. The creature shrieked, enraged by resistance, and lashed out again with razor-sharp limbs and wild speed. Without hesitation, Dongshik reached to his belt, drawing a glowing weapon crafted for close-range counterattacks. With one powerful thrust, he drove the blade deep into the spider's core, ending its assault. The spider shrieked and collapsed, its body twitching violently as poison oozed from its ruined core. Others rushed to Suhan's side, spotting him stumble backward before collapsing beside the fallen monster. Panic rippled through the group. He'd been poisoned during the encounter and was rapidly losing strength. A healing spell activated, golden light forming around him, temporarily halting the spread of the toxin. Supplies ran low, and distance to the alchemist made recovery uncertain unless a new plan emerged. The group turned in surprise as a small, cloaked cat calmly approached from the eastern path. Dongshik blinked, realizing it was Teo, the academy's talking assistant who rarely left the training grounds. Apologizing for forgetting class, Dongshik watched as Teo marched directly toward the injured Suhan without hesitation. Teo stood firm, paws glowing faintly, clearly displeased that someone had fallen during official tower operations. Without waiting, the cat leapt onto Suhan's chest, casting a spell with unexpected speed and precision. The group scrambled for options, desperation rising as Suhan's condition worsened with every passing moment. Eyes wide, Teo suddenly perked up, ears twitching with realization as an idea struck him. From his pouch, he pulled out a long green stalk, raising it with confident excitement. Standing proud, Teo announced his find: fresh detoxifying green onions, grown nearby and harvested just in time. Though surprised, the others quickly understood even simple ingredients could sometimes be life-saving under dungeon conditions. A soft chime confirmed the herb's effect. It could neutralize poison from even dungeon spider venom. Wasting no time, Dongshik handed over the green stalk, urging Suhan to eat it immediately. Though weak, Suhan managed a few bites, chewing slowly while the others watched in tense silence. With a deep breath, she swallowed the last piece and felt warmth spread through her chest. Relief washed over her face, strength returning fast as the group let out grateful cheers together. Suhan hugged Teo with gratitude, her voice bright and warm after recovering from near death moments ago. Teo gave a proud nod and reminded her. Dungeon-grade cures still came with a hefty price. Shocked by the cost, she blinked twice, realizing friendship apparently didn't exempt her from the bill. The group turned curious as Teo explained they'd be selling detoxifying green onions to the public soon. Holding a stalk carefully, one soldier murmured that with such power they could change the game. Encouraged by the onion's success, the team considered challenging the 38th floor's spider-infested domain next. Teo stood in silence, unsure why everyone stared as praise and pressure suddenly fell on him. Seijun stood at the tower's edge, holding his leek, surveying the quiet green landscape cautiously. A distant roar echoed. Creatures stirred. Seijun clutched his leek tighter, sensing movement in the wind. He sniffed the air, sharp with damp moss and fur. Danger loomed, but his grip remained. Dark shapes swarmed from shadows, eyes glowing violet. Seijun didn't flinch. His plan was already in motion. Back at camp, the fox asked about combat. Seijun smiled quietly, offering the leek as proof. Seijun gave a casual wave, assuming his peaceful farm life was finally returning to normal. He paused mid-step. The fox barked once. A shadow loomed behind him. He wasn't alone. Knights stepped forward, led by a red-haired man. Seijun frowned, gripping his leek instinctively tighter. He glared at them. Their unexpected arrival, without notice, disrupted his carefully scheduled harvest rotation. The captain spoke gently, explaining royal orders. Seijun sighed, realizing vegetables weren't his only responsibility anymore. A knight scoffed, dismissing Seijun's crops. Rumors of enchanted vegetables had already reached distant capitals. Seijun stood quietly. The fox beside him blinked slowly, already aware of the outsider's suspicions. The group turned their attention to the fox. Seijun stayed silent, letting his companion take charge. With confidence, the fox announced they'd hold negotiations. Right after finalizing prices for premium seasonal produce, he dropped a basket filled with glowing tomatoes. The knights flinched. Business, not battle, had begun. Shock spread quickly. Whispers filled the air. Level C produce meant enormous power and even bigger profits. Seijun watched silently as the knights argued. Everyone wanted answers about the secret farming techniques. Someone shouted a bid. Seijun blinked, stunned. His tomatoes had accidentally started an auction frenzy. Hands flew up, offers climbed fast, 300, 400, 500 dungeon coins. Tensions rose sharply. One man screamed a final offer. Seijun sighed. He hadn't even planted green onions that week. The fox declared the winning bid. The crowd groaned, and chaos turned instantly into stunned silence. Tomatoes sold out. Seijun watched as the armored buyer walked away clutching produce like rare treasure. Without missing a beat, the fox raised a paw. Next item, green onion leaves, limited and potent. A merchant shouted the opening bid. His voice cracked from nerves. The auction tension snapped tight. Bids flew rapidly. The knights began shouting over one another, desperate for bundles of magical greens. With a sharp clap, the fox sealed the deal, moving briskly to the next item. Though aware of the rising costs, Seijun hesitated only briefly. This batch was simply too important. Determined to win, the knight raised his hand swiftly, calling out a confident escalating offer. Another sold, meow, echoed. The fox raised his paw, victory clear in his bright green eyes. Cheers faded as the next round began. Faces tightened. Seijun eyed his rivals with quiet calculation. One final shout sealed the bidding. The fox raised the leek victoriously, tail swishing with pride. Jaw clenched, a knight protested. Frustrated by the rapid pace and his dwindling stash of coins, another challenger shouted his offer, voice cracking under pressure, eyes desperate to claim even a scrap. With hearts racing, the last green onions were sold. The fox floated, glowing in perfect satisfaction. The auction ended. Phoenix Guild left, arms full, while Seijun watched silently, already planning the next harvest. Laughter erupted as one guild member stumbled. His teammates were too busy celebrating their leafy prize. Carrying the bounty proudly, the red-haired knight teased the others about their chaotic bidding strategy. One group admitted fault, blaming the tomatoes for their blunder. Seijun simply nodded in quiet amusement. Still regrouping, the guild prepared to recover. Seijun's words were calm, but his focus remained steady. News arrived swiftly, a message from Teo, urgent. Seijun's smile faded, sensing the mood suddenly shift. Seijun tried guessing the location. The fox corrected him instantly, shaking his head with slight disappointment. With a paw and parchment, the fox scribbled out the right answer, tail flicking in rhythm. Seijun nodded. He trusted the Korean government's protection, especially when he wasn't even officially registered here. Rising from the ground, the fox promised he'd personally make Seijun's farmland the safest zone. Without warning, he dropped a new basket, packed with tomatoes and onions. Seijun blinked at the delivery. Eyes wide, Seijun leaned over the basket. He'd only asked for 50, not a mountain. The fox explained swiftly. Teo wanted Seijun involved in a greater plan, under strict discretion and secrecy. Although surprised, Seijun didn't object. He knew the weight of responsibility was growing alongside his crops. Before he could speak again, the fox grinned, lifting a paw. He had something even bigger. With a wink and glowing eyes, the fox whispered about a single-use secret. Today only. Seijun paused, blinking. The offer was bold, but he had a feeling it was only beginning. Without delay, his hand reached forward accepting. Whatever came next, he was already committed to it. Moments later, massive golems arrived, hauling supplies and lumber, working together to raise structures from bare soil. New allies gathered near the farmstead, wide-eyed at the speed and strength of Seijun's reinforcements. One villager murmured in awe, wondering if this construction project was part of a dungeon miracle. The red bear trailed behind silently, curious but calm, watching the boy pace around the cabin. Suddenly, the bear yelped. Something above its head shifted. Movement from the roof interrupted its focus. Unaware, the boy gestured to one corner. That's where he wanted his bed placed next. A loud creak echoed above him. He paused mid-sentence, eyes narrowing, instincts warning something was off. Confused, he turned quickly. The bear stood frozen, ears perked, as pebbles scattered from the rafters. Seijun blocked the entrance firmly. The red bear tried squeezing in, only to be turned away. He calmly explained the risk. A single misstep could bring the whole cabin down instantly. With ears drooping, the bear sniffled but listened. He didn't want to break anything again. Reassured, Seijun patted his head gently, asking him to gather honey instead. Help could still matter. As the bear trotted off obediently, workers nearby resumed building the bed with towering jungle leaves. The red bear clutched a glowing honey jar, eyes hopeful. He longed to enter Dad's house. Tears welled up. He whispered his wish, to shrink small enough and sleep beside Seijun tonight. As the jar sparkled, a sudden flash lit the air. Something ancient had awakened inside it. Startled, the fox leapt. The bear blinked at his glowing chest, unsure what had just begun. Meanwhile, Seijun evaluated the leaves. Despite size and padding, dry foliage wasn't ideal for lasting comfort. The boy turned his head as a thunderous voice called from behind, breaking the morning stillness. Before he could step aside, the red bear lunged forward with full force and reckless speed. The impact launched them both through stacked materials and scaffolding, shattering branches and scattering startled creatures everywhere. Wood splintered, leaves burst upward, small animals froze mid-task, watching the dust clouds spread across camp. Half buried in the rubble, Sejun blinked at the sky, breathless and sore from the unexpected tackle. Sejun's eyes fluttered open as something wet brushed his cheek. He found himself lying on grass. In front of him stood the red bear, smaller than before, eyes wide with excited energy. Sejun pushed himself up, stunned. The transformation was impossible, but the bear's voice rang with certainty. Paws raised in triumph, the bear beamed. Somehow, the potion had actually worked just as hoped. While resting beneath the shade, Sejun noticed the red bear in his arms had shrunk again. He gently stood, examining the creature's size, smaller than yesterday, just like their very first encounter. A notification appeared above the creature's head, Crimson Grizzly Honey Bear, a name both strange and familiar. Sejun pondered the change. The shrinking could mean energy loss, or a transfer happening once more. The bear looked up, puzzled and unsure, its tiny paws trembling as the wind rustled the leaves. Suddenly, the red bear expanded with a puff of smoke, knocking Sejun backward in sheer surprise. The nearby black bear observed calmly, noting the red bear's change size now tied to inner will. Sejun stood up slowly, piecing together the signs the bear's growth wasn't random, but carefully restrained. The elder bear explained some monsters hide their full strength until bonded deeply with someone they trust. Realization struck Sejun as wind rushed past the red bear wasn't weak he had been protecting. The red bear gently shrank again, approaching Sejun with cautious steps, seeking comfort over strength now. Nestled against Sejun's chest, the bear longed to belong just like the others already did. Sejun paused, his heart tightening, as the request revealed a quiet yearning hidden behind brave, silent stares. Without hesitation, he knelt and embraced the bear fully, arms wrapping around him in familiar, steady warmth. Cradling the small form, Sejun finally understood the bear had grown not in power, but in trust. Sejun offered a small smile and promised a house tour, lifting the red bear with care. The little bear beamed with joy, while two black bunnies happily hopped beside them down the path. As they walked, the bear's ears twitched. He looked up and asked to visit the cave. Sejun paused at the mention, memories stirring. The bear gazed at him softly, sensing his hesitation. Feeling uncertain, Sejun glanced at the bunnies who shook their heads quickly, warning him with urgency. A warm batch of golden pastries was set down, their aroma drawing curious visitors from the market. A passing mercenary took a bite, but his eyes widened, strength surged unnaturally through his veins. A notification appeared: golden pastry of power, temporary strength boost. Origin: Crimson Grizzly Honey Bear Farm. The mercenary froze, visions returned a frozen battlefield, a flame beast roaring, and blades clashing in silence. As fire lit the sky, he remembered that Bear's farm wasn't ordinary. It was tied to fate. The man remembered legends of beasts sealed in ancient battles, their power scattered across the growing world. He saw a vision of boar charging, warriors falling, and black claws tearing through dense magic. The sealed monster's defeat came at a cost. Cities fell. Only one chef walked away alive. None knew the truth that food from enchanted beasts could awaken powers buried deep within the soul. Now holding the enchanted bread, the mercenary swore silently the legend would return, and he'd be ready. Grinning with confidence, the mercenary announced their next advantage: a rare detoxifying green onion grown from magic soil. With a friendly nod, the feline chef Teso handed over the steaming batch of golden pastries. Internally, Teso smirked. Dongshik wouldn't notice the substitution, not until it was far too late to react. A mischievous glint flickered in Teso's eyes. This blunder would vanish, swallowed under crisp crust and fragrant spice. Laughter echoed through the clearing as Teso celebrated silently, the treetops swaying under a sky unaware of betrayal. A new squad assembled at the forest's edge, their leaders signaling readiness to descend the tower's depths. Just as they prepared to move, a loud thud drew attention toward the basket of produce. Curiosity stirred as one member leaned closer, recognizing the vibrant leaves of detoxifying green onions packed inside. The team exchanged quick glances. These weren't for sale earlier, someone must have delivered them in secret. Rather than question it, the group decided to gear up and eat quickly before entering unknown danger. Biting into green onion blades, the team charged forward. Energy surged, instincts sharpened, fear completely erased. Tower vines parted as they reached the 38th floor, facing a monstrous spider cloaked in shadow mist. Weapons ignited with light. They attacked in unison, blades and spells flashing like coordinated lightning through darkness. The raid officially commenced. Victory depended on teamwork, timing, and the strange vegetables. No one questioned. Far above, the market bustled as usual. No one sensed the battle raging beneath their peaceful feet. In the sunlit square, Teo strolled beside two towering wolves, coin pouch jingling from successful sales. Business had been steady all morning. Teo practically danced on the cobblestones, humming with tail held high. Generously, he offered to treat his companions to lunch, a small reward for a profitable day. One wolf suggested a new meat vendor nearby, but Teo's ears twitched sharply before they could move. He froze mid-step. Something unseen rippled through the air, a disturbance below, faint but growing with urgency. Teo sprinted across the plaza, drawn to a faint signal pulsing from beneath a dusty cloth stand. He slammed his paw triumphantly on a glowing fragment hidden beneath a worn mat. Found it. A soft boop echoed as the enchanted relic pulsed. From the shadows, a rodent figure stepped forward. The hamster-like merchant glared up, staff tapping ground. Teo had blocked his claim, intentionally or not. Calm but firm, the rodent insisted Teo surrender the item not for sale but for sealing. Teo held firm, tail flicking defiantly. "This isn't cursed," he declared. "It's rare merchandise, hamster." Eyes narrowing, the cloaked rodent asked coldly if Teo had just insulted his entire magical lineage. Before Teo could reply, his wolf companion stepped in, sensing the strange pressure forming in the air. One gasped loudly. Recognition dawned. That wasn't a common peddler, but a legend they'd read about as pups. They stood frozen. This merchant was none other than the Wizard of Great Destruction, in hamster form. With his staff raised, the cloaked wizard channeled pulsing energy that bent light and fractured the ground. He introduced himself, a legend, an exile, and bearer of destruction, once sealed in mythic flame. Ancient water and void magic surged behind him, twisting skies and shadows into a display of doom. One wolf stammered in disbelief, asking why such a being would bother with a small village market. Expression hard, the hamster revealed a simple truth: this relic wasn't cursed. It had chosen Teo. Dark energy spiraled skyward as the wizard raised a summon, a phantom wrapped in ancient fiery prophecy. The wolves panicked. One recognized the spectral beast, forming a lesser echo of the great black dragon. Gasps rippled across the market square. Few survived the dragon's wrath before, and this aura felt identical. The wizard's voice was calm, even respectful. "We serve the dragon. We honor its sealed will." From the crowd, a silver-furred wolf stepped forward. "I'm Elka," she said, "chief of the Luster Wolves." The wizard's eyes narrowed as he questioned the wolf chief's bold claim about the forbidden dragon. Danger lingered in his tone. Pretending to ally with the dragon could endanger everyone nearby immediately. Calmly, Elka stood her ground. Her allegiance wasn't fake, and Teo watched, stunned by her confidence. Doubt remained. The wizard needed more than words. He requested undeniable proof of her direct connection. Without hesitation, he demanded a meeting with the black dragon itself. Ignoring the merchant cat's disbelief, Elka's fur bristled with panic. The wizard's demand stirred memories she had hoped to keep buried. Startled by the request, she turned sharply toward Teo, realizing the cat might actually follow through. From behind, Teo marched ahead confidently, ignoring Elka's warnings as the wizard silently observed every bold step.
Sejun faced the cloaked cat cautiously, unsure whether to trust the creature's claim about the dragon. He demanded proof, and the cat raised a paw confidently, insisting it could take him directly. The offer was unexpected. Sejun's mind raced, calculating risks of meeting the dragon without preparation. Though surprised, he listened as the cat explained its duties, its tail flicking with mild impatience. Decision made, Sejun turned sharply, determined to follow the lead even if danger waited behind that gate. A towering beast appeared, startling everyone, yet Sejun calmly stood beside the cat, watching silently, unshaken. The hooded creature grinned, clearly impressed by Sejun's composure despite the wolf's sudden intimidating entrance. Laughter echoed through the courtyard. The test was passed, not by strength, but by quiet courage. Acknowledging his resolve, the mouse-like figure stepped closer, offering Sejun a rare chance to make demands. Sejun explained his task and offered payment. Now trusted, he prepared to fulfill the dragon's request. The feline questioned again, but Sejun stood firm, unwavering in his resolve to serve the dragon. He offered full payment without hesitation, prioritizing the rare chance to reach the elusive black dragon. The cloaked mouse masked amusement, realizing Sejun's eagerness could be exploited without much effort or resistance. While the crowd murmured, Sejun followed confidently, unaware of the silent schemes forming behind friendly expressions. At the stall, Sejun pointed firmly, requesting 100 jars without flinching, still focused on the mission. Sejun swiftly pointed at the items, buying decisively while the wolf nervously watched the interaction unfold. The towering wolf offered a suggestion, trying to be helpful, but Sejun politely declined without breaking focus. Suspicion surfaced. Sejun was supposed to buy for the dragon, yet chose odd personal-looking accessories instead. The cloaked mouse narrowed its eyes, tail flicking in doubt, beginning to question Sejun's sincerity and intent. Still smiling, Sejun placed a wide-brimmed hat on the creature's head. As tension momentarily dissolved again, the mouse placed a pointy hat on Sejun, clearly pleased, as if sealing a silent contract. Sejun grinned broadly, adjusting the brim with flair, then spun playfully toward the checkout counter without hesitation. The mouse sighed in quiet surrender, too deep in the ruse to reverse course or complain sincerely. The wolf grunted and moved forward, resigned to paying, as the stall owner tallied the total cost. Without delay, Sejun reached into his pouch, confident and cheerful, handing over the dungeon coins without concern. Sejun leaned over the counter boldly, demanding a discount while his companion stood awkwardly behind him. The stall owner looked confused as Sejun negotiated, twisting the seller's words into a better bargain. They proposed 18 coins, but Sejun refused, signaling he wouldn't back down from squeezing more savings. The merchant hesitated before offering 17, but Sejun remained firm, tail flicking with relentless bargaining energy. Voices echoed as wolves carried their goods. Sejun's haggling echoed behind, still arguing for a lower price. Sejun cheerfully thanked Iona, marching ahead, satisfied that everything was set for the dragon's request. The mouse watched curiously, surprised that Sejun bought simple goods and even bargained down the price. Doubt lingered in Iona's mind. Sejun hadn't acted greedy, just oddly sincere about a mysterious mission. When asked directly, Sejun revealed the black dragon waited on the 89th floor of the tower. Iona nodded slowly, realizing that floor touched all zones, a crossroads hiding more secrets than anyone likely imagined. Iona narrowed her eyes, intuition flaring something about the mission, or Sejun, didn't sit quite right. Meanwhile, far above, the 89th floor stretched into lush wilderness, peaceful on the surface, quietly hiding chaos. A horrifying shriek tore through the trees as monstrous energy burst from a wounded beast's body. With a thunderous crash, the creature fell. Black armored hunters emerged from battle, bloodied but victorious. One fighter steadied his breath, declaring the creature slain, but his wary gaze scanned for more threats. Alarms blared as the team scrambled. Someone triggered the crystal gate too early without alerting the others. Confusion spread fast, but one member reached for the activation shard, trusting the plan despite the rush. The gate pulsed, its core shimmered, resonating with energy as their leader stepped forward to engage it. With all members aligned, the crystal lit up, initiating transport toward the administrator's zone on floor 89. Far below, the countryside remained calm, oblivious to the powerful forces converging deep within the tower's heights. News reached the guild office. The Phoenix Guild had seized the 89th floor faster than expected. Another man entered, reporting strange developments. Advancement credited to a new crop called the dynamite green onion. The term sparked confusion and suspicion, but urgency grew as more guilds started learning about the item. Leadership slammed the table, declaring the onion's hidden power made it vital for competitive tower progression. Determined to act, he summoned a subordinate. Orders were clear: show results or risk losing everything. Staring in disbelief, the guild leader approached the strange crop, stunned by its unnatural shimmer and motion. Suddenly, the flower pulsed with a shriek, its petals twitching like muscle instead of soft vegetation. Baffled, he asked if it was some kind of cursed tomato plant disguised as tower produce. An aide explained the origin was unknown, likely mutated through exposure to tower mana and rapid cultivation methods. The leader pulled at it instinctively, but the plant recoiled, snapping violently like a defensive beast. The guild leader froze as a blue system message blinked into view with a soft digital chime. He'd earned XP from pulling a plant classified as contaminated cherry tomatoes, now considered hostile life forms. His aide confirmed the transformation tomatoes had absorbed tower energy, mutated, and began acting like small monsters. These new plants didn't photosynthesize normally. They hunted bugs, fed aggressively, and bred through invasive spore-like roots. With a heavy sigh, the man realized these were profitable pests, yet also an uncontrollable biological threat. The aide suggested they abandon the crops, but the leader disagreed. Profit outweighed all current risks. He turned with fire in his eyes, declaring this was a controllable force if handled correctly. Behind him stretched an enormous field of modified crops, pulsing faintly with magic under the open sky. The aide warned, again unchecked, These tomatoes might overrun nearby zones, endangering other tower ecosystems and supply routes. The guild leader simply smiled, convinced they could tame the crops and turn chaos into strength. Under the soft daylight, a small shell twitched gently, finally reacting after days of silent waiting. The cocoon of the queen poisonous honeybee, nurtured for weeks, prepared to break open. The farmer sat nearby, watching carefully, offering quiet encouragement as nature's cycle reached its turning point. With a sharp crack and glowing mist, the cocoon burst, revealing a vibrant golden-winged creature inside. Recognizing its caretaker, the newborn queen bee fluttered softly, already linked to him by shared survival. The farmer smiled warmly as the queen bee hovered closer, sensing kindness and blooming herbs in hand. Her violet eyes sparkled with excitement, instincts guiding her to trust the human who nurtured her life. With a flutter, she soared into the air, leading 3 tiny bees into a synchronized aerial spiral. They danced above the garden, wings humming softly, forming a circle of trust around the shaded hut. Beneath the tree's shadow, the farmer leaned back peacefully, watching his new companions embrace their first flight. The farmer rested beneath the tree, eyes closed, murmuring a quiet wish for lasting peace. Suddenly, something wet and heavy splattered against his face, snapping him awake in confused shock. He jolted upright, wiping his face quickly, scanning the clearing as leaves rustled nearby in warning. From behind the trees, a young creature appeared, cheerfully hugging a strange squid, being like a toy. The creature's eyes gleamed unnaturally. The farmer tensed, unsure if the newcomer was friend or a threat. Sejun paused by the pond, noticing small bunnies anxiously tapping their feet, clearly expecting something urgent. As more bunnies surrounded him, Sejun realized one turned black, perhaps transformed by something strange or magical. Curious, the black bunny dove underwater, revealing bizarre aquatic creatures and glowing fish lurking silently beneath. Sejun leaned closer, observing unusual beasts swimming near the surface, his companions quietly gathering behind with concern. He recalled fishing recently with black rabbit bait, unknowingly triggering mutations now faced with slimy, twitching underwater hybrids. Sejun explained squid to the curious creatures, who stared silently, unsure if it was dangerous or food. Smiling, he offered to cook some fresh squid so everyone could understand its value through taste. With practiced hands, Sejun chopped the clean squid into even rings, preparing it swiftly without wasting any parts. A pan of hot oil sizzled as vegetables cooked first, releasing steam and a savory aroma. He dropped squid into the pan, where it curled and crisped, releasing a rich, mouth-watering scent instantly. Sejun plated the finished stir-fried calamari, proud of its color and smell, ready for tasting. A sudden magical ping confirmed the dish's success. Its quality and rarity surpassed anything he'd ever cooked before. As data streamed in, the system registered new information about rare ingredients and recipe classification upgrades. The creatures gleamed with excitement, ears and paws twitching as the aroma overwhelmed their senses instantly. Sejun smiled as they gathered, happily devouring every piece, especially the red bear, munching with round-eyed delight. While they ate, Sejun discovered the squid's origin involved rifts connecting multiple bizarre aquatic dimensions. One brave bunny volunteered to help explore, nodding with determination as Sejun considered their next move. Realizing the bear couldn't swim, Sejun planned a future path through the dry terrain instead. Their adventure now named the top dungeon farmer, Sejun and his companions readied themselves for deeper dungeon mysteries. Elsewhere, wolves gathered in the forest, sensing new energy approaching. Led by a sharp-eyed white alpha, wolves hurried toward a tunnel, their leader tense, sensing the earth's pulse shifting beneath their paws. A black wolf halted them, declaring the passage unstable due to recent magic-related structural disturbances. The white alpha bristled with urgency, determined to pass despite warnings, driven by instinct and memory. When asked what caused it, the alpha mentioned new unknown monsters disrupting balance from upper dungeon levels. A nearby scout overheard, alarmed by one-word relic locations which hinted at ancient forces reawakening below. A hooded mouse warned of the pests red locusts foretold as harbingers of collapse and uncontrollable destruction. The feline scout listened closely as the mouse confirmed they devour structures and living beings without restraint. The mouse explained past attempts by locusts to overrun the tower, forcing great alliances into desperate defense. He believed those forces were gathering again, relics, guardians, and awakeners, slowly preparing to fight the locust threat. With resolve, the scout volunteered to assist, knowing 3 powerful names guardians hidden across the tower's depths. The hooded mouse revealed a golden badge, an emblem of access reserved only for trusted elite agents. The cat's eyes widened, recognizing the badge as a pass granting unrestricted movement through all shortcuts. Pleased, the scout saw this as opportunity, hoping to ally with such a valuable companion immediately. Far away, Sejun harvested green onions, unaware of looming changes stirring within the upper dungeon layers. As he sliced cleanly through thick stalks, something unfamiliar glinted in the soil beneath the roots. Sejun noticed the green onions had overgrown massively, towering far taller since his last proper check-in. With recent field expansion, the entire area now resembled a dense, humid forest of thick stalks. While slicing through rows, he wondered aloud where everyone had gone, finding only rustling and silence. Spotting a white bunny with a sickle, he paused, sensing tension from its still posture. The bunny reported certain onions were resisting blades, firm, unyielding, and possibly altered by a strange external force. Sejun laughed off the warning, convinced there was no way green onions could become a threat. The moment his hand touched one, it lashed back sharply, slicing his skin with hidden edges. Startled, he stepped back quickly, bunnies watching nervously as he clutched his hand in disbelief. Inspecting the wound, Sejun realized it wasn't minor. Whatever struck him had pierced like sharpened wire. Feeling the stalk again, he confirmed its texture unnaturally firm, dense like tempered metal hidden in vegetation. Sejun yanked the hardened stalk from the ground, its roots dragging dirt with an unexpected thump. A magical alert chimed. He had harvested a new crop, strong blade green onions, rare and unknown. The system confirmed no one had cultivated these before. The tower had secretly ranked them as high tier. Examining it closely, Sejun noted its glowing body sharp like a blade, but technically still a vegetable. Though edible, the onion provided no nourishment. Its true property was defensive. It had turned into living metal. With one swing, Sejun slashed through stalks, his new weaponized onion slicing cleaner than any sickle. Stunned, he looked around at the severed plants, realizing he had cut onions with another onion. He admired the utility of the crop, deciding it could serve as a tool and harvest aid. Just then, a system chime echoed. His gaze snapped upward, face tightening in alert. Aline, the administrator, finally responded, urgently requesting contact and saying she had something important to share. As Sejun connected with Aline, the interface shimmered, showing droplets forming. Was she crying through the screen? Her message appeared slowly, revealing urgent news about an invasion deeper within the dungeon's upper floors. Sejun sat down quietly, absorbing the words. Red locusts had breached the protective boundary on floor 50. The administrator confirmed the message. Yes, the locust swarm had returned, reviving an old catastrophic threat. Sejun clenched his jaw, remembering history. The red locusts were responsible for collapsing the former Prism Kingdom entirely. In a quiet chamber, the Black Dragon confirmed no local outbreak, yet the tower's balance was shifting. It warned that dimensional rifts were weakening again, allowing ancient enemies to slowly creep back inside. The dragon revealed unstable regions on multiple floors, natural protections dissolving as sealed portals began reactivating themselves. Sejun processed the news cautiously. His peaceful crops might sit atop a battlefield without warning or defense. The dragon paused, hesitant but sincere, then asked Sejun directly for help managing threats beyond its control. Sejun promised Aline he'd help however possible, his resolve steady despite the dangers awaiting below. He stood confidently, declaring his intent to protect the farm, the animals, and their peaceful lives. This tower was his home now, and like any home, it was worth defending with everything he had. Even the bunnies rallied, nodding in agreement. Sejun wasn't facing this threat alone. The dragon's voice trembled with gratitude, finally understanding it wasn't just asking for help, it had gained allies. Sejun paused, realizing the tower's travel limits still restricted him from reaching the deeper, threatened floors. Just then, the scout returned from his mission, tail flicking confidently as he called to Sejun. Sejun welcomed him back, eager to share recent updates, though the scout clearly had his own agenda. With a serious tone, the scout announced an unexpected arrival. Someone had come seeking an audience directly. A hooded mouse stepped forward, bowing gently and introducing himself with measured calm and mysterious intent. The hooded mouse looked up, wide-eyed, mistaking Sejun for the legendary black dragon of old. Sejun stood confused, glancing down as the creatures around him waited to see how he'd respond. Sejun spotted a strange creature approaching his farm, its hooded cloak barely covering its tiny body. The creature paused, explaining it arrived with official business regarding Sejun's increasingly popular dungeon-grown crops. A scroll materialized, announcing Sejun's entry into the official Farmers Guild of the tower's 6th floor. Surprised but unfazed, Sejun scratched his chin, wondering what bureaucratic nonsense might come with the membership. The creature placed a steaming bowl beside him, an offering to begin guild recognition with dinner. Sejun offered a simple meal. Creatures gathered beside him, their curious eyes fixed on the visitor. The hooded creature gave thanks politely, then hesitated before revealing it had come with a request. Before Sejun could answer, he guessed the favor involved the dangerous red locusts swarming the 6th floor. Caught off guard, the messenger stammered, embarrassed Sejun already knew and hadn't offered aid sooner. Just as tension built, Sejun's companions interrupted, loudly demanding snacks, unaware of the serious talk unfolding nearby. The hooded creature analyzed Sejun's aura, puzzled by traces of the black dragon surrounding his presence. It questioned Sejun's origins, wondering why someone with no clear lineage held such mysterious hidden energy signatures. Though Sejun appeared like any ordinary climber, a faint, suppressed force lingered quietly beneath his calm exterior. The creature sensed undeniable energy, pure yet contained, radiating from Sejun's body at unpredictable, unstable intervals. Startled by the rising presence, the creature flinched mid-sip, confusion spreading across its face like wildfire. The creature stared into the red soup, feeling waves of gentle yet concentrated magical power radiate upward. Surprised by the taste, it found the sweetness, overwhelming energy, rich and harmoniously blended with natural dungeon honey. Sejun explained calmly how the ingredients were farm-grown, with help from rabbits skilled in organic cultivation. A rabbit slid a bowl forward, proudly offering vibrant cherry tomatoes grown deep within their burrow farm. Awestruck, the visitor inspected the tomato, realizing it matched a legendary variety once linked to dragons. Sejun listed their harvest: proudly sweet potatoes, carrots, corn, all grown with care inside the strange tower. The visitor perked up at the mention of peanuts, its cloak fluttering slightly with sudden excitement. Sejun, amused, agreed to share just one, as nearby critters watched with anticipation and quiet giggles. Even larger beasts joined the gathering, calmly eating beside the rabbits like they belonged in a family. The guest realized Sejun fed abandoned monsters, solving hunger issues and inventing new foods along the way. Sensing the dragon's lingering warmth, the visitor mistook Sejun's kindness as the beast's noble intention manifesting. Tears welled as it admired the imagined sacrifice, overwhelmed by what it believed to be truth. Sejun, confused by the dramatic bowing, could only watch as the creature pledged its unwavering loyalty. "Wait," what Sejun mumbled. The creature collapsed in devotion, misunderstanding everything that had happened so far. Still puzzled, Sejun casually suggested leek soup next, hoping the visitor would calm down and eat again. The guest inspected the labeled green onion. Energy pulsed faintly through its stem, unexpected strength and simplicity. It repeated the words, surprised by the name's accuracy. This wasn't food, but a hidden weapon. Far away, in a frozen land, the same green onion lay embedded within ice, waiting unnoticed. The trap was crude: coat a blade in blood, freeze it solid, and bury it shallow. A starving wolf, driven by scent and desperation, began licking the exposed edge without caution. The blood spread fast across the snow, proving the blade's cruel design worked exactly as intended. Once the tongue contacted the cold steel, it sealed the victim in place, draining them slowly. Back at the farm, Sejun shared the tale with conviction, warning others against such hidden dangers. He insisted on ethical farming, refusing any method that exploited creatures for gain or cruel traps. The guest reflected deeply, recognizing Sejun's words mirrored the forgotten values even ancient guardians once upheld. The guest declared Sejun must be the Black Dragon, praising his efforts and strategic food innovations. Sejun awkwardly laughed, unsure how to correct the misconception without making the situation even more confusing. Trying to shift focus, Sejun introduced his new test, observing how green onions influence locust reproduction rates. He explained they needed high-nutrient crops to increase yield and breed resistance into dungeon insect populations. The guest confidently assured assistance, summoning several live locusts from a shimmering portal for experimental use. With a confident gesture, the guest activated the portal, magical light pulsing as energy surged outward. A spell circle opened, shimmering violently. Sejun leaned forward, curious and slightly nervous about the contents. A black storm of red locusts burst from the portal, swarming the air like summoned artillery. The insects hovered midair, glowing with faint runes. Sejun blinked, realizing this wasn't a small sample. He stared blankly at the cloud. "You said a few," he muttered, overwhelmed by their numbers. The guest politely asked how Sejun planned to utilize the summoned red locusts for his experiment. Sejun crouched calmly, brushing dirt aside as he prepared a test site for the onion's effect. He gestured toward the planted onion row, asking if the locust could be guided there directly. Nodding firmly, the guest raised its staff and commanded the insects to descend toward the crops. The locusts responded with an aggressive buzz, their eyes flaring red as they hurtled toward the field. The red locusts descended in a swarm, wings spinning like blades as they targeted the field. With sharp eyes, they locked onto the green onions, interpreting them as potential food or threat. Several insects scratched at the stems, testing the surface and releasing faint green energy. With each contact, they recoiled slightly but persisted, antennae twitching as instincts battled against the strange properties of the crop. One locust flew upward, circling the stalk, its mandibles poised to strike through the dense plant core. The closest locust lunged at the green onion, mandibles aimed to crush the stalk cleanly through. But the plant struck first, its sharpened leaf sliced upward, reacting instinctively as a defense mechanism. Another locust tried diving in, only to meet a swift slash that knocked it backward violently. Each attack triggered a razor-like response, the onion's blades swinging with unnatural precision and silent strength. Sejun watched in awe as the locusts fell, whispering to himself, "Noir, it worked perfectly." A notification startled Sejun. His eyes widened as he realized the system had registered a new accomplishment. The message confirmed his success, a special achievement for defeating pests exclusively with harvested farm-grown crops. The announcement repeated, emphasizing his new trait XP gained directly through pest extermination via his own crops. Sejun processed the news slowly, then smiled with disbelief. His farm could now generate power passively. Elsewhere, high above the tower floors, a figure observed the result with approval and silent interest. In a private chamber, an elder addressed Sejun, surprised it took longer than expected to arrive. Sejun bowed respectfully, his quiet presence met by curious gazes and unreadable expressions from the gathered elders. The old man's gaze sharpened, sensing a shift. Sejun's instinct had evolved beyond normal dungeon adaptation. Suddenly, the elder gasped. Something Sejun held radiated energy, the same pulse that once disturbed ancient tower seals. Without delay, the group mobilized. They summoned reinforcements and ordered Sejun to accompany them back into the tower. A violent swarm descended from the sky, screeching and tearing into everything with bloodthirsty precision and fury. Sejun stood firm as claws and wings stormed forward. His rabbit allies fought fiercely to hold ground. "Keep them away from the wheat," Sejun barked, shielding a crate of radiant seeds with his body. With a deep breath, Sejun unleashed a fiery ring from his core, scorching the monsters mid-charge. The wolf beside him howled, eyes wide. "Loyalty," Sejun muttered, "isn't given, it's planted and earned." A rabbit-shaped projectile launched into the sky, its body tense, aimed at the enemy's core cluster. The ground shook as it struck, exploding in flame. Blazing spikes tore upward, searing monsters mid-formation. Scorched wings collapsed. Chitin cracked. Ash and debris scattered, marking the end of the frontline assault. The battlefield quaked. Burnt remains trembled. Red mist rose from ruptured earth, echoing the detonation's lingering wrath. Above, Sejun stabilized midair. Observers watched in silence as he summoned another spear from glowing green vines. Sejun's allies regrouped. The rabbits readied their weapons, standing firm as green stalks erupted from soil. The rabbits leapt into position. Sharp bamboo spears jutted upward, angled precisely toward the advancing beast swarm. A crimson vortex struck first, eliminating 2 beasts instantly. The others didn't hesitate, they charged, despite the loss. In seconds, the field swarmed red. Countless legs stormed forward, ignoring the forest of sharpened bamboo defenses. The spears activated mid-charge, slicing upward in waves. Insects fell in pieces, unable to breach Sejun's defense. A wolf and a bear stood guard. One insect lunged forward too slow. Its shell cracked instantly. More creatures descended, but the bamboo traps activated again, slicing clean through their legs, wings, and mandibles. Above them, a portal opened. Sejun emerged midair, surveying the front line while allies regrouped beneath him. The commander bear stepped forward, holding a glimmering pickaxe. This wasn't for farming, it was for war. The squad looked confused. The bear smiled proudly. "A miracle," someone whispered. Their farmer had become legend. Sejun hovered above the battlefield, commanding calmly. Allies below awaited orders. The portal pulsed, humming with power. With one gesture, the portal expanded. Warriors, animals, and supplies surged forward, racing into the heart of war. Insect troops screamed as they charged, swarming through the dust. They cried out for their black dragon overlord. Far from chaos, corn swayed peacefully. In hidden fields, a baby rabbit tended crops with steady paws. At his board, Sejun marked trade routes, inventory, and names. War raged, yet the farm endured quietly. Sejun stepped through rows of corn, stopping beside Burr, who clutched a thick stalk with determination. Bear hugged the green onion tight, eyes focused. His tiny arms trembled as he prepared to split. With one powerful tug, the stalk split cleanly. Bear beamed with pride, clutching both halves triumphantly. Sejun smiled, impressed. The little bear bounced excitedly. Even simple harvest tasks brought purpose and joy here. Farming wasn't easy, but with effort, teamwork, and trust, even baby bears could master the green onion. Days earlier, Sejun had crafted a green onion trade deal arming allies for the battle ahead. Now he rested beside his dragon, sharing lunch with friends, crops laid out neatly before them. He handed out the onions freely, stating it was a gift given in defense of the tower. The hooded bear accepted gratefully, but promised he'd repay Sejun's kindness, refusing to take it for granted. A second bear chimed in, suggesting a proper meal in return. Sejun chuckled, his work still growing. The hooded bear outlined a supply route plan establishing barriers to suppress red locust activity near waypoint. Sejun nodded thoughtfully, distracted by a distant sound. Leaves rustled. Something was munching in the field. Bear was caught mid-chew, chomping forbidden produce. The dragon scolded him, but he kept happily devouring stalks. Sejun sighed, glancing down. Bear clutched his belly and grinned. "They're delicious," he muttered, mouth still full. The wolf approached curiously. "May I try one too?" Sejun blinked, stunned by the unexpected culinary interest. Sejun prepared harvested onions for transport. The wolf offered to carry the bundle to the 6th floor. With supplies secured, the group departed. Sejun waved them off, reminding them to stay cautious of threats. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor, lizardmen gathered fallen locusts using the insect bodies as an emergency food source. Despite their effort, locust numbers surged. Corpses piled faster than cleared. The defenders' strength began to wane. Among the dead, red-eyed locusts stirred. Survivors fed on corpses multiplying fast, turning the battlefield into a breeding nest. To solve the overpopulation, silver wolves were dispatched hauling locust corpses to support the embattled 6th floor. The corpses were repurposed, some for food, others sold. Proceeds helped rebuild the damaged dragon shrine above. Naturally, the wolves received compensation for their help, as Sejun tended new crops under clear skies. Green onions thrived. Another harvest was secured, one batch sold at premium thanks to a new buyer. Sejun turned, startled. Intern lagged behind, arms limp. Farming, it turned out, was tougher than expected. Sejun scolded the intern. 5 minutes into farming, he had already stolen snacks and slacked off. Thankfully, extra food had been set aside. They wouldn't go hungry, but the warning stood firm. The intern apologized with a pout, promising not to repeat the mistake. Sejun nodded skeptically. Proudly, the intern declared his contribution selling vegetables through Dangshin, a known merchant contact with excellent connections. Sejun remained unconvinced. He doubled the intern's training. The intern yowled, stunned. Hard work had consequences. Sejun reminded the intern about rest, but instead of relaxing, the cat kept flapping green onion stalks, feigning weakness. The intern meowed and wobbled. Sejun raised an eyebrow, unconvinced by the poor acting. Annoyed, Sejun warned the intern to behave or face another intense round of unpaid, sun-baked labor. Suddenly, notifications popped up. His crops matured. The harvest triggered bonus XP just before another locust wave arrived. Sejun jumped joyfully. He had leveled up. His hard work in the soil had paid off again. Sejun plotted his next quest. Leveling up would increase magic and stamina, pushing him toward mastery. Before he could begin, the intern interrupted with a cheerful offer clearly not meant for farming. The intern insisted Sejun needed a paw massage. With hesitation, Sejun allowed the oddly specific suggestion. As paws pressed into his back, Sejun winced. Something was definitely off with the technique. A breeze passed quietly over the valley. Peace returned briefly while Sejun questioned every decision he had made. Deep in the woods, a monstrous tree creature stirred, its eyes glowed red with hostile ancient intent. Suddenly, the ground cracked as something huge dropped from above, smashing roots and dirt in its wake. A massive red bear stood tall, unfazed by the twisted forest that writhed angrily beneath its feet. Branches clawed toward him. He didn't flinch. With one growl, he shattered bark like dried paper. The bear muttered. He hadn't come to talk. He came to remind the forest who ruled. The red bear looked skyward, task complete. The sun was high. It was time to return. He stomped forward, roots cracking beneath him. His weight split stone as he retraced the trail home. Dragging the shattered branches behind, he wondered what meal awaited. Burr's happiness always mattered the most. The dragon stumbled into Sejun's field, breath heavy, tongue out. A large spicy pepper dropped into the arena, its aroma sharp. Without hesitation, the dragon gulped it down. Hunger. A calming warmth spread through his body as he devoured more, savoring each bite with deep satisfaction. Resting at last, the dragon thanked Sejun silently, feeling full and peaceful after days of forest struggle. Seijun strolled through his field, happy the rabbits enjoyed the harvest, their bellies full and calm. Suddenly, reward messages appeared again, pests eliminated by crops, experience gained without lifting a single finger. Far below, the black dragon monitored his orb, noting how explosive pests now aided his rank promotion. Seijun gazed skyward with hope, wondering if these strange events would help the tower floor evolve. With a soft step, the dragon touched the glowing orb, triggering changes neither he nor Seijun expected. The dragon's orb confirmed his promotion to floor manager, detailing zone authority and expansion points unlocked. He reviewed his new ability, granting buffs, altering systems, and expanding influence through the crystal ball. With focused eyes, he told Seijun his growth was now shaping the entire zone's structure. Seijun listened, curious if crop expansion now triggered global modifications without needing direct administrator notifications anymore. As the system confirmed new fertile areas, Seijun realized his quiet farm now influenced multiple tower zones. The earth burst as Seijun yanked hard. The system confirmed its effect boosts to speed and dodge rate, grown from high-purity magic seeds. Seijun shared the fresh harvest with the rabbits, everyone excited by the meal's benefits and taste. He packed more produce, preparing for transport, knowing the market above needed his tower-grown goods. While gathering crops, Seijun planned his route, hoping this trip would finally unlock new regional trade. Seijun double-checked the crates and offered final advice, ensuring the rabbits were ready to deliver safely. Turning back, he noticed the youngest rabbit lingering, quietly waiting to share some exciting construction news. Proudly standing tall, the rabbit declared Seijun's new home was finished and ready for inspection. With ears perked, the group led Seijun down the trail toward the completed shelter near the field. The sturdy stone house stood firm, built with care from the blueprint Seijun designed weeks ago. The rabbits proudly presented the kitchen, carefully crafted with stone counters and precise airflow for cooking safety. Seijun entered slowly, surprised by the thoughtful layout that perfectly matched his original hand-drawn floor sketch. He collapsed onto the floor, warmth rising beneath him. Surprised by the soft comfort of the stone, outside, Seijun tried to recall the underfloor heating design, unsure how rabbits replicated something so advanced. The builder rabbit smiled, explaining they'd used patterns from ancient trees and past homes to guide construction. Seijun rested in the new house, still amazed by the rabbit's advanced knowledge of architectural systems. Curious, he followed Bud to a small wooden room, wondering what secrets the rabbits kept inside. A door flung open before he could react. Inside, two rabbits sat cozily among fresh greens. Embarrassed, Bud lunged to cover Seijun's eyes, scolding him for entering without proper manners or warning. While tending crops, Seijun sensed something off. The soil near the edge felt dry and brittle. He turned toward the forest, catching Red's uneasy glance, which signaled something strange was happening nearby. Red stood firm, warning Seijun that something large had recently moved through the land without notice. A dark figure emerged behind Red, an elder bear with vines clutched tightly in his grip. Before them towered a massive tree, with crimson leaves and rotting bark. The elder bear presented a fallen ancient tree, offering its unique wood to aid Seijun's farm. Seijun stepped closer, awed by its twisting roots and density. Recognizing it as sacred tier lumber, Red agreed to haul the wood back, grinning proudly at the chance to help the community. As the bear departed, Seijun pondered how to best shape the rare lumber into something practical. Before plans began, Bud leapt forward with an axe, gleaming with excitement to chop the first piece. While Seijun planned nearby, Bud inspected the tree, asking if it could become a bed frame. He tapped the bark gently, unaware a red glow had flickered to life beneath its surface. In an instant, blackened roots shot upward, snatching Bud into the air with terrifying speed. Trapped and squeezed tightly, Bud cried out for help, his small body overwhelmed by the twisted limbs. The once dormant tree awakened fully, revealing a sinister face and laughing as darkness pulsed through its trunk. Seijun froze as the corrupted tree roared, twisting its limbs wildly while Bud remained tightly trapped inside. The tree's roots dug deep and cracked earth around it, growing more aggressive with every pulsing breath. Without hesitation, Red dashed forward, Seijun shouting orders behind him. Red launched himself with full force, claws clenched, wood splintered and shook as Bud tumbled free. The tree lashed out, its limbs slicing the air. With blazing speed, Red slammed into its trunk again. He locked his jaws onto a darkened root, eyes glowing blue. Red ripped through corrupted wood, snarling as bark peeled off in strips under his crushing bite. With a deafening roar, Red launched a final strike, shattering limbs while Seijun rushed in behind. Seijun panicked as the battle raged, desperate to help but unsure how to contribute effectively. A system alert chimed, revealing that Sejun's authority could affect tree-related corruption due to his farm connection. He begged Alban for insight, hoping the dragon's wisdom could unlock a way to intervene. Alban flipped open an ancient book, searching for rituals that could target entropic root infestations directly. As Red struggled, Sejun's status updated only a specific chant could sever the core corruption. Sejun shouted to Red, urging him to shrink and dodge before the tree's grasp locked down. Red shifted size mid-air, narrowly slipping through a curling root that aimed. Sejun moved quickly, charging toward the base. Black roots shrieked and lashed outward, but Sejun reached the bark. As Sejun stared into the core, dozens of red eyes opened at once. Sejun drove the dagger deep into the bark. A rotten red core emerged, pierced cleanly, dark sap dripping. The massive tree collapsed with a final groan. Sejun caught his breath. A system chimed declaring the area purified and experience granted for victory. Red tugged urgently at his sleeve, pointing beyond the clearing, where something new had quietly arrived. Just as calm returned, thunderous footsteps echoed. A new wave of threats surged from the forest. Sejun's expression hardened as dozens of corrupted figures marched forward, glowing red eyes locked onto his field. A system alert confirmed it. Many corrupt ENT scouts had infiltrated, signaling a larger invasion was coming. The mutated tree monsters stormed the clearing, their red eyes locked onto Sejun's peaceful farmland without hesitation. Sejun stood silently, calculating the number and direction of enemies, while gripping his straw hat tighter. With a sudden blur, a crimson bear launched from behind, slamming into monsters before Sejun even moved. The bear landed beside Sejun. Alert and growling, Sejun pointed calmly as the next wave approached fast. The bear roared and leapt high into the sky, crashing down into the enemy ranks with force. The tree monsters closed in, their claws raised. The red bear crashed into the ground with immense force. Its eyes narrowed with precision. The bear shifted posture. It lunged forward with unstoppable speed, slamming. Spinning mid-strike, the bear's massive paw delivered another crushing blow. Sejun dashed forward, drawing his sickle, spinning mid-air as momentum guided him into the advancing horde. With a clean arc, his blade sliced through the nearest creature, dropping it before its claws reached him. More tree beasts surged in from behind, forcing Sejun to pivot, eyes wide, trying to hold position. Glancing around, Sejun noticed a break in formation. Some monsters had circled past him, heading for the field. The rabbit charged down the slope, responding to Sejun's call, aiming to intercept the breach before damage spread. Black Bunny bolted down the slope, wooden hammer in paw, targeting the fastest enemy without hesitation. Eyes locked ahead, it accelerated sharply, springing high into the air with flawless timing and aim. The hammer struck mid-arc with a deafening crack, splintering the monster's chest and sending others scattering backward. Sejun paused, watching proudly as Black Bunny landed gracefully. Another creature lunged, eyes glowing fiercely, but Black Bunny crouched, ready to react with practiced speed and force. White Rabbit's blade sliced clean through the monster's chest. The monster cracked and shattered instantly. Without stopping, White Rabbit spun mid-air. Shards flew through the air as White Rabbit landed gracefully. Black Bunny stepped beside White Rabbit, warning calmly, reminding that overconfidence could lead to a critical mistake. Reinforcements arrived. Dozens of rabbits rushed out from burrows, ears sharp, hammers and claws already at ready. With a unified cry, they launched toward the monsters, leaping through the air and attacking without hesitation. Sejun moved through the chaos, slashing precisely, keeping the monsters back to protect the smaller fighters behind him. He called over his shoulder, urging the rabbits to remain alert as enemies poured in from all sides. Black Bunny spotted danger ahead, eyes widened, ears stiff. Something large was moving fast toward Sejun's exposed position. The ground trembled as something massive landed. Towering tree limbs slammed down. The army of smaller monsters parted, making room for the enormous elite guardian emerging from the forest line. Sejun and the rabbits froze momentarily. The creature's body twisted unnaturally, its glowing red eyes focused only forward. Sejun's breath caught in his throat as he read the system alert. He shouted for retreat, grabbing two younger rabbits as the monster charged forward, shaking trees with each step. Red Bear Jr. sprinted across the battlefield, eyes locked on Sejun, rage rising at the looming threat. Without slowing, it crashed full force into the elite ent, shielding Sejun with its entire body mid-air. The young bear growled deeply, baring teeth, declaring its intent to protect the man it called father. Sejun knew the situation was critical. They couldn't defeat this monster without serious backup from higher-level allies. Wind howled as the ENT raised both arms. Sejun gritted his teeth, preparing for the devastating blow. Before the anti's blow landed, a powerful figure descended. The impact echoed through the valley, forcing the anti's entire body backward and shielding Sejun from harm. Sejun looked up in disbelief as the armored warrior stood tall, silently scanning the battlefield for threats. It was the Goat King, a powerful ally long unseen, now returned to protect the farm once again. Without hesitation, the Goat King stepped forward, hammer in hand, challenging the ENT directly as tension thickened. A thunderous roar split the air as the Ent was thrown backward, crashing into splinters and stone. Red Bear, now fully grown, unleashed his strength, eyes locked on anything threatening his land or family. Goat King stood beside Sejun, armor gleaming, silently affirming that justice had returned to the battlefield. Sejun turned in surprise. Another presence had arrived, calm and quiet. The Administrator Dragon revealed itself, smiling slightly, explaining how it had monitored the conflict from afar all along. The small dragon grinned wide with pride, its confidence confirmed after quietly guiding reinforcements to the field. Sejun smiled in relief, realizing even distant allies had answered the call in their own way. Together, the defenders, rabbits, beasts, and warriors formed a united front around the farmland, ready for the next threat. Red Bear perked up at Sejun's offer, motivated by the promise of a big dinner reward. The Goat King blinked at the mention of food, while Red Bear licked his lips in anticipation. Red Bear let out a cheerful battle cry, leaping forward as Black Bunny flew overhead confidently. With Sejun's command, the entire group advanced, energy high and focused on driving back the remaining monsters. Motivated by dinner, family, and duty, the defenders surged toward the enemy line with synchronized strength and purpose. Far beyond the field, the withered forest stirred, crimson leaves scattered across cursed soil tainted by decay. From the cliff above, a cloaked wolf observed silently, its glowing eyes locked on Sejun's distant farm. Two cloaked figures approached the ruined forest, one surprised to find only ash where trees once stood. The elder wolf explained quietly this devastation was caused by red locusts. Nothing green had survived their swarm. As they stepped over scorched roots, a patrol questioned their purpose, claiming to be collecting rare locusts. The older wolf admitted the mission wasn't paid, just assigned by local scouts while others were fighting. The younger feline's fur bristled with fury, declaring loudly that their group was clearly being tricked and used. The feline stormed off with determination, ears twitching in frustration, ignoring the wolf's call from behind. Without hesitation, the cat pulled up their cloak, tightened it around the neck, and marched toward the tents. The merchant camp stood ahead, a red banner fluttering ominously above. A lizard guard turned silently, eyes narrowing as the feline approached with visible tension in every stride. Blocking the flap with his spear, the lizard spoke coldly. No entry was allowed without proper authorization. The feline stomped a paw, insisting loudly they weren't unauthorized, just eager to speak to Tona directly. The guard explained Tona wasn't available without notice, but the feline pushed forward with a passionate claim. Chest puffed, the feline declared their relationship status with Tona as very serious, stunning bystanders into silence. Nearby creatures paused to murmur, heads turning toward the tent as the wolf arrived to investigate the noise. The wolf scowled in disbelief, ears twitching in frustration, muttering about the cat's theatrics ruining peace again. The cat stood proudly, boasting to the crowd that his bond was genuine, forged through deep instinct. Villagers paused their work, confused by the claim. Their chatter stopped as tension spread throughout the camp. A towering wolf turned slowly, ears twitching. Energy surged through his body. With narrowed eyes he growled, anger rising, ready to defend sacred traditions. He approached the cat, still holding dried herbs, demanding answers while the cat blinked, unfazed and proud. Teo explained his logic confidently, building a chain of reasoning to justify his imagined connection with Kona. He stared at the crowd, eyes wide with conviction, expecting praise for his conclusion and serious intentions. The wolf sighed deeply, resisting the urge to argue. Teo slipped away from the awkward silence, tail twitching, unsure if his message had been fully understood. From the tent, a small voice scolded him firmly. Inside the strategy tent, murmurs rose as leaders gathered to discuss defense against the next dungeon threat. Over a detailed map, scouts explained monster movements, trying to anticipate the next wave's direction and strength. Teo entered mid-discussion, immediately mistaken for a delivery cat, drawing curious glances from the tacticians around him. He proudly corrected them, insisting he was collecting field data on wolf behavior for complex relationship analysis. Confused, the group paused, one lizardkin muttered, unsure if they had accidentally welcomed a feline sociologist spy. The lizard leader grinned, introducing himself as commander of lizardkin forces stationed near the eastern supply road. He explained the wolves weren't enemies, but allies who cleared monsters faster than anyone expected this season. Teo clutched a fluffy pink mushroom, offended that his analytical work was being taken too lightly again. Frustrated, Teo turned dramatically, declaring his intent to submit his findings to higher authorities for scientific review. The lizard commander sighed, muttering that Teo's logic turned every battlefield into a personal romantic drama theater. The mouse reminded them all without Teo their defenses would have crumbled under the red locust invasion. He added Teo's green dragon victory to the record, reinforcing the weight of the current demand. Teo puffed his chest, proudly labeling himself a divine agent, sent to collect overdue battlefield dues. Chief Toru growled low, only restrained by his comrade's calming words before pride spiraled into diplomatic chaos again. Grimacing, Toru relented. The tent flap rustled in the wind as coins jingled toward Teo's victory. The wolf approached Teo from across the camp, his expression calm. Teo walked ahead proudly, tail swaying, completely satisfied with how his negotiations ended in his favor. The wolf tossed a gift in appreciation, acknowledging the feline's bargaining skills and contributions to camp stability. Teo declared himself an official representative of the Great Black Dragon, lifting his head with ceremonial dignity. The wolf chuckled, reminding Teo that strength earns respect but fair demands prevent others from taking advantage again. Teo reflected on his allies, realizing their cooperation and patience helped keep the camp stable today. Though proud, he acknowledged his recent overreactions and promised to analyze future threats with better awareness. The mouse companion considered Teo's influence, quietly recognizing how far his name had spread among dungeon factions. Teo stared into the sky, understanding the weight of responsibility tied to his rising fame and title. Behind every myth stood Sejun, the real reason Teo's reputation held power, though few outside truly understood. The mouse understood the tower's corruption ran deep. Even power itself had become a dangerous currency. Food distribution was critical, and letting selfish groups control it could tip the entire balance of survival. Teo remained cheerful, unaware that powerful eyes now followed his every move with increasing caution and concern. He cheerfully promised to return, tail high, heading toward his next task deeper within the tower. The mouse watched him go, knowing rumors were already spreading, some true and others far more dangerous. Teo dashed away from camp, determined to find Sejun and report everything that had happened recently. Meanwhile, deep below, a system alert triggered near Sejun's farm. An event notification appeared without warning. Sejun stared at the floating text, reading details about an approaching boss monster near his cultivation zone. The air shifted suddenly. Sejun stepped outside, eyes narrowing as tremors grew stronger beneath the soil. A massive creature burst from the ground. Sejun stood firm, already preparing defenses without hesitation or fear. Sejun's swift coordination and the animal's power brought the battle to a controlled and decisive finish. The red bear offered materials from fallen enemies, assisting Sejun with valuable wood from corrupted ents. Their teamwork allowed Sejun to rebuild defense posts and reinforce the farm's outer edge for safety. Sejun studied the destroyed ENT remains, learning these threats likely came from the tower's dark western corridor. The red bear casually chewed bark, explaining how the Ents lost reason after defying nature's original purpose. Sejun apologized to the bear for the oversight, but the red bear quickly dismissed his concern. The bear acknowledged Sejun's hard work and promised to gather more forest resources for upcoming support. As the bear left, Sejun pondered the tower's deeper secrets and the enemies that lingered below. A notification appeared mid-thought, reminding Sejun that some monsters weren't born evil, they were shaped by suffering. Far beneath, a dark figure read silently, aware that Sejun's influence now threatened even the deep floors. A distant figure studied ancient texts, noting monsters should remain dormant unless exposed to external contamination. Sejun reviewed his farm's ecosystem, questioning why recent activity had triggered the monsters despite careful balance. They considered their stockpile vegetables, fruits. Sejun's stomach growled loudly, reminding them they hadn't eaten since battling the corrupted Ents that morning. Deciding priorities, they began frying golden croquettes, letting the mystery wait until after Sejun prepared the croquettes with care. Working quickly as hungry eyes gathered around, the red bear stood by, watching eagerly while Sejun served fresh golden pieces onto. Outside, animals and dungeon dwellers gathered peacefully. Dozens of dishes surrounded the campfire, meat, bread, fruits all made from farm-grown ingredients Sejun had carefully cultivated. A towering beast took a slow bite, eyes widening with joy as peace settled across the clearing. A giant minotaur chewed thoughtfully, savoring the crisp leaf wrap as Sejun watched his reaction closely. Suddenly, the minotaur's eyes sparkled with overwhelming joy, loudly praising the flavor in a deep, booming voice. Sejun served the next plate to a draconic beast, its orb glowing softly with pleased vibrations. As dishes were shared, Sejun walked calmly, checking on each guest, offering second helpings where needed. The red bear looked at Sejun warmly, silently grateful for the peace this small farmer brought today. The red bear gestured excitedly, reminding Sejun about a massive delivery that had just arrived nearby. Sejun followed him to the edge of the field, spotting a towering stack of freshly harvested leaves. With the help of wolf allies, the huge bundle was carried carefully into the open space. Sejun climbed atop the leaves, checking their quality while the bear munched proudly on a small piece. Suddenly, the stack shifted beneath him. Sejun lost balance as the entire mountain of leaves began to tumble. Sejun turned around in surprise as the animals gathered urgently, visibly nervous and whispering among themselves. A sheep clutched her side, trembling slightly. Her wide eyes confirmed what everyone feared was happening today. Sejun gasped as realization struck. New lambs were arriving, and the birthing process had already begun. Panic spread across the field. Supplies were shouted, hooves clattered, and every creature scrambled into action. Hours later, the barn echoed with happy squeals. Healthy lambs were born, and everyone finally relaxed in relief. Sejun gently opened the barn door, greeted by eager faces awaiting news of the newborn bunny arrivals. A crowd of villagers leaned in curiously, their expressions softening the moment they heard the gentle sounds. Inside, Sejun sat calmly as the third generation of baby bunnies nestled safely into his quiet arms. Wrapped in soft cloth, the tiny bunnies slept peacefully. Sejun entered the scorched canyons, searching for resources. The ground trembled with unnatural, repeated force. A fire spirit emerged from the sand, body ablaze. Unfazed, Sejun stepped closer. He had prepared. His farming tools pulsed quietly with hidden magical energy. The fire spirit growled. Sejun had harvested rare flames from the tower, something only a master could handle. Suddenly, a massive boar charged from behind. Sejun turned, adjusting stance, ready for the true challenge. The flaming beast lunged at Sejun, claws glowing, its fury burning hotter than the red flame peaks. Sejun blocked the charge with his gauntlets, flames exploding around them. He twisted midair, absorbing recoil, then countered fast, aiming for the monster's chest with a downward precise strike. The old man watched closely, licking roasted meat, amused at Sejun's power shown without hesitation or fear. As fire roared again, the elder bit down with satisfaction, unmoved by danger unfolding before his eyes. Sejun landed hard, flames flaring around him. His body remained steady, muscles tense from absorbing the blast. The flaming beast reeled, confused by Sejun's resistance, questioning how a mere farmer deflected fire-infused force. Sejun charged again, fist glowing, fire coiling around his arm, igniting power stored deep in enchanted fabric. The boar spirit dashed in retaliation, its hooves cracking the earth as it barreled forward without hesitation. Sejun watched calmly as a wall of fire burst skyward. Sejun swung his arm, redirecting the blaze. The inferno bent. The boar lunged with fiery speed. Sejun braced himself. Mockery followed the charge. The boar's arrogance rose, convinced Sejun would roast like mere meat. Sejun spun midair, trapped in the vortex. Heat tightened. The elder's voice cut through flame. His tone remained calm, as if everything was unfolding as planned. The flaming boar charged again, shrieking as it whipped across the battlefield in a scorching arc. Sejun countered swiftly, landing hard. The impact cracked stone beneath him. The beast declared victory, preparing to smash Sejun before he could retaliate or recover from midair. Sejun stood firm, gaze steady. His voice was low. He remembered something the creature clearly did not. Energy swirled around his hands. Blue light flared, piercing the flames. A vortex of blue energy surged upward. Sejun's stance widened, his eyes narrowed. No longer just a farmer, Sejun revealed truth. His strength wasn't born from soil. The boar flinched as impact roared. Blasts erupted like thunder. The battlefield title echoed. The top dungeon farmer. Sejun landed lightly. The boar collapsed beneath him, twitching. Sejun exhaled deeply, standing atop the fallen beast. The red flame mountains finally fell quiet again. System messages echoed. The flaming wild boar defeated, rare curse herbs and essence added to storage. The fiery aura faded as green light returned. The corrupted land breathed again beneath resting hooves. Sejun grinned, lifting one hand. The true secret, he thought, came from cultivating flawless solar sweet potatoes. As bushes rustled nearby, Sejun turned quickly. Something small scurried. Whatever it was, it knew his name. Sejun spotted a small creature approaching. Its round eyes locked onto him from across the soft grass. The old man blinked. He tilted his head, surprised. The tiny figure seemed oddly familiar somehow. The cat stepped forward, chest puffed out. A badge shimmered on its cloak, marked with spice. Sejun clutched his roasted prize. The cat demanded answers, voice sharp, tail twitching with suspicious energy. With a sly grin, Sejun raised the sweet potato higher. Clouds drifted slowly above the quiet forest. Peace had returned, but a new conversation had begun. The pepper cat perked up, ears flicking. It questioned Sejun's past, specifically his student named Dongshik. Sejun chuckled. The sweet potato giveaway was typical. Dongshik always shared before asking, never after training. The cat bowed with sincerity. It spoke respectfully, grateful to Sejun for lifting the fiery mountain's curse. Sejun smiled, but the cat's mood flipped fast. Debt, it said, wasn't symbolic. Payment would be collected soon. The pepper cat stood firm. Its green eyes gleamed as it demanded a formal magical contract. Sejun raised a brow. Tower contracts were binding, often dangerous if misunderstood or misworded in haste. The cat flailed, pleading dramatically. It wanted Sejun's help, just not through formal debt or magical clauses. Instead, Sejun offered something different: genuine friendship. No restrictions, no binding marks, just shared trust and aid. The cat paused. Friendship, it realized, had its own magic, but only if loyalty flowed both ways. The pepper cat raised its paw, ready to begin. It had a plan in mind. The cat leaned forward, eyes shining. Its first task would soon be delivered. Deep inside the tower, a sealed pot sat on fire. Something inside boiled gently with pressure. Steam hissed as the lid lifted. Warm broth shimmered beneath, filled with chunks of golden vegetables. Dongshik approached the pot, smiling. He inhaled deeply, unaware his peaceful meal was now the mission. Dongshik stretched proudly. The stew had simmered for hours. His instincts told him it was complete. He moved with care, sprinkling salt as instructed. The red locusts glistened beside chopped root vegetables. Inspired by monsters' habits, he replicated their dish. Fear turned to curiosity inside his quiet kitchen. A system alert flashed. The new recipe was recognized. His cooking skill climbed another impressive tier. Without hesitation, Dongshik bit in. The stew was rich, savory, and nothing like he had imagined. Dongshik bit in with high hopes. Instantly, the outer layer resisted with unexpected rubbery strength. He pulled harder. The food stretched like hardened leather, refusing to tear despite his growing confusion. With a loud crash, he toppled backward. The stew's surface wobbled, but the dish stayed intact. Groaning from the floor, he muttered. A nearby creature peeked out, concerned by the sudden noise. A system alert pinged. Dongshik's eyes widened as he read, cooking flaw detected, hardness exceeds edible limit. System messages flooded Dongshik's view. His stew was officially too tough for consumption by standard beings. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. A new plan was needed, and fast, hungry guests were waiting. He returned to the table, ready to salvage the meal. This time, soft texture was priority. Dongshik served a fresh bowl. The waiting animals leaned closer, noses twitching as warmth filled the room. A system ping confirmed it: red locust stew edible. Dongshik smiled. This time, it was perfect. A system alert confirmed success. Dongshik had unknowingly created the first military ration: red locust soup. Details flashed before him: energy restoration, muscle recovery, enhanced defense. It was no ordinary tower stew. Dongshik raised a brow. Military ration sounded official. Still, one sip in, his body jolted upright. His eyes widened as energy surged through his core. He stared at the bowl in disbelief. The locusts didn't taste strange, they tasted like pure adrenaline. Dongshik's eyes sparkled. The flavor clicked in his memory. He realized it tasted exactly like chicken. The bear tilted its head, puzzled. Dongshik pointed out toward the field, quietly recalling what chicken meant. Together they sat at the porch edge. The stew bowl rested between them, warm and shared. Above, rabbits napped peacefully on the roof. Below, Dongshik fetched seconds, his heart full from simple joy. Sejun drank deeply, savoring every drop. Relieved, he wiped his mouth, acknowledging the meal's strength. Grateful for nourishment after relentless, exhausting efforts, Sejun collapsed onto the floor, body heavy yet satisfied. Appreciating rare comfort amidst the harsh tower environment, he thoughtfully reflected, realizing consistent meals might enhance survival, while awaiting unexpected tower notifications that soon appeared. Startled by the sudden alert, Sejun's focus sharpened, realizing another quest demanded urgent attention without delay. A dark creature emerged, holding a glowing orb, its piercing eyes revealing anger at being ignored. Sejun froze, realizing the entity had been watching silently, observing every action since their first meal. The creature admitted knowledge of the invasion, explaining secrets about distribution points discovered through constant surveillance. Its voice grew harsher, demanding recognition, furious that Sejun overlooked its presence despite crucial information provided. Shocked and overwhelmed, Sejun grasped the situation's gravity, realizing danger escalated beyond control, leaving survival uncertain. Sejun panicked, quickly explaining, hoping to ease tension, desperate to prevent the creature's growing hostility. Hearing about a special soup, curiosity stirred within the creature, questioning whether Sejun truly considered it. Sejun explained calmly, describing his recent experiments with poisonous meat and possible antidotes developed during practice. He emphasized his determination, explaining each trial aimed to strengthen survival strategies against the tower's dangers. The creature listened quietly, holding the glowing orb. The creature's expression softened slightly, surprised by Sejun's words, questioning if he truly cared about it. Sejun quickly offered reassurance, promising to prepare something immediately, eager to ease rising suspicion and tension. The creature tapped its glowing orb, considering his sincerity. It agreed reluctantly, deciding to wait, though its gaze never left him, cautious of possible deceit. The creature leaned closer, declaring its intent to observe him carefully, ensuring promises would be fulfilled. Sejun swallowed nervously, realizing the challenge ahead. Fresh vegetables were gathered swiftly. He stirred the boiling pot carefully, blending ingredients with precision. Sejun tasted the broth cautiously, satisfied by its balance. The soup shimmered brightly, steam rising, as the system confirmed successful preparation of his crafted meal. The system confirmed his creation, displaying the dish's details, highlighting nutritional value and potential beneficial effects. Sejun proudly presented the soup, explaining he substituted ingredients carefully to suit the creature's unique preferences. He offered the steaming bowl politely, ready to serve, unaware the system had triggered another alert. Startled, he realized the administrator intervened, issuing commands, suddenly affecting distribution of his carefully prepared dish. The creature eagerly accepted, pouring soup quickly, ignoring warnings, consuming everything as Sejun struggled to protest. The creature lifted the bowl eagerly, delighted by the aroma, anticipation rising as steam drifted upward. It brought the soup closer, ready to taste, curious whether Sejun's effort truly matched its expectations. Eyes widened as the first sip touched its tongue. Unable to resist, it gulped rapidly, consuming mouthfuls eagerly. Overwhelmed with satisfaction, the creature wagged its tail, expressing genuine delight, acknowledging Sejun's skill without hesitation. The creature exclaimed joyfully, overwhelmed by flavor, declaring the dish unlike anything experienced before. The creature stomped excitedly, wings flapping uncontrollably, unable to contain the exhilaration surging through its body. Its heart pounded faster, struggling to calm down, unsure whether the dish or emotions caused it. Concerned by its reaction, hoping his cooking hadn't triggered unintended consequences. He worried quietly, glancing at the soup pot, wondering if flavor balance caused such a response. Sejun received confirmation the administrator enjoyed the dish, relief washing over him as pressure momentarily eased. He apologized sincerely, explaining his excitement upon finding potatoes made him forget about proper consideration. Presenting crispy potato snacks, he hoped to show sincerity, offering them as a gesture of goodwill. The system clarified the administrator's feelings, reassuring Sejun she appreciated his effort despite earlier misunderstandings. Sejun admitted initial worry, then smiled warmly, grateful for support, acknowledging survival wouldn't be possible alone. The creature called Sejun's name gently, holding the glowing orb tightly, preparing something important for him. Energy surged as it concentrated, triggering a system response, shocking Sejun with an unexpected new quest. The notification revealed he could unlock talent through potatoes, leaving him stunned by the unusual requirement. The creature explained calmly, revealing contribution points and its own power were used for Sejun's benefit. Encouraged, Sejun accepted the gift, presenting crispy potatoes proudly. The system notified Sejun of his completed quest, signaling the start of his long-awaited reward. Details explained he could designate up to 10 peasants, granting them rewards through his authority. Sejun studied the notification carefully, intrigued by the talent's potential, contemplating how to apply it. Calling for EEB, he prepared to test the new power, wondering how designation truly functioned. Curious, he examined the interface, exploring the peasant list, Uncertain yet eager to experiment immediately, Sejun selected EEB as his peasant, swiping the interface. EEB noticed something above his head, excitement rising as the system confirmed his new designation clearly. Sejun decided to test immediately, instructing EEB to gather cherry tomatoes to measure effectiveness accurately. EEB asked the required amount, and Sejun estimated about 100 to complete the task. With incredible speed, EEB launched forward. Sejun was impressed by EEB's speed, the system confirming successful collection of requested cherry tomatoes. He realized the landlord's skill transferred 1% of his abilities to designated peasants automatically. Sejun encouraged everyone, recognizing this ability would expand farming efforts, making the land more productive. Rabbits gathered quickly, demonstrating readiness, their presence reinforcing Sejun's commitment to cultivating stronger farming companions. Exhausted, one rabbit complained of fatigue, reminding Sejun that even with skills, rest remained essential. Sejun designated another rabbit as a peasant, expanding his workforce to improve efficiency on tasks. The rabbit blinked nervously at the new role, quickly realizing responsibilities came with unavoidable expectations. Sejun encouraged everyone, reminding them hard work was essential, warning against laziness or unnecessary hesitation. They all headed toward the fields together, preparing to contribute effort toward cultivating the farm. Suddenly, movement erupted in the crops, startling them as something unexpected crashed through the plants. Dozens of tree-like monsters emerged from the fields. They laughed eerily, surrounding the crops. Flames erupted violently, consuming the object's surface. The bear quickly seized the burning object, while Sejun stood nearby, urgency pushing them into immediate action. With powerful arms, the bear swung forward. The projectile crashed hard, erupting into a massive explosion. From the smoke and flames, glowing red eyes locked menacingly on them. A clean slash cut through the enemy. Surveying the burning field, tactics formed quickly, recognizing weakened foes disintegrating under spreading flames consuming them rapidly. Sejun shifted his focus toward massive advancing threats, knowing these towering monsters demanded his immediate strategic attention. The battlefield shook violently as gigantic enemies thundered forward. One enormous beast lunged downward, smashing obstacles apart. The monster's body shook violently as force shattered through its hardened frame. The towering creature retaliated savagely, slamming the ground. Glowing red eyes locked forward, its monstrous form lunging closer. The massive bear countered fiercely, stomping down with incredible strength. With unstoppable momentum, the bear smashed forward. Sejun steadied himself, realizing the battlefield's intensity demanded both his strategy and the grizzly bear's strength. He swung decisively, blade cutting through corrupted wood. Sejun miscalculated slightly, strike grazing awkwardly, forcing him to adjust quickly against another advancing corrupted foe. Corrupted and swarmed relentlessly, but the grizzly bear's raw strength overwhelmed them, crushing resistance into splintered rubble together. Sejun and the bear stood resolute, safeguarding allies while ensuring dominance across the hostile battlefield. Sejun considered their progress, weighing the future carefully, envisioning stability alongside continued battles for survival. He moved confidently beside the grizzly bear, their partnership steady, resilience built through countless shared encounters. A massive corrupted root slammed downward, its strike threatening destruction. The grizzly bear intervened powerfully, shielding Sejun while announcing victory through dominance, crushing lingering threats completely. He inspected the battlefield aftermath, recognizing scattered enemies fading, knowing greater challenges awaited beyond current triumph. Sejun encountered allies approaching urgently, their presence signaling both renewed danger and potential battlefield cooperation. He acknowledged pressing concerns, recognizing destroyed farmland required restoration, but immediate threats demanded his stronger priority. Sejun's blade pierced another corrupted foe. From beneath the battlefield, a greater corrupted entity stirred violently. His attack meeting hardened bark, cracking the monster's frame under relentless focused precision. Sejun clenched his fist in frustration, striking the ground, unwilling to yield despite mounting difficulties. Determined, he searched urgently, eyes scanning the battlefield, desperate to locate the hidden corrupted tree's position. The scene shifted upward, revealing towering cliffs and jagged rocks, signaling movement toward the tower's higher level. their heavy steps echoing across the stone passageways. An older warrior advanced cautiously, questioning direction, noting uncertainty as mysterious paths stretched deeper into rocky terrain. A seasoned warrior crouched, questioning the feline companion, searching for truth behind its sudden revelations. The feline's eyes glowed fiercely, confidence radiating as it prepared to reveal vital hidden knowledge. A shimmering projection materialized, fragments floating mysteriously, evidence of concealed forces shaping the unfolding tower conflict. The warrior contemplated carefully, recognizing significance, realizing this discovery could alter balance within the tower. Relieved, the warrior acknowledged newfound guidance, grip tightening on his weapon, resolve strengthening for battles ahead. The cloak shifted suddenly, revealing a hidden creature descending. A serpentine Lindgren emerged, emerald scales gleaming brightly. Its name resonated clearly, identifying species, signaling the dangerous rarity and immense power of this entity. The warrior observed closely, intrigued by unusual features, recognizing strength but questioning how it resembled snake kind. Discussion turned serious, feline proposing temptation, while warrior weighed law against survival, conflicted over necessary choices. The feline received treats eagerly, sealing an agreement, its confidence fueling the risky alliance forming. Treats glowed brightly, clutched firmly. Suddenly, the Lindgren lunged downward, fierce motion threatening both warrior and feline as chaos erupted instantly. Amid rapid descent, the feline soared, paws outstretched, desperate to secure the pack's fragile offering. Below, camp preparations resumed cautiously, warriors reorganizing defenses, unaware of the powerful covenant just established above. Armored scouts emerged cautiously from the forest. They approached steadily, acknowledging allies, their presence reinforcing stability within the shifting and uncertain battlefield environment. Exchanges confirmed recent encounters, reports detailing dangers faced, and tactics employed against threatening corrupted forces. The group evaluated supplies, recounting strained efforts, recognizing survival, relied on cooperation, and strategic shared responsibilities. Attention turned toward greater challenges, measuring resources against looming threats that demanded immediate preparation and coordination. The older warrior paused, addressing the feline companion, preparing to share observations gathered during travels. He recalled exploring numerous tower floors, encountering dangerous Lindgrens, each battle testing his endurance and determination. Further investigations included questioning residents, seeking confirmation of activity, searching diligently for signs of other hunters. Locals revealed surprising truths, insisting no outsiders existed, marking him unique among countless tower encounters. Kneeling solemnly, he prepared to voice pressing concerns, driven by curiosity and unease from recent discoveries. The warrior demanded clarity, suspicion rising, determined to uncover the feline's concealed knowledge and secrets. Startled, the feline's eyes widened, expression shifting as hidden truths pressed forward against its will. Suddenly, excitement overtook hesitation. Feline revealed knowledge, voice steady, while eyes gleamed with undisguised certainty. Vision shifted, light pierced through cavern walls, revealing fertile farmland hidden deep within the tower. Tomato plants thrived abundantly, ripe fruit hanging heavily, signaling valuable resources critical for survival and progress. System notifications confirmed progress, Sejun's farming skills advancing rapidly through experience gained from cultivation. Kneeling carefully, Sejun harvested ripe cherry tomatoes, hand steady while filling baskets with vibrant red produce. He assessed the crops, recognizing potential for greater yields, determination strengthening with each successful harvest collected. Confidence grew as he envisioned trade opportunities, food supplies increasing steadily through his persistent farming efforts. Standing with filled basket, Sejun gazed across fertile fields. A corrupted tree stirred within the cavern, its twisted roots shifting. Sejun studied the cavern closely, eyes narrowing as he questioned whether the corrupted presence was hidden. He moved carefully among the crops, searching for abnormalities, yet everything appeared unchanged and ordinary. Reaching the wooden stand, Sejun adjusted his harvest, cautious as he sensed faint disturbances nearby. Kneeling near the bonfire, he discovered it burned continuously, unnoticed during his earlier time outside. Sejun reached toward the soil, considering crafting again, his attention fixed on the faintly buried sprout. His eyes widened suddenly, noticing unexpected movement. He leaned closer, startled as delicate leaves unfurled. The sprout grew rapidly, vibrant and alive, its sudden appearance leaving Sejun frozen in disbelief. Grateful words echoed mysteriously, acknowledging Sejun's efforts, while he shouted anxiously, overwhelmed by the plant's sudden growth. From the sprout, a small emerged gracefully, introducing itself as a newfound companion. The being expressed anticipation, revealing it had long awaited Sejun's arrival to awaken properly. Identifying itself as Flame, the spirit radiated warmth, standing proudly beside the sprouting plant. It explained origins, reminding Sejun of seeds once planted. Astonished, Sejun realized Flame embodied the very tree, its existence connected deeply with his efforts. Sejun carefully leaned forward, noticing the strange red-haired spirit-like creature emerging from the glowing sprout. The tiny being twirled mid-air, radiating light and energy, leaving Sejun both cautious and deeply intrigued. Sejun studied her movements closely, realizing she was alive and intelligent, not merely an illusion or trick. The creature perched gracefully on a leaf, watching Sejun intently, her presence stirring questions within his heart. He understood this mysterious encounter would mark the beginning of unexpected challenges inside the dangerous tower. Sejun observed the small spirit closely, realizing her unique presence held more significance than simple appearance. He crossed his arms thoughtfully, acknowledging her delicate form while sensing hidden strength within her tiny frame. Sejun admitted he hadn't recognized the extraordinary nature of the sprout when he first encountered it. The spirit shook her head, explaining her struggles began long before she had even sprouted above ground. She recalled enduring scorching flames as a seed, forced to absorb surrounding energy merely to survive. Her roots extended downward relentlessly, pushing through the soil, anchoring firmly while searching for vital nourishment. They stretched further and further, weaving through darkness, cracking hard stone, as the spirit pushed against nature's limits to endure. She peeked cautiously, spotting faint glimmers of water. At last, she found underground water, drinking eagerly to survive the heat, her struggle finally rewarded. Beneath the soil, the spirit endured darkness, waiting for the day sunlight would finally reach. She imagined warmth above, yearning for brightness, determined to survive until her chance arrived naturally. At last, she smiled warmly, declaring her happiness upon finally meeting Sejun after endless struggles. Sejun listened curiously, realizing her survival journey explained the extraordinary resilience within the apple sprout. She demonstrated newfound strength, summoning fire with her magic, surprising Sejun with sudden, overwhelming display. Sejun widened his eyes in astonishment. Realizing the spirit had unexpectedly mastered the power of fire, she proudly displayed flames, her expression filled with confidence, proving her claim as the apple flame spirit. Sejun applauded her efforts, impressed that despite weakness, she could still harness flames with determination. The spirit admitted her current ability was limited, yet she aimed to grow stronger through effort. He smiled warmly, recognizing their bond deepening as he reached out, acknowledging her as reliable companion. Sejun gently patted the spirit's head, acknowledging her strength and encouraging her to stay determined. He reassured her with a smile, promising she wasn't alone, and they would face challenges together. The spirit's face brightened with joy, ears twitching as she felt comfort in Sejun's gentle gesture. That night, the spirit spoke softly, revealing she could share deeper memories through spiritual connection. Visions unfolded underground, showing glowing roots entwined with magical currents, sustaining her during unbearable trials beneath. The little spirit held her finger to her lips, insisting her secrets remain hidden for now. Time passed, and elsewhere, adventurers gathered at a forest camp, tents scattered beneath tall mountain peaks. A muscular veteran scolded a younger member, frustration evident as discipline remained important within their group. Nearby, two companions exchanged glances, realizing tension had risen but choosing not to intervene immediately. One member recalled how Sejun had saved his life before, now questioning the farmer's mysterious strength. The feline companion hesitated nervously, unsure whether to reveal crucial details about Sejun's activities. The veteran pressed calmly, insisting on the truth, knowing secrets could endanger their entire adventuring party. Reluctantly, the feline admitted Sejun was farming inside the tower, cultivating crops unlike anything seen before. The leader considered this carefully, recognizing Sejun's strange farming could impact the balance within the tower. He leaned closer, requesting the feline provide full details. The feline companion demanded a binding contract, ensuring secrecy before sharing further sensitive information. He warned sternly, revealing the contract would exact life-threatening consequences if ever broken carelessly. The veteran agreed solemnly, understanding the risks yet valuing the importance of uncovering this truth. Younger members panicked, urging caution, but the leader remained calm, firm in his unshaken resolve. One by one, the group prepared to sign. The adventurers signed the parchment. With contracts completed, the group prepared attentively, waiting for the feline's promised revelations about Sejun. Taejin Han swore solemnly, pledging honesty and secrecy, ensuring nothing spoken would ever be betrayed. Dongshik Kim accepted the same terms, binding himself under the oath, tightening trust within their circle. Finally, the feline revealed Sejun wasn't actually on the 9th floor, contradicting earlier misleading information. The feline's expression hardened, preparing to reveal Sejun's true situation after layers of secrecy. He explained Sejun hadn't advanced floors, but focused entirely on cultivating crops deep inside the tower. The feline emphasized Sejun's activities might eventually affect balance across the tower's ecosystem. And power shock spread among the group. Determined, the adventurers rallied together. One adventurer questioned Sejun's story, doubting a farmer could survive so easily within the tower. He pointed out inconsistencies, arguing experienced hunters struggled, while Sejun seemingly thrived planting crops without difficulty. The veteran leader remained calm, insisting the feline's words carried truth, despite their unusual implications. He revealed proof, presenting an extraordinary crop Sejun cultivated, its energy radiating with undeniable authenticity. The leader emphasized the description confirmed its origin, leaving no doubt Sejun's farming possessed real significance. One adventurer hesitated, still unsure, struggling to accept Sejun's unusual survival story inside the tower. The veteran challenged him, asking where he believed the dungeon's top level truly resided within. Realization struck suddenly, leaving the younger adventurer wide-eyed, piecing together the implications of Sejun's location. The leader explained firmly, confident Sejun was situated on the 9th floor, despite unusual circumstances. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Sejun scratched his head absent-mindedly. While tending crops, Sejun paused, sensing strangely as though someone elsewhere was discussing his name far away. In the wealthy city of Granier, grand estates displayed prosperity unmatched by others. Inside Ezreal's mansion, merchants gossiped, discussing rising tensions following reports from the tower's 9th floor. Ezreal Oren's father analyzed market fluctuations, realizing imported food prices spiked due to dungeon-related events. Suddenly, chaos erupted within the room as servants shouted, struggling to restrain a disruptive intruder. Ezreal scolded his son, demanding seriousness, frustrated by constant carefree behavior during critical discussions. Oren lounged lazily, brushing off responsibility, preferring indulgence over matters concerning trade and looming dangers. He argued half-heartedly, claiming their wealth and influence already guaranteed stability, regardless of unfolding threats. Ezreal erupted, furious at Oren's indifference, shouting for him to finally act responsibly as heir. Angrily, Oren stormed out of the estate, slamming doors behind him, ignoring his father's demands. Oren stormed through the streets, angrily complaining about his father's constant scolding and endless expectations. He shouted loudly, frustrated over trivial tasks, dragging others along to help carry groceries unwillingly unnoticed. A cloaked with glowing red eyes smirked. The bustling market on the 75th floor overflowed with vendors, stalls, and creatures seeking precious food. Two animals approached a butcher, gazing at the fresh cuts, yet the thought of payment troubled them. Another trader pointed toward high prices, demanding far more coins than usual, leaving buyers visibly shocked. Frustration erupted as one merchant realized the sharp increase, questioning the fairness behind such outrageous costs. Word spread quickly. Greedy groups hoarded supplies from wholesalers, creating scarcity and reselling overpriced goods to helpless customers. A dark-furred creature proposed gathering supplies directly, avoiding greedy merchants and securing cheaper resources for survival. The idea surprised another companion, who realized they had overlooked such a simple yet effective approach. Encouraged by the plan, the group discussed forming their own trade route to challenge unfair practices. Confidence surged as they imagined profits, growing, believing careful strategy could expand influence and strengthen control. Suddenly, a cloaked newcomer appeared before them, expressing interest in their scheme and unsettling the group. A cloaked stranger approached confidently, confronting the group and questioning their sudden interest in trading supplies. The dark-furred creature quickly affirmed their intentions, insisting they would purchase whatever goods were made available. With a sharp grin, the stranger hinted at controlling vital resources from deep inside the tower. Whispers spread across the marketplace, rumors growing stronger as others speculated about supply shortages and control. Meanwhile, different traders quietly expressed doubt, concerned about future profits and fearing market instability from manipulation. A golden-furred creature wandered through the marketplace, thinking carefully about what supplies were still required today. The creature paused near a stall, scanning goods displayed neatly, wondering which items were truly necessary. Curiosity led them closer to one basket, noticing particular tools and supplies drawing unexpected attention nearby. As they reached forward, heavy footsteps approached, creating tension while others around continued pretending indifference. Recognition followed. The black-furred creature identified Ted, loudly acknowledging his presence and hinting at complicated relations. The golden-furred creature froze in shock, startled by the sudden appearance of a familiar dark companion. Attention shifted to the insignia gleaming proudly. Surprise lingered as the golden-furred creature questioned the truth. Learning the companion had officially joined merchants, rumors about resource manipulation were mentioned, revealing how determined individuals exploited shortages for massive personal gain. With piercing eyes, the companion pressed further, demanding answers about profits from goods beyond the dungeon. The dark-furred creature confronted Ted sternly, accusing him of selling precious dungeon goods at inflated rates. Ted flinched under pressure, unable to respond quickly, his hesitation exposing guilt over questionable trading practices. The confrontation escalated as accusations grew sharper, questioning profiteering from items originally restricted within dungeon boundaries. Defensively, Ted attempted justification, claiming benefits for buyers, though unease remained written across his nervous expression. The dark-furred creature pressed harder, demanding truth, determined to uncover the extent of manipulation and exploitation. Ted lowered his gaze, silently recalling past ties before cautiously mentioning someone both creatures once knew. The dark-furred creature dismissed the concern, insisting old relationships no longer mattered in present harsh circumstances. Frustration rose as Ted defended his choices, claiming he had ended things first with Mariel dismissively. The dark-furred creature mocked the excuse, his tone sharp and movements heavy with intimidation. He revealed ambitious plans journeying higher, seeking alliances and strengthening influence through connections beyond dungeon limits. The dark-furred creature announced bold plans, declaring their ambition to rise further and control essential supplies. Companions quickly followed, leaving Ted unsettled, uncertain if joining them would secure advantage or bring trouble. Ted hesitated, conflicted between loyalty and survival, his mind clouded with doubt about the looming future. Far away, a massive horde of shadowy monsters emerged, spreading terror as they advanced in unison. Among them, towering beasts stomped heavily. From a watchtower, Sejun observed the advancing horde, his calm expression hiding the danger below. He prepared a special dish, believing food infused with power could alter the battlefield's outcome today. Nearby beasts consumed the meal eagerly, their bodies strengthening instantly as newfound energy surged within them. System notifications confirmed successful enhancements, granting the creatures significant boosts and preparing them for looming combat. Empowered beasts roared loudly, standing firm beside Sejun, ready to charge against the overwhelming dark army. The empowered beasts charged forward, crashing violently into shadowy monsters. Sejun leapt into action, weaving through chaos. Massive shadow monster lunged. But Sejun countered swiftly. Waves of enemies surrounded him, yet his determination only grew. Dodging a heavy strike, Sejun's blade flashed brilliantly. Ted's eyes glowed fiercely, his resolve hardening as he prepared to strike against the encroaching darkness. The monstrous horde advanced relentlessly. With unmatched speed, Ted unleashed countless slashes. The battlefield shook as fallen monsters crashed down. Sejun spotted Ted beside him, surprised, demanding clarity about the situation unfolding before their very eyes. Sejun explained quickly, revealing the invading creatures were parasites, capable of corrupting plants and spreading destruction. His expression tightening as the explanation grew increasingly complex and concerning for survival. A shadow monster lunged suddenly. They fought together seamlessly, slashing through enemies while deciding to remain cautious against the unpredictable threat ahead. Sejun hinted at another plan, revealing he had something useful prepared that could aid their fight. He turned suddenly, his eyes widening as he noticed something unusual appearing nearby during battle. Ears twitching as he sensed the same strange presence approaching from behind. Excitement filled Ted's expression as he recognized a valuable item capable of influencing their market. Sejun's face lit up with joy, realizing the opportunity could significantly change their difficult situation. He called out enthusiastically. Sejun raised an item high. A glowing administrator appeared briefly, acknowledging his effort. The item transformed, granting Sejun a radiant orb filled with strength. Sejun gripped tightly, channeling the orb's energy system. Notifications declared new titles and abilities earned, leaving Sejun smiling with determination for coming battles. Sejun lifted the newly acquired weapon high, recognizing it as a powerful named hatchet bestowed through achievement. Sejun held the shining axe, standing tall beside Theo, ready to start chopping. The axe glowed brightly, revealing its name Uka, the mighty, and detailed enhancement information. Curious, Sejun studied the axe closely, wondering how to use its hidden abilities in combat. Suddenly, a black beast charged towards Sejun and Theo, catching them completely off guard. Sejun raised the axe instinctively, shouting with fear, as the creature lunged straight at him. With a powerful swing, energy surged from the axe, tearing through the wind like lightning. A massive vortex spun upward, lifting dust and debris as the beast was launched skyward. Crashing impact rocked the ground, leaving a crater while monster pieces scattered across the grass. From above, dark flames erupted. The beast reappeared, mutated, eyes glowing with crimson rage. Two red bears watched silently, their expressions mixed with awe, fear, and rising curiosity. Clenching his fist, Red Bear Ben stood firm, encouraged by Sejun's courage and recent victory. Roaring with energy, he leapt into battle, fists swinging into wolves, like hammers of justice. Sejun watched in disbelief as Ben crushed enemies easily, leaving broken ground and flying beasts. New strength surged within Sejun. The axe had awakened power linked to its named spirit. With Theo clinging tightly, he dashed forward again, ready to face whatever threat came next. Crimson eyes stared down as dark energy surged, forcing Sejun and Theo to retreat quickly. Without hesitation, he spun and hurled the axe, calculating a perfect arc toward the beast. Sharp blades sliced through air, spinning with deadly force before striking target's shoulder with violent speed. Catching the rebounding weapon mid-air, Sejun steadied his stance while dust swirled across the field. Tremors followed the impact as monstrous limbs collapsed under pressure, shaking the ground beneath Sejun's feet. Smiling through exhaustion, he turned toward Theo, heart still racing from the fierce clash. Sharp-eyed monsters approached again, ignoring their fallen comrade, hunger burning in those glowing red eyes. Gripping the axe tighter, Sejun stepped forward, ready to defend without hesitation or fear. Charging headfirst, he leapt into danger, Theo clinging tightly as wind howled past his ears. From the cliff above, countless creatures emerged, darkening the valley like shadows, swallowing daylight whole. After falling below ground, they found shelter beside a spring glowing beneath the collapsed canyon. Theo warned gently about danger still above, urging Sejun to rest before facing trouble again. Splashing water on his face, he finally relaxed. Muscles aching from non-stop combat and tension. Collapsed near the pool, he let out a breath, heart heavy with exhaustion and relief. Eyes widened as a system screen appeared, revealing Sejun had earned 2 powerful skill upgrades. System window shimmered beside Sejun, its stats confirming unexpected strength gained from harsh survival. Eyes scanned each attribute closely, surprise rising at how far he'd progressed without formal training. As messages updated, a strange signal interrupted. Lines flickered, and a glitch appeared on-screen. Confused, he turned toward the voice, sensing hesitation as hidden feelings nearly surfaced. Screen buzzed again with an error notification, leaving Sejun puzzled and mildly suspicious of interference. Far into the sprouting fields, Theo strolled proudly between rows of healthy golden tomato plants. Bright-eyed and eager, Flame approached, curious after hearing tales of Sejun's farming from dungeon whispers. New growth amazed her leafy vines radiated mana, unlike anything she'd seen before. Theo jumped without warning, startling Flame and triggering an explosive flame burst from startled plant. Backing off quickly, Flame apologized, embarrassed by her reaction to Theo's reckless leap near crops. Theo presented a fish to Flame, hoping she'd grill it using her natural fire powers. With cheerful confidence, she unleashed fire magic, sending a clean beam straight through the fish. A flash burst from her fingertip, the fish roasted perfectly mid-air, golden and sizzling. Theo blinked in disbelief, stunned by her precision and how quickly she completed the task. Sejun returned moments later, warning Theo not to trouble Flame, who had helped willingly. Grateful for Flame's help, Sejun praised her effort while Theo munched quietly beside them. A notification blinked silently. The growth promotion system was now available for activation. Smiling to himself, Sejun considered testing the promotion system using Flame as the first target with kindness. He reassured Flame it would help her grow into a healthy, strong spirit. Golden light radiated from his palm as Sejun activated the system's first official jungle upgrade. System prompts lit up rapidly, confirming all available jungle energy had been selected for transfer. Glowing light surged outward as Sejun initiated the process. Energy visibly drawn from his chest. Breath caught in his throat. The overwhelming pull felt like life essence draining rapidly. Despite discomfort, he endured calmly, remembering the pain from tougher battles within the tower. Flame radiated power after transformation. While Sejun collapsed gently beside her, completely drained and dizzy, Flame tilted her head, gently asking if Sejun felt weak because of her transformation. He smiled faintly, brushing off concern, blaming lingering fatigue from earlier fights with dungeon beasts. Bright eyes sparkling, Flame offered to ease his pain by returning some of her energy. Confused but curious, Sejun leaned forward slightly, not sure what she meant by returning. A swirling current of pure magic burst forth from Flame, surrounding Sejun's legs in light. Magic spiraled around Sejun, wrapping his body in soft blue-white flames that pulsed with energy, weightless and calm. He blinked in awe, unsure what this purifying sensation truly meant. Theo stared with round eyes, declaring Sejun was literally on fire in a good way. A system alert confirmed it. Flame's embers of cleansing removed fatigue and lingering status effects. Grinning, Sejun asked if she possessed any other abilities besides her cleansing fire. Flame proudly introduced another skill, the Embers of Friendship, designed to strengthen others' bonds. Sejun realized it might amplify group synergy, offering an advantage during larger battles. Eyes lit up as he imagined using this ability to support allies in tough situations. Theo interrupted urgently, frustrated. Sejun had focused entirely on Flame, ignoring his own important message. News dropped suddenly. Sejun was no longer recognized as a human by the dungeon itself. Sejun's eyes widened in disbelief after hearing he'd lost his human status within the dungeon. A jagged ceiling hole revealed sunlight. Sejun realized someone might be observing the hidden lower floor. Sejun looked up, shocked. He recognized the visitor as Korea's top-ranked hunter, Taejun Han. Theo confirmed Taejun's identity, revealing their alliance. Sejun processed how far Theo's influence actually reached. Despite the hunter's fame, Sejun felt responsible. He mentally committed to securing their growing safe zone. Thinking tactically, Sejun saw a chance to help his distant family by supplying fresh crops. Warm sunlight glowed on Theo's face as he confidently imagined himself in a powerful protector's role. Hushed reflections passed through Sejun's mind. Theo's loyalty seemed genuine despite his exaggerated pride. Suddenly, curiosity sparked as Sejun asked about a mysterious past moment that still lingered. Memories resurfaced of Theo shouting loudly during a merchant ceremony, surprising everyone with his ambition. More surprisingly, bold declarations included goals of reaching kinghood. Sejun struggled to process Theo's enormous dreams. Unexpectedly, Theo clung tightly to Sejun's chest, demanding soft strokes to ease his stress. No resistance followed. Steady hands moved across his fur, while small paws kneaded contently in rhythm. Observing Theo's reaction sparked an idea. Sejun considered using massages as a negotiation tactic later. Beyond the tower, a new group marched over sunlit plains, distant yet steadily approaching fast. Arriving breathless, unfamiliar beasts voiced surprise this peaceful region wasn't supposed to show such expansion. One cat complained loudly about hunger, breaking the group's focus as they trudged across dry fields. Frustration followed. Recent expenses left them broke after paying entrance fees and overpriced dungeon transport services. No spare funds remained for extra supplies. Regret settled in as survival became uncertain. An idea surfaced: maybe asking locals for basic aid could stretch their strength for the journey ahead. Realization struck hard. Destination lay 2 or 3 days away, and morale already crumbled under exhaustion. Sudden twitching ears picked up faint sounds. Movement in the distance stirred the cat's alert instincts. 2 bunnies approached slowly, pushing a cart filled with bottles that gleamed under the sunlight. Promoting hydration, the rabbits loudly advertised ice-cold water with cheerful voices and practiced rhythm. Hearing hope, the parched cat sprinted toward the vendors. Desperate for even a sip, relief turned to shock. The price per bottle was outrageous, draining more than their thirst. Dreeland stretched endlessly. Skeletal remains nearby proved how scarce and deadly water was in this zone. Desperation crept in as exhaustion grew. One cat whimpered softly, longing to return home. Suddenly, a curious question from the bunny merchant shifted the mood with unexpected tension. Quick thinking kicked in. One cat bluffed confidently, claiming they were honored guests of the Ox King. Believing the lie, the vendor smiled wide, happily offering water and waiving payment entirely. A sudden flutter caught his eye. Something unusual slipped from the vendor's bag without warning. Curiosity turned cautious as a formal-looking scroll labeled "Contract" dropped beside the water cart. Hidden clauses revealed steep penalties. Failure to pay resulted in forced labor or debt servitude. Attempts to protest were met with warnings about harsh tower laws and dangerous survival odds. Left with no choice, the cat scribbled a fake signature to avoid immediate punishment. Paws moved fast. Desperate cats grabbed 2 bottles, hoping to avoid deeper contract consequences. Agreement was sealed. Each bottle handed over marked another step into mounting debt. Vendors, relaxed and munching snacks, showed no concern while their customers gulped water with urgency. Morning light returned. Discarded bottles littered the trail, evidence of hardship under yesterday's scorching sun. Parched again, one cat drank greedily, unaware of how little water truly remained. Fatigue returned quickly. Hydration barely lasted, and the midday sun intensified their thirst again. All supplies vanished fast. Each bottle drained within hours, and arguments grew over remaining stock. Frustration flared. One cat yanked the final bottle away, unwilling to share the precious liquid. Hope faded as another tried to ration, but desperation stole his chance to preserve it. Suddenly, someone shouted. Smoke rose in the distance, revealing signs of civilization or potential rescue. Following the smoke, enticing scents guided the group. Hope soared at the sight of a restaurant. A sudden jolt of joy hit. Grilled fish was cooking, and hunger returned in waves. Grass-roofed buildings stood welcoming, run by rabbits advertising the only eatery on this dungeon floor. Without hesitation, the cats rushed inside, each demanding a plate before prices were even revealed. Sticker shock hit hard. One small fish dish cost an entire dungeon coin per plate. Without wild rivers nearby, catching fish was difficult. Prices reflected their rarity in this area. Heavy sighs followed. Debt threatened again, and the rabbit suggested opening a tab under strict conditions. Pressed for time, one cat agreed to labor as repayment and submitted the order. The kitchen burst into motion. Rabbits shouted confirmations as sizzling sounds filled the air. Golden fish roasted over open flames, releasing mouth-watering scents that made patience nearly impossible. Eyes widened in awe. Plates arrived piled with golden, perfectly grilled fish, glistening under warm light. Everyone devoured their meals with urgency, chewing quickly as hunger overtook any sense of restraint. Flames roared behind the counter. Chefs kept grilling non-stop, maintaining the flow of freshly roasted fish. Smiles spread wide. Each bite brought comfort, filling empty stomachs with warmth and satisfaction. Only bamboo leaves remained. Plates were cleared, bones picked clean, and hunger finally defeated. Empty plates surrounded them. Everyone sprawled across grass mats, groaning from overindulgence and growing fatigue. Muscles relaxed. Sleep crept in as full stomachs made resistance feel increasingly pointless. Plans to meet the Ox King faded as eyes grew heavy and speech slurred. One by one, the group surrendered to exhaustion, drifting into sleep beside the restaurant. From behind, the rabbits watched, silently smiling gently, as their guests snored through dream-filled rest. Morning sunlight pierced the sky, casting bright rays across the resting group, still sprawled outside. One cat twitched awake, eyes fluttering at the sudden warmth lighting up his face. Confused murmurs spread. Another spotted something large approaching and called everyone to look. Towering above them, a muscular beast emerged. His shadow alone sent shivers down their spines. With a deep voice, the stranger asked if they were there to meet the Ox King. Heavy footsteps shook the ground. No one dared move as the towering ox warrior stepped closer. Despite nerves, all eyes stayed fixed. This beast clearly outranked even the dungeon's fiercest bandits. He confirmed their purpose and ordered preparations for their guided audience with the Ox King. Excitement overwhelmed them. What started as bluff now became reality, opening doors to real power. Enormous gates opened ahead, glowing blue with magic as the group marched into the unknown. A cloaked figure stood firm. His presence alone demanded silence as magic swirled around him. Nervously, the group admitted their purpose, offering rare goods to gain favor with the Ox King. Their background puzzled him. Visitors from outside the dungeon were a rare, almost unheard of phenomenon. Red cape fluttered dramatically as he prepared to report the incident to someone even higher. From a distance, Sejun arrived silently, his calm gaze locked onto the looming great black dragon. Standing tall and confident, Sejun greeted the others, finally ready to face what came next. A towering black dragon stood behind Sejun, silent and watchful, as tension filled the air. Theo and Rin stared at Sejun's back, whispering anxiously about the beast behind him. Theo's eyes widened in fear. He had recognized the legendary figure, the Black Dragon himself. Sejun stepped forward confidently, declaring his immunity to magic inside the tower's unique structure. Theo warned that even magical resistance wouldn't stop the Black Dragon's deadly breath attack. Rustling from Sejun's bag revealed strange items spilling out before the towering Black Dragon's feet. Theo and Rin watched curiously, as Sejun confidently displayed his odd goods without hesitation or fear. Plastic cases, lint rollers, and thermos bottles. Sejun quietly realized these were all from discount store shelves. Disappointed, he muttered at the scattered pile, questioning the point of such random junk. Without flinching, Theo declared each item enchanted, needing appraisal before revealing hidden magical or dangerous effects. Coins jingled between Theo's paws as he excitedly demanded 30 dungeon coins for the appraisal. Rin gasped quietly, shocked by Theo's boldness, even in front of the intimidating Black Dragon. Somehow confidence still radiated from Theo while Sejun sat calmly, observing everything with unreadable expression. With practiced flair, Theo pitched the lint roller's rarity, claiming it came from beyond the tower. Sejun's voice dropped, cold eyes, sharp, reminding them he couldn't be fooled by trickery. With one swift tug, Sejun exposed the roller's sticky sheet, completely void of magical energy. Calmly, he explained lint rollers were common earth tools used for removing hair and debris. Holding back irritation, he declared all the presented goods worthless, devoid of power or enchantment. Theo stammered in panic, realizing none of the artifacts contained the promised energy he advertised. A sudden crash erupted beside him. The Black Dragon's fist silenced the lies with explosive force. Furious red eyes flared as the Black Dragon thundered, demanding respect for his title and power. Its claws slammed the ground, causing debris to scatter and silence to fall over everyone. Theo and Rin trembled, their paws frozen mid-step, overwhelmed by pressure radiating from the dragon. Sejun stood unmoved, brushing dust from his shoulder, like the impact had never reached him. Dropping to his knees, Theo confessed his scam, admitting every item came from bargain bins. Accusations echoed as Sejun warned that distributing fake goods around the dungeon was punishable fraud. He revealed every falsely praised product originated from him sold without consent by shady middlemen. White-furred merchants appeared, smugly calculating additional penalties and transaction fees owed for illegal redistribution. They handed over a bill, scribbled boldly with a laughable fee of 10,000 bricks. Black Dragon growled lowly, warning that if unpaid, the fine would become physical punishment instead. A massive wooden crate slammed down, hard, marking the start of brick repayment for Sejun's goods. Minotaur laborers arrived in lines, each carrying crates of bricks without question or visible strain. Every load was placed carefully as ground space vanished beneath an expanding wall of debt. One by one, crates landed until the entire area resembled a fortress built from punishment. Sejun watched and nodded, ensuring no shortcut was taken during this forced compensation process. Shock spread across Theo's face upon realizing the bricks weren't priced per box, but per piece. Sejun estimated production would likely take years, totaling nearly 10,000 grueling labor days. Theo's ears twitched in horror, realizing he'd never escape debt with his current income rate. Panic erupted as Sejun implied they'd be stuck producing bricks forever, possibly for the rest of life. Begging followed instantly, as the merchants groveled before Sejun and the dragon, pleading for forgiveness. Sejun knelt down calmly, offering an alternative to slavery with a second chance at redemption. He proposed using their backpacks to assist with distribution, delivery, and merchant logistics across regions. Instead of bricks, they could repay debt through labor, working 1,000 days as merchant interns. Grilled fish per Dalton Y was included as compensation, which instantly caught Theo's hungry interest. Faces lit up with relief as they bowed repeatedly, grateful for mercy and steady employment. Compared to eternal brickmaking, working 1,000 days sounded like a dream come true. Theo proudly pressed his paw on the contract, sealing the deal without further hesitation. Sejun declared their bond official, offering friendship and work under his newly formed merchant guild. Curious, Theo asked where they would begin. Sejun assured important tasks were already waiting nearby. All eyes turned as someone leapt toward them, an energetic figure shouting confidently from the distance. A yellow-furred cat beast jumped onto Sejun's shoulder, announcing himself as head of operations. Theo flinched in shock, immediately recognizing the bold newcomer with widened, unblinking eyes growling slightly. He pointed and warned Sejun that this was his natural-born rival. But before Sejun could react, the newcomer smacked Theo down with one clean strike. With pride, the newcomer introduced himself as the Merchants' Union officer in charge of delegation. Wearing his badge proudly, the orange cat declared himself official, overseer of Sejun's distribution crew. Theo clenched his jaw, forced to accept orders under the watch of his rival. After a dramatic sigh, he saluted begrudgingly, acknowledging the new chain of command. Together, they marched across Sejun's flourishing crop fields, green rows stretching far beneath the tower's ceiling. Their first mission was clear: harvest vegetables for the merchant routes Sejun had planned. Watching from behind, Sejun smiled, seeing the group move with surprising order and motivation. He noted how additional workers would speed up harvests, reduce waste, and increase crop yield efficiently. Turning to the Black Minotaur King, Sejun expressed gratitude for his generous meat contribution earlier. The king replied humbly, revealing he acted under permission from the true Black Dragon above. Chuckling softly, he added it wouldn't hurt to gain some royal goodwill in return. Sejun quietly observed the group, feeling satisfied with how smoothly everything was falling into place. Before the Minotaur King could leave, Sejun offered onions and tomatoes as a parting gift. Grateful, the king thanked him and dashed off, promising help whenever Sejun needed support again. With a small laugh, Sejun regretted not offering vegetables sooner to build favor even earlier. A distant voice interrupted as the orange cat shouted warnings about unripe crops being mishandled. The orange cat scolded his crew harshly for yanking leaves and damaging the crops. Zone Helper tried defending himself, but was swiftly silenced by a glare and another meow. Shouting continued across the field as the feline leader lectured about proper tomato picking technique. Sejun observed from afar, amused by Theo's strictness and forgotten clumsiness as a beginner himself. A soft chuckle escaped Sejun's lips, satisfied seeing how much things had changed already. Sejun quietly observed Theo scolding recruits, planning to someday remind him of his early blunders. Meanwhile, Theo puffed his chest with pride, basking in his newfound authority over the team. Theo the black cat quietly harvested ripe tomatoes, surrounded by golden berries under morning sun. He sighed, recalling how he, once a proud scout, became Black Dragon's unwilling associate. Now, instead of missions, Theo gathered crops, his paws careful but his pride wounded. He grumbled silently, hating that he now served Theo, the farmer, as a mere helper. A firm paw smacked his head. Theo stood behind, glaring. "Stop sulking. Start working." Theo scolded Theo harshly for skipping chores, accusing him of slacking during harvest time again. Annoyed, Theo grabbed Theo's scarf, holding back anger, tired of being treated like a useless underling. A chilling growl rumbled behind them. Greyfang appeared, eyes glowing, his towering presence freezing the air. Tio warned Theo refuse again, and he'd be transferred to the Black Dragon's punishment division immediately. Greyfang approached calmly, patting Theo's back. Theo shivered, quickly agreeing to work without further complaint. Interns gathered quickly, responding to instructions as morning tasks neared completion, without any delays. Backpacks stuffed with cherry tomatoes. They stood proud, every crate packed exactly as ordered in reward. Teo extended each contract by 1 day, sparking cheers from the eager interns. One voice trembled. Theo protested, only to learn his lateness would cost him a day instead. From the field's edge, Si-jun checked progress, then asked if the harvest team was ready. Curious why no one returned, Si-jun questioned the delay while scanning toward the southern hills. Teo explained that nearby wildlife, especially rabbits, kept stealing supplies and trampling field crates with their stampedes. After a pause, Si-jun smiled, announcing his decision to investigate the forest issue personally today. Teo looked up, startled by Si-jun's confidence, unsure if this bold idea would actually succeed. Deep in the woods, Si-jun's group confronted a massive red bear blocking their path forward. Worried, Teo questioned Si-jun's safety, recalling how dangerous and unpredictable the forest could be. Se-jun reassured him with a confident smile, gently pulling Teo's paw away from his shirt. With Greyfang joining the team, Se-jun lifted Teo, ready to press deeper into the wild. Confidence surged as Si-jun teased the group, hinting at tricks hidden beneath his farming sleeves. Greyfang trailed behind, half amused, yet alert. His concern focused on the ominous ant nest ahead. Greyfang suggested assigning patrol teams, believing even ants could outsmart unprepared squads left alone. Without protest, Si-jun nodded while Teo crossed his arms, still frustrated by the cautious approach. Reluctantly, Teo agreed to join Greyfang's patrol, knowing he couldn't handle forest tension alone. Si-jun, standing beside the red bear, promised backup if needed, but urged them to stay sharp. Wolves moved out swiftly, tails low and ears alert, disappearing beyond the trees toward danger. With a cheerful tone, Si-jun asked the bear to safely escort him deeper inside. The forest grew darker as they crossed the boundary into the old ant territory together. Heavy steps echoed through the hollow ground, trees leaning unnaturally in eerie, twisting directions. Si-jun noticed the silence too deep, too strange. Even the trees seemed older than expected. Redfur sniffed cautiously, pausing mid-step. Something nearby was watching from between the gnarled roots. Redfur's eyes narrowed, his growl deepened. He sensed a nearby presence watching from the mist. Shadows thickened ahead as tangled roots opened into a decayed clearing reeking of rot. Massive mounds loomed on both sides, their surfaces pulsing faintly. Ant hives disguised as dead wood. Si-jun paused mid-step, confused by the movement inside the soil. Redfur blocked him instantly. A root snapped beneath them. Si-jun stumbled backward, heart racing as the ground started cracking. Sticky fluid oozed from hive walls, signaling something unnatural awakening beneath the forest floor. Thousands of screeching ants burst forth, black shells glinting, as they swarmed toward the intruders. Seeing the overwhelming wave, Si-jun shouted, realizing they had triggered a full-scale colony defense response. Redfur stepped forward protectively, eyes locked ahead as Si-jun warned him about the root burst. With a thunderous roar, the bear struck, smashing through the charging ants like breaking brittle stone. Sharp roots burst from the ground, stretching like spears toward Redfur's unguarded hind legs. Before reacting, his limbs were ensnared mid-step, wrapped tightly by thorned vines from below. Si-jun gasped, realizing the situation had escalated faster than anticipated. He wasn't prepared for this. Clutching his head in panic, he muttered, worried it might already be too late. Without hesitation, he reached into his pouch, pulling out something narrow, smooth, and hand-carved. Si-jun drew a smooth emberstone from his pouch, prepared for a critical counterattack. A flick of his wrist sparked the artifact, releasing a swirling flame into the air. Magic energy surged through his weapon. The ember of Cardanon reacted to danger with fierce heat. Redfur flinched, spotting flickers on Si-jun's head as the enchanted flames began taking physical form. Crackling fire gathered around Si-jun's body, signaling the full release of the ember's hidden power. Si-jun raised his weapon, flame hovering above, channeling the ember's energy into the blade. The weapon struck stone, sparks erupting as it absorbed power, drawn directly from the enchanted ember. Burning light pulsed across metal surface, responding instantly to his will with growing magical resonance. Heat surged violently. The dormant ember burst forth, blazing with amplified intensity and wild movement. A massive fire spiral shot skyward, unleashed from Sejun's blade, with full magical force. Sejun's fire wave slammed into the root nest, carving a scorched path through twisted wood. Flames spread fast, engulfing corrupted trees and dark ant swarms with heat too fierce to resist. Redfur paused beside Sejun, watching the blaze grow. Its intensity mirrored the ember's untapped potential. Enemy forces burned behind them. Sejun urged the group to retreat while the fire held, with no time to waste. Redfur dashed forward, carrying Sejun into the blazing tunnel. Smoke trailed behind them as Redfur raced through the scorched tunnel, carrying Sejun swiftly forward. Unease grew. Sejun sensed the forest shifting, more dangerous and twisted than earlier parts they passed. Redfur tensed as a foul wind rose, his warning cut off by a sudden howl. Sejun jerked upright, heart racing. A shadow moved up ahead. Something large was blocking the path. Through the tangled trees, unnatural vines twisted violently, forming a monstrous wall that pulsed alive. Redfur awaited orders. Sejun stood tall, ready to unleash his final tactic without hesitation. The moment arrived. Sejun raised his blade, knowing the vines wouldn't break without overwhelming force. Flames spiraled around the axe. The ember responded instantly, its core humming with radiant magical pressure. In one surge, Sejun slammed the weapon downward, propelling himself forward like a fiery comet. Redfur dashed after him. The path cracked underfoot as fire and speed tore through obstacles. Redfur launched Sejun upward with a fiery energy boost explosion. Power surged from his chest, propelling Sejun like a missile. Sejun rocketed skyward, breaking through smoke and treetop canopy above. A shock wave burst downward, flattening trees with intense blast pressure. Nearby scouts turned, alerted by sound and sudden light in distance. Smoke from the west caught the horned warriors' attention as animals gathered in concern. A group of rabbits rushed toward the ridge, drawn by the sudden burst of flames. Lone Rabbit remembered ancient scrolls describing the ember's fire and its rare wielder's destructive potential. Heavy footsteps approached. The rabbits froze, sensing a familiar presence returning from the charred forest. Redfur and Sejun reappeared, scorched but safe, confirming their survival to the waiting rescue team. Exhausted from battle, Sejun drank deeply to recover stamina lost during the intense forest escape. Sitting with Redfur and the rabbits, he recalled how the fire skills saved their lives. Despite the victory, Sejun scolded himself for underestimating the threat of the ant colony. He yawned, reflecting that at least the enemies wouldn't attack again anytime soon. Before resting, Sejun noticed something. His experience level increased, and glowing sprites approached from above. After leveling up, Sejun was approached by bee fairies offering him a pollen task. They introduced honey jelly, a new crafting material unlocked by his advanced beekeeping skill level. Sejun was shocked to learn honey jellies could directly improve his physical and magical stats. An ancient stone bath lay hidden beneath the tower, carved into rock and dimly lit inside. Garen the dragon rested his body in warm spring water, steam rising gently around his relaxed form. From the bath's edge, his claw reached for a cup of soup sitting neatly on stone. He sat upright, carefully holding the cup with two claws, tail floating, wings folded behind his back. After sipping slowly, he placed the cup down, savoring the warmth of soup and spring together. Garen stood from the warm spring, stretching slowly, steam rising gently around his dark-scaled frame. He inspected his wings in thought, noticing they looked slightly larger than the last moon cycle, settling into the water again. He reflected on his progress, aware true growth still required more. His gaze shifted to the glowing orb, an artifact storing dragon energy needed for final transformation. Garen imagined soaring skies under moonlight, determined to mature, leave the zone, and surprise Sejun soon. Garen approached the mysterious apple tree, careful, claws brushing stone, eyes scanning the glowing surroundings carefully. He lifted his claw, ready to reach the shimmering shell resting against the wall. The energy pulse struck suddenly, blasting light across the cavern, forcing Garen backward violently against stone. Tumbling down, he hit the ground with weight, rolling helplessly, wings flaring, body aching intensely. Panting heavily, Garin struggled to rise, clutching his chest, dragon heart pounding painfully inside his body. Garin reached weakly toward the glowing orb, his strength fading quickly. His claws tightened around the orb, desperate for life-saving power. Collapsing hard, his body trembled, wings twitching against the cold floor. The orb pulsed brightly, activating an urgent system to save Garan. A projection of Sejun appeared, summoned to assist the weakened dragon. Sejun smiled warmly, standing proud as the farm's devoted caretaker. A swarm of golden bees descended, buzzing in perfect synchronized flight. They landed gently among flowers, pollinating blossoms with steady precision. Their queen bee led proudly, surrounded by loyal workers, protecting crops. In the fields, Sejun watched happily as vegetables thrived abundantly. A system message appeared, explaining Sejun had unlocked the new skill of pottery crafting. Sitting calmly, Sejun studied the glowing screen while Theo and bees hovered curiously beside him. He prepared clay, shaping it carefully on the wheel, following instructions provided by the system. Rows of newly crafted jars stood in order, their surfaces smooth and freshly finished. Theo carried completed jars into storage, organizing them neatly along shelves, deep inside the chamber. Sejun considered ways to improve strength, realizing his diet could be enhanced with new resources. Theo the bear sat proudly, holding honey, while Queen Bee mentioned the dried health berries. Sejun examined the bowl filled with dried berries, impressed by their quantity and shimmering color. Excitedly, he decided to try one, believing it could provide helpful nourishment for training. After tasting, Sejun felt stronger, already planning to eat more and gather additional berries. Sejun read the system message carefully, realizing he had unlocked the recipe for dried tomatoes. Sitting comfortably, he tasted one piece, comparing its flavor thoughtfully with other dried foods available. Theo and the others listened quietly, watching Sejun test the dried tomatoes' unique qualities. With excitement, Sejun considered different dishes, imagining combinations with peppers, beans, and other crops. Gathering everyone, Sejun instructed them to begin harvesting more tomatoes to prepare larger batches. While enjoying dried tomatoes, Sejun reminded Theo they must share with Aileen when she returned. A thought crossed his mind. Aileen always enjoyed cherry tomatoes, so these dried ones should delight her. Calling out into the air, he tried contacting Aileen, hoping she could hear his voice. A sudden notification appeared, glowing blue, drawing his attention with urgent words about her condition. Shock spread across his face as the message revealed. Aileen's dragon heart was dangerously erupting. Sejun suddenly stopped moving, startled by the crimson notification window materializing before his eyes. His expression hardened as the system revealed Aileen's dragon heart entering an unstable, dangerous condition. The message expanded, emphasizing immediate risk, its red glow casting sharp light across his face. Thoughts raced, his hand pressing his forehead, body tense while urgency filled the quiet farm. Animals gathered silently around him, watching his troubled stance as another critical alert appeared nearby. Sweat dripped down Sejun's face as he considered possible reasons for Aileen's unstable dragon heart. Knees buckled slightly. His body leaned forward, struggling to process the overwhelming red warning messages. Rabbits and Theo gathered nearby, eyes wide, sensing the heavy tension surrounding their caretaker's distress. Another notification appeared, commanding him to act quickly and search inventory for possible solutions. His gaze sharpened when the system revealed he already possessed an item required for success. Sejun turned quickly, clutching golden cubes of food tightly, realizing their importance for Aileen's survival. Determination lit his face, hand reaching out as urgency drove him to act without hesitation. Rabbits and Theo stepped forward, holding their own portions, offering everything to help Aileen recover. A sack filled with glowing cubes shimmered as Sejun lifted it toward the waiting system. Light engulfed the offering, golden cubes floating upward, signaling the start of Aileen's rescue. Golden cubes dissolved into radiant light, soaring upward. As the system confirmed successful quest completion, energy cascaded down like a beam, surrounding Aileen's weakened body, forcing her to swallow painfully. Her frame trembled under the sudden surge, but shimmering light began stabilizing her weakened heart. Notifications appeared, announcing Aileen's condition had improved, and emergency intervention successfully prevented immediate collapse. Sejun stared at the glowing screen anxiously, relieved Aileen survived, but warned she needed rest. System alerts confirmed Aileen's dragon heart stabilized temporarily, but risk remained if treatment wasn't found. Sejun sat quietly, hand on his hat, relieved yet troubled by lingering uncertainty and danger. His gaze drifted toward the horizon, mind searching for possible cures hidden within the world. Far away, in the vast expanse of the universe, celestial gates shimmered across endless space. Among cosmic stars, a radiant crystal floated, glowing brightly as if holding ancient restorative power. A massive crystal pulsed with blue energy, releasing sparks as two figures approached cautiously together. The glowing monument responded to emergency signals, summoning guardians whenever Aileen's condition reached critical danger. Both stared intently, questioning whether the sudden activation was linked to Aileen's unstable dragon heart. Confusion grew. Neither guardian had initiated a portal, yet the system responded urgently regardless. Concern etched across the elder's face. Aileen's request bypassed distance, directly reaching their bond for aid. The crystal pulsed violently, light beams projecting cascading system windows filled with urgent diagnostic reports. Guardians leaned forward, scanning endless data streams, worried that Aileen's condition might worsen without warning. Relief washed briefly across their faces. The readings confirmed her survival despite unstable dragon heart. One elder spoke gravely, explaining the emergency system acted earlier than expected to save her. Suddenly, shadows erupted from the chamber's corner, forming a monstrous figure glaring with hostile intent. Dark energy twisted violently, revealing a shadowed figure with glowing eyes, snarling Sejun's unexpected name. Shock rippled across the guardians, one recognizing Park Sejun mentioned in the corrupted figure's words. The corrupted being laughed harshly, mocking, its monstrous aura shaking the chamber with oppressive weight. A guardian slammed his staff down, commanding focus on protecting Aileen instead of distractions. The crystal roared awake, summoning a massive dragon-shaped projection that challenged the intruder's terrifying presence. A colossal dragon projection roared furiously, vowing vengeance against Park Sejun for past grievances. Guardians below tried calming the situation, but the elder dragon's anger continued shaking the chamber. Two distant dragons observed the chaos, sighing knowingly at the elder's repeated, uncontrollable temper. They muttered among themselves, acknowledging his stubbornness, especially when defending family ties and cherished descendants. From the shadows, a sinister eye gleamed, recognizing the turmoil as an exploitable opportunity. The dragon Cairo collapsed heavily on cavern floor, his vast wings folded, body trembling from near-fatal wounds. His breaths weakened, scales dulled, heavy silence surrounding him, shadows of jagged rocks filling the dark cavern. Suddenly his chest jolted violently, wings stretching wide, claws scraping against stone, life force unexpectedly surging again. Cairo slowly lifted his body, movements unstable, eyes widening with disbelief, resisting the embrace of death. A radiant glow emerged within his chest, dragon heart pulsing strongly, restoring strength where none remained. Inside the ruined chamber, Cairo approached a glowing orb resting quietly on a stone pedestal. Slowly, he extended his massive claw, carefully lifting the strange object as purple light pulsed. The orb vibrated strongly, magical runes flickering. System messages appeared, announcing quest completion with Sejun's name. Hearing the name, Cairo's eyes widened, realizing Sejun's bond was tied directly to his survival. Conflicted, Cairo studied the orb's glow, questioning how Sejun's will ignited and stabilized his dragon heart. Cairo studied the glowing orb curiously, realizing it originated from Sejun's advanced beekeeping skill. The dragon pondered its strange energy, understanding it granted talents beyond ordinary means or artifacts. Remembering survival owed to this gift, Cairo acknowledged the importance of Sejun's unexpected assistance. He straightened proudly, recalling his status as Black Dragon, leader of the ancient dragon clan. With newfound respect, Cairo's eyes brightened, deciding Sejun deserved great reward hidden within Dragon's treasury. Among the golden treasures lay mighty weapons, dragon spear, holy sword, and countless ancient relics glittering. Powerful artifacts surrounded him, yet hesitation grew as none seemed suitable for Sejun's humble nature. Claws lifted the ornate spear, its aura crackling fiercely, but unfit for a peaceful farmer. Thoughts tangled as possibilities diminished, realizing Sejun's path required something entirely different from heroic weapons. Determination sparked. Wings spread wide as Cairo prepared to uncover a gift worthy of Sejun's eyes. Gleamed with excitement as Cairo finally discovered a treasure, suited for Sejun's gentle path. A proud smile stretched across his face, convinced the farmer would appreciate such a thoughtful gift. Bright skies opened above, symbolizing new beginnings as fate connected dragon and farmer more deeply. A modest thatched house stood quietly on the plains, sheltering dreams grown from hard work. Inside, Sejun rested peacefully. Animals gathered around him, unaware of the dragon's approaching gesture of gratitude. A radiant message hovered above Sejun, announcing divine rewards granted for saving the weakened dragon. He bolted upright suddenly, animals scattering around him. Startled by the shimmering light-filling room, relief coursed through his chest, as glowing text confirmed safety and blessings secured from danger. Notifications continued, revealing his farmland prospered greatly, crops strengthened, and harvests enriched by dragon's bond. Exhaustion overtook him afterward, Sejun resting peacefully once more, loyal companions curling close for comfort. Sejun prepared jars of poisonous honey, explaining calmly that this special batch strengthened dragon hearts. System messages appeared, suddenly, declaring his contribution significant enough to trigger another unexpected major reward. Confusion spread across his face, thoughts racing over strange possibilities of gaining unpredictable new powers. Seeking clarity, he stepped outside with companions, deciding the open fields offered a safer place. A deep breath escaped him, nervous tension easing slightly, though uncertainty about changes still lingered. Sejun shouted Aileen's name across the plains, voice echoing as his companions watched nervously. His call traveled far, carried by winds, reaching empty skies without any immediate response. Scratching his chin, uncertainty settled, wondering if his effort had triggered the system's recognition. A bright notification appeared, suddenly announcing successful quest completion tied to Aileen's upcoming birthday celebration. Overhead, dark wings spread against radiant light, signaling a powerful presence answering Sejun's unexpected request. Sejun looked upward, shadow engulfing him as massive wings blocked sunlight, signaling something immense arrived. Confusion struck when animals tensed beside him, eyes wide at the overwhelming aura descending fast. The ground trembled violently as an enormous black dragon statue crashed down, shaking the plains. Dust clouds rose around Sejun, companions clustering near, their hearts racing with sudden fearful anticipation. Emerging through the haze, colossal wings unfurled, revealing the towering form mistaken first as statue. Massive wings shifted as Aileen released powerful energy, her breath forming a torrent of water. The stream poured downward, transforming barren earth into fertile ground with astonishing magical brilliance. System notifications confirmed creation of Aileen's legendary fountain, blessings surrounding lands with abundance and vitality. Sejun watched in awe, heart racing, realizing the dragon's gift would forever change his farm. Smiling proudly, he accepted this reward, envisioning endless prosperity and new beginnings for everyone involved. Sejun frowned at the strange interface, confused why most newly unlocked skills appeared as question marks. A system notice explained the administrator withheld explanations, leaving Sejun to discover hidden knowledge himself. Curious, he lifted his hand, wondering how exactly this newfound power controlled flowing water. Suddenly, a mysterious device appeared shaped like a controller designed to manipulate the fountain's pressure. Holding it firmly, Sejun realized the bizarre tool determined water's release. Resembling a video game controller, fingers pressed buttons rapidly, and the dragon statue groaned as hidden mechanisms slowly responded. Gears creaked loudly, startling Sejun, who stumbled back, while companions squeaked nervously at towering movement. Stone wings shifted above, casting immense shadows while water rippled violently inside the forming fountain. Excitement overcame fear. Sejun laughed, marveling at strange device, likening it to game controller. Curious, he offered controller to Aileen, inviting her to experiment, while everyone watched anxiously nearby. The colossal dragon statue loomed higher, its menacing presence making Sejun's companions tremble in fear. With a thunderous roar, the creature's eyes glowed, shaking the earth and splitting the skies. Aileen charged forward bravely, claws glowing crimson, striking the statue's head with unyielding force. Cracks spread across the hardened stone, fragments crumbling as Sejun gasped, stunned by sudden violence. One massive shard broke loose, soaring through the air towards Sejun, threatening to strike deep within the chamber. A magical orb pulsed erratically, alerting Cairo to sudden danger. Startled, he sensed a chaotic signal resonating through the dragon heart, disrupting its steady rhythm. Meanwhile, Sejun received a system notice, his heart leaping with joy as Eileen reappeared. Relief filled the air as companions relaxed, watching dragon and farmer reunited after unsettling turbulence. Sejun laughed warmly, inviting everyone to share food, while the administrator silently approved their harmony. Cairo devoured fruits happily, savoring flavors. Relieved, Sejun enjoyed them without knowing their true source. Sejun chuckled quietly, grateful for peace, unaware of certain secrets hidden within Dragon's generous offerings. Meanwhile, far away, the city of dogs bustled, families working hard to gather food. Children collected dried locusts, laughter mixing with duty, their parents watching cautiously with protective concern. Elder wolves debated hardships, questioning fairness of raising young ones within such harsh living conditions. The wolf elder reassured his mate, explaining locust swarms were predictable when onions bloomed. He detailed their studied attack patterns, emphasizing safety during specific times when insects weaken naturally. Farmers replaced damaged crops with lizardmen, grown onions, ensuring food supply despite recurring destructive infestations. Guards and allies stood ready nearby, promising protection should swarms grow beyond expected strength. Meanwhile, a young pup curiously inspected a captured locust, unaware of hidden dangers stirring. A young wolf shouted suddenly as the ground erupted with a violent swarm of locusts. The buzzing mass surged upward, wings beating furiously, overwhelming nearby farmers with terrifying speed. Parents screamed for children to flee, panic spreading as the swarm advanced without hesitation. Warriors rushed forward, blades flashing rapidly, slashing through countless insects to protect the defenseless villagers. Despite fierce defense, one fighter fell beneath the swarm, clutching a pup desperately in danger. The red locusts suddenly shifted formation, their attack patterns changing unpredictably, overwhelming defenders' strategies completely.